4 sons living, and who knows how many daughters. You're 43, so you can pillow your way to a dozen more sons as easy as horses shit. And that's your karma. Also, you're Minowara, and that's karma. Say I adopt one of your sons and make him my heir. Now? Soon? Say in 3 years. It was never important to have an heir before, but now things are different. Our late Master Goroda had the stupidity to get himself murdered. Now the land's mine. Could be mine. Well? You'll make the agreements formal, publicly formal, in 2 years? Yes, in 2 years. You can trust me. Our interests are the same. Listen, in 2 years, in public. And we agree, you and I, which son. This way we share everything, eh? Our joint destiny's settled into the future, so no problems there, and that's good for you and good for me. The pickings will be huge. First, the Kanto, eh? Perhaps Beppu Genzaemon will submit, if I submit. I can't allow them to, Tora-san. You covered their lands. I covered nothing. Nakamura's laugh had been merry. Yes, but you should. The Kanto's worthy of you. It's safe behind mountain walls, easy to defend. With the Delta, you'll control the richest rice lands in the empire. You'll have your back to the sea and an income of 2 million koku. But don't make Kamakura your capital, or Odawara. Kamakura's always been capital of the Kanto. Why shouldn't you covet Kamakura, Tora-san? Hasn't it contained the holy shrine of your family's guardian kami for 600 years? Isn't Hachima, the kami of war, the Minowara deity? Your ancestor was wise to choose the kami of war to worship. I covet nothing, worship nothing. A shrine is just a shrine, and the kami of war's never been known to stay in any shrine. I'm glad you covet nothing, Tora-san. Then nothing will disappoint you. You like me in that. But Kamakura's no capital for you. There are 7 passes into it, too many to defend, and it's not on the sea. No, I wouldn't advise Kamakura. Listen, you'd be better and safer to go farther over the mountains. You need a seaport. There's one I saw once, Edo, a fishing village now, but you'll make it into a great city. Easy to defend, perfect for trade. You favor trade. I favor trade. Good. So you must have a seaport. As to Odawara, we're going to stamp it out as a lesson to all the others. That will be very difficult. Yes, but it'd be a good lesson for all the other daimyos, ne? To take that city by storm would be costly. Again the taunting laugh. Ha ha! It could be, to you, if you don't join me. I've got to go through your present lands to get at it. Did you know you're the Beppu front line, the Beppu pawn? Together, you and them could keep me off for a year or 2, even 3. But I'll get there in the end. Oh, yes. Why waste more time on them? They're all dead. Except your son-in-law if you want. Oh, I know you've an alliance with them, but it's not worth a bowl of horse shit. So what's your answer? The pickings are going to be vast. First, the Kanto, that's yours. Then I've all Japan. Then Korea. Easy. Then China. Hard, but not impossible. I know a peasant can't become Shōgun, but our son will be Shōgun, and he could straddle the dragon throne of China too, or his son. Now, that's the end of talk. What's your answer, Yoshi Toranaga no Minowara? Vassal or not? Nothing else is of value to me. Let's piss on the bargain, Toranaga had said, having gained everything that he had wanted and planned for. And the next day, before the bewildered majesty of the truculent daimyos, he had humbly offered up his sword and his lands and his honour and his heritage to the upstart peasant warlord. He had begged to be allowed to serve Nakamura and his house forever, and he, Yoshi Toranaga no Minowara, had bowed his head abjectly into the dust. The Taiko-to-be now had been magnanimous, and had taken his lands and had once gifted him the Kanto as a fief once it was conquered, ordering total war on the Beppu for their insults to the emperor. And he had also given Toranaga this sword that he had recently acquired from one of the imperial treasuries. The sword had been made by the master swordsmith Miyoshi Go centuries before, and had once belonged to the most famous warrior in history, Minowara, Yoshitomo, the first of the Minowara shoguns. Toranaga remembered that day, and he recalled other days. A few years later, when the Lady Ochiba gave birth to a boy, and another when, incredibly, after the Taiko's first son had conveniently died, Yaemon, the second son, was born. So was the whole plan ruined. Karma. He saw Yabu holding the sword of his ancestor with reverence. "Is it as sharp as they say?" Yabu asked. "Yes." "You do me great honor. I will treasure your gift." Yabu bowed, conscious that because of the gift, he would be the first in the land after Toranaga. Toranaga bowed back, and then, unarmed, he walked for the gangway. It took all his will to hide his fury and not to let his feet falter, and he prayed that Yabu's avariciousness would keep him mesmerized for just a few moments more. "Cast off!" he ordered, coming onto the deck, and then turned shoreward and waved cheerfully. Someone broke the silence and shouted his name, then others took up the shout. There was a general roar of approval at the honor done to their lord. Willing hands shoved the ship out to sea. The oarsmen pulled briskly. The galley made way. "Captain, get to Edo quickly." "Yes, sir." Toranaga looked aft, his eyes ranging the shore, expecting danger any instant. Yabu stood near the jetty, still bemused by the sword. Mariko and Hujika were waiting beside the awning with the other women. The engine-san was on the edge of the square, where he had been told to wait, rigid, towering, and unmistakably furious. Their eyes met. Toranaga smiled and waved. The wave was returned, but coldly, and this amused Toranaga very much. Blackthorn walked cheerlessly up to the jetty. "When's he coming back, Mariko-san?" "I don't know, Anjin-san." "How do we get to Edo?" "We stay here. At least I stay for 3 days. Then I'm ordered there." "By sea?" "By land." "And me?" "You are to stay here." "Why?" "You expressed an interest in learning our language, and there's work for you to do here." "What work?" "I don't know. I'm sorry. Lord Yabu will tell you. My master left me here to interpret for 3 days." Blackthorn was filled with foreboding. His pistols were in his belt, but he had no knives and no more powder and no more shot. That was all in the cabin aboard the galley. "Why didn't you tell me we were staying here?" he asked. "You just said to come ashore." "I didn't know you were to remain here also," she replied. "Lord Toranaga told me only a moment ago, in the square." "Why didn't he tell me then? Tell me himself." "I don't know." "I was supposed to be going to Edo. That's where my crew is. That's where my ship is. What about them?" "He just said you were to stay here." "For how long?" "He didn't tell me, Anjin-san. Perhaps Lord Yabu will know. Please be patient." Blackthorn could see Toranaga standing on the quarterdeck, watching shoreward. "I think he knew all along I was to stay here, didn't he?" She did not answer. "How childish it is," she said to herself, "to speak aloud what you think. And how extraordinarily clever Toranaga was to have escaped this trap." Fujiko and the 2 maids stood beside her, waiting patiently in the shade with Omi's mother and wife, whom she had met briefly, and she looked beyond them to the galley. It was picking up speed now, but it was still within easy arrow range. Any moment now, she knew she must begin. "Oh, Madonna, let me be strong," she prayed, all her attention centering on Yabu. "Is it true?" Is that true? Blackthorn was asking.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know, Anjin-san. I can only tell you Lord Toranaga is very wise. The wisest man. Whatever his reason, it was good.
She studied the blue eyes and hard face, knowing that Blackthorn had no understanding of what had occurred here.
Please be patient, Anjin-san. There's nothing to be afraid of. You're his favoured vassal, and under his—
I'm not afraid, Mariko-san. I'm just tired of being shoved around the board like a pawn, and I'm no one's vassal.
Is retainer better? Or how would you describe a man who works for another or is retained by another for special—
Then she saw the blood soar into Yabu's face. The guns! The guns are still on the galley! He cried out. Mariko knew the time had come. She hurried over to him as he turned to shout orders at Igarashi.
Your pardon, Lord Yabu, she said, overriding him. There's no need to worry about your guns. Lord Toranaga said to ask your pardon for his haste, but he has urgent things to do on your joint behalves at Edo. He said he would return the galley instantly, with the guns, and with extra powder, and also with the 250 men you require from him. They'll be here in 5 or 6 days.
What? Mariko explained patiently and politely again, as Toranaga had told her to do. Then, once Yabu understood, she took out a roll of parchment from her sleeve.
My master begs you to read this. It concerns the Anjin-san.
She formally offered it to him. But Yabu did not take the scroll. His eyes went to the galley. It was well away now, going very fast. Out of range. What does that matter? He thought contentedly, now over his anxiety. I'll get the guns back quickly, and now I'm out of the Ishido trap, and I've Toranaga's most famous sword, and soon all the daimyos in the land will be aware of my new position in the armies of the East, second to Toranaga alone. Yabu could still see Toranaga, and he waved once, and the wave was returned. Then Toranaga vanished off the quarterdeck. Yabu took the scroll and turned his mind to the present, and to the Anjin-san. Blackthorn was watching 30 paces away, and he felt his hackles rise under Yabu's piercing gaze. He heard Mariko speaking in her lilting voice, but that did not reassure him. His hand tightened covertly on the pistol.
Anjin-san,
Mariko called out.
Would you please come over here?
As Blackthorn approached them, Yabu glanced up from the parchment, nodded in friendly fashion. When Yabu had finished reading, he handed the paper back to Mariko and spoke briefly, partly to her, partly to him. Reverently, Mariko offered the paper to Blackthorn. He took it and examined the incomprehensible characters.
Lord Yabu says you are welcome in this village. This paper is under Lord Toranaga's seal, Anjin-san. You are to keep it. He's given you a rare honour. Lord Toranaga has made you a hatamoto. This is the position of a special retainer of his personal staff. You have his absolute protection, Anjin-san. Lord Yabu, of course, acknowledges this. I will explain later the privileges, but Lord Toranaga has given you also a salary of 20 koku a month. That is about—
Yabu interrupted her, expansively waving his hand at Blackthorn, then at the village, and spoke at length. Mariko translated.
Lord Yabu repeats that you are welcome here. He hopes you will be content, that everything will be done to make your stay comfortable. A house will be provided for you, and teachers. You will please learn Japanese as quickly as possible, he says. Tonight, he will ask you some questions and tell you about some special work.
Please ask him. What work?
May I advise just a little more patience, Anjin-san? Now is not the time, truly.
All right. Wakarimasu ka, Anjin-san? Yabu said. Do you understand? Hi, Yabu-san. Domo. Yabu gave orders to Igarashi to dismiss the regiment, then strode over to the villagers who were still prostrate in the sand. He stood in front of them in the warm, fine spring afternoon,
Toranaga's sword still in his hand. His words whipped over them. Yabu pointed the sword at Blackthorn and harangued them a few moments more and ended abruptly. A tremor went through the villagers. Mura bowed and said, "Hi," several times, and turned and asked the villagers a question, and all eyes went to Blackthorn. "Wakaremasu ka?" Mura called out, and they all answered, "Hi," their voices mixing with the sighing of the waves upon the beach. "What's going on?" Blackthorn asked Mariko. But Mura shouted, "Kei-dei!" and the villagers bowed low again, once to Yabu and once to Blackthorn. Yabu strode off without looking back. "What's going on, Mariko-san?" "He, Lord Yabu, told them you are his honoured guest here, that you are also Lord Toranaga's very honoured retainer, that you are here mostly to learn our tongue, that he has given the village the honour and responsibility of teaching you. The village is responsible, Anjin-san. Everyone here is to help you. He told them that if you have not learned satisfactorily within 6 months, the village will be burnt, but before that, every man, woman and child will be crucified." Chapter 31. The day was dying now, the shadows long, the sea red, and a kind wind blowing. Blackthorn was coming up the path from the village toward the house that Mariko had earlier pointed out and told him was to be his. She had expected to escort him there, but he had thanked her and refused, and had walked past the kneeling villagers toward the promontory to be alone and to think. He had found the effort of thinking too great. Nothing seemed to fit. He had doused salt water over his head to try to clear it, but that had not helped. At length he had given up and had walked back aimlessly along the shore, past the jetty, across the square and through the village, up to this house where he was to live now, and where, he remembered, there had not been a dwelling before. High up, dominating the opposite hillside, was another sprawling dwelling, part thatch, part tile, within a tall stockade, many guards at the fortified gateway. Samurai were strutting through the village, all standing talking in groups. Most had already marched off behind their officers in disciplined groups, up the paths and over the hill to their bivouac encampment. Those samurai that Blackthorn met, he absently greeted, and they greeted him in return. He saw no villagers. Blackthorn stopped outside the gate that was set into the fence. There were more of the peculiar characters painted over the lintel, and the door itself was cut out in ingenious patterns designed to hide and at the same time to reveal the garden behind. Before he could open the door, it swung inward, and a frightened old man bowed him through. "Konbanwa, Anjin-san." His voice quavered piteously. "Good evening." "Konbanwa," he replied. "Listen, old man, namae ka?" "Namae watashi wa Anjin-sama? Watashi, Yuikiya, Yuikiya." The old man was almost slavering with relief. Blackthorn said the name several times to help remember it, and added "san," and the old man shook his head violently. "Ie, gomen nasai. Ie-san, Anjin-sama. Uekiya, Uekiya." "All right, Uekiya." But Blackthorn thought, why not san, like everyone else? Blackthorn waved his hand in dismissal. The old man hobbled away quickly. "I'll have to be more careful. I have to help them," he said aloud. A maid came apprehensively onto the veranda through an open shoji and bowed low. "Konbanwa, Anjin-san." "Konbanwa," he replied, vaguely recognizing her from the ship. He waved her away too. A rustle of silk. Fujiko came from within the house. Mariko was with her. "Was your walk pleasant, Anjin-san?" "Yes, pleasant, Mariko-san." He hardly noticed her or Fujiko, or the house, or garden. "Would you like cha? Or perhaps sake? Or a bath, perhaps? The water is hot." Mariko laughed nervously, perturbed by the look in his eyes. "The bathhouse is not completely finished, but we hope it will prove adequate." "Sake, please.
Yes, some sake first, Mariko-san. Mariko spoke to Fujiko, who disappeared inside the house once more. A maid silently brought 3 cushions and went away. Mariko gracefully sat on one.
Sit down, Anjin-san. You must be tired.
Thank you. He sat on the steps of the veranda and did not take off his thongs. Fujiko brought 2 flasks of sake and a teacup, as Mariko had told her, not the tiny porcelain cup that should have been used.
Better to give him a lot of sake quickly, Mariko had said. It would be better to make him quite drunk, but Lord Yabu needs him tonight. A bath and sake will perhaps ease him.
Blackthorn drank the proffered cup of warmed wine without tasting it, and then a second, and a third. They had watched him coming up the hill through the slit of barely opened shojis.
What's the matter with him?
Fujiko had asked, alarmed.
He's distressed by what Lord Yabu said, the promise to the village. Why should that bother him? He's not threatened. It's not his life that was threatened. Barbarians are very different from us, Fujiko-san. For instance, the Anjin-san believes villagers are people, like any other people, like samurai, some perhaps even better than samurai.
Fujiko had laughed nervously.
That's nonsense, ne? How can peasants equal samurai?
Mariko had not answered. She just continued watching the Anjin-san.
Poor man,
she said.
Poor village.
Fujiko's short upper lip curled disdainfully.
A stupid waste of peasants and fishermen. Kashigi Yabu-san's a fool. How can a barbarian learn our tongue in half a year? How long did the barbarian Tsuku-san take? More than 20 years, ne? And isn't he the only barbarian who's ever been able to talk even passable Japanese?
No, not the only one, though he's the best I've ever heard.
Yes, it's difficult for them. But the Anjin-san's an intelligent man, and Lord Toranaga said that in half a year, isolated from barbarians, eating our food, living as we do, drinking cha, bathing every day, the Anjin-san will soon be like one of us.
Fujiko's face had been set.
Look at him, Mariko-san. So ugly, so monstrous and alien. Curious to think that as much as I detest barbarians, once he steps through the gate, I'm committed, and he becomes my lord and master.
He's brave, very brave, Fujiko, and he saved Lord Toranaga's life, and is very valuable to him.
Yes, I know, and that should make me dislike him less, but, so sorry, it doesn't. Even so, I'll try with all my strength to change him into one of us. I pray Lord Buddha will help me.
Mariko had wanted to ask her niece,
why the sudden change? Why are you now prepared to serve the Anjin-san and obey Lord Toranaga so absolutely, when only this morning you refused to obey? You swore to kill yourself without permission, or to kill the barbarian the moment he slept. What did Lord Toranaga say to change you, Fujiko?
But Mariko had known better than to ask. Toranaga had not taken her into this confidence. Fujiko would not tell her. The girl had been too well trained by her mother, Buntaro's sister, who had been trained by her father, Hiromatsu.
I wonder if Lord Hiromatsu will escape from Osaka Castle, she asked herself, very fond of the old general, her father-in-law. And what about Kiri-san and the Lady Sazuko? Where is Buntaro, my husband? Where was he captured? Or did he have time to die?
Mariko watched Fujiko pour the last of the sake. This cup too was consumed like the others, without expression. Dozo, sake, Blackthorn said. More sake was brought, and finished. Dozo, sake!
Mariko-san, Fujiko said, the master shouldn't have any more, ne? He'll get drunk. Please ask him if he'd like his bath now. I will send for Suo.
Mariko asked him.
Sorry, he says he'll bathe later.
Patiently, Fujiko ordered more sake, and Mariko added quietly to the maid,
bring some charcoal fish. The new flask was emptied with the same silent determination. The food did not tempt him, but he took a piece at Mariko's gracious persuasion. He did not eat it. More wine was brought, and 2 more flasks were consumed. "Please give the Anjin-san my apologies," Fujiko said. "So sorry, but there isn't any more sake in his house. Tell him I apologize for this lack. I've sent the maid to fetch some more from the village." Good. He's had more than enough, though it doesn't seem to have touched him at all. "Why not leave us now, Fujiko? Now would be a good time to make the formal offer on your behalf." Fujiko bowed to Blackthorn and went away, glad that custom decreed that important matters were always to be handled by a third party in private. Thus dignity could always be maintained on both sides. Mariko explained to Blackthorn about the wine. "How long will it take to get more?" "Not long. Perhaps you'd like to bathe now. I'll see that sake's sent the instant it arrives." "Did Toranaga say anything about my plan before he left? About the Navy?" "No, I'm sorry. He said nothing about that." Mariko had been watching for the telltale signs of drunkenness, but to her surprise, none had appeared, not even a slight flush or a slurring of words. With this amount of wine consumed so fast, any Japanese would be drunk. "The wine is not to your taste, Anjin-san?" "Not really. It's too weak. It gives me nothing." "You seek oblivion?" "No. A solution." "Anything that can be done to help will be done." "I must have books and paper and pens." "Tomorrow I will begin to collect them for you." "No, tonight, Mariko-san. I must start now." "Lord Toranaga said he will send you a book. What did you call it? The grammar books and word books of the Holy Fathers." "How long will that take?" "I don't know, but I'm here for 3 days. Perhaps this may be a help to you. And Fujiko-san is here to help also." She smiled, happy for him. "I'm honored to tell you she is given to you as consort, and she—" "What?" "Lord Toranaga asked if she would be your consort, and she said she would be honored and agreed. She will—" "But I haven't agreed." "Please? I'm sorry, I don't understand." "I don't want her, either as consort or around me. I find her ugly." Mariko gaped at him. "But what's that got to do with consort?" "Tell her to leave." "But Anjin-san, you can't refuse. That would be a terrible insult to Lord Toranaga, to her, to everyone. What harm has she done you? None at all. Usagi Fujiko's consent—" "You listen to me!" Blackthorn's words ricocheted around the veranda and the house. "Tell her to leave." Mariko said at once, "So sorry, Anjin-san. Yes, you're right to be angry, but—" "I'm not angry," Blackthorn said icily. Can't you people get it through your heads? I'm tired of being a puppet. I don't want that woman around. I want my ship back and my crew back, and that's the end of it. I'm not staying here 6 months, and I detest your customs. It's God-cursed terrible that one man can threaten to bury a whole village just to teach me Japanese. And as to consorts, that's worse than slavery, and it's a goddamned insult to arrange that without asking me in advance." "What's the matter now?" Mariko was asking herself helplessly. "What has ugliness to do with consort? And anyway, Fujiko's not ugly. How can he be so incomprehensible?" Then she remembered Toranaga's admonition. "Mariko-san, you're personally responsible. Firstly, that Yabu-san doesn't interfere with my departure after I've given him my sword. And secondly, you're totally responsible for settling the Anjin-san docilely in Anjiro." "I'll do my best, sire, but I'm afraid the Anjin-san baffles me." "Treat him like a hawk. That's the key to him. I tame a hawk in 2 days.
You've 3.
She looked away from Blackthorn and put her wits to work. He does seem like a hawk when he's in a rage, she thought. He has the same screeching, senseless ferocity. And when not in a rage, the same haughty, unblinking stare. The same total self-centeredness, with exploding viciousness never far away. I agree. You're completely right. You've been imposed upon terribly, and you're quite right to be angry, she said soothingly. Yes, and certainly Lord Toranaga should have asked even though he doesn't understand your customs. But it never occurred to him that you would object. He only tried to honor you as he would a most favored samurai. He made you a hatamoto. That's almost like a kinsman, Anjin-san. There are only about 1,000 hatamoto in all the Kanto. And as to the Lady Hujiko, he was only trying to help you. The Lady Usagi Hujiko would be considered, among us, Anjin-san, this would be considered a great honor.
Why?
Because her lineage is ancient, and she's very accomplished. Her father and grandfather are daimyos.
Of course, she's samurai.
And of course,
Mariko added delicately,
you would honor her by accepting her. And she does need a home and a new life.
Why?
She is recently widowed. She's only 19, Anjin-san, poor girl, but she lost a husband and a son and is filled with remorse. To be formal consort to you would give her a new life.
What happened to her husband and son?
Mariko hesitated, distressed at Blackthorn's impolite directness. But she knew enough about him by now to understand that this was his custom, and not meant as lack of manners. They were put to death, Anjin-san. While you're here, you will need someone to look after your house. The Lady Hujiko will be...
Why were they put to death?
Her husband almost caused the death of Lord Toranaga. Please
Toranaga ordered their deaths?
Yes, but he was correct. Ask her. She will agree, Anjin-san.
How old was the child?
A few months, Anjin-san.
Toranaga had an infant put to death for something the father did?
Yes, it's our custom. Please be patient with us. In some things we are not free. Our customs are different from yours. You see, by law, we belong to our liege lord. By law, a father possesses the lives of his children, and wife, and consorts, and servants. By law, his life is possessed by his liege lord. This is our custom.
So a father can kill anyone in his house?
Yes.
Then you're a nation of murderers.
No.
But your custom condones murder. I thought you were Christian.
I am, Anjin-san.
What about the commandments?
I cannot explain, truly, but I am Christian and samurai and Japanese, and these are not hostile to one another. To me, they're not. Please be patient with me, and with us. Please.
You'd put your own children to death if Toranaga ordered it?
Yes. I only have one son, but yes, I believe I would. Certainly it would be my duty to do so. That's the law, if my husband agreed.
I hope God can forgive you. All of you.
God understands, Anjin-san. Oh, he will understand. Perhaps he will open your mind, so you can understand. I'm sorry, I cannot explain very well, ne? I apologize for my lack.
She watched him in the silence, unsettled by him.
I don't understand you either, Anjin-san. You baffle me. Your customs baffle me. Perhaps if we're both patient, we can both learn. The Lady Hujiko, for instance. As consort, she will look after your house and your servants, and your needs, any of your needs. You must have someone to do that. She will see to the running of your house, everything. You do not need to pillow her, if that concerns you, if you do not find her pleasing. You do not even need to be polite to her, though she merits politeness. She will serve you as you wish, in any way you wish.
I can treat her any way I want?
Yes?
I can pillow her or not pillow her?
Of course. She will find someone that pleases you to satisfy your body needs, if you wish, or she will not interfere.
I can treat her like a servant? A slave?
Yes, but she merits better.
Can I throw her out? Order her out?
If she offends you, yes.
What would happen to her?
Normally, she would go back to her parents' house in disgrace, who may or may not accept her back. Someone like Lady Hujiko would prefer to kill herself before enduring that shame. But she... You should know true samurai are not permitted to kill themselves without their lord's permission. Some do, of course, but they failed in their duty and aren't worthy to be considered samurai. I would not kill myself, whatever the shame, not without Lord Toranaga's permission or my husband's permission. Lord Toranaga has forbidden her to end her life. If you send her away, she'll become an outcast.
Why? Why won't her family accept her back?
Mariko sighed. So sorry, Anjin-san, but if you send her away, her disgrace will be such that no one will accept her.
Because she's contaminated? From being near a barbarian?
Oh no, Anjin-san. Only because she had failed in her duty to you, Mariko said at once. She is your consort now. Lord Toranaga ordered it, and she agreed. You're master of a house now.
Am I?
Oh yes, believe me, Anjin-san, you have privileges. And as a Hatamoto, you're blessed, and well off. Lord Toranaga's given you a salary of 20 koku a month. For that amount of money, a samurai would normally have to provide his lord with himself and 2 other samurai, armed, fed, and mounted for the whole year, and, of course, pay for their families as well. But you don't have to do that. I beg you, consider Hujiko as a person, Anjin-san. I beg you to be filled with Christian charity. She's a good woman. Forgive her ugliness. She'll be a worthy consort.
She hasn't a home?
Yes, this is her home. Mariko took hold of herself. I beg you to accept her formally. She can help you greatly, teach you if you wish to learn. If you prefer, think of her as nothing, as this wooden post or the shoji screen, or as a rock in your garden. Anything you wish, but allow her to stay. If you won't have her as consort, be merciful. Accept her, and then, as head of the house, according to our law, kill her.
That's the only answer you have, isn't it? Kill.
No, Anjin-san. But life and death are the same thing. Who knows? Perhaps you'll do Hujiko a greater service by taking her life. It's your right now, before all the law. Your right. If you prefer to make her an outcast, that too is your right.
So I'm trapped again, Blackthorn said. Either way, she's killed. If I don't learn your language, then a whole village is butchered. If I don't do whatever you want, some innocent is always killed. There's no way out.
There's a very easy solution, Anjin-san. Die. You do not have to endure the unendurable.
Suicide's crazy, and a mortal sin. I thought you were Christian.
I've said I am. But for you, Anjin-san, for you there are many ways of dying honorably without suicide. You sneered at my husband for not wanting to die fighting, eh? That's not our custom, but apparently it's yours. So why don't you do that? You have a pistol. Kill Lord Yabu. You believe he's a monster, eh? Even attempt to kill him, and today you'll be in heaven or hell.
He looked at her, hating her serene features, seeing her loveliness through his hate. It's weak to die like that, for no reason. Stupid's a better word.
You say you're Christian, so you believe in the Jesus child, in God, and in heaven. Death shouldn't frighten you. As to no reason, it's up to you to judge the value or non-value. You may have reason enough to die.
I'm in your power. You know it. So do I.
Mariko leaned over and touched him compassionately. Anshin-san, forget the village. 1,000 million things can happen before those 6 months occur. A tidal wave or earthquake, or you get your ship and sail away, or Yabu dies, or we all die, or who knows? Leave the problems of God to God, and karma to karma. Today you're here, and nothing you can do will change that. Today you're alive and here and honoured, and blessed with good fortune. Look at this sunset. It's beautiful, eh? This sunset exists. Tomorrow does not exist. There is only now. Please look. It is so beautiful, and it will never happen ever again. Never, not this sunset. Never in all infinity. Lose yourself in it. Make yourself one with nature. And do not worry about karma, yours, mine, or that of the village. He found himself beguiled by her serenity and by her words. He looked westward. Great splashes of purple, red, and black were spreading across the sky. He watched the sun until it vanished.
I wish you were to be consort, he said.
I belong to Lord Buntaro, and until he is dead, I cannot think or say what might be thought or said.
Karma, thought Blackthorn. Do I accept karma? Mine, hers, theirs? The night's beautiful, and so is she, and she belongs to another. Yes, she's beautiful, and very wise. Leave the problems of God to God, and karma to karma. You did come here uninvited. You are here. You are in their power. But what's the answer? The answer will come, he told himself, because there's a God in heaven, a God somewhere. He heard the tread of feet. Some flares were approaching up the hill. 20 samurai, Omi at their head.
I'm sorry, Anshin-san, but Omi-san orders you to give him your pistols.
Tell him to go to hell.
I can't, Anshin-san. I dare not.
Blackthorn kept one hand loosely on the pistol hilt, his eyes on Omi. He had deliberately remained seated on the veranda steps. 10 samurai were within the garden behind Omi, the rest near the waiting palanquin. As soon as Omi had entered uninvited, Fujiko had come from the interior of the house and now stood on the veranda, white-faced, behind Blackthorn. Lord Toranaga never objected, and for days I've been armed around him and Yabu-san.
Mariko said nervously, Yes, Anshin-san, but please understand, what Omi-san says is true. It's our custom that you cannot go into a daimyo's presence with arms. There's nothing to nothing to concern you. Yabu-san's your friend. You're his guest here.
Tell Omi-san I won't give him my guns. Then, when she remained silent, Blackthorn's temper snapped and he shook his head. Iie, Omi-san! Wakarimasu ka? Iie! Omi's face tightened. He snarled an order. 2 samurai moved forward. Blackthorn whipped out the guns. The samurai stopped. Both guns were pointed directly into Omi's face. Iie, Blackthorn said, and then to Mariko, Tell him to cool them off, or I'll pull the triggers. She did so. No one moved. Blackthorn got slowly to his feet, the pistols never wavering from their target. Omi was absolutely still, fearless, his eyes following Blackthorn's cat-like movements.
Please, Anshin-san, this is very dangerous. You must see Lord Yabu. You may not go with pistols. You're Hatamoto, you're protected, and you're also Lord Yabu's guest.
Tell Omi-san, if he or any of his men come within 10 feet of me, I'll blow his head off.
Omi-san says politely, "For the last time, you are ordered to give me the guns. Now."
Ie.
"Why not leave them here, Anjin-san? There's nothing to fear. No one will touch—"
You think I'm a fool?
"Then give them to Fujiko-san."
What can she do? He'll take them from her. Anyone'll take them. Then I'm defenseless.
Mariko's voice sharpened. "Why don't you listen, Anjin-san? Fujiko-san is your consort. If you order it, she'll protect the guns with her life. That's her duty. I'll never tell you again, but Todo no Usagi Fujiko is samurai."
Blackthorn was concentrating on Omi, hardly listening to her. Tell Omi-san I don't like orders. I'm Lord Toranaga's guest. I'm Lord Yabu's guest. You ask guests to do things. You don't order them, and you don't march into a man's house uninvited.
Mariko translated this. Omi listened expressionlessly, then replied shortly, watching the unwavering barrels. He says, "I, Kashiki Omi, I would ask for your pistols and ask you to come with me because Kashigi Yabo-sama orders you into his presence. But Kashigi Yabo-sama orders me to order you to give me your weapons. So sorry, Anjin-san. For the last time, I order you to give them to me." Blackthorn's chest was constricted. He knew he was going to be attacked, and he was furious at his own stupidity. But there comes a time when you can't take any more, and you pull a gun or a knife, and then blood is spilled through stupid pride. Most times stupid.
If I'm to die, Omi will die first, by God.
He felt very strong, though somewhat light-headed. Then what Mariko said began to ring in his ears. "Fujiko's samurai. She is your consort."
And his brain began to function. Just a moment. Mariko-san, please say this to Fujiko-san. Exactly. I'm going to give you my pistols. You are to guard them. No one except me is to touch them.
Mariko did as he asked, and behind him he heard Fujiko say, "Hi."
"Wakarimasu ka, Fujiko-san?" he asked her.
"Wakarimasu, Anjin-san,"
she replied in a thin, nervous voice. "Mariko-san, please tell Omi-san I'll go with him now. I'm sorry there's been a misunderstanding. Yes, I'm sorry there was a misunderstanding."
Blackthorn backed away, then turned. Fujiko accepted the guns, perspiration beading her forehead. He faced Omi and prayed he was right.
"Shall we go now?"
Omi spoke to Fujiko and held out his hand. She shook her head. He gave a short order. The two samurai started toward her. Immediately she shoved one pistol into the sash of her obi, held the other with both hands at arm's length, and levelled it at Omi. The trigger came back slightly, and the striking lever moved. "Ogoku-na," she said. "Dozo."
The samurai obeyed. They stopped.
Omi spoke rapidly and angrily, and she listened, and when she replied, her voice was soft and polite. But the pistol never moved from his face, the lever half-cocked now, and she ended, "Ie, gomen nasai, Omi-san." "No, I'm sorry, Omi-san." Blackthorn waited. A samurai moved a fraction. The lever came back dangerously, almost to the top of its arc. But her arm remained steady. "Ogoku-na," she ordered. No one doubted that she would pull the trigger, not even Blackthorn. Omi said something curtly to her and to his men. They came back. She lowered the pistol, but it was still ready.
"What did he say?"
Blackthorn asked. "Only that he would report this incident to Yabu-san."
"Good. Tell him I will do the same."
Blackthorn turned to her.
"Domo, Fujiko-san."
Then, remembering the way Toranaga and Yabu talked to women, he grunted imperiously at Mariko.
"Come on, Mariko-san. Ikimashu."
He started for the gate. "Anjin-san," Fujiko called out.
"Hi."
Blackthorn stopped. Fujiko was bowing to him and spoke quickly to Mariko. Mariko's eyes widened. Then she nodded and replied, and spoke to Omi, who also nodded, clearly enraged but restraining himself.
What's going on?
Please be patient, Anjin-san.
Fujiko called out, and there was an answer from within the house.
A maid came onto the veranda. In her hands were 2 swords, samurai swords. Fujiko took them reverently, offered them to Blackthorn with a bow, speaking softly. Mariko said, "Your consort rightly points out that a Hatamoto is, of course, obliged to wear the 2 swords of the samurai. More than that, it's his duty to do so. She believes it would not be correct for you to go to Lord Yabu without swords, that it would be impolite. By our law, it's duty to carry swords. She asks if you would consider using these, unworthy though they are, until you buy your own." Blackthorn stared at her, then at Fujiko, and back to her again.
"Does that mean I'm samurai? That Lord Toranaga made me samurai?"
"I don't know, Anjin-san, but there's never been a Hatamoto who wasn't samurai. Never." Mariko turned and questioned Omi. Impatiently, he shook his head and answered. "Omi-san doesn't know either. Certainly it's the special privilege of a Hatamoto to wear swords at all times, even in the presence of Lord Toranaga. It is his duty because he's a completely trustworthy bodyguard. Also, only a Hatamoto has the right of immediate audience with the Lord." Blackthorn took the short sword and stuck it in his belt, then the other, the long one, the killing one, exactly as Omi was wearing his. Armed, he did feel better.
"Arigato gozaimashita, Fujiko-san,"
he said quietly. She lowered her eyes and replied softly. Mariko translated. "Fujiko-san says, 'With permission, Lord, because you must learn our language correctly and quickly, she humbly wishes to point out that domo is more than sufficient for a man to say. Arigato, with or without gozaimashita, is an unnecessary politeness, an expression that only women use.'"
"Hai, domo. Wakarimasu, Fujiko-san."
Blackthorn looked at her clearly for the first time with this newfound knowledge. He saw the sweat on her forehead and the sheen on her hands, the narrow eyes and square face and ferret teeth.
"Please tell my consort, in this one case, I do not consider arigato gozaimashita an unnecessary politeness to her."
Yabu glanced at the swords again. Blackthorn was sitting cross-legged on a cushion in front of him, in the place of honor, Mariko to one side, Igarashi beside him. They were in the main room of the fortress. Omi finished talking.
Yabu shrugged. "You handled it badly, nephew. Of course it's the consort's duty to protect the Anjin-san and his property. Of course he has the right to wear swords now. Yes, you handled it badly. I made it clear the Anjin-san's my honored guest here. Apologize to him."
Immediately Omi got up and knelt in front of Blackthorn and bowed.
"I apologize for my error, Anjin-san."
He heard Mariko say that the barbarian accepted the apology. He bowed again and calmly went back to his place and sat down again. But he was not calm inside. He was now totally consumed by one idea: the killing of Yabu. He had decided to do the unthinkable, kill his liege lord and the head of his clan. But not because he had been made to apologize publicly to the barbarian. In this, Yabu had been right. Omi knew he had been unnecessarily inept, for although Yabu had stupidly ordered him to take the pistols away at once tonight, he knew they should have been manipulated away and left in the house, to be stolen later or broken later.
And the Anjin-san had been perfectly correct to give the pistols to his consort, he told himself, just as she was equally correct to do what she did. And she would certainly have pulled the trigger, her aim true.
It was no secret that Usagi Fujiko sought death, or why. Omi knew, too, that if it hadn't been for his earlier decision this morning to kill Yabu, he would have stepped forward into death, and then his men would have taken the pistols away from her. He would have died nobly, as she would be ordered into death nobly, and men and women would have told the tragic tale for generations. Songs and poems, and even a no play, all so inspiring and tragic and brave, about the three of them, the faithful consort and faithful samurai, who both died dutifully because of the incredible barbarian who came from the Eastern Sea. No, Omi's decision had nothing to do with this public apology, although the unfairness added to the hatred that now obsessed him. The main reason was that today Yabu had publicly insulted Omi's mother and wife in front of peasants by keeping them waiting for hours in the sun like peasants, and had then dismissed them without acknowledgement, like peasants. "It doesn't matter, my son," his mother had said. "It's his privilege. He's our liege lord," Midori, his wife, had said, the tears of shame running down her cheeks. "Please excuse him."
"And he didn't invite either of you to greet him and his officers at the fortress," Omi had continued. "At the meal you arranged. The food and sake alone cost 1 koku."
"It's our duty, my son. It's our duty to do whatever Lord Yabu wants."
"And the order about father?"
"It's not an order yet. It's a rumor."
"The message from father said he'd heard that Yabu's going to order him to shave his head and become a priest, or slit his belly open. Yabu's wife privately boasts it."
"That was whispered to your father by a spy. You cannot always trust spies. So sorry, but your father, my son, isn't always wise."
"What happens to you, mother, if it isn't a rumor?"
"Whatever happens is karma. You must accept karma."
"No. These insults are unendurable."
"Please, my son, accept them."
"I gave Yabu the key to the ship, the key to the Anjin-san and the new barbarians, and the way out of Toranaga's trap. My help has brought him immense prestige. With the symbolic gift of the sword, he's now second to Toranaga in the armies of the East. And what have we got in return? Filthy insults."
"Accept your karma." "You must, husband. I beg you, listen to the lady your mother."
"I can't live with this shame. I will have vengeance, and then I will kill myself, and these shames will pass from me."
"For the last time, my son, accept your karma, I beg you."
"My karma is to destroy Yabu."
The old lady had sighed. "Very well. You're a man. You have the right to decide. What is to be is to be. But the killing of Yabu by itself is nothing. We must plan. His son must also be removed, and also Igarashi, particularly Igarashi. Then your father will lead the clan, as is his right."
"How do we do that, mother?"
"We will plan, you and I, and be patient, ne? Then we must consult with your father. Midori, even you may give counsel, but try not to make it valueless, ne?"
"What about Lord Toranaga? He gave Yabu his sword."
"I think Lord Toranaga only wants Izu strong and a vassal state, not as an ally. He doesn't want allies any more than the Taiko did. Yabu thinks he's an ally. I think Toranaga detests allies. Our clan will prosper as Toranaga vassals, or as Ishido vassals. Who to choose, eh? And how to do the killing?"
Omi remembered the surge of joy that had possessed him once the decision had been made final. He felt it now. But none of it showed on his face as cha and wine were offered by carefully selected maids imported from Mishima for Yabu. He watched Yabu and the Anjin-san and Mariko and Igarashi. They were all waiting for Yabu to begin. The room was large and airy, big enough for 30 officers to dine and wine and talk. There were many other rooms and kitchens for bodyguards and servants, and a skirting garden, and though all were makeshift and temporary, they had been excellently constructed in the time at his disposal, and easily defendable. That the cost had come out of Omi's increased fief bothered him not at all. This had been his duty.
He looked through the open shoji. Many sentries in the forecourt, a stable. The fortress was guarded by a ditch. The stockade was constructed of giant bamboos, lashed tightly. Big central pillars supported the tiled roof. Walls were light sliding shoji screens, some shuttered, most of them covered with oiled paper, as was usual. Good planks for the flooring were set on pilings, raised off beaten earth below, and these were covered with tatamis. At Yabu's command, Omi had ransacked 4 villages for materials to construct this and the other house, and Igarashi had brought quality tatamis and futons, and things unobtainable in the village. Omi was proud of his work, and the bivouac camp for 3,000 samurai had been made ready on the plateau over the hill that guarded the roads that led to the village and to the shore. Now the village was locked tight and safe by land. From the sea there would always be plenty of warning for a liege lord to escape. But I have no liege lord. Whom shall I serve now? Omi was asking himself. Ikawa Jikyu? Or Toranaga directly? Would Toranaga give me what I want in return? Or Ishido? Ishido's so difficult to get to, ne? But much to tell him now. This afternoon Yabu had summoned Igarashi, Omi, and the 4 chief captains, and had set into motion his clandestine training plan for the 500-gun samurai. Igarashi was to be commander. Omi was to lead one of the hundreds. They had arranged how to induct Toranaga's men into the units when they arrived, and how these outlanders were to be neutralized if they proved treacherous. Omi had suggested that another highly secret cadre of 3 more units of 100 samurai each should be trained surreptitiously on the other side of the peninsula as replacements, as a reserve, and as a precaution against a treacherous move by Toranaga. Who'll command Toranaga's men? Who'll he send as second in command? Igarashi had asked. It makes no difference, Yabu had said. I'll appoint his 5 assistant officers, who'll be given the responsibility of slitting his throat, should it be necessary. The code for killing him and all the outlanders will be Plumtree. Tomorrow, Igarashi-san, you will choose the men. I will approve each personally, and none of them is to know yet my overall strategy of the musket regiment. Now, as Omi was watching Yabu, he savoured the newfound ecstasy of vengeance. To kill Yabu would be easy, but the killing must be coordinated. Only then would his father or his elder brother be able to assume control of the clan, and Izu. Yabu came to the point. Mariko-san, please tell the Anjin-san. Tomorrow I want him to start training my men to shoot like barbarians, and I want to learn everything there is to know about the way that barbarians war. But, so sorry, the guns won't arrive for 6 days, Yabu-san, Mariko reminded him. I've enough among my men to begin with, Yabu replied. I want him to start tomorrow. Mariko spoke to Blackthorn. What does he want to know about war? He asked. He said everything. What particularly? Mariko asked Yabu. Yabu-san says, have you been part of any battles on land? Yes, in the Netherlands. One in France. Yabu-san says, excellent. He wants to know European strategy. He wants to know how many battles are fought in your lands, in detail. Blackthorn thought a moment. Then he said, Tell Yabu-san I can train any number of men for him, and I know exactly what he wants to know. He had learned a great deal about the way the Japanese warred from Friar Domingo. The friar had been an expert and vitally concerned. After all, senor, the old man had said, that knowledge is essential, isn't it? To know how the heathen wore. Every father must protect his flock. And are not our glorious conquistadores the blessed spearhead of Mother Church? And haven't I been with them in the front of the fighting in the New World and the Philippines, and studied them for more than 20 years? I know war, senor. I know war. It has been my duty, God's will to know war. Perhaps God has sent you to me to teach you in case I die. Listen, my flock here in this jail have been my teachers about Japan warfare, Signor. So now I know how their armies fight, and how to beat them, how they could beat us. Remember, Signor, I tell thee a secret on thy soul. Never join Japanese ferocity with modern weapons and modern methods, or on land they will destroy us.
Blackthorn committed himself to God, and began. Tell Lord Yabu I can help him very much, and Lord Toranaga, I can make their armies unbeatable.
Lord Yabu says, if your information proves useful, Anjin-san, he will increase your salary from Lord Toranaga's 240 koku to 500 koku after 1 month.
Thank him, but say, if I do all that for him, I request a favour in return. I want him to rescind his decree about the village, and I want my ship and crew back in 5 months.
Mariko said, Anjin-san, you cannot bargain with him like a trader.
Please ask him, as a humble favour, from an honoured guest and grateful vassal to be.
Yabu frowned and replied at length. Yabu-san says that the village is unimportant. The villagers need a fire under their rumps to make them do anything. You are not to concern yourself with them. As to the ship, it's in Lord Toranaga's care. He's sure you'll get it back soon. He asked me to put your request to Lord Toranaga the moment I arrive in Edo. I'll do this, Anjin-san.
Please apologize to Lord Yabu, but I must ask him to rescind the decree. Tonight.
He's just said no, Anjin-san. It would not be good manners.
Yes, I understand, but please ask him again. It's very important to me. A petition.
He says you must be patient. Don't concern yourself with villagers.
Blackthorn nodded. Then he decided. Thank you. I understand. Yes. Please thank Yabu-san, but tell him I cannot live with this shame.
Mariko blanched. What?
I cannot live with the shame of having the village on my conscience. I am dishonoured. I cannot endure this. It's against my Christian belief. I will have to commit suicide at once.
Suicide?
Yes. That's what I've decided to do. Yabu interrupted. Nandya, Mariko-san?
Haltingly, she translated what Blackthorn had said. Yabu questioned her, and she answered.
Then Yabu said, If it wasn't for your reaction, this would be a joke, Mariko-san. Why are you so concerned? Why do you think he means it?
I don't know, sire. He seems... I don't know.
Her voice trailed off. Omi-san? Suicide's against all Christian beliefs, sire. They never suicide as we do, as a samurai would. Mariko-san, you're a Christian. Is that true?
Yes, sire. Suicide's a mortal sin, against the word of God.
Igarashi-san, what do you think? It's a bluff. He's no Christian. Remember the first day, sire. Remember what he did to the priest, and what he allowed Omi-san to do to him to save the boy?
Yabu smiled, recollecting that day, and the night that had followed.
Yes, I agree. He's no Christian, Mariko-san.
So sorry, but I don't understand, sire. What about the priest?
Yabu told her what had happened the first day between Blackthorn and the priest.
He desecrated a cross?
She said, openly shocked. And threw the pieces into the dust, Igarashi added. It's all a bluff, sire. If this thing with the village dishonours him, how can he stay here when Omi-san so dishonoured him by pissing on him?
What? I'm sorry, sir, Mariko said, but again, I don't understand.
Yabu said to Omi, Explain that to her. Omi obeyed. She was disgusted by what he told her, but kept it off her face. Afterwards, the Anjin-san was completely cowed, Mariko-san. Omi finished. Without weapons, he'll always be cowed. Yabu sipped some sake. Say this to him, Mariko-san. Suicide's not a barbarian custom. It's against his Christian god. So how can he suicide? Mariko translated. Yabu was watching carefully as Blackthorn replied.
The Anjin-san apologizes with great humility, but he says, custom or not, God or not, this shame of the village is too great to bear. He says that he's in Japan, he's Hatamoto, and has the right to live according to our laws.
Her hands were trembling.
That's what he said, Yabu-san. The right to live according to our customs, our law.
Barbarians have no rights.
She said, Lord Toranaga made him Hatamoto. That gives him the right, nay?
A breeze touched the shojis, rattling them. How could he commit suicide? Eh? Ask him. Blackthorn took out the short, needle-sharp sword and placed it gently on the tatami, point facing him. Igarashi said simply, It's a bluff. Whoever heard of a barbarian acting like a civilized person? Yabu frowned, his heartbeat slowed by the excitement. He's a brave man, Igarashi-san. No doubt about that. And strange. But this? Yabu wanted to see the act, to witness the barbarian's measure, to see how he went into death, to experience with him the ecstasy of the going. With an effort, he stopped the rising tide of his own pleasure. What's your counsel, Omi-san? He asked throatily. You said to the village, sir, if the Anjin-san did not learn satisfactorily. I counsel you to make a slight concession. Say to him that whatever he learns within the 5 months will be satisfactory, but he must, in return, swear by his god never to reveal this to the village. But he's not Christian. How will that oath bind him? I believe he's a type of Christian, sir. He's against the black robes, and that's what is important. I believe swearing by his own god will be binding. And he should also swear in this god's name that he'll apply his mind totally to learning and totally to your service. Because he's clever, he will have learned very much in 5 months. Thus, your honor is saved. His, if it exists or not, is also saved. You lose nothing, gain everything. Very important, you gain his allegiance of his own free will. You believe he'll kill himself? Yes. Mariko-san.
I don't know, Yabu-san. I'm sorry. I cannot advise you. A few hours ago, I would have said, no, he will not commit suicide. Now, I don't know. Since Omi-san came for him tonight, he's been different.
Igarashi-san? If you give in to him now and it's bluff, he'll use the same trick all the time. He's cunning as a fox, Kami. We've all seen how cunning, eh? You'll have to say no one day, sire. I counsel you to say it now. It's a bluff.
Omi leaned forward and shook his head.
Sire, please excuse me, but I must repeat. If you say no, you risk a great loss. If it is a bluff, and it may well be, then as a proud man he will become hate-filled at his further humiliation, and he won't help you to the limit of his being, which you need. He's asked for something as a Hatamoto, which he's entitled to. He says he wants to live according to our customs of his own free will. Isn't that an enormous step forward, sire? That's marvelous for you, and for him. I counseled caution. Use him to your advantage. I intend to, Yabu said thickly. Igarashi said, Yes, he's valuable. And yes, I want his knowledge. But he's got to be controlled. You've said that many times, Omi-san. He's barbarian. That's all he is. Oh, I know he's Hatamoto today, and yes, he can wear the two swords from today. But that doesn't make him samurai. He's not samurai, and never will be.
Mariko knew that of all of them, she should be able to read the Anjin-san the most clearly. But she could not. One moment she understood him, the next he was incomprehensible again. One moment she liked him, the next she hated him. Why? Blackthorn's haunted eyes looked into the distance, but now there were beads of sweat on his forehead.
Is that from fear? Thought Yabu. Fear that the bluff will be called? Is he bluffing? Mariko-san.
Yes, Lord.
Tell him.
Yabu's mouth was suddenly dry, his chest aching.
Tell the Anjin-san the sentence stays.
Sire, please excuse me, but I urge you to accept Omi-san's advice. Yabu did not look at her, only at Blackthorn. The vein in his forehead pulsed.
The Anjin-san says he's decided. So be it. Let's see if he's barbarian or Hatamoto.
Mariko's voice was almost imperceptible. Anjin-san? Yabu-san says the sentence stays. I'm sorry. Blackthorn heard the words, but they did not disturb him. He felt stronger and more at peace than he had ever been, with a greater awareness of life than he had ever had. While he was waiting, he had not been listening to them or watching them. The commitment had been made. The rest he had left to God. He'd been locked in his own head, hearing the same words over and over, the same that had given him the clue to life here, the words that surely had been sent from God, through Mariko as medium. There is an easy solution. Die. To survive here, you must live according to our customs. The sentence stays.
So now I must die. I should be afraid, but I'm not. Why? I don't know. I know only that once I truly decided that the sole way to live here as a man is to do so according to their customs, to risk death, to die, perhaps to die, that suddenly the fear of death was gone. Life and death are the same. Leave karma to karma. I am not afraid to die.
Beyond the shoji, a gentle rain had begun to fall. He looked down at the knife.
I've had a good life, he thought.
His eyes came back to Yabu.
Wakarimasu,
he said clearly, and though he knew his lips had formed the word, it was as though someone else had spoken. No one moved. He watched his right hand pick up the knife, then his left also grasped the hilt, the blade steady and pointing at his heart. Now there was only the sound of his life, building and building, soaring louder and louder until he could listen no more. His soul cried out for eternal silence. The cry triggered his reflexes. His hands drove the knife unerringly toward its target. Omi had been ready to stop him, but he was unprepared for the suddenness and ferocity of Blackthorn's thrust. And as Omi's left hand caught the blade and his right the haft, pain bit into him and blood spilled from his left hand. He fought the power of the thrust with all his strength. He was losing. Then Igarashi helped. Together they halted the blow. The knife was taken away. A thin trickle of blood ran from the skin over Blackthorn's heart, where the point of the knife had entered. Mariko and Yabu had not moved. Yabu said, Say to him, whatever he learns is enough, Mariko-san. Order him. No, ask him. Ask the Anjin-san to swear as Omi-san said. Everything as Omi-san said. Blackthorn came back from death slowly. He stared at them and the knife from an immense distance, without understanding. Then the torrent of his life rushed back, but he could not grasp its significance, believing himself dead and not alive. Anjin-san! Anjin-san! He saw her lips move and heard her words, but all his senses were concentrated on the rain and the breeze. Yes? His own voice was still far off, but he smelled the rain and heard the droplets and tasted the sea salt upon the air. I'm alive, he told himself in wonder. I'm alive, and that's real rain outside, and the wind's real and from the north. There's a real brazier with real coals, and if I pick up the cup, it will have real liquid in it, and it will have taste. I'm not dead. I'm alive. The others sat in silence, waiting patiently, gentle with him to honor his bravery. No man in Japan had ever seen what they had seen. Each was asking silently, what's the Anjin-san going to do now? Will he be able to stand by himself and walk away, or will his spirit leave him? How would I act if I were he? Silently a servant brought a bandage and bound Omi's hand where the blade had cut deeply, staunching the flow of blood. Everything was very still. From time to time, Mariko would say his name quietly, as they sipped cha or sake, but very sparingly, savouring the waiting, the watching, and the remembering. For Blackthorn, this snow life seemed to last forever. Then his eyes saw, his ears heard. Anjin-san? Aye, he answered through the greatest weariness he had ever known. Mariko repeated what Omi had said, as though it came from Yabu. She had to say it several times before she was sure that he understood clearly. Blackthorn collected the last of his strength, victory sweet to him. My word is enough, as his is enough. Even so, I'll swear by God as he wants. Yes, as Yabu-san will swear by his God in equal honor to keep his side of the bargain. Lord Yabu says yes. He swears by the Lord Buddha. So Blackthorn swore as Yabu wished him to swear. He accepted some cha. Never had it tasted so good. The cup seemed very heavy, and he could not hold it for long. The rain is fine, isn't it? He said, watching the raindrops breaking and vanishing, astonished by the untoward clarity of his vision. Yes, she told him gently, knowing that his senses were on a plane never to be reached by one who had not gone freely out to meet death, and, through an unknowing karma, miraculously come back again. Why not rest now, Anjin-san? Lord Yabu thanks you and says he will talk more with you tomorrow. You should rest now. Yes, thank you. That would be fine. Do you think you can stand? Yes, I think so. Yabu-san asks if you would like a palanquin. Blackthorn thought about that. At length, he decided that a samurai would try to walk. No, thank you, he said, as much as he would have liked to lie down, to be carried back, to close his eyes, and to sleep instantly. At the same time, he knew he would be afraid to sleep yet, in case this was the dream of after death, and the knife not there on the futon, but still buried in the real him, and this hell, or the beginning of hell. Slowly he took up the knife and studied it, glorying in the real feel. Then he put it in its scabbard, everything taking so much time. Sorry, I'm so slow, he murmured. You mustn't be sorry, Anjin-san. Tonight you're reborn. This is another life, a new life, Mariko said proudly, filled with honor for him. It's given to few to return. Do not be sorry. We know it takes great fortitude. Most men do not have enough strength left afterwards, even to stand. May I help you? No, thank you. It is no dishonor to be helped. I would be honored to be allowed to help you. Thank you, but I wish to try. First. But he could not stand at once. He had to use his hands to get to his knees, and then he had to pause to get more strength. Later, he lurched up and almost fell. He swayed, but did not fall. Yabu bowed, and Mariko, Omi, and Igarashi. Blackthorn walked like a drunk for the first few paces. He clutched a pillar and held on for a moment. Then he began again. He faltered, but he was walking away, alone, as a man. He kept one hand on the long sword in his belt, and his head was high. Yabu exhaled and drank deeply of the sake. When he could speak, he said to Mariko, "Please follow him. See that he gets home safely." "Yes, sir." When she had gone, Yabu turned on Igarashi. "You manure pile fool!" Instantly, Igarashi bowed his head to the mat in penitence. "Bluff, you said, ne? Your stupidity almost cost me a priceless treasure." "Yes, sir. You're right, sir. I beg leave to end my life at once." "That would be too good for you. Go and live in the stables until I send for you. Sleep with the stupid horses. You're a horse-headed fool." "Yes, sire. I apologize, sire." "Get out. Omi-san will command the guns now. Get out!" The candles flickered and spluttered. One of the maids spilled the tiniest drop of sake on the small lacquered table in front of Yabu, and he cursed her eloquently. The others apologized at once. He allowed them to placate him and accepted more wine. "Bluff, bluff," he said. "Fool! Why do I have fools around me?" Omi said nothing, screaming with laughter inside. "But you're no fool, Omi-san. Your counsel's valuable. Your fief's doubled from today. 6,000 koku for next year. Take 30 li around Anjiro as your fief." Omi bowed to the futon. "Yabu deserves to die," he thought scornfully. "He's so easy to manipulate." "I deserve nothing, sire. I was just doing my duty." "Yes, but a liege lord should reward faithfulness and duty." Yabu was wearing the Yoshitomo sword tonight. It gave him great pleasure to touch it. "Suzu!" he called to one of the maids. "Send Tsukimoto here." "How soon will war begin?" Omi asked. "This year. Maybe you have 6 months. Perhaps not." "Why?" "Perhaps the Lady Mariko should stay more than 3 days. To protect you." "Eh? Why?" "She's the mouth of the Anjin-san. In half a month, with her, he can train 20 men, who can train 100, who can train the rest. Then, whether he lives or dies doesn't matter." "Why should he die?" "You're going to call the Anjin-san again. His next challenge, or the one after, sire. The result may be different next time. Who knows? You may want him to die." Both men knew, as Mariko and Igarashi had known, that for Yabu to swear by any god was meaningless, and of course he had no intention of keeping any promise. "You may want to put pressure on him. Once you have the information, what good is the carcass?" "None. You need to learn barbarian war strategy, but you must do it very quickly. Lord Toranaga may send for him, so you must have the woman as long as you can. Half a month should be enough to squeeze his head dry of what he knows, now that you have his complete attention. You have to experiment, to adapt their methods to our ways. Yes, it would take at least half a month, nay?" "And Toranaga-san?" "He will agree, if it's put correctly to him, sire. He must. The guns are his as well as yours, and her continuing presence here is valuable in other ways." "Yes," Yabu said with satisfaction, for the thought of holding her as hostage had also entered his mind on the ship when he had planned to offer Toranaga as a sacrifice to Ishido. "Todo Mariko should be protected, certainly. It would be bad if she fell into evil hands." "Yes, and perhaps she could be the means of controlling Hiromatsu, Buntaro, and all their clan.
even Toranaga. You draft the message about her.
Omi said, offhand,
My mother heard from Edo today, sir. She asked me to tell you that the Lady Genjiko has presented Toranaga with his first grandson.
Yabu was at once attentive.
Toranaga's grandson? Could Toranaga be controlled through this infant? The grandson assures Toranaga's dynasty, nay? How can I get the infant as hostage? And Ochiba? The Lady Ochiba? He asked. She's left Edo with all her entourage 3 days ago. By now she's safe in Lord Ishido's territory.
Yabu thought about Ochiba and her sister Genjiko.
So different.
Ochiba, vital, beautiful, cunning, relentless, the most desirable woman in the empire, and mother of the heir. Genjiko, her younger sister, quiet, brooding, flat-faced and plain, with a pitilessness that was legend, even now, that had come down to her from her mother, who was one of Goroda's sisters. The two sisters loved each other, but Ochiba hated Toranaga and his brood, as Genjiko detested the Taiko and Yeimon, his son.
Did the Taiko really father Ochiba's son?
Yabu asked himself again, as all daimyos had done secretly for years.
What wouldn't I give to know the answer to that? What wouldn't I give to possess that woman? Now that Lady Ochiba's no longer hostage in Edo, that could be good and bad,
Yabu said tentatively.
Nay? Good, only good. Now Ishido and Toranaga must begin very soon.
Omi deliberately omitted the Sama from those two names.
The Lady Mariko should stay, for your protection. See to it. Draft the message to send to Toranaga.
Suzu, the maid, knocked discreetly and opened the door. Tsukimoto came into the room.
Sire? Where are all the gifts I ordered brought from Mishima for Omi-san?
They're all in the storehouse, Lord. Here's the list. The 2 horses can be selected from the stables. Do you want me to do that now?
No. Omi-san will choose them tomorrow.
Yabu glanced at the carefully written list. 20 kimonos, second quality. 2 swords, 1 suit of armor, repaired but in good condition. 2 horses, arms for 100 samurai. 1 sword, helmet, breastplate, bow, 20 arrows and spear for each man. Best quality. Total value, 426 koku. Also the rock called the Waiting Stone. Value, priceless.
Ah, yes,
he said in better humour, remembering that night.
The rock I found in Kyushu. You were going to rename it the Waiting Barbarian, weren't you? Yes, sire, if it still pleases you,
Omi said.
But would you honour me tomorrow by deciding where it should go in the garden? I don't think there's a place good enough. Tomorrow I'll decide. Yes.
Yabu let his mind rest on the rock, and on those far-off days with his revered master, the Taiko, and last on the night of the screams. Melancholy seeped into him.
Life is so short and sad and cruel, he thought.
He eyed Suzu. The maid smiled back hesitantly, oval-faced, slender, and very delicate like the other 2. The 3 had been brought by palanquin from his household in Mishima. Tonight they were all barefoot, their kimonos the very best silk, their skins very white.
Curious that boys can be so graceful, he pondered. In many ways more feminine, more sensuous than girls are.
Then he noticed Tsukimoto.
What are you waiting for, eh? Get out!
Yes, sire. You asked me to remind you about taxes, sire. Tsukimoto heaved up his sweating bulk and gratefully hurried away.
Omi-san, you will double all taxes at once, Yabu said.
Yes, sire.
Filthy persons. They don't work hard enough. They're lazy, all of them. I keep the roads safe from bandits, the seas safe, give them good government. And what do? They spend the days drinking cha and sake and eating rice. It's time my peasants lived up to their responsibility.
Yes, sire, Omi said. Next, Yabu turned to the subject that possessed his mind.
The Anjin-san astonished me tonight. But not you? Oh, yes, he did, sire. More than you. But you were wise to make him commit himself. You say Igarashi was right? I merely admired your wisdom, sire. You would have had to say no to him sometime. I think you were very wise to say it now, tonight. I thought he'd killed himself. Yes, I'm glad you were ready. I planned on you being ready. The Anjin-san's an extraordinary man. For a barbarian, eh? A pity he's barbarian. And so naive.
Yes. Yabu yawned. He accepted sake from Suzu.
Half a month, you say? Mariko-san should stay at least that, Omi-san. Then I'll decide about her. And about him. You'll need to be taught another lesson soon.
He laughed, showing his bad teeth.
If the Anjin-san teaches us, we should teach him, eh? He should be taught how to commit seppuku correctly. That'd be something to watch, eh? See to it. Yes, I agree, the barbarian's days are numbered.
Chapter 32. 12 days later, in the afternoon, the courier from Osaka arrived. An escort of 10 samurai rode in with him. Their horses were lathered and neared death. The flags at their spearheads carried the cipher of the all-powerful Council of Regents. It was hot, overcast, and humid. The courier was a lean, hard samurai of senior rank, one of Ishido's chief lieutenants. His name was Nobara Josen, and he was known for his ruthlessness. His grey uniform kimono was tattered and mud-stained, his eyes red with fatigue. He refused food or drink, and impolitely demanded an immediate audience with Yabu.
"Forgive my appearance, Yabu-san, but my business is urgent," he said. "Yes, I ask your pardon. My master says first, why do you train Toranaga's soldiers along with your own? And second, why do they drill with so many guns?"
Yabu had flushed at the rudeness, but he kept his temper, knowing that Josen would have had specific instructions, and that such lack of manners bespoke an untoward position of power. And, too, he was greatly unsettled that there had been another leak in his security. "You're very welcome, Josen-san. You may assure your master that I always have his interests at heart," he said with a courteousness that fooled no one present. They were on the veranda of the fortress. Omi sat just behind Yabu. Igarashi, who had been forgiven a few days before, was nearer to Josen, and surrounding them were intimate guards. "What else does your master say?" Josen replied, "My master will be glad that your interests are his. Now, about the guns and the training. My master would like to know why Toranaga's son, Naga, is second in command." "Second in command of what?" "What's so important that a Toranaga son should be here?" The Lord General Ishido asks with politeness. "That's of interest to him." "Yes, everything his allies do interests him. Why is it, for instance, the barbarian seems to be in charge of training?" "Training of what?" "Yes, Yabu-sama, that's very interesting also." Josen shifted his swords more comfortably, glad that his back was protected by his own men. "Next, the Council of Regents meets again on the first day of the new moon. In 20 days. You are formally invited to Osaka to renew your oath of fidelity." Yabu's stomach twisted. "I understood Toranaga-sama had resigned?" "He has, Yabu-san. Indeed, he has. But Lord Ito Teruzumi's taking his place.
My master will be the new president of the regents.
Yabu was panic-stricken. Toranaga had said that the 4 regents would never agree on a 5th. Ito Teruzumi was a minor daimyo of Nagato province in western Honshu, but his family was ancient, descended from Fujimoto lineage, so he would be acceptable as a regent, though he was an ineffectual man, effeminate, and a puppet.
I would be honored to receive their invitation,
Yabu said defensively, trying to buy time to think.
My master thought you might wish to leave at once. Then you would be in Osaka for the formal meeting. He orders me to tell you all the daimyos are getting the same invitation. Now, so all will have an opportunity to be there in good time on the 21st day. A flower viewing ceremony has been authorized by His Imperial Highness Emperor Go-Nijo to honor the occasion.
Chosen offered an official scroll.
This isn't under the seal of the Council of Regents. My master has issued the invitation now, knowing that as a loyal vassal of the late Taiko, as a loyal vassal of Yaemon, his son and heir, and the rightful ruler of the empire when he becomes of age, you will understand that the new council will, of course, approve his action. Eh? It would certainly be a privilege to witness the formal meeting.
Yabu struggled to control his face.
Good,
Josen said. He pulled out another scroll, opened it, and held it up.
This is the copy of Lord Ito's letter of appointment, accepted and signed and authorized by the other regents, Lords Ishido, Kiyama, Onoshi, and the Lord Sugiyama.
Josen did not bother to conceal a triumphant look, knowing that this totally closed the trap on Toranaga and any of his allies, and that equally the scroll made him and his men invulnerable. Yabu took the scroll. His fingers trembled. There was no doubt of its authenticity. It had been countersigned by the Lady Yodoko, the wife of the Taiko, who affirmed that the document was true and signed in her presence, one of 6 copies that were being sent throughout the empire, and that this particular copy was for the lords of Iwari, Mikawa, Totomi, Sugara, Izu, and the Kanto. It was dated 11 days ago. The lords of Iwari, Mikawa, Suruga, and Totomi have already accepted. Here are their seals. You're the last but one on my list. Last is the Lord Toranaga. Please thank your master, and tell him I look forward to greeting him and congratulating him, Yabu said. Good. I'll require it in writing. Now would be satisfactory? This evening, Josen-san, after the evening meal. Very well. And now we can go and see the training. There is none today. All my men are on forced marches, Yabu said. The moment Josen and his men had entered Izu, word had been rushed to Yabu, who had at once ordered his men to cease all firing and to continue only silent weapon training well away from Anjiro. Tomorrow you can come with me. At noon, if you wish. Josen looked at the sky. It was late afternoon now. Good. I could use a little sleep, but I'll come back at dusk, with your permission. Then you and your commander, Omi-san, and the second commander, Naga-san, will tell me, for my master's interest, about the training, the guns, and everything. And about the barbarian. Yes, of course. Yabu motioned to Igorashi. Arrange quarters for our honored guest and his men. Thank you, but that's not necessary, Josen said at once. The ground's futon enough for a samurai. My saddle pillows enough. Just a bath, if you please. This humidity, eh? I'll camp on the crest. Of course, with your permission. As you wish. Josen bowed stiffly and walked away, surrounded by his men. All were heavily armed. 2 bowmen had been left holding their horses. Once they were well away, Yabu's face contorted with rage. Who betrayed me? Who? Where's the spy? Equally ashen,
Igarashi waved the guards out of earshot. Edo, sire, he said. Must be. Security's perfect here. Oh, Ko, Yabu said, almost rending his clothes. I'm betrayed. We are isolated. Isu and the Kanto are isolated. Ishido's won. He's won. Omi said quickly, Not for 20 days, sire. Send a message at once to Lord Toranaga. Inform him that— Fool, Yabu hissed. Of course Toranaga already knows. Where I've one spy, he has 50. He's left me in the trap. I don't think so, sire, Omi said, unafraid. Iwari, Mikawa, Totomi, and Sugura are all hostile to him, ne? And to anyone who's allied to him. They'd never warn him, so perhaps he doesn't know yet. Inform him and suggest— Didn't you hear? Yabu shouted. All 4 regents agree to Ito's appointment, so the council's legal again, and the council meets in 20 days. The answer to that is simple, sire. Suggest to Toranaga that he have Ito Teruzumi or one of the other regents assassinated at once. Yabu's mouth dropped open. What? If you don't wish to do that, send me. Let me try. Or Igarashi-san. With Lord Ito dead, Ishido's helpless again. I don't know whether you've gone mad or what, Yabu said helplessly. Do you understand what you've just said? Sire, I beg you, please, to be patient with me. The Anjin-san's given you priceless knowledge, ne? More than we ever dreamed possible. Now Toranaga knows this also, through your reports, and probably from Naga-san's private reports. If we can win enough time, our 500 guns and the other 300 will give you absolute battle power, but only once. When the enemy, whoever he is, sees the way you use men and firepower, they'll learn quickly. But they'll have lost that first battle. One battle, if it's the right battle, will give Toranaga total victory. Ishido doesn't need any battle. In 20 days, he has the Emperor's mandate. Ishido's a peasant. He's the son of a peasant, a liar, and he runs away from his comrades in battle. Yabu stared at Omi, his face mottled. Do you know what you're saying? That's what he did in Korea. I was there. I saw it. My father saw it. Ishido did leave Buntaro-san and us to fight our own way out. He's just a treacherous peasant. The Taiko's dog, certainly. You can't trust peasants. But Toranaga's Minowara. You can trust him. I advise you to consider only Toranaga's interests. Yabu shook his head in disbelief. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear Nobara-Josen? Ishido's won. The council is in power in 20 days. Maybe in power. Even if Ito— How could you? It's not possible. Certainly I could try, but I could never do it in time. None of us could. Not in 20 days. But Toranaga could. Omi knew he had put himself into the jaws of the dragon. I beg you to consider it. Yabu wiped his face with his hands, his body wet. After this summons, if the council is convened, and I'm not present, I and all my clan are dead, you included. I need 2 months, at least, to train the regiment. Even if we had them trained now, Toranaga and I could never win against all the others. No, you're wrong. I have to support Ishido. Omi said, You don't have to leave for Osaka for 10 days. 14, if you go by forced march. Tell Toranaga about Nobara-Josen at once. You'll save Izu and the Kashigi house. I beg you. Ishido will betray you and eat you up. Ikawajikyu is his kinsman, eh? But what about Josen? Igarashi exclaimed. Eh? And the guns? The grand strategy? He wants to know about everything tonight. Tell him, in detail. What is he but a lackey?
Omi said, beginning to maneuver them. He knew he was risking everything, but he had to try to protect Yabu from siding with Ishido and ruining any chance they had.
Open your plans to him.
Igarashi disagreed heatedly.
The moment Josun learns what we're doing, he'll send a message back to Lord Ishido. It's too important not to. Ishido will steal the plans, then we're finished. We'll trail the messenger and kill him at our convenience.
Yabu flushed.
That scroll was signed by the highest authority in the land. They all travel under the regent's protection. You must be mad to suggest such a thing. That would make me an outlaw.
Omi shook his head, keeping confidence on his face.
I believe Yodoko-sama and the others have been duped, as His Imperial Highness has been duped, by the traitor Ishido. We must protect the guns, sire. We must stop any messenger. Silence! Your advice is madness!
Omi bowed under the tongue lash. But he looked up and said calmly, Then please allow me to commit seppuku, sir. But first, please allow me to finish. I would fail in my duty if I didn't try to protect you. I beg this last favor as a faithful vassal.
Finish!
There's no Council of Regents now, so there is no legal protection now for that insulting, foul-mannered Josun and his men. Unless you honor an illegal document through... Omi was going to say weakness, but he changed the word and kept his voice quietly authoritative.
Through being duped like the others, sire. There is no council. They cannot order you to do anything, or anyone. Once it's convened, yes, they can, and then you will have to obey. But now, how many daimyos will obey before legal orders can be issued? Only Ishido's allies, ne? Aren't Iwari, Mikawa, Totomi, and Sugura all ruled by his kinsman and allied to him openly? That document absolutely means war, yes, but I beg you to wage it on your terms and not Ishido's. Treat this threat with the contempt it deserves. Toranaga's never been beaten in battle. Ishido has. Toranaga avoided being part of the Taiko's ruinous attack on Korea. Ishido didn't. Toranaga's in favor of ships and trade. Ishido isn't. Toranaga will want the barbarians' navy. Didn't you advocate it to him? Ishido won't. Ishido will close the empire. Toranaga will keep it open. Ishido will give Ikawa Jikyu your hereditary fief of Izu if he wins. Toranaga will give you all Jikyu's province. You're Toranaga's chief ally. Didn't he give you his sword? Hasn't he given you control of the guns? Don't the guns guarantee one victory, with surprise? What does the peasant Ishido give in return? He sends a Ronin samurai with no manners, with deliberate orders to shame you in your own province. I say Toranaga Minowara is your only choice. You must go with him.
He bowed and waited in silence. Yabu glanced at Igarashi.
Well? I agree with Omi-san, sire.
Igarashi's face mirrored his worry.
As to killing a messenger, that would be dangerous. No turning back then, sire. Josun will certainly send one or two tomorrow. Perhaps they could vanish, killed by bandits.
He stopped in mid-sentence.
Carrier pigeons. There were 2 panniers of them on Josun's pack horses. We'll have to poison them tonight, Omi said. How? They'll be guarded. I don't know, but they've got to be removed or maimed before dawn.
Yabu said,
Igarashi, send men to watch Josun at once. See if he sends one of his pigeons now. Today. I suggest you send all our falcons and falconers to the east, also at once, Omi added quickly.
Igarashi said,
He'll suspect treachery if he sees his bird downed or his birds tampered with.
Omi shrugged.
It must be stopped.
Igarashi looked at Yabu.
Yabu nodded resignedly. Do it. When Igarashi came back, he said, Omi-san, one thing occurred to me. A lot of what you said was right about GQ and Lord Ishido. But if you advise making the messengers vanish, why toy with Josen at all? Why tell him anything? Why not just kill them all at once? Why not indeed? Unless it might amuse Yabu-sama. I agree your plan's better, Igarashi-san, Omi said. Both men were looking at Yabu now. How can I keep the gun secret? He asked them. Kill Josen and his men, Omi replied. No other way? Omi shook his head. Igarashi shook his head. Maybe I could barter with Ishido, Yabu said, shaken, trying to think of a way out of the trap. You're correct about the time. I've 10 days, 14 at the most. How to deal with Josen and still leave time to maneuver? It would be wise to pretend that you're going to Osaka, Omi said. But there's no harm in informing Toranaga at once, ne? One of our pigeons could get to Edo before dusk. Perhaps. No harm in that. Igarashi said, You could tell Lord Toranaga about Josen arriving, and about the council meeting in 20 days. Yes, but the other, about assassinating Lord Ito. That's too dangerous to put in writing, even if... Much too dangerous, ne? I agree. Nothing about Ito. Toranaga should think of that himself. It's obvious, ne? Yes, sire. Unthinkable, but obvious. Omi waited in the silence, his mind frantically seeking a solution. Yabu's eyes were on him, but he was not afraid. His advice had been sound, and offered only for the protection of the clan and the family and Yabu, the present leader of the clan. That Omi had decided to remove Yabu and change the leadership had not prevented him from counseling Yabu sagaciously. And he was prepared to die now. If Yabu was so stupid as not to accept the obvious truth of his ideas, then there soon would be no clan to lead anyway. Karma. Yabu leaned forward, still undecided. Is there any way to remove Josen and his men without danger to me, and stay uncommitted for 10 days? Naga. Somehow bait a trap with Naga, Omi said simply. At dusk, Blackthorn and Marika rode up to the gate of his house, outriders following. Both were tired. She rode as a man would ride, wearing loose trousers and over them a belted mantle. She had on a wide-brimmed hat and gloves to protect her from the sun. Even peasant women tried to protect their faces and their hands from the rays of the sun. From time immemorial, the darker the skin, the more common the person. The whiter, the more prized. Male servants took the halters and led the horses away. Blackthorn dismissed his outriders in tolerable Japanese and greeted Hujiko, who waited proudly on the veranda as usual. "May I serve you cha, Anjin-san?" she said ceremoniously, as usual. And, "No," he said as usual. "First I will bathe, then sake and some food." And, as usual, he returned her bow and went through the corridor to the back of the house, out into the garden, along the circling path to the mud-wattled bathhouse. A servant took his clothes, and he went in and sat down naked. Another servant scrubbed him and soaped him and shampooed him and poured water over him to wash away the lather and the dirt. Then, completely clean, gradually, because the water was so hot, he stepped into the huge iron-sided bath and lay down. "Christ Jesus, that's grand!" he exulted, and let the heat seep into his muscles, his eyes closed, the sweat running down his forehead. He heard the door open and Suo's voice and, "Good evening, master," followed by many words of Japanese, which he did not understand. But tonight he was too tired to try to converse with Suo, and the bath, as Mariko had explained many times, is not merely for cleaning the skin. The bath is a gift to us from God, or the gods, a God-bequeathed pleasure to be enjoyed and treated as such. No talk, Suo, he said. Tonight wish think.
Yes, master. Your pardon, but you should say, tonight I wish to think.
Tonight I wish to think.
Blackthorn repeated the correct Japanese, trying to get the almost incomprehensible sounds into his head. Glad to be corrected, but very weary of it.
Where's the dictionary grammar book?
He had asked Mariko first thing this morning.
Has Yabu-sama sent another request for it?
Yes. Please be patient, Anjin-san. It will arrive soon.
It was promised with the galley and the troops. It didn't arrive. Troops and guns, but no books. I'm lucky you're here. It'd be impossible without you.
Difficult, but not impossible, Anjin-san.
How do I say, no, you're doing it wrong. You must all run as a team, stop as a team, aim and fire as a team.
To whom are you talking, Anjin-san? She had asked. And then again he had felt his frustration rising.
It's all very difficult, Mariko-san.
Oh no, Anjin-san. Japanese is very simple to speak compared with other languages. There are no articles, no the, a, or an, no verb conjugations or infinitives. All verbs are regular, ending in mas, and you can say almost everything by using the present tense only, if you want. For a question, just add ka after the verb. For a negative, just change mas to masen. What could be easier? Yukimasu means I go, but equally, you, he, she, it, we, they go, or will go, or even could have gone. Even plural and singular nouns are the same. Tsuma means wife, or wives. Very simple.
Well, how do you tell the difference between I go, yukimasu, and they went, yukimasu?
By inflection, Anjin-san, and tone. Listen. Yukimasu, yukimasu.
But these both sounded exactly the same.
Ah, Anjin-san, that's because you're thinking in your own language. To understand Japanese, you have to think Japanese. Don't forget our language is the language of the infinite. It's all so simple, Anjin-san. Just change your concept of the world. Japanese is just learning a new art, detached from the world. It's all so simple.
It's all shit, he had muttered in English, and felt better.
What? What did you say?
Nothing. But what you say doesn't make sense.
Learn the written characters, Mariko had said.
I can't. It'll take too long. They're meaningless.
Look, they're really simple pictures, Anjin-san. The Chinese are very clever. We borrowed their writing 1,000 years ago. Look, take this character or symbol for a pig.
It doesn't look like a pig.
Once it did, Anjin-san. Let me show you. Here. Add a roof symbol over a pig symbol, and what do you have?
A pig and a roof.
But what does that mean? The new character.
I don't know.
Home. In the olden days, the Chinese thought a pig under a roof was home. They're not Buddhists, they're meat-eaters, so a pig to them, to peasants, represented wealth, hence a good home, hence the character.
But how do you say it?
That depends if you're Chinese or Japanese.
Oko.
Oko indeed, she had laughed. Here's another character. A roof symbol and a pig symbol and a woman symbol. A roof with 2 pigs under it means contentment. A roof with 2 women under it equals discord. Ne?
Absolutely.
Of course, the Chinese are very stupid in many things, and their women are not trained as women are here. There's no discord in your home, is there? Blackthorn thought about that now, on the 12th day of his rebirth. No, there was no discord, but neither was it a home. Fujiko was only like a trustworthy housekeeper, and tonight, when he went to his bed to sleep, the futons would be turned back, and she would be kneeling beside them patiently, expressionlessly. She would be dressed in her sleeping kimono, which was similar to a day kimono, but softer, and with only a loose sash instead of a stiff obi at the waist.
"Thank you, lady," he would say. "Good night."
She would bow and go silently to the room across the corridor, next to the one Mariko slept in. Then he would get under the fine silk mosquito net. He had never known such nets before. Then he would lie back happily, and in the night, hearing the few insects buzzing outside, he would dwell on the black ship, how important the black ship was to Japan.
"Without the Portuguese, no trade with China, and no silks for clothes or for nets."
Even now, with the humidity only just beginning, he knew their value. If he stirred in the night, a maid would open the door almost instantly to ask if there was anything he wanted. Once he had not understood. He motioned the maid away and went to the garden and sat on the steps, looking at the moon. Within a few minutes, Hujiko, tousled and bleary, came and sat silently behind him. "Can I get you anything, Lord?"
"No, thank you. Please go to bed."
She had said something he did not understand. Again, he had motioned her away, so she spoke sharply to the maid, who attended her like a shadow. Soon Mariko came. "Are you all right, Anjin-san?"
"Yes. I don't know why you were disturbed. Christ Jesus, I'm just looking at the moon. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted some air."
Hujiko spoke to her haltingly, ill at ease, hurt by the irritation in his voice. "She says you told her to go back to sleep. She just wanted you to know that it's not our custom for a wife or consort to sleep while her master's awake. That's all, Anjin-san."
"Then she'll have to change her custom. I'm often up at night, by myself. It's a habit from being at sea. I sleep very lightly ashore."
"Yes, Anjin-san." Mariko had explained, and the two women had gone away. But Blackthorn knew that Hujiko had not gone back to sleep, and would not until he slept. She was always up and waiting, whatever time he came back to the house. Some nights he walked the shore alone. Even though he insisted on being alone, he knew that he was followed and watched. Not because they were afraid he was trying to escape, only because it was their custom for important people always to be attended. In Anjiro, he was important. In time, he accepted her presence. It was as Mariko had first said. Think of her as a rock, or a shoji, or a wall. It is her duty to serve you. It was different with Mariko. He was glad that she had stayed. Without her presence, he could never have begun the training, let alone explain the intricacies of strategy. He blessed her and Father Domingo and Alban Caradoc and his other teachers.
"I never thought the battles would ever be put to good use," he thought again.
Once, when his ship was carrying a cargo of English wools to Antwerp, the Spanish army had swooped down upon the city, and every man had gone to the barricades and to the dikes. The sneak attack had been beaten off, and the Spanish infantry outgunned and outmaneuvered. That was the first time he had seen William, Duke of Orange, using regiments like chess pieces. Advancing, retreating in pretended panic to regroup again, charging back again, guns blazing in packed, gut-hurting, ear-pounding salvos, breaking through the invincibles to leave them dying and screaming, the stench of blood and powder and urine and horses and dung filling you, and a wild, frantic joy of killing possessing you, and the strength of 20 in your arms.
"Christ Jesus, it's grand to be victorious," he said aloud in the tub.
"Master?"
Suo said. "Nothing," he replied in Japanese. I was just thinking aloud."
"I understand, Master. Yes, your pardon." Blackthorn let himself drift away.
"Mariko. Yes, she's been invaluable."
After that first night of his almost suicide, nothing had ever been said again. What was there to say?
"I'm glad there's so much to do," he thought. "No time to think except here in the bath for these few minutes. Never enough time to do everything. Ordered to concentrate on training and teaching, and not on learning, but wanting to learn, trying to learn, needing to learn, to fulfill the promise to Yabu. Never enough hours. Always exhausted and drained by bedtime, sleeping instantly, to be up at dawn and riding fast to the plateau. Training all morning, then a sparse meal, never satisfying and never meat. Then every afternoon until nightfall, sometimes till very late at night, with Yabu and Omi and Igorashi and Naga and Tsukimoto, and a few of the other officers, talking about war, answering questions about war. How to wage war, how barbarians war and how Japanese war, on land and at sea. Scribes always taking notes, many, many notes. Sometimes with Yabu alone, but always Mariko there, part of him, talking for him, and for Yabu. Mariko different now toward him, he no longer a stranger. Other days the scribes reading back the notes, always checking, being meticulous, revising and checking again, until now, after 12 days and 100 hours or so of detailed, exhaustive explanation, a war manual was forming. Exact and lethal. Lethal to whom? Not to us English or Hollanders, who will come here peacefully and only as traders. Lethal to Yabu's enemies and to Toranaga's enemies, and to our Portuguese and Spanish enemies when they try to conquer Japan. Like they've done everywhere else. In every newly discovered territory. First the priests arrive, then the conquistadores. But not here, he thought with great contentment. Never here. Now. The manual's lethal, and proof against that. No conquest here, given a few years for the knowledge to spread.
Anjin-san?
Hi, Mariko-san. She was bowing to him.
Yabu ko wa kiden, no ko shoseki, o konya wa hitsuyo, to senu to osirareru, Anjin-san.
The words formed slowly in his head. Lord Yabu does not require to see you tonight. Ichiban, he said blissfully. Domo.
Gomen nasai, Anjin-san. Anata wa.
Yes, Mariko-san, he interrupted her, the heat of the water sapping his energy. I know I should have said it differently, but I don't want to speak any more Japanese now. Not tonight. Now I feel like a schoolboy who's been let out of school for the Christmas holiday. Do you realize these will be the first free hours I've had since I arrived?
Yes, I do.
She smiled wryly.
And do you realize, Senor Captain Pilot Brackphone, these will be the first free hours I've had since I arrived?
He laughed. She was wearing a thick cotton bathing robe tied loosely and a towel around her head to protect her hair. Every evening, as soon as his massage began, she would take the bath, sometimes alone, sometimes with Hujiko. Here, you have it now, he said, beginning to get out.
Oh, please, no. I don't wish to disturb you.
Then share it. It's wonderful.
Thank you. I can hardly wait to soak the sweat and dust away.
She took off her robe and sat on the tiny seat. A servant began to lather her, Suo waiting patiently near the massage table.
It is rather like a school holiday, she said, as happily.
The first time Blackthorn had seen her naked, on the day that they swam, he had been greatly affected. Now her nakedness, of itself, did not touch him physically. Living closely in Japanese style in a Japanese house, where the walls were paper and the rooms multi-purpose, he had seen her unclothed and partially clothed many times. He had even seen her relieving herself.
What's more normal, Anjin-san? Bodies are normal, and differences between men and women are normal, nay?
Yes, but it's, just that we're trained differently.
But now you're here, and our customs are your customs, and normal is normal, nay?
Normal was urinating or defecating in the open, if there were no latrines or buckets, just lifting your kimono or parting it, and squatting or standing, everyone else politely waiting and not watching, rarely screens for privacy. Why should one require privacy? And soon one of the peasants would gather the feces and mix it with water
to fertilize crops. Human manure and urine were the only substantial source of fertilizer in the empire. There were few horses and bullocks, and no other animal sources at all. So every human particle was harbored and sold to the farmers throughout the land. And after you've seen the highborn and the lowborn parting or lifting and standing or squatting, there's not much left to be embarrassed about. Is there, Anjin-san?
No.
Good, she had said, very satisfied. Soon you will like raw fish and fresh seaweed, and then you'll really be Hatamoto. The maid poured water over her. Then, cleansed, Mariko stepped into the bath and lay down opposite him with a long-drawn sigh of ecstasy, the little crucifix dangling between her breasts.
How did you do that? He said.
What?
Get in so quickly. It's so hot.
I don't know, Anjin-san, but I asked them to put more firewood on and to heat up the water. For you, Uchiko always makes sure it's... We would call it tepid.
If this is tepid, then I'm a Dutchman's uncle.
What?
Nothing.
The water's heat made them drowsy, and they lolled a while, not saying a word. Later she said, What would you like to do this evening, Anjin-san?
If we were up in London, we'd...
Blackthorn stopped.
I won't think about them, he told himself. Or London. That's gone. That doesn't exist. Only here exists.
If?
She was watching him, aware of the change. We'd go to a theatre and see a play, he said, dominating himself. Do you have plays here?
Oh, yes, Anjin-san. Plays are very popular with us. The Taiko like to perform in them for the entertainment of his guests. Even Lord Toranaga likes to. And, of course, there are many touring companies for the common people. But our plays are not quite like yours, so I believe. Here our actors and actresses wear masks. We call the plays no. They're part music, partially danced, and mostly very sad, very tragic, historical plays. Some are comedies. Would we see a comedy? Or perhaps a religious play?
No, we'd go to the Globe Theatre and see something by a playwright called Shakespeare. I like him better than Ben Jonson or Marlowe. Perhaps we'd see The Taming of the Shrew, or A Midsummer Night's Dream, or Romeo and Juliet. I took my wife to Romeo and Juliet, and she liked it very much.
He explained the plots to her. Mostly Mariko found them incomprehensible. It would be unthinkable here for a girl to disobey her father like that. But so sad, ne? Sad for a young girl, and sad for the boy. She was only 13. Do all your ladies marry so young?
No, 15 or 16's usual. My wife was 17 when we were married. How old were you?
Just 15, Anjin-san. A shadow crossed her brow, which he did not notice. And after the play, what would we do?
I would take you to eat. We'd go to Stone's Chop House in Fetter Lane, or the Cheshire Cheese in Fleet Street. They are inns where the food's special.
What would you eat?
I'd rather not remember, he said with a lazy smile, turning his mind back to the present. I can't remember. Here is where we are, and here is where we'll eat. And I enjoy raw fish, and karma is karma.
He sank deeper into the tub.
A great word, karma, and a great idea. Your help's been enormous to me, Mariko-san.
It's my pleasure to be of a little service to you. Mariko relaxed into the warmth. Ujiko has some special food for you tonight.
Oh?
She bought I think you call it a pheasant. It's a large bird. One of the falconers caught it for her.
A pheasant? You really mean it? Honto?
Honto, she replied. Ujiko asked them to hunt for you. She asked me to tell you.
How is it being cooked?
One of the soldiers had seen the Portuguese preparing them, and he told Ujiko-san. She asks you to be patient if it's not cooked properly.
But how is she doing it? How are the cooks doing it?
He corrected himself, for servants alone did the cooking and cleaning. She was told that first someone pulls out all the feathers, then takes out the entrails. Mariko controlled her squeamishness. Then the birds either cut into small pieces and fried with oil, or boiled with salt and spices. Her nose wrinkled. Sometimes they cover it with mud and put it into the coals of a fire and bake it. We have no ovens, Anjin-san, so it will be fried. I hope that's all right.
I'm sure it'll be perfect,
he said, certain it would be inedible. She laughed. You're so transparent, Anjin-san, sometimes.
You don't understand how important food is.
In spite of himself, he smiled.
You're right. I shouldn't be interested in food, but I can't control hunger.
You'll soon be able to do that. You'll even learn how to drink cha from an empty cup.
What?
This is not the place to explain that, Anjin-san, or the time. For that, you must be very awake and very alert. A quiet sunset or dawning is necessary. I will show you how one day, because of what you did. Oh, it is so good to lie here, isn't it? A bath is truly the gift of God. He heard the servants outside the wall stoking the fire. He bore the intensifying heat as long as he could, then emerged from the water, half helped by Suo, and lay back, gasping on the thick towel cloth. The old man's fingers probed. Blackthorn could have cried out with pleasure.
That's so good.
You've changed so much in the last few days, Anjin-san.
Have I?
Oh, yes, since your rebirth. Yes, very much. He tried to recall the first night, but could remember little. Somehow he had made it back on his own legs. Fujiko and the servants had helped him to bed. After a dreamless sleep, he woke at dawn and went for a swim. Then, drying in the sun, he had thanked God for the strength and the clue that Mariko had given him. Later, walking home, he greeted the villagers, knowing secretly that they were freed of Yabu's curse, as he was freed. Then, when Mariko had arrived, he had sent for Mura.
Mariko-san, please tell Mura this. We have a problem, you and I. We will solve it together. I want to join the village school, to learn to speak with children.
They haven't a school, Anjin-san.
None?
No. Mura says there's a monastery a few li to the west, and the monks could teach you reading and writing, if you wish. But this is a village, Anjin-san. The children here need to learn the ways of fish, the sea, making nets, planting and growing rice and crops. There's little time for anything else, except reading and writing. And, too, parents and grandparents teach their own, as always.
Then how can I learn when you've gone?
Lord Toranaga will send the books.
I'll need more than books.
Everything will be satisfactory, Anjin-san.
Yes, perhaps. But tell the headman that whenever I make a mistake, everyone, even a child, is to correct me. At once. I order it.
He says, thank you, Anjin-san.
Does anyone here speak Portuguese?
He says no.
Anyone nearby?
Iye, Anjin-san.
Mariko-san, I've got to have someone when you leave.
I'll tell Yabu-san what you've said.
Mura-san, you...
He says you must not use san to him or to any villagers. They are beneath you. It's not correct for you to say san to them or anyone beneath you.
Fujiko had also bowed to the ground that first day.
Fujiko-san welcomes you home, Anjin-san. She says you have done her great honor, and she begs your forgiveness for being rude on the ship. She is honored to be consort and head of your house. She asks if you will keep the swords, as it would please her greatly. They belonged to her father, who is dead. She had not given them to her husband, because he had swords of his own.
Thank her, and say I'm honored she's consort, he had said.
Mariko had bowed too, formally. You are in a new life now, Anjin-san. We look at you with new eyes. It is our custom to be formal sometimes, with great seriousness. You have opened my eyes. Very much. Once you were just a barbarian to me. Please excuse my stupidity. What you did proves you're samurai. Now you are samurai. Please forgive my previous bad manners. He had felt very tall that day, but his self-inflicted near-death had changed him more than he realized and scarred him forever, more than the sum of all his other near-deaths. Did you rely on Omi? He asked himself. That Omi would catch the blow? Didn't you give him plenty of warning? I don't know. I only know I'm glad he was ready, Blackthorn answered himself truthfully. That's another life gone. That's my 9th life. The last, he said aloud. Suo's fingers ceased at once. What? Mariko asked. What did you say, Anshin-san? Nothing. It was nothing, he replied, ill at ease. I hurt you, master? Suo said. No. Suo said something more that he did not understand. Dozo? Mariko said distantly. He wants to massage your back now. Blackthorn turned on his stomach and repeated the Japanese and forgot it at once. He could see her through the steam. She was breathing deeply, her head tilted back slightly, her skin pink. How does she stand the heat? He asked himself. Training, I suppose, from childhood. Suo's fingers pleasured him, and he drowsed momentarily. What was I thinking about? You were thinking about your 9th life, your last life, and you were frightened, remembering the superstition. But it is foolish here in this land of the gods to be superstitious. Things are different here, and this is forever. Today is forever. Tomorrow many things can happen. Today I'll abide by their rules. I will. The maid brought in the covered dish. She held it high above her head, as was custom, so that her breath would not defile the food. Anxiously she knelt and placed it carefully on the tray table in front of Blackthorn. On each little table were bowls and chopsticks, sake cups and napkins, and a tiny flower arrangement. Fujiko and Mariko were sitting opposite him. They wore flowers and silver combs in their hair. Fujiko's kimono was a pale green pattern of fish on a white background, her obi gold. Mariko wore black and red with a thin silver overlay of chrysanthemums and a red and silver check obi. Both wore perfume, as always. Incense burned to keep the night bugs away. Blackthorn had long since composed himself. He knew that any displeasure from him would destroy their evening. If pheasants could be caught, there would be other game, he thought. He had a horse and guns, and he could hunt himself, if only he could get the time. Fujiko leaned over and took the lid off the dish. The small pieces of fried meat were browned and seemed perfect. He began to salivate at the aroma. Slowly he took a piece of meat in his chopsticks, willing it not to fall, and chewed the flesh. It was tough and dry, but he had been meatless for so long it was delicious. Another piece. He sighed with pleasure. Ichiban! Ichiban! By God! Fujiko blushed and poured him sake to hide her face. Mariko fanned herself, the crimson fan a dragonfly. Blackthorn quaffed the wine and ate another piece and poured more wine, and ritualistically offered his brimming cup to Fujiko. She refused, as was custom, but tonight he insisted, so she drained the cup, choking slightly. Mariko also refused, and was also made to drink. Then he attacked the pheasant with as little gusto as he could manage. The women hardly touched their small portions of vegetables and fish. This didn't bother him, because it was a female custom to eat before or afterward, so that all their attention could be devoted to the master. He ate all the pheasant and 3 bowls of rice and slurped his sake, which was also good manners. He felt replete for the first time in months. During the meal, he had finished 6 flasks of the hot wine, Mariko and Fujiko 2 between them. Now they were flushed and giggling, and at the silly stage. Mariko chuckled and put her hand in front of her mouth. I wish I could drink sake like you, Anjin-san. You drink sake better than any man I've ever known. I wager you'd be the best in Izu. I could win a lot of money on you.
I thought samurai disapproved of gambling.
Oh, they do. Absolutely they do. They're not merchants and peasants. But not all samurai are as strong as others, and many, many will bet like the southern bar, like the Portuguese bet.
Do women bet?
Oh, yes, very much. But only with other ladies and in careful amounts, and always so their husbands never find out. She gaily translated for Fujiko, who was more flushed than she. Your consort asks, do Englishmen bet? Do you like to wager?
It's our national pastime.
And he told them about horse racing and skittles and bull baiting and coursing and whippets and hawking and bowls and the new stock companies and letters of marque and shooting and darts and lotteries and boxing and cards and wrestling and dice and checkers and dominoes and the time at the fairs when you put farthings on numbers and bet against the wheels of chance. But how do you find time to live, to war, and to pillow? Fujiko asks.
There's always time for those.
Their eyes met for a moment, but he could not read anything in hers, only happiness and maybe too much wine. Mariko begged him to sing the hornpipe song for Fujiko, and he did, and they congratulated him and said it was the best they had ever heard.
Have some more sake.
Oh, you mustn't pour, Anjin-san. That's woman's duty. Didn't I tell you?
Yes. Have some more, dozo.
I'd better not. I think I'll fall over. Mariko fluttered her fan furiously, and the draught stirred the threads of hair that had escaped from her immaculate coiffure.
You have nice ears, he said.
So have you. We, Fujiko-san and I, we think your nose is perfect, too. Worthy of a daimyo. He grinned and bowed elaborately to them. They bowed back. The folds of Mariko's kimono fell away from her neck slightly, revealing the edge of her scarlet underkimono and the swell of her breasts, and it stirred him considerably. Sake, Anjin-san? He held out the cup, his fingers steady. She poured, watching the cup, the tip of her tongue touching her lips as she concentrated. Fujiko reluctantly accepted some too, though she said that she couldn't feel her legs anymore. Her quiet melancholia had gone tonight, and she seemed young again. Blackthorn noticed that she was not as ugly as he had once thought. Josen's head was buzzing, not from sake, but from the incredible war strategy that Yabu, Omi, and Igorashi had described so openly. Only Naga, the second-in-command, son of the arch-enemy, had said nothing, and had remained throughout the evening, cold, arrogant, stiff-backed, with the characteristic large Toranaga nose on a taut face.
Astonishing, Yabu-sama, Josen said. Now I can understand the reason for secrecy. My master will understand it also. Wise, very wise. And you, Naga-san, you've been silent all evening. I'd like your opinion. How do you like this new mobility, this new strategy? My father believes that all war possibilities should be considered, Josen-san, the young man replied. But you? What's your opinion? I was sent here only to obey, to observe, to listen, to learn, and to test. Not to give opinions. Of course, but as second-in-command, I should say as an illustrious second-in-command, do you consider the experiment a success? Yabu-sama or Omi-san should answer that. Or my father. But Yabu-sama said that everyone tonight was to talk freely. What's there to hide? We are all friends, nay? So famous a son of so famous a father must have an opinion, nay? Naga's eyes narrowed under the taunt, but he did not reply. Everyone can speak freely, Naga-san, Yabu said. What do you think? I think that with surprise, this idea would win one skirmish or possibly one battle. With surprise, yes. But then... Naga's voice swept on icily. Then all sides would use the same plan, and vast numbers of men would die unnecessarily, slain without honor by an assailant who won't even know who he has killed. I doubt if my father will actually authorize its use in a real battle. He said that?
Yabu put the question incisively, careless of Josen.
No, Yabu-sama, I'm giving my own opinion. Of course. But the musket regiment, you don't approve of it? It disgusts you?
Yabu asked darkly. Naga looked at him with flat, reptilian eyes.
With great deference, since you ask my opinion, yes, I find it disgusting. Our forefathers have always known whom they killed or who defeated them. That's Bushido, our way, the way of the warrior, the way of a true samurai. The better man victorious, ne? But now this? How do you prove your valor to your lord? How can he reward courage? To charge bullets is brave, yes, but also stupid. Where's the valor in that? Guns are against our samurai code. Barbarians fight this way. Peasants fight this way. Do you realize filthy merchants and peasants, even Etta, could fight this way?
Josen laughed, and Naga continued even more menacingly.
A few fanatic peasants could easily kill any number of samurai with enough guns. Yes, peasants could kill any one of us, even the Lord Ishido, who wants to sit in my father's place.
Josen bridled.
Lord Ishido doesn't covet your father's lands. He only seeks to protect the empire for its rightful heir. My father's no threat to the Lord Yaemon, or to the realm. Of course, but you were talking about peasants. The Lord Taiko was once a peasant. My Lord Ishido was once a peasant. I was once a peasant. And a ronin.
Naga wanted no quarrel. He knew he was no match for Josen, whose prowess with sword and axe was renowned.
I wasn't trying to insult your master, or you, or anyone, Josen-san. I was merely saying that we samurai must all make very certain that peasants never have guns, or none of us will be safe. Merchants and peasants'll never worry us, Josen said. I agree, Yabu added. And Naga-san, I agree with part of what you say. Yes, but guns are modern. Soon all battles will be fought with guns. I agree. It's distasteful. But it's the way of modern war. And then it'll be as it always was. The bravest samurai will always conquer. No, so sorry, but you're wrong, Yabu-sama. What did this cursed barbarian tell us? The essence of their war strategy. He freely admits that all their armies are conscript and mercenary. Eh? Mercenary? No sense of duty to their lords. The soldiers only fight for pay and loot, to rape and to gorge. Didn't he say their armies are peasant armies? That's what guns have brought to their world, and that's what guns will bring to ours. If I had power, I'd take this barbarian's head tonight and outlaw all guns permanently. Is that what your father thinks? Josen asked too quickly. My father doesn't tell me or anyone what he thinks, as you surely know. I don't speak for my father. No one speaks for him.
Naga replied, angry at allowing himself to be trapped into talking at all.
I was sent here to obey, to listen, and not to talk. I apologize for talking. I would not have spoken unless you asked me. If I have offended you, or you, Yabu-sama, or you, Omi-san, I apologize. There's no need to apologize. I asked your views, Yabu said. Why should anyone be offended? This is a discussion, among leaders. You'd outlaw guns? Yes. I think you'd be wise to keep a very close check on every gun in your domain. All peasants are forbidden weapons, of any kind. My peasants and my people are very well controlled.
Josen smirked at the slim youth,
loathing him. "Interesting ideas you have, Naga-san, but you're mistaken about the peasants. They're nothing to samurai but providers. They're no more threat than a pile of dung." "At the moment," Naga said, his pride commanding him. "That's why I'd outlaw guns now. You're right, Yabu-san, that a new era requires new methods. But because of what this Anjin-san, this one barbarian, has said, I'd go much further than our present laws. I would issue edicts that anyone other than the samurai found with a gun, or caught trading in guns, would immediately forfeit his life, and that of every member of his family of every generation. Further, I would prohibit the making or importing of guns. I'd prohibit barbarians from wearing them or from bringing them to our shores. Yes, if I had power, which I do not seek and never will, I'd keep barbarians out of our country totally, except for a few priests and one port of trade, which I'd surround with a high fence and trusted warriors. Last, I'd put this foul-minded barbarian, the Anjin-san, to death at once, so that his filthy knowledge will not spread. He's a disease." Josen said, "Ah, Naga-san, it must be good to be so young. You know, my master agrees with much of what you said about the barbarians. I've heard him say many times, 'Kick them out, kick them out, kick their asses away to Nagasaki, and keep them bottled there.' You'd kill the Anjin-san, eh? Interesting. My master doesn't like the Anjin-san either, but for him—" He stopped. "Ah, yes, you've a good thought about guns. I can see that clearly. May I tell that to my master, your idea about new laws?" "Of course." Naga was mollified, and calmer now that he had spoken what had been bottled up from the first day. "You've given this opinion to Lord Toranaga?" Yabu asked. "Lord Toranaga has not asked my opinion. I hope one day he will honor me by asking, as you have done." Naga replied at once with sincerity, and wondered if any of them detected the lie. Omi said, "As this is a free discussion, sire, I say this barbarian is a treasure. I believe we must learn from the barbarian. We must know about guns and fighting ships because they know about them. We must know everything they know as soon as they know it, and even now, some of us must begin to learn to think like they do, so that soon we can surpass them." Naga said confidently, "What could they possibly know, Omi-san? Yes, guns and ships, but what else? How could they destroy us? There's not a samurai among them. Doesn't this Anjin admit openly that even their kings are murderers and religious fanatics? We're millions. They're a handful. We could swamp them with our hands alone. This Anjin-san opened my eyes, Naga-san. I've discovered that our land and China isn't the whole world. It's only a very small part. First, I thought the barbarian was just a curiosity. Now I don't. I thank the gods for him. I think he's saved us, and I know we can learn from him. Already he's given us power over the southern barbarians, and over China." "What?" "The Taiko failed because their numbers are too great for us, man to man, arrow to arrow, eh? With guns and barbarian skill, we could take Peking." "With barbarian treachery, Omi-san?" "With barbarian knowledge, Naga-san, we could take Peking. Whoever takes Peking eventually controls China, and whoever controls China can control the world. We must learn not to be ashamed of taking knowledge from wherever it comes." "I say we need nothing from outside." "Without offense, Naga-san, I say we must protect this land of the gods by any means. It's our prime duty to protect the unique divine position we have on earth. Only this is the land of the gods, nay? Only our emperor is divine. I agree this barbarian should be gagged, but not by death, by permanent isolation here in Anjiro, until we have learned everything he knows." Josen scratched thoughtfully. "My master will be told of your views, I agree the barbarian should be isolated. Also that training should cease at once.
Yabu took a scroll from his sleeve.
Here is a full report on the experiment for Lord Ishido. When Lord Ishido wishes the training to cease, of course, the training will cease.
Jozen accepted the scroll.
And Lord Toranaga? What about him?
His eyes went to Naga. Naga said nothing but stared at the scroll.
Yabu said, You will be able to ask his opinion directly. He has a similar report. I presume you will be leaving for Edo tomorrow? Or would you like to witness the training? I hardly need tell you, the men are not yet proficient. I would like to see one attack. Omi-san, arrange it. You lead it. Yes, sir.
Jozen turned to his second-in-command and gave him the scroll.
Masumoto, take this to Lord Ishido. You will leave at once. Yes, Josen-san.
Yabu said to Igarashi,
Provide him with guides to the border and fresh horses.
Igarashi left with the samurai immediately. Jozen stretched and yawned.
Please excuse me, he said, but it's all the riding I've done in the last few days. I must thank you for an extraordinary evening, Yabu-sama. Your ideas are far-reaching. And yours, Omi-san. And yours, Naga-san. I'll compliment you to the Lord Toranaga and to my master. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm very tired, and Osaka is a long way off.
Of course, Yabu said.
How was Osaka? Very good. Remember those bandits, the ones that attacked you by land and sea? Of course. We took 450 heads that night. Many were wearing Toranaga uniforms. Ronin have no honor. None. Some Ronin have,
Jozen said, smarting from the insult. He lived always with the shame of having once been Ronin.
Some were even wearing our greys. Not one escaped. They all died. And Buntaro-san? No, he...
Jozen stopped. The no had slipped out, but now that he had said it, he did not mind.
No, we don't know for certain. No one collected his head. You've heard nothing about him?
No, Naga said.
Perhaps he was captured. Perhaps they just cut him into pieces and scattered him. My master would like to know when you have news. All's very good now at Osaka. Preparations for the meeting go forward. There'll be lavish entertainments to celebrate the new era. And, of course, to honor all the daimyos. And Lord Toda Hiramatsu? Naga asked politely. Old Iron Fist's as strong and gruff as ever. He's still there? No, he left with all your father's men a few days before I did. And my father's household? I heard that the Lady Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko asked to stay with my master. A doctor advised the lady to rest for a month. Her health, you know. He thought the journey would not be good for the expected child.
To Yabu he added,
She fell down the night you left, didn't she?
Yes. There's nothing serious, I hope, Naga asked, very concerned.
No, Naga-san, nothing serious,
Jozen said. Then again to Yabu.
You've informed Lord Toranaga of my arrival? Of course. Good. The news you brought us would interest him greatly. Yes, I saw a carrier pigeon circle and fly north. I have that service now.
Yabu did not add that Jozen's pigeon had also been observed, or that falcons had intercepted it near the mountains, or that the message had been decoded. At Anjiro, all true as reported. Yabu, Naga, Omi, and Barbarian here.
I will leave tomorrow with your permission after the attack. You'll give me fresh horses. I must not keep Lord Toranaga waiting. I look forward to seeing him. So does my master, at Osaka. I hope you'll accompany him, Naga-san. If I'm ordered there, I will be there. Naga kept his eyes lowered, but he was burning with suppressed fury.
Josen left and walked with his guards up the hill to his camp. He rearranged the sentries and ordered his men to sleep, and got into his small brush lean-to that they had constructed against the coming rain. By candlelight, under a mosquito net, he rewrote the previous message on a thin piece of rice paper and added,
"The 500 guns are lethal. Mass surprise gun attacks planned. Full report already sent with Masumoto."
Then he dated it and doused the candle. In the darkness, he slipped out of his net, removed one of the pigeons from the panniers, and placed the message in the tiny container on its foot. Then he stealthily made his way to one of his men and handed him the bird.
"Take it out, into the brush," he whispered. "Hide it somewhere where it can roost safely until dawn, as far away as you can. But be careful. There are eyes all around. If you're intercepted, say I told you to patrol, but hide the pigeon first."
The man slid away as silently as a cockroach. Pleased with himself, Josen looked toward the village below. There were lights on in the fortress and on the opposite slope, in the house that he knew to be Omi's. There were a few also in the house just below, the one presently occupied by the barbarian.
"That whelp Naga's right," Josen thought, waving his hand at a mosquito. "The barbarian's a filthy plague." "Good night, Hujiko-san."
"Good night, Anjin-san." The shoji closed behind her. Blackthorn took off his kimono and loincloth and put on the lighter sleeping kimono, got under the mosquito net, and lay down. He blew out the candle. Deep darkness enveloped him. The house was quiet now. The small shutters were closed, and he could hear the surf. Clouds obscured the moon. The wine and laughter had made him drowsy and euphoric, and he listened to the surf and felt himself drifting with it, his mind fogged. Occasionally, a dog barked in the village below. "I should get a dog," he thought, remembering his own bull terrier at home. "Wonder if he's still alive." Grog was his name, but Tudor, his son, always called him Og. "Ah, Tudor, laddie, it's been such a long time. Wish I could see you all, even write a letter and send it home. Let's see," he thought. "How would I begin? My darlings, this is the first letter I've been able to send home since we made landfall in Japan. Things are well now that I know how to live according to their ways. The food is terrible, but tonight I had pheasant, and soon I'll get my ship back again. Where to start my story? Today I'm like a feudal lord in this strange country. I have a house, a horse, 8 servants, a housekeeper, my own barber, and my own interpreter. I'm clean-shaven now, and shave every day. The steel razors they have here must certainly be the best in the world. My salary's huge, enough to feed 250 Japan families for 1 year. In England, that'd be the equivalent of almost 1,000 golden guineas a year. 10 times my salary from the Dutch company." The shoji began to open. His hand sought his pistol under the pillow, and he read it, dragging himself back. Then he caught the almost imperceptible rustle of silk and a waft of perfume. "Anjin-san." A thread of whisper filled with promise. "Hai?" he asked as softly, peering into the darkness, unable to see clearly. Footsteps came closer. There was the sound of her kneeling, and the net was pulled aside, and she joined him inside the enclosing net. She took his hand and lifted it to her breast, then to her lips. "Mariko-san?" At once, fingers reached up in the darkness and touched his lips, cautioning silence. He nodded, understanding the awful risk they were taking. He held her tiny wrist and brushed it with his lips. In the pitch black, his other hand sought and caressed her face. She kissed his fingers, one by one. Her hair was loose and waist-length now. His hands travelled her. the lovely feel of silk, nothing beneath. Her taste was sweet. His tongue touched her teeth, then rimmed her ears, discovering her. She loosened his robe and let hers fall aside, her breathing more languorous now. She pushed closer, nestling, and pulled the covering over their heads. Then she began to love him with hands and with lips, with more tenderness and seeking and knowledge than he had ever known. This concludes the reading of Shōgun, Part 1, by James Clavell. Copyright 1975 by James Clavell. This book was read by Ralph Lister. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Leopard Publishing Company Limited and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you. Blackstone presents Shōgun, Part 2, by James Clavell. This book is read by Ralph Lister. Chapter 33. Blackthorne awoke at dawn, alone. At first he was sure he had been dreaming, but her perfume still lingered, and he knew that it had not been a dream. A discreet knock. Aye? Ohio, engine-san. Gomenasai. A maid opened the shoji for Hujiko, then carried in the tray with cha and a bowl of rice gruel and sweet rice cakes. Ohio, Hujiko-san. Domo, he said, thanking her. She always came with his first meal personally, opened the net and waited while he ate, and the maid laid out a fresh kimono and tabi and loincloth. He sipped the cha, wondering if Hujiko knew about last night. Her face gave nothing away. Ikaga desu ka? How are you? Blackthorne asked. Okaga-sama de genki desu, Anjin-san. Anata wa? Very well, thank you. And you? The maid took out his fresh clothes from the concealed cupboard that melted neatly into the rest of the paper-latticed room, then left them alone. Anata wa yoku nemuta ka? Did you sleep well? Hai, Anjin-san. Arigato gozaimashita. She smiled, put her hand to her head, pretending pain, mimed being drunk and sleeping like a stone. Anata wa? Watashi wa yoku nemuru. I slept very well. She corrected him. Watashi wa yoku nemuta. Domo. Watashi wa yoku nemuta. Yoi! Dain yoi! Good. Very good. Then from the corridor he heard Mariko call out, Hujiko-san? Hi, Mariko-san? Hujiko went to the shoji and opened it a crack. He could not see Mariko, and he did not understand what they were saying. I hope no one knows, he thought. I pray it is secret, just between us. Perhaps it would be better if it had been a dream. He began to dress. Hujiko came back and knelt to do up the catches on the tabi. Mariko-san? Nanja? Nanemo, Anjin-san, she replied. It was nothing important. She went to the tokonoma, the alcove with its hanging scroll and flower arrangement, where his swords were always put. She gave them to him. He stuck them in his belt. The swords no longer felt ridiculous to him, though he wished that he could wear them less self-consciously. She had told him that her father had been granted the swords for bravery after a particularly bloody battle in the far north of Korea, 7 years ago during the first invasion. The Japanese armies had ripped through the kingdom, victorious, slashing north. Then when they were near the Yalu River, the Chinese hordes had abruptly poured across the border to join battle with the Japanese armies, and through the weight of their incredible numbers had routed them. Hujiko's father had been part of the rearguard that had covered the retreat back to the mountains north of Seoul, where they had turned and fought the battle to a stalemate. This and the second campaign had been the costliest military expedition ever undertaken.
When the Taiko had died last year, Toranaga, on behalf of the Council of Regents, had at once ordered the remnants of their armies home, to the great relief of the vast majority of daimyos, who detested the Korean campaign. Blackthorn walked out to the veranda. He stepped into his thongs and nodded to his servants, who had been assembled in a neat line to bow him off, as was custom. It was a drab day. The sky was overcast, and a warm wet wind came off the sea. The stepping stones that were set into the gravel of the path were wet with the rain that had fallen in the night. Beyond the gate were the horses and his 10 samurai outriders. And Mariko. She was already mounted and wore a pale yellow mantle over pale green silk trousers, a wide-brimmed hat and veil held with yellow ribbons, and gloves. A rain parasol was ready in its saddle sheath. "Ohayo," he said formally. "Ohayo, Mariko-san."
"Ohayo, Anjin-san. Ikaga desu ka?"
"Okaga-sama de genki desu. Anata wa?" She smiled.
"Yoi, arigato gozaimashita."
She gave not the faintest hint that anything was different between them. But he expected none, not in public, knowing how dangerous the situation was. Her perfume came over him, and he would have liked to kiss her here, in front of everyone. "Ikimasho," he said, and swung into the saddle, motioning the samurai to ride off ahead. He walked his horse leisurely, and Mariko fell into place beside him. When they were alone, he relaxed. "Mariko?"
"Aye?"
Then he said in Latin, "Thou art beautiful, and I love thee."
"I thank thee, but so much wine last night makes my head to feel not beautiful today, not in truth, and love is a Christian word."
"Thou art beautiful and Christian, and wine could not touch thee."
"Thank thee for the lie, Anjin-san. Yes, thank thee."
"No, I should thank thee."
"Oh? Why?"
"Never why. No why. I thank thee sincerely."
"If wine and meat make thee so warm and fine and gallant," she said, "then I must tell thy consort to move the heaven and the earth to obtain them for thee every evening."
"Yes, I would have everything the same, always."
"Thou art untoward happy today," she said. "Good, very good. But why? Why truly?"
"Because of thee. Thou knowest why."
"I know nothing, Anjin-san."
"Nothing?" he teased.
"Nothing."
He was taken aback. They were quite alone and safe.
"Why doth nothing take the heart out of thy smile?"
she asked. "Stupidity. Absolute stupidity. I forgot that it is most wise to be cautious. It is only that we were alone, and I wanted to speak of it, and in truth, to say more."
"Thou speakest in riddles. I do not understand thee."
He was nonplussed again. "Thou dost not wish to talk about it? At all?"
"About what, Anjin-san?"
"What passed in the night, then?"
"I passed thy door in the night when my maid, Koi, was with thee."
"What?"
"We, your consort and I, we thought she would be a pleasing gift for thee. She pleased thee, did she not?"
Blackthorn was trying to recover. Mariko's maid was her size, but younger, and never so fair, and never so pretty. And yes, it was pitch dark, and yes, his head was fogged with wine. But no, it was not the maid. "That's not possible," he said in Portuguese.
"What's not possible, senor?"
she asked in the same language. He reverted to Latin again, as the outriders were not far away, the wind blowing in their direction. "Please do not joke with me. No one can hear. I know a presence and a perfume."
"Thou thinkest it was me?" "Oh, it was not, Anjin-san. I would be honoured, but I could never possibly, however much I might want. Oh no, Anjin-san, it was not me, but Koi, my maid. I would be honoured, but I belong to another, even though he's dead."
"Yes, but it wasn't your maid." He bit back his anger. "But leave it as thou desirest."
"It was my maid, Anjin-san," she said placatingly. We anointed her with my perfume and instructed her. No words, only touch. We never thought for a moment thou wouldst consider her to be me. This was not to trick thee, but for thine ease, knowing that discussing things of the pillow still embarrasses thee. She was looking at him with wide, innocent eyes. She pleasured thee, Anjin-san? Thou pleasured her. A joke concerning things of great importance is sometimes without humour. Things of great import will always be treated with great import, but a maid in the night with a man is without import. I do not consider thee without import. I thank thee. I say that equally. But a maid in the night with a man is private and without import. It is a gift from her to him, and sometimes from him to her. Nothing more. Never? Sometimes. But this private pillow matter does not have this vast seriousness of thine. Never? Only when the woman and man join together against the law. In this land. He reined in, finally comprehending the reason for her denial. I apologize, he said. Yes, thou art right, and I most very wrong. I should never have spoken. I apologize. Why apologize? For what? Tell me, Anjin-san, was this girl wearing a crucifix? No. I always wear it. Always. A crucifix can be taken off, he said automatically in Portuguese. That proves nothing. It could be loaned like a perfume. Tell me a last truth. Did you really see the girl? Really see her? Of course. But let us forget I ever... The night was very dark, the moon overcast. Please, the truth, Anjin-san. Think. Did you really see the girl? Of course I saw her, he thought indignantly. God damn it, think truly. You didn't see her. Your head was fogged. She could have been the maid, but you knew it was Mariko, because you wanted Mariko, and saw only Mariko in your head, believing that Mariko would want you equally. You're a fool. A goddamn fool. In truth, no. In truth, I should really apologize, he said. How do I apologize? There's no need to apologize, Anjin-san, she replied calmly. I've told you many times a man never apologizes, even when he's wrong. You were not wrong. Her eyes teased him now. My maid needs no apology. Thank you, he said, laughing. You make me feel less of a fool. The years flee from you when you laugh. The so serious Anjin-san becomes a boy again. My father told me I was born old. Were you? He thought so. What's he like? He was a fine man, a ship owner, a captain. The Spanish killed him at a place called Antwerp when they put that city to the sword. They burned his ship. I was 6, but I remember him as a big, tall, good-natured man with golden hair. My older brother, Arthur, he was just 8. We had bad times then, Mariko-san. Why? Please tell me. Please? It's all very ordinary. Every penny of money was tied into the ship, and that was lost. And well, not long after that, my sister died. She starved to death, really. There was famine in 71, and plague again. We have plague sometimes. The smallpox. You were many in your family? 3 of us, he said, glad to talk to take away the other hurt. Willia, my sister, she was 9 when she died. Arthur, he was next. He wanted to be an artist, a sculptor, but he had to become an apprentice stonemason to help support us. He was killed in the Armada. He was 25, poor fool. He just joined a ship, untrained. Such a waste. I'm the last of the Blackthorns. Arthur's wife and daughter live with my wife and kids now. My mother's still alive, and so's old Granny Jacoba. She's 75, and hard as a piece of English oak, though she was Irish.
At least they were alive when I left more than 2 years ago. The ache was coming back. I'll think about them when I start for home, he promised himself, but not until then. There'll be a storm tomorrow, he said, watching the sea. A strong one, Mariko-san. Then in 3 days we'll have fair weather.
This is the season of squalls. Mostly it's overcast and rain-filled. When the rains stop, it becomes very humid. Then begin the typhoons.
I wish I were at sea again, he was thinking. Was I ever at sea? Was the ship real? What's reality, Mariko or the maid?
You don't laugh very much, do you, Anjin-san?
I've been seafaring too long. Seamen are always serious. We've learned to watch the sea. We're always watching and waiting for disaster. Take your eyes off the sea for a second, and she'll grasp your ship and make her matchwood.
I'm afraid of the sea, she said.
So am I. An old fisherman told me once, the man who's not afraid of the sea'll soon be drowned, for he'll go out on a day he shouldn't. But we be afraid of the sea, so we be only drowned now and again. He looked at her. Mariko-san?
Yes?
A few minutes ago you'd convinced me that... Well, let's say I was convinced. Now I'm not. What's the truth? The Honto. I must know.
Ears are to hear with. Of course it was the maid.
This maid. Can I ask for her whenever I want?
Of course. A wise man would not.
Because I might be disappointed? Next time?
Possibly.
I find it difficult to possess a maid and lose a maid. Difficult to say nothing.
Pillowing is a pleasure. Of the body. Nothing has to be said.
But how do I tell a maid that she is beautiful? That I love her? That she filled me with ecstasy?
It isn't seemly to love a maid this way. Not here, Anjin-san. That passion's not even for a wife or a consort.
Her eyes crinkled suddenly.
But only towards someone like Kiku-san, the courtesan, who is so beautiful and merits this.
Where can I find this girl?
In the village. It would be my honor to act as your go-between.
By Christ, I think you mean it.
Of course. A man needs passions of all kinds. This lady is worthy of romance, if you can afford her.
What does that mean?
She would be very expensive.
You don't buy love. That type's worth nothing. Love is without price.
She smiled. Pillowing always has its price. Always. Not necessarily money, Anjin-san. But a man pays, always, for pillowing in one way or in another. True love, we call it duty, is of soul to soul, and needs no such expression, no physical expression, except perhaps the gift of death.
You're wrong. I wish I could show you the world as it is.
I know the world as it is, and as it will be forever. You want this contemptible maid again?
Yes. You know I want. Mariko laughed gaily.
Then she will be sent to you. At sunset. We will escort her, Fujiko and I.
God damn it. I think you would too. He laughed with her.
Oh, Anjin-san, it is good to see you laugh. Since you came back to Anjiro, you have gone through a great change. A very great change.
No, not so much. But last night I dreamed a dream. That dream was perfection.
God is perfection. And sometimes so is a sunset or moonrise or the first crocus of the year.
I don't understand you at all. She turned back the veil on her hat and looked directly at him.
Once another man said to me, I don't understand you at all. And my husband said, Your pardon, Lord, but no man can understand her. Her father doesn't understand her, neither do the gods, nor her barbarian god. Not even her mother understands her.
That was Toranaga? Lord Toranaga?
Oh no, Anjin-san. That was the Taiko. Lord Toranaga understands me. He understands everything.
Even me?
Very much you.
You're sure of that, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, very yes.
Will he win the war?
Yes.
I'm his favoured vassal?
Yes.
Will he take my navy?
Yes.
When will I get my ship back?
You won't.
Why? Her gravity vanished.
Because you'll have your maid in Anjiro, and you'll be pillowing so much you'll have no energy to leave, even on your hands and knees, when she begs you to go aboard your ship, and when Lord Toranaga asks you to go aboard and to leave us all.
There you go again. One moment so serious, the next not.
That's only to answer you, Anjin-san, and to put certain things in a correct place. Ah, but before you leave us, you should see the Lady Kiku. She's worthy of a great passion. She's so beautiful and talented. For her, you would have to be extraordinary.
I'm tempted to accept that challenge.
I challenge no one. But if you're prepared to be samurai and not foreigner, if you're prepared to treat pillowing for what it is, then I would be honored to act as go-between.
What does that mean?
When you're in good humor, when you're ready for very special amusement, ask your consort to ask me.
Why Fujiko-san?
Because it's your consort's duty to see that you are pleasured. It is our custom to make life simple. We admire simplicity, so men and women can take pillowing for what it is. An important part of life, certainly, but between a man and a woman there are more vital things. Humility, for one, respect, duty, even this love of yours. Fujiko loves you.
No, she doesn't.
She will give you her life. What more is there to give?
At length he took his eyes off her and looked at the sea. The waves were cresting the shore as the wind freshened. He turned back to her. Then nothing is to be said, he asked, between us?
Nothing. That is wise.
And if I don't agree?
You must agree. You are here. This is your home.
The attacking 500 galloped over the lip of the hill in a haphazard pack, down onto the rock-strewn valley floor, where the 2,000 defenders were drawn up in a battle array. Each rider wore a musket slung on his back and a belt with pouches for bullets, flints, and a powder horn. Like most samurai, their clothes were a motley collection of kimonos and rags, but their weapons always the best that each could afford. Only Toranaga and Ishido, copying him, insisted that their troops be uniformed and punctilious in their dress. All other daimyos considered such outward extravagance a foolish squandering of money, an unnecessary innovation. Even Blackthorn had agreed. The armies of Europe were never uniformed. What king could afford that, except for a personal guard? He was standing on a rise with Yabu and his aides, Josen and all his men, and Mariko. This was the first full-scale rehearsal of an attack. He waited uneasily. Yabu was uncommonly tense, and Omi and Naga both had been touchy, almost to the point of belligerence. Particularly Naga. "What's the matter with everyone?" he had asked Mariko.
Perhaps they wish to do well in front of their lord and his guest.
Is he a daimyo too?
No, but important. One of Lord Ishido's generals. It would be good if everything were perfect today.
I wish I'd been told there was to be a rehearsal.
What would that have accomplished? Everything you could do, you have done.
Yes, Blackthorn thought, as he watched the 500. But they're nowhere near ready yet. Surely Yabu knows that too. Everyone does. So if there is a disaster, well, that's karma, he told himself with more confidence, and found consolation in that thought. The attackers gathered speed, and the defenders stood waiting under the banners of their captains, jeering at the enemy, as they would normally do, strung out in loose formation, 3 or 4 men deep. Soon the attackers would dismount out of arrow range. Then the most valiant warriors on both sides would truculently strut to the fore to throw down the gauntlet, proclaiming their own lineage and superiority with the most obvious of insults. Single-armed conflicts would begin, gradually increasing in numbers, until one commander would order a general attack, and then it was every man for himself. Usually the greater number defeated the smaller, then the reserves would be brought up and committed, and again the melee, until the morale of one side broke, and the few cowards that retreated would soon be joined by the many, and a rout would ensue. Treachery was not unusual. Sometimes whole regiments, following their master's orders, would switch sides to be welcomed as allies, always welcomed but never trusted. Sometimes the defeated commanders would flee to regroup to fight again. Sometimes they would stay and fight to the death. Sometimes they would commit seppuku with ceremony. Rarely were they captured. Some offered their services to the victors. Sometimes this was accepted, but most times refused. Death was the lot of the vanquished, quick for the brave and shame-filled for the cowardly. And this was the historic pattern of all skirmishes in this land, even at great battles. Soldiers here the same as everywhere, except that here they were more ferocious, and many, many more were prepared to die for their masters than anywhere else on earth. The thunder of the hooves echoed in the valley.
"Where's the attack, Commander? Where's Omi-san?"
Josen asked.
"Among the men. Be patient," Yabu replied.
"But where's his standard? And why isn't he wearing battle armor and plumes? Where's the commander's standard? They're just like a bunch of filthy no-good bandits."
"Be patient. All officers are ordered to remain nondescript. I told you. And please, don't forget we're pretending a battle is raging, that this is part of a big battle, with reserves and
Josen burst out.
"Where are their swords? None of them are wearing swords. Samurai without swords? They'd be massacred."
"Be patient."
Now the attackers were dismounting. The first warriors strode out from the defending ranks to show their valor. An equal number began to measure up against them. Then, suddenly, the ungainly mass of attackers rushed into 5 tight-disciplined phalanxes, each with 4 ranks of 25 men, 3 phalanxes ahead and 2 in reserve, 40 paces back. As one, they charged the enemy. In range, they shuddered to a stop on command, and the front ranks fired an ear-shattering salvo in unison. Screams and men dying. Josen and his men ducked reflexively, then watched appalled as the front ranks knelt and began to reload, and the second ranks fired over them, with the third and fourth ranks following the same pattern. At each salvo, more defenders fell, and the valley was filled with shouts and screams and confusion.
"You're killing your own men!"
Josen shouted above the uproar.
"It's blank ammunition, not real. They're all acting. But imagine it's a real attack, with real bullets. Watch."
Now the defenders recovered from the initial shock. They regrouped and whirled back to a frontal attack. But by this time, the front ranks had reloaded, and on command, fired another salvo from a kneeling position. Then the second rank fired standing, immediately kneeling to reload. Then the third and the fourth, as before, and though many musketeers were slow and their ranks ragged, it was easy to imagine the awful decimation trained men would cause. The counterattack faltered, then broke apart, and the defenders retreated in pretended confusion, back up the rise to stop just below the observers. Many dead littered the ground. Josen and his men were shaken.
"Those guns would break any line."
"Wait, the battle's not over."
Again the defenders reformed, and now their commanders exhorted them to victory, committed the reserves, and ordered the final general attack. The samurai rushed down the hill, emitting their terrible battle cries, to fall on the enemy.
"Now they'll be stamped into the ground,"
Josen said, caught up like all of them in the realism of this mock battle. And he was right. The phalanxes did not hold their ground. They broke and fled before the battle cries of the true samurai with their swords and spears, and Josen and his men added their shouts of scorn
as the regiments hurtled to the kill. The musketeers were fleeing like the garlic eaters, 100 paces, 200 paces, 300. Then, suddenly, on command, the phalanxes regrouped, this time in a V formation. Again the shattering salvos began. The attack faltered, then stopped. But the guns continued. Then they, too, stopped. The game ceased. But all on the rise knew that under actual conditions, the 2,000 would have been slaughtered. Now, in the silence, defenders and attackers began to sort themselves out. The bodies got up, weapons were collected. There was laughter and groaning. Many men limped, and a few were badly hurt. "I congratulate you, Yabu-sama," Shōgun said with great sincerity. "Now I understand what all of you meant." "The firing was ragged," Yabu said, inwardly delighted. "It will take months to train them." Shōgun shook his head. "I wouldn't like to attack them now, not if they had real ammunition. No army could withstand that punch. No line. The ranks could never stay closed. And then you'd pour ordinary troops and cavalry through the gap and roll up the sides like an old scroll." He thanked all Kami that he'd had the sense to see one attack. "It was terrible to watch. For a moment, I thought the battle was real." "They were ordered to make it look real. And now you may review my musketeers, if you wish." "Thank you. That would be an honor." The defenders were streaming off to their camps that sat on the far hillside. The 500 musketeers waited below, near the path that went over the rise and slid down to the village. They were forming into their companies, Omi and Naga in front of them, both wearing swords again. "Yabu-sama?" "Yes, Anjin-san." "Good, no?" "Yes, good." "Thank you, Yabu-sama. I please." Mariko corrected him automatically. "I am pleased." "Ah, so sorry. I am pleased." Shōgun took Yabu aside. "This is all out of the Anjin-san's head?" "No," Yabu lied. "But it's the way barbarians fight. He's just training the men to load and to fire." "Why not do as Naga-san advised? You've the barbarian's knowledge now. Why risk it spreading? He is a plague. Very dangerous, Yabu-sama. Naga-san was right. It's true. Peasants could fight this way, easily. Get rid of the barbarian now." "If Lord Ishido wants his head, he has only to ask." "I ask it, now." Again the truculence. "I speak with his voice." "I'll consider it, Josen-san." "And also in his name, I ask that all guns be withdrawn from those troops at once." Yabu frowned, then turned his attention to the companies. They were approaching up the hill, their straight, disciplined ranks faintly ludicrous, as always, only because such order was unusual. 50 paces away they halted. Omi and Naga came on alone and saluted. "It was all right for a first exercise," Yabu said. "Thank you, sir," Omi replied. He was limping slightly, and his face was dirty, bruised and powder-marked. Shōgun said, "Your troops would have to carry swords in a real battle, Yabu-sama, eh? A samurai must carry swords. Eventually they'd run out of ammunition, eh? Swords will be in their way, in charge and retreat. Oh, they'll wear them as usual to maintain surprise, but just before the first charge, they'll get rid of them. Samurai will always need swords, in a real battle. Even so, I'm glad you'll never have to use this attack force, or," Shōgun was going to add, "or this filthy, treacherous method of war." Instead, he said, "Or we'll all have to give our swords away." "Perhaps we will, Josen-san, when we go to war." "You'd give up your Murasama blade, or even Toranaga's gift?" "To win a battle, yes. Otherwise, no." Then you might have to run very fast to save your fruit when your musket jammed or your powder got wet.
Josen laughed at his own sally. Yabu did not.
Omi-san, show him,
he ordered. At once Omi gave an order. His men slipped out the short-sheathed bayonet sword that hung almost unnoticed from the back of their belts and snapped it into a socket on the muzzle of their muskets.
Charge!
Instantly, the samurai charged with their battle cry,
Kashigi!
The forest of naked steel stopped a pace away from them. Josen and his men were laughing nervously from the sudden, unexpected ferocity.
Good! Very good!
Josen said. He reached out and touched one of the bayonets. It was extremely sharp.
Perhaps you're right, Yabu-sama. Let's hope it's never put to the test. Omi-san,
Yabu called.
Form them up. Josen-san's going to review them. Then go back to camp. Mariko-san, Anjin-san, you follow me.
He strode down the rise through the ranks, his aides, Blackthorn and Mariko, following.
Form up at the path. Replace bayonets.
Half the men obeyed at once, turned about, and walked down the slope again. Naga and his 250 samurai remained where they were, bayonets still threatening. Josen bristled.
What's going on? I consider your insults intolerable, Naga said venomously. That's nonsense. I haven't insulted you or anyone. Your bayonets insult my position. Yabu-sama!
Yabu turned back. Now he was on the other side of the Toranaga contingent.
Naga-san, he called out coldly. What's the meaning of this? I cannot forgive this man's insults to my father, or to me. He's protected. You cannot touch him now. He's under the cipher of the regents. Your pardon, Yabu-sama, but this is between Josen-san and myself. No, you are under my orders. I order you to tell your men to return to camp.
Not a man moved. The rain began.
Your pardon, Yabu-san. Please forgive me. But this is between him and me, and whatever happens I absolve you of responsibility for my action and those of my men.
Behind Naga, one of Josen's men drew his sword and lunged for Naga's unprotected back. A volley of 20 muskets blew off his head at once. These 20 men knelt and began to reload. The second rank readied.
Who ordered live ammunition?
Yabu demanded.
I did. I, Yoshinaga no Toranaga. Naga-san, I order you to let Nabara Josen and his men go free. You are ordered to your quarters until I can consult Lord Toranaga about your insubordination. Of course you will inform Lord Toranaga, and karma is karma. But I regret, Lord Yabu, that first this man must die. All of them must die. Today.
Josen shrieked.
I'm protected by the regents. You'll gain nothing by killing me. I regain my honor, ne? Naga said. I repay your sneers at my father and your insults to me. But you would have had to die anyway, ne? I could not have been more clear last night. Now you've seen an attack. I cannot risk Ishido learning all this.
His hand waved at the battlefield.
This horror. He already knows,
Josen blurted out, blessing his foresight of the previous evening.
He knows already. I sent a message by pigeon secretly at dawn. You gain nothing by killing me, Naga-san.
Naga motioned to one of his men, an old samurai, who came forward and threw the strangled pigeon at Josen's feet. Then a man's severed head was also cast upon the ground, the head of the samurai, Masumoto, sent yesterday by Josen with the scroll. His eyes were still open, the lips drawn back in a hate-filled grimace. The head began to roll. It tumbled through the ranks until it came to rest against a rock. A moan broke from Josen's lips. Naga and all his men laughed. Even Yabu smiled. Another of Josen's samurai leaped for Naga. 20 muskets blasted him, and the man next to him, who had not moved, also fell in agony, mortally wounded. The laughter ceased. Omi said, "Shall I order my men to attack, sir?" It had been so easy to maneuver Naga. Yabu wiped the rain off his face. "No, that would achieve nothing. Josen-san and his men are already dead, whatever I do. That's his karma, as Naga-san has his. Naga-san," he called out, "for the last time, I order you to let them all go. Please excuse me, but I must refuse." "Very well. When it is finished, report to me." "Yes, there should be an official witness, Yabu-sama, for Lord Toranaga and for Lord Ishido." "Omi-san, you will stay. You will sign the death certification and make out the dispatch. Naga-san and I will countersign it." Naga pointed at Blackthorn. "Let him stay too, also as witness. He's responsible for their deaths. He should witness them. Anjin-san, go up there, to Naga-san. Do you understand?" "Yes, Yabu-san, I understand. But why, please?" "To be a witness." "Sorry, don't understand." "Mariko-san, explain witness to him, that he's to witness what's going to happen. Then you follow me." Hiding his vast satisfaction, Yabu turned and left. Josen shrieked, "Yabu-sama! Please! Yabu-sama!" Blackthorn watched. When it was finished, he went home. There was silence in his house and a pall over the village. A bath did not make him feel clean. Sake did not take away the foulness from his mouth. Incense did not unclog the stench from his nostrils. Later, Yabu sent for him. The attack was dissected, moment by moment. Omi and Naga were there with Mariko. Naga, as always, cold, listening, rarely commenting, still second in command. None of them seemed touched by what had happened. They worked till after sunset. Yabu ordered the tempo of training stepped up. A second 500 was to be formed at once. In 1 week, another. Blackthorn walked home alone and ate alone, beset by his ghastly discovery. That they had no sense of sin. They were all conscienceless. Even Mariko. That night, he couldn't sleep. He left the house, the wind tugging at him. Gusts were frothing the waves. A stronger squall sent debris clattering against a village hovel. Dogs howled at the sky and foraged. The rice-thatched roofs moved like living things. Shutters were banging, and men and women, silent wraiths, fought them closed and barred them. The tide came in heavily. All the fishing boats had been hauled to safety much farther up the beach than usual. Everything was battened down. He walked the shore, then returned to his house, leaning against the press of the wind. He had met no one. Rain squalled, and he was soon drenched. Fujiko waited for him on the veranda, the wind ripping at her, guttering the shielded oil lamp. Everyone was awake. Servants carried valuables to the squat adobe and stone storage building in the back of the garden. The gale was not menacing yet. A roof tile twisted loose as the wind squeezed under an eave, and the whole roof shuddered. The tile fell and shattered loudly. Servants hurried about, some readying buckets of water, others trying to repair the roof. The old gardener, Uekiya, helped by children, was lashing the tender bushes and trees to bamboo stakes. Another gust rocked the house. "It's going to blow down, Mariko-san." She said nothing, the wind clawing at her and Fujiko, wind tears in the corners of their eyes. He looked at the village. Now debris was blowing everywhere. Then the wind poured through a rip in the paper shoji of one dwelling, and the whole wall vanished, leaving only a lattice skeleton. The opposite wall crumbled, and the roof collapsed. Blackthorn turned helplessly as the shoji of his room blew out. That wall vanished, and so did the opposite one. Soon all the walls were in shreds,
He could see throughout the house. But the roof supports held, and the tiled roof did not shift. Bedding and lanterns and mats skittered away, servants chasing them. The storm demolished the walls of all the houses in the village, and some dwellings were obliterated completely. No one was badly hurt. At dawn, the wind subsided, and men and women began to rebuild their homes. By noon, the walls of Blackthorn's house were remade, and half the village was back to normal. The light lattice walls required little work to put up once more, only wooden pegs and lashings for joints that were always mortised and carpentered with great skill. Tiled and thatched roofs were more difficult, but he saw that people helped each other, smiling and quick and very practiced. Mura hurried through the village, advising, guiding, chivying and supervising. He came up the hill to inspect progress. "Mura, you made—" Blackthorn sought the words. "You make it look easy." "Ah, thank you, Anjin-san, yes, thank you. But we were fortunate there were no fires." "You fires oftens?" "So sorry. Do you have fires often?" "Do you have fires often?" Blackthorn repeated. "Yes, but I'd ordered the village prepared." "Prepared, you understand?" "Yes." "When these storms come—" Mura stiffened and glanced over Blackthorn's shoulder. His bow was low. Omi was approaching in his bouncing, easy stride, his friendly eyes only on Blackthorn, as though Mura did not exist. "Morning, Anjin-san," he said. "Morning, Omi-san. Your house is good?" "All right, thank you." Omi looked at Mura and said brusquely, "The men should be fishing or working the fields. The women, too. Yabu-sama wants his taxes. Are you trying to shame me in front of him with laziness?" "No, Omi-sama. Please excuse me. I will see to it at once." "It shouldn't be necessary to tell you. I won't tell you next time." "I apologize for my stupidity." Mura hurried away. "You're all right today?" Omi said to Blackthorn. "No troubles in the night?" "Good today, thank you. And you?" Omi spoke at length. Blackthorn did not catch all of it, as he had not understood all of what Omi had said to Mura. Only a few words here, a few there. "So sorry, I don't understand." "Enjoy. How did you like yesterday? The attack? The pretend battle?" "Ah, I understand. Yes, I think good." "And the witnessing?" "Please?" "Witnessing. The Ronin Nabara Josen and his men." Omi imitated the bayonet lunge with a laugh. "Ha! You witnessed their deaths. Deaths. You understand?" "Ah, yes. The truth, Omi-san. Not like killings." "Karma, Anjin-san." "Karma. Today, trainings?" "Yes, but Yabu-sama wants to talk only. Later. Understand, Anjin-san? Talk only. Later." Omi repeated patiently. "Talk only. Understand?" "You're beginning to speak our language very well. Yes, very well." "Thank you. Difficult. Small time. Yes, but you're a good man, and you try very hard. That's important. We'll get you time, Anjin-san. Don't worry. I'll help you." Omi could see that most of what he was saying was lost, but he didn't mind, so long as the Anjin-san got the gist. "I want to be your friend," he said, then repeated it very clearly. "Do you understand?" "Friend? I understand, friend." Omi pointed at himself, then at Blackthorn. "I want to be your friend." "Ah, thank you. Honored." Omi smiled again and bowed, equal to equal, and walked away. "Friends with him?" Blackthorn muttered. "Has he forgotten? I haven't."
"Ah, Anjin-san,"
Fujiko said, hurrying up to him.
Would you like to eat? Yabu-sama is going to send for you soon.
Yes, thank you. Many breakings? He asked, pointing at the house.
Excuse me, so sorry, but you should say, was there much breakage?
Was there much breakage?
No real damage, Anjin-san.
Good. No hurtings?
Excuse me, so sorry. You should say, no one was hurt.
Thank you. No one was hurt?
No, Anjin-san. No one was hurt.
Suddenly, Blackthorn was sick of being continually corrected, so he terminated the conversation with an order. I'm hunger. Food.
Yes, immediately. So sorry, but you should say, I'm hungry. A person has hunger, but is hungry.
She waited until he had said it correctly, then went away. He sat on the veranda and watched Uekiya, the old gardener, tidying up the damage and the scattered leaves. He could see women and children repairing the village, and boats going to sea through the chop. Other villagers trudged off to the fields, the wind abating now. I wonder what taxes they have to pay, he asked himself. I'd hate to be a peasant here. Not only here, anywhere. At first light he had been distressed by the apparent devastation of the village. That storm would hardly touch an English house, he had said to Mariko. Oh, it was a gale, all right, but not a bad one. Why don't you build out of stone or bricks?
Because of the earthquakes, Anjin-san. Any stone building would, of course, split and collapse, and probably hurt or kill the inhabitants. With our style of building, there's little damage. You'll see how quickly everything's put back together.
Yes, but you fire hazards. And what happens when the great winds come? The typhoons?
It is very bad then.
She had explained about the typhoons and their seasons, from June until September, sometimes earlier, sometimes later, and about the other natural catastrophes. A few days ago there had been another tremor. It was slight. A kettle had fallen off the brazier and overturned it. Fortunately, the coals had been smothered. One house in the village had caught fire, but the fire did not spread. Blackthorn had never seen such efficient firefighting. Apart from that, no one in the village had paid much attention. They had merely laughed and gone on with their lives. Why do people laugh?
We consider it very shameful and impolite to show strong feelings, particularly fear, so we hide them with a laugh or a smile. Of course, we're all afraid, though we must never show it.
Some of you show it, Blackthorn thought. Nobara Josen had shown it. He had died badly, weeping with fear, begging for mercy, the killing slow and cruel. He had been allowed to run, then bayoneted carefully amidst laughter, then forced to run again, and hamstrung. Then he had been allowed to crawl away, then gutted slowly while he screamed, his blood dribbling with the phlegm, then left to die. Next, Naga had turned his attention to the other samurai. At once 3 of Josen's men knelt and bared their bellies, and put their short knives in front of them to commit ritual seppuku. 3 of their comrades stood behind them as their seconds, long swords out and raised, two-handed, all of them now unmolested by Naga and his men. As the samurai who knelt reached out for their knives, they stretched their necks, and the 3 swords flashed down and decapitated them with the single blow. Teeth chattered in the fallen heads, then were still. Flies swarmed. Then 2 samurai knelt, the last man standing ready as second. The first of those kneeling was decapitated in the manner of his comrades, as he reached for the knife. The other said, "No, I, Hirasaki Kenko, I know how to die, how a samurai should die." Kenko was a lithe young man, perfumed and almost pretty, pale-skinned, his hair well-oiled and very neat. He picked up his knife reverently and partially wrapped the blade with his sash to improve his grip. "I protest Nobara Josen-san's death, and those of his men," he said firmly, bowing to Naga. He took a last look at the sky and gave his second a last reassuring smile.
Sayonara, Tadeo. Then he slid the knife deep into the left side of his stomach. He ripped it full across with both hands and took it out and plunged it deep again, just above his groin, and jerked it up in silence. His lacerated bowels spilled into his lap, and as his hideously contorted, agonized face pitched forward, his second brought the sword down in a single slashing arc. Naga personally picked up this head by the hair knot and wiped off the dirt and closed the eyes. Then he told his men to see that the head was washed, wrapped, and sent to Ishido with full honors, with a complete report on Hirosaki Kenko's bravery. The last samurai knelt. There was no one left to second him. He too was young. His fingers trembled and fear consumed him. Twice he had done his duty to his comrades, twice cut cleanly, honorably, saving them the trial of pain and the shame of fear. And once he had waited for his dearest friend to die as a samurai should die, self-immolated in pride-filled silence, then again cut cleanly with perfect skill. He had never killed before. His eyes focused on his own knife. He bared his stomach and prayed for his lover's courage. Tears were gathering, but he willed his face into a frozen, smiling mask. He unwound his sash and partially wrapped the blade. Then, because the youth had done his duty well, Naga signaled to his lieutenant. This samurai came forward and bowed, introducing himself formally. Osaragi Nampo, captain of Lord Toranaga's 9th Legion. I would be honored to act as your second.
Ikomo Tadeo, first officer, vassal of Lord Ishido, the youth replied. Thank you. I would be honored to accept you as my second.
His death was quick, painless, and honorable. The heads were collected. Later Josen shrieked into life again. His frantic hands tried helplessly to remake his belly. They left him to the dogs that had come up from the village. Chapter 34. At the hour of the horse, 11 o'clock in the morning, 10 days after the death of Josen and all his men, a convoy of 3 galleys rounded the headland at Anjiro. They were crammed with troops. Toranaga came ashore. Beside him was Buntaro. First, I wish to see an attack exercise, Yabu-san, with the original 500, Toranaga said. At once. Could it be tomorrow? That would give me time to prepare, Yabu said affably, but inwardly he was furious at the suddenness of Toranaga's arrival, and incensed with his spies for not forewarning him. He had had barely enough time to hurry to the shore with a guard of honor. You must be tired. I'm not tired, thank you, Toranaga said, intentionally brusque. I don't need defenders, or an elaborate setting, or screams, or pretended deaths. You forget, old friend, I've acted in enough Noah plays and staged enough to be able to use my imagination. I'm not a Ronin peasant. Please order it mounted at once. They were on the beach beside the wharf. Toranaga was surrounded by elite guards, and more were pouring off the moored galley. Another 1,000 heavily armed samurai were crammed into the 2 galleys that waited just offshore. It was a warm day, the sky cloudless, with a light surf and heat haze on the horizon. Igarashi, see to it! Yabu bottled his rage. Since the first message he had sent concerning Josen's arrival 11 days ago, there had been the merest trickle of non-committal reports from Edo, from his own espionage network, and nothing but sporadic and infuriatingly inconclusive replies from Toranaga to his ever more urgent signals. Your message received, and under serious study. Shocked by your news about my son. Please wait for further instructions. Then, 4 days ago, those responsible for Josen's death will be punished. They are to remain at their posts, but to continue under arrest until I can consult with Lord Ishido. And yesterday, the bombshell. Today, I received the new Council of Regents' formal invitation to the Osaka flower viewing ceremony. When do you plan to leave? Advise immediately.
Surely that doesn't mean Toranaga's actually going? Yabu had asked, baffled. He's forcing you to commit yourself, Igarashi had replied. Whatever you say traps you. I agree, Omi had said. Why aren't we getting news from Edo? What's happened to our spies? It's almost as though Toranaga's put a blanket over the whole Kanto, Omi had told him. Perhaps he knows who your spies are. Today's the 10th day, sire, Igarashi had reminded Yabu. Everything's ready for your departure to Osaka. Do you want to leave or not? Now, here on the beach, Yabu blessed his guardian Kami, who had persuaded him to accept Omi's advice to stay until the last possible day, 3 days hence. About your final message, Toranaga-sama, the one that arrived yesterday, he said. You're surely not going to Osaka. Are you? I acknowledge you as leader. Of course, I've been waiting for your decision. My decision is easy, Yabu-sama, but yours is hard. If you go, the regents will certainly chop you for destroying Josen and his men. And Ishido is really very angry, and rightly so. Eh? I didn't do it, Lord Toranaga. Josen's destruction, however merited, was against my orders. It was just as well Naga-san did it, ne? Otherwise you'd certainly have had to do it yourself. I'll discuss Naga-san later. But come along, we'll talk as we walk up to the training ground. No need to waste time. Toranaga set off at his brisk pace, his guards following closely. Yes, you really are in a dilemma, old friend. If you go, you lose your head, you lose Izu, and of course, your whole Kashigi family goes to the execution ground. If you stay, the council will order the same thing. He looked across at him. Perhaps you should do what you suggested I do the last time I was in Anjiro. I'll be happy to be your second. Perhaps your head will ease Ishido's ill humor when I meet him. My head's of no value to Ishido. I don't agree. Buntaro intercepted them. Excuse me, sir. Where do you want the men billeted? On the plateau. Make your permanent camp there. 200 guards will stay with me at the fortress. When you've made the arrangements, join me. I'll want you to see the training exercise. Buntaro hurried off. Permanent camp? You're staying here? Yabu asked. No, only my men. If the attack's as good as I hear, we'll be forming 9 assault battalions of 500 samurai each. What? Yes. I've brought another 1,000 selected samurai for you now. You'll provide the other 1,000. But there aren't enough guns, and the train... So sorry, you're wrong. I've brought 1,000 muskets and plenty of powder and shot. The rest will arrive within a week, with another 1,000 men. We'll have 9 assault battalions? Yes. There'll be 1 regiment. Buntaro will command. Perhaps it would be better if I did that. He'll be... Oh, but you forget the council meets in a few days. How can you command a regiment if you're going to Osaka? Haven't you prepared to leave? Yabu stopped. We're allies. We agreed you're the leader, and we pissed on the bargain. I've kept it, and I'm keeping it. Now I ask, what's your plan? Do we war, or don't we? No one's declared war on me. Yet. Yabu craved to unsheath the Yoshitomo blade and splash Toranaga's blood on the dirt, once and for all, whatever the cost. He could feel the breath of the Toranaga guards all around him, but he was beyond caring now. Isn't the council your death knell too? You said that yourself. Once they've met, you have to obey, nay? Of course. Toranaga waved his guards back, leaning easily on his sword, his stocky legs wide and firm. Then what's your decision? What do you propose? First, to see an attack. Then to go hunting. Are you going to Osaka? Of course. When? When it pleases me. You mean not when it pleases Ishido? I mean when it pleases me. We'll be isolated, Yabu said. We can't fight all Japan, even with an assault regiment, and we can't possibly train it in 10 days. Yes. Then what's the plan? What exactly happened with Chosen and Naga-san?
Yabu told it truly, omitting only the fact that Naga had been manipulated by Omi.
And my barbarian? How's the Anjin-san behaving? Good. Very good.
Yabu told him about the attempted seppuku on the first night, and how he had nearly bent the Anjin-san to their mutual advantage.
That was clever, Toranaga said slowly. I'd never have guessed he'd try seppuku. Interesting. It was fortunate I told Omi to be ready. Yes.
Impatiently, Yabu waited for more, but Toranaga remained silent.
This news I sent about Lord Ito becoming a regent, Yabu said at last. Did you know about it before I sent word?
Toranaga did not answer for a moment.
I'd heard rumors. Lord Ito's a perfect choice for Ishido. The poor fool's always enjoyed being shafted while he has his nose up another man's anus. They'll make good bedfellows. His vote will destroy you, even so. Providing there's a council. Ah, then you do have a plan. I always have a plan. All plans, didn't you know? But you, what's your plan, ally? If you want to leave, leave. If you want to stay, stay. Choose.
He walked on. Mariko handed Toranaga a scroll of closely written characters.
Is this everything? He asked.
Yes, sire, she replied, not liking the stuffiness of the cabin or being aboard the galley again, even moored at the dock. A lot of what's in the war manual will be repeated, but I made notes every night and wrote down everything as it happened, or tried to. It's almost like a diary of what was said and happened since you left.
Good. Has anyone else read it?
Not to my knowledge. She used her fan to cool herself. The Anjin-san's consort and servants have seen me writing it, but I've kept it locked away.
What are your conclusions?
Mariko hesitated. She glanced at the cabin door and at the closed porthole.
Toranaga said, Only my men are aboard, and no one's below decks, except us.
Yes, sir. I just remembered the Anjin-san saying there are no secrets aboard a ship. So sorry. She thought a moment, then said confidently, The musket regiment will win one battle. Barbarians could destroy us if they landed in force with guns and cannon. You must have a barbarian navy. Thus far, the Anjin-san's knowledge has been enormously valuable to you, so much so it should be kept secret, only for your ears. In the wrong hands, his knowledge would be lethal to you.
Who shares his knowledge now?
Yabu-san knows much, but Omi-san more. He's the most intuitive. Igarashi-san, Naga-san, and the troops, of course, understand the strategy, not the finer details, and none of the Anjin-san's political and general knowledge. Me, more than any. I've written down everything he said, asked, or commented on, sire, as best I can. Of course, he has only told us about certain things, but his range is vast and his memory near perfect. With patience, he can provide you with an accurate picture of the world, its customs and dangers, if he's telling the truth.
Is he?
I believe so.
What's your opinion of Yabu?
Yabu-san's a violent man with no scruples whatsoever. He honors nothing but his own interests. Duty, loyalty, tradition mean nothing to him. His mind has flashes of great cunning, even brilliance. He's equally dangerous as ally or enemy.
All commendable virtues. What's to be said against him?
A bad administrator? His peasants would revolt if they had weapons.
Why?
Extortionate taxes, illegal taxes. He takes 75 parts from every 100 of all rice, fish, and produce. He's begun a head tax, land tax, boat tax. Every sail, every barrel of sake, everything's taxed in Izu.
Perhaps I should employ him or his quartermaster for the canto. Well, what he does here's his own business. His peasants'll never get weapons, so we've nothing to worry about. I could still use this as a base, if need be.
But sire, 60 parts is the legal limit.
It was the legal limit. The Taiko made it legal, but he's dead. What else about Yabu?
He eats little. His health appears good, but Suo, the masseur, thinks he has kidney trouble. He has some curious habits.
What?
She told him about the night of the screams.
Who told you about that?
Suo. Also Omi-san's wife and mother.
Yabu's father used to boil his enemies too. Waste of time. But I can understand his need to do it occasionally. His nephew, Omi?
Very shrewd, very wise, completely loyal to his uncle. A very capable, impressive vassal.
Omi's family?
His mother is suitably firm with Midori, his wife. The wife is samurai, gentle, strong, and very good. All are loyal vassals of Yabu-san. Presently, Omi-san has no consorts, though Kiku, the most famous courtesan in Izu, is almost like a consort. If he could buy her contract, I think he'd bring her into his house.
Would he help me against Yabu, if I wanted him to?
She pondered that, then shook her head. No, sire, I don't think so. I think he's his uncle's vassal.
Naga?
As good a samurai as a man could be. He saw at once the danger of Jozen-san and his men to you, and locked things up until you could be consulted. As much as he detests the musket battalion, he trains the companies hard to make them perfect.
I think he was very stupid, to be Yabu's puppet.
She adjusted a fold in her kimono, saying nothing. Toranaga fanned himself.
Now the Anjin-san?
She had been expecting this question, and now that it had come, all the clever observations she was going to make vanished from her head.
Well?
You must judge from the scroll, sire. In certain areas, he's impossible to explain. Of course, his training and heritage have nothing in common with ours. He's very complex and beyond my understanding. He used to be very open, but since his attempted seppuku, he's changed. He's more secretive. She told him what Omi had said and had done on that first night, and about Yabu's promise.
Ah, Omi stopped him, not Yabu-san?
Yes.
And Yabu followed Omi's advice?
Exactly, sire.
So Omi's the advisor. Interesting. But surely the Anjin-san doesn't expect Yabu to keep the promise.
Yes, absolutely.
Toranaga laughed. Ha ha! How childish!
Christian conscience is deeply set in him. So sorry. He cannot avoid his karma, one part of which is that he's totally to be governed through this hatred of a death, or deaths, of what he calls innocence. Even Josen's death affected him deeply. For many nights his sleep was disturbed, and for days he hardly talked to anyone.
Would this conscience apply to all barbarians?
No, though it should to all Christian barbarians.
Will he lose this conscience?
I don't think so, but he's as defenseless as a doll until he does.
His consort?
She told him everything.
Good.
He was pleased that his choice of Fujiko and his plan had worked so well. Very good. She did very well over the guns. What about his habits?
Mostly normal, except for an astounding embarrassment over pillow matters, and a curious reluctance to discuss the most normal functions.
She also described his unusual need for solitude and his abominable taste in food.
In most other things, he's attentive, reasonable, sharp, an adept pupil, and very curious about us and our customs. It's all in my report, but briefly, I've explained something of our way of life, a little of us and our history, about the Taiko and the problems besetting our realm now.
Ah, about the heir?
Yes, sire. Was that wrong?
No, you were told to educate him. How's his Japanese?
Very good, considering. In time, he'll speak our language quite well. He's a good pupil, sire.
Pillowing?
One of the maids, she said at once.
He chose her?
His consort sent her to him.
And?
It was mutually satisfactory, I understand.
Ah, then she had no difficulty.
No, sire.
But he's in proportion?
The girl said, "Oh, very yes." Lavish was the word she used.
Excellent. At least in that his karma's good. That's the trouble with a lot of men. Yabu for one, Kayama for another. Small shafts. Unfortunate to be born with a small shaft. Very. Yes.
He glanced at the scroll, then closed his fan with a snap.
And you, Mariko-san, what about you?
Good, thank you, sire. I'm very pleased to see you looking so well. May I offer you congratulations on the birth of your grandson?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm pleased. The boy's well-formed and appears healthy.
And the Lady Genjiko?
Toranaga grunted. She's as strong as always. Yes. He pursed his lips, brooding for a moment. Perhaps you could recommend a foster mother for the child.
It was custom for sons of important samurai to have foster mothers, so that the natural mother could attend to her husband and to the running of his house, leaving the foster mother to concentrate on the child's upbringing, making him strong and a credit to the parents.
I'm afraid it won't be easy to find the right person. The Lady Genjiko's not the easiest mistress to work for, ne?
I'm sure you'll find the perfect person, sire. I'll certainly give it some thought, Mariko replied, knowing that to offer such advice would be foolish, for no woman born could possibly satisfy both Toranaga and his daughter-in-law.
Thank you. But you, Mariko-san, what about you?
Good, sire, thank you.
And your Christian conscience?
There's no conflict, sire. None. I've done everything you would wish. Truly.
Have any priests been here?
No, sire.
You have need of one?
It would be good to confess and take the sacrament and be blessed. Yes, truthfully, I would like that. To confess the things permitted and to be blessed.
Toranaga studied her closely. Her eyes were guileless. You've done well, Mariko-san. Please continue as before.
Yes, sire, thank you. One thing, the Anshin-san needs a grammar book and dictionary, badly.
I've sent to Tsuko-san for them. He noticed her frown. You don't think he'll send them?
He would obey, of course. Perhaps not with the speed you'd like.
I'll soon know that. Toranaga added ominously. He has only 13 days left.
Mariko was startled. Sire? She asked, not understanding.
13? Ah, Toranaga said nonchalantly, covering his momentary lapse. When we were aboard the Portuguese ship, he asked permission to visit Edo. I agreed, providing it was within 40 days. There are 13 left. Wasn't 40 days the time this Bonse, this prophet, this Moses, spent on the mountain collecting the commands of God that were etched in stone?
Yes, sire.
Do you believe what happened?
Yes, but I don't understand how or why.
A waste of time discussing God things, ne?
If you seek facts, yes, sire.
While you were waiting for this dictionary, have you tried to make one?
Yes, Toranaga-sama. I'm afraid it's not very good. Unfortunately, there seems to be so little time, so many problems. Here, everywhere, she added pointedly. He nodded agreement, knowing that she would dearly like to ask many things. About the new council and Lord Ito's appointment and Naga's sentence, and if war would be immediate.
We're fortunate to have your husband back with us, ne?
Her fan stopped. I never thought he'd escape alive. Never. I've said a prayer and burnt incense to his memory daily. Buntaro had told her this morning how another contingent of Toranaga samurai had covered his retreat from the beach, and he had made the outskirts of Osaka without trouble. Then, with 50 picked men and spare horses, disguised as bandits, he hastily took to the hills and lesser paths in a headlong dash for Edo. Twice his pursuers caught up with him, but there was not enough of the enemy to contain him, and he fought his way through. Once he was ambushed and lost all but 4 men, and escaped again and went deeper into the forest, travelling by night, sleeping during the day. Berries and spring water, a little rice snatched from lonely farmhouses, then galloping on again, hunters always at his heels. It had taken him 20 days to reach Edo. 2 men had survived with him. It was almost a miracle, she said. I thought I was possessed by a kami when I saw him here beside you on the beach.
He's clever, very strong, and very clever.
May I ask what news of Lord Hiromatsu, sire? And Osaka? Lady Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko? Non-committal, Toranaga informed her that Hiromatsu had arrived back at Edo the day before he had left, though his ladies had decided to stay at Osaka, the Lady Sazuko's health being the reason for their delay. There was no need to elaborate. Both he and Mariko knew that this was merely a face-saving formula and that General Ishido would never allow 2 such valuable hostages to leave now that Toranaga was out of his grasp.
Shigata ga nai, he said. Karma, ne?
There's nothing that can be done. That's karma, isn't it? Yes.
He picked up the scroll. Now I must read this. Thank you, Mariko-san. You've done very well. Please bring the Anjin-san to the fortress at dawn.
Sire, now that my master is here, I will have...
Your husband has already agreed that while I'm here, you're to remain where you are and act as interpreter, your prime duty being to the Anjin-san for the next few days.
But, sire, I must set up house for my lord. He'll need servants and a house.
That will be a waste of money, time, and effort at the moment. He'll stay with the troops or at the Anjin-san's house, whichever pleases him.
He noticed a flash of irritation.
Nanja?
My place should be with my master, to serve him.
Your place is where I want it to be, ne?
Yes. Please excuse me. Of course.
Of course.
She left. He read the scroll carefully, and the war manual. Then he reread parts of the scroll. He put them both away safely and posted guards on the cabin, and went aloft. It was dawn. The day promised warmth and overcast. He cancelled the meeting with the Anjin-san, as he had intended, and rode to the plateau with 100 guards. There he collected his falconers and 3 hawks, and hunted for 20 li. By noon he had bagged 3 pheasants, 2 large woodcock, a hare, and a brace of quail. He sent 1 pheasant and the hare to the Anjin-san, the rest to the fortress. Some of his samurai were not Buddhists, and he was tolerant of their eating habits. For himself, he ate a little cold rice with fish paste, some pickled seaweed with slivers of ginger. Then he curled up on the ground and slept. Now it was late afternoon, and Blackthorn was in the kitchen, whistling merrily. Around him were the chief cook, assistant cook, the vegetable preparer, fish preparer, and their assistants, all smiling but inwardly mortified because their master was here in their kitchen with their mistress. Also because she had told them
he was going to honour them by showing them how to prepare and cook in his style. And last, because of the hair. He had already hung the pheasant under the eaves of an outhouse with careful instructions that no one was to touch it but him. "Do they understand, Hujiko-san? No touching but me?" he asked with mock gravity.
"Oh, yes, Anshin-san. They all understand. So sorry. Excuse me, but you should say, no one's to touch it except me."
"Now," he was saying to no one in particular, "the gentle art of cooking. Lesson 1.
"Dozo gomen nasai?"
Hujiko asked. "Miru." Watch. Feeling young again, for one of his first chores had been to clean the game he and his brother poached at such huge risk from the estates around Chatham. He selected a long, curving knife. The sushi chef blanched. This was his favourite knife, with an especially honed edge to ensure that the slivers of raw fish were always sliced to perfection. All the staff knew this, and they sucked in their breaths, smiling even more to hide their embarrassment for him, as he increased the size of his smile to hide his own shame. Blackthorn slit the hare's belly and neatly turned out the stomach sack and entrails. One of the younger maids heaved and fled silently. Hujiko resolved to fine her a month's wages, wishing at the same time that she too could be a peasant and so flee with honour. They watched, glazed, as he cut off the paws and feet, then pushed the forelegs back into the pelt, easing the skin off the legs. He did the same with the back legs and worked the pelt around to bring the naked back legs out through the belly slit. And then, with a deft jerk, he pulled the pelt over the head like a discarded winter coat. He lay the almost skinned animal on the chopping table and decapitated it, leaving the head with its staring, pathetic eyes still attached to the pelt. He turned the pelt right side out again and put it aside. A sigh went through the kitchen. He did not hear it as he concentrated on slicing off the legs into joints and quartering the carcass. Another maid fled unnoticed. "Now I want a pot," Blackthorn said with a hearty grin. No one answered him. They just stared with the same fixed smiles. He saw a large iron cauldron. It was spotless. He picked it up with bloody hands and filled it with water from a wooden container, then hung the pot over the brazier, which was set into the earthen floor in a pit surrounded by stone. He added the pieces of meat. "Now some vegetables and spices," he said.
"Dozo?"
Hujiko asked throatily. He did not know the Japanese words, so he looked around. There were some carrots and some roots that looked like turnips in a wooden basket. These he cleaned and cut up and added to the soup with salt and some of the dark soya sauce. "We should have some onions and garlic and port wine."
"Dozo?"
Hujiko asked again helplessly. "Kotobo shiramasen." I don't know the words. She did not correct him, just picked up a spoon and offered it. He shook his head. "Sake," he ordered. The assistant cook jerked into life and gave him the small wooden barrel. "Domo." Blackthorn poured in a cupful, then added another for good measure. He would have drunk some from the barrel, but he knew that it would be bad manners, to drink it cold and without ceremony, and certainly not here in the kitchen. "Christ Jesus, I'd love a beer," he said.
"Dozo gozaimashita, Anshin-san?"
"Kotoba shirimasen. But this stew's going to be great. Ichiban, ne?" He pointed at the hissing pot.
"Hi,"
she said, without conviction. "Okuro tsukai arigato Toranaga-sama," Blackthorn said. "Send a messenger to thank Lord Toranaga." No one corrected the bad Japanese.
"Hi."
Once outside, Hujiko rushed for the privy, the little hut that stood in solitary splendour near the front door in the garden. She was very sick.
"Are you all right, mistress?"
Her maid Negatsu said. She was middle-aged, roly-poly, and had looked after Hujiko all her life.
"Go away. But first bring me some cha. No, you'll have to go into the kitchen. Oh.
"I have cha here, mistress. We thought you'd need some, so we boiled the water on another brazier. Here.
Oh, you're so clever. Fujiko pinched Negatsu's round cheek affectionately as another maid came to fan her. She wiped her mouth on the paper towel and sat gratefully on cushions on the veranda. Oh, that's better. And it was better in the open air, in the shade, the good afternoon sun casting dark shadows, and butterflies foraging, the sea far below, calm and iridescent.
What's going on, mistress? We didn't dare even to peek.
Never mind. The master's... Never mind. His customs are weird, but that's our karma. She glanced away as her chief cook came unctuously through the garden, and her heart sank a little more. He bowed formally, a taut, thin little man with large feet and very buck teeth. Before he could utter a word, Fujiko said through a flat smile, "Order new knives from the village, a new rice cooking pot, a new chopping board, new water containers, all utensils you think necessary. Those that the master used are to be kept for his private purposes. You will set aside a special area, construct another kitchen if you wish, where the master can cook if he so desires, until you are proficient."
Thank you, Fujiko-sama, the cook said. Excuse me for interrupting you, but so sorry. Please excuse me. I know a fine cook in the next village. He's not a Buddhist, and he's even been with the army in Korea, so he'd know all about how to cook for the master so much better than I. When I want another cook, I will tell you. When I consider you inept or malingering, I will tell you. Until that time, you will be chief cook here. You accepted the post for 6 months, she said. Yes, mistress, the cook said with outward dignity, though quaking inside. For Fujiko no Anjin was no mistress to trifle with. Please excuse me, but I was engaged to cook. I am proud to cook, but I never accepted to be butcher. Etta are butchers. Of course we can't have an Etta here, but this other cook isn't a Buddhist like me. My father, his father before him, and his before him, mistress, and they never... Please, this new cook will... You will cook here as you've always cooked. I find your cooking excellent, worthy of a master cook in Edo. I even sent one of your recipes to the Lady Kiritsubo in Osaka. Oh, thank you. You do me too much honor. Which one, mistress? The tiny fresh eels and jellyfish and sliced oysters, with just the right touch of soya that you make so well. Excellent. The best I've ever tasted. Oh, thank you, mistress, he grovelled. Of course, your soups leave much to be desired. Oh, so sorry. I'll discuss those with you later. Thank you, cook, she said, experimenting with a dismissal. The little man stood his ground gamely. Please, excuse me, mistress, but, go, with complete humbleness, if the master... When the master tells you to cook, or to butcher, or whatever, you will rush to do it. Instantly, as any loyal servant should. Meanwhile, it may take you a great deal of time to become proficient, so perhaps you'd better make temporary arrangements with this other cook to visit you on the rare days the master might wish to eat in his own fashion. His honour satisfied, the cook smiled and bowed. Thank you. Please excuse my asking for enlightenment. Of course, you pay for the substitute cook from your own salary. When they were alone again, Negatsu chortled behind her hand. Oh, Mistress Chan, may I compliment you on your total victory and your wisdom. Chief Cook almost broke wind when you said that he was going to have to pay, too. Thank you, Nani-san. Fujiko could smell the hair beginning to cook. What if he asks me to eat it with him? She was thinking, and almost wilted. Even if he doesn't, I'll still have to serve it. How can I avoid being sick? You will not be sick, she ordered herself.
It's your karma. You must have been completely dreadful in your previous life. Yes, but remember, everything is fine now. Only 5 months and 6 days more. Don't think of that. Just think about your master, who is a brave, strong man, one with ghastly eating habits.
Horses clattered up to the gate. Buntaro dismounted and waved the rest of his men away. Then, accompanied only by his personal guard, he strode through the garden, dusty and sweat-soiled. He carried his huge bow, and on his back was his quiver. Fujiko and her maid bowed warmly, hating him. Her uncle was famous for his wild, uncontrollable rages, which made him lash out without warning or pick a quarrel with almost anyone. Most of the time, only his servants suffered, or his women.
Please come in, Uncle. How kind of you to visit us so soon,
Fujiko said. Ah, Fujiko-san, What's that stench?
My master's cooking some game Lord Toranaga sent him. He's showing my miserable servants how to cook.
If he wants to cook, I suppose he can, though. Buntaro wrinkled his nose distastefully. Yes, a master can do anything in his own house, within the law, unless it disturbs the neighbours. Legally, such a smell could be cause for complaint, and it could be very bad to inconvenience neighbours. Inferiors never did anything to disturb their superiors. Otherwise, heads would fall. That was why, throughout the land, samurai lived cautiously and courteously near samurai of equal rank, if possible. Peasants next to peasants, merchants in their own streets, and Etta isolated outside. Omi was their immediate neighbour.
He's superior, she thought. I hope sincerely no one's disturbed, she told Buntaro uneasily, wondering what new evil he was concocting. You wanted to see my master?
She began to get up, but he stopped her. No, please don't disturb him. I'll wait, he said formally, and her heart sank. Buntaro was not known for his manners, and politeness from him was very dangerous. I apologize for arriving like this, without first sending a messenger to request an appointment, he was saying. But Lord Toranaga told me I might perhaps be allowed to use the bath and have quarters here, from time to time. Would you ask the Anjin-san later, if he would give his permission?
Of course, she said, continuing the usual pattern of etiquette, loathing the idea of having Buntaro in her house. I'm sure he will be honoured, Uncle. May I offer you cha or sake while you wait?
Sake, thank you. Negatsu hurriedly set a cushion on the veranda and fled for the sake, as much as she would have liked to stay. Buntaro handed his bow and quiver to his guard, kicked off his dusty sandals, and stomped onto the veranda. He pulled his killing sword out of his sash, sat cross-legged, and laid the sword on his knees. Where's my wife? With the Anjin-san?
No, Buntaro-sama. So sorry. She was ordered to the fortress where...
Ordered? By whom? By Kashigi Yabu?
Oh no, by Lord Toranaga, sire, when he came back from hunting this afternoon.
Oh, Lord Toranaga. Buntaro simmered down and scowled across the bay at the fortress. Toranaga's standard flew beside Yabu's.
Would you like me to send someone for her?
He shook his head. There's time enough for her. He exhaled, looked across at his niece, daughter of his youngest sister. I'm fortunate to have such an accomplished wife, ne?
Yes, sire. Yes, you are. She's been enormously valuable to interpret the Anjin-san's knowledge.
Buntaro stared at the fortress, then sniffed the wind as the smell of the cooking wafted up again. It's like being at Nagasaki or back in Korea. They cook meat all the time there, boil it or roast it. Stink! You've never smelled anything like it. Koreans are animals like cannibals. The garlic stench even gets into your clothes and hair.
It must have been terrible.
The war was good. We could have won easily, and smashed through to China, and civilized both countries. Buntaro flushed, and his voice rasped.
But we didn't. We failed, and had to come back with our shame, because we were betrayed. Betrayed by filthy traitors in high places.
Yes, that's so sad. But you're right. Very right, Buntaro-sama, she said soothingly, telling the lie easily, knowing no nation on earth could conquer China, and no one could civilize China, which had been civilized since ancient times. The vein on Buntaro's forehead was throbbing, and he was talking almost to himself.
They'll pay. All of them. The traitors. It's only a matter of waiting beside a river long enough for the bodies of your enemies to float by, eh? I'll wait, and I'll spit on their heads soon. Very soon. I've promised myself that.
He looked at her.
I hate traitors and adulterers and all liars.
Yes, I agree. You're so right, Buntaro-sama, she said, chilled, knowing there was no limit to his ferocity. When Buntaro was 16, he had executed his own mother, one of Hiromatsu's lesser consorts, for her supposed infidelity, while his father, Hiromatsu, was at war fighting for the dictator, Lord Goroda. Then, years later, he had killed his own eldest son by his first wife for supposed insults and sent her back to her family, where she died by her own hand, unable to bear the shame. He had done terrible things to his consorts and to Mariko, and he had quarrelled violently with Fujiko's father and accused him of cowardice and career, discrediting him to the Taiko, who had at once ordered him to shave his head and become a monk, to die debauched so soon, eaten up by his own shame. It took all of Fujiko's will to appear tranquil. "We were so proud to hear that you had escaped the enemy," she said. The sake arrived. Buntaro began to drink heavily. When there had been the correct amount of waiting, Fujiko got up. "Please excuse me for a moment." She went to the kitchen to warn Blackthorn, to ask his permission for Buntaro to be quartered in the house, and to tell him and the servants what had to be done.
"Why here?"
Blackthorn asked irritably.
"Why to stay here? Is necessary?"
Fujiko apologized and tried to explain that, of course, Buntaro could not be refused. Blackthorn returned moodily to his cooking, and she came back to Buntaro, her chest aching. "My master says he's honored to have you here. His house is your house."
"What's it like, being consort to a barbarian?"
"I would imagine horrible. But to the Anjin-san, who is Hatamoto, and therefore samurai, I suppose like to other men. This is the first time I've been consort. I prefer to be a wife. The Anjin-san's like other men, though, yes, some of his ways are very strange."
"Who'd have thought one of our house would be consort to a barbarian, even a Hatamoto?"
"I had no choice. I merely obeyed Lord Toranaga and grandfather, the leader of our clan. It's a woman's place to obey."
"Yes."
Buntaro finished his cup of sake, and she refilled it.
"Obedience is important for a woman. And Mariko-san's obedient, isn't she?"
"Yes, Lord." She looked into his ugly, ape-like face. "She's brought you nothing but honor, sire. Without the lady, your wife, Lord Toranaga could never have got the Anjin-san's knowledge."
He smiled crookedly. "I hear you stuck pistols in Omi-san's face."
"I was only doing my duty, sire."
"Where did you learn to use guns?"
"I had never handled a gun until then. I didn't know if the pistols were loaded. But I would have pulled the triggers."
Buntaro laughed. "Omi-san thought that too."
She refilled his cup. "I never understood why Omi-san didn't try to take them away from me. His lord had ordered him to take them, but he didn't."
"I would have."
"Yes, uncle, I know. Please excuse me. I would still have pulled the triggers."
"Yes, but you would have missed."
"Yes, probably. Since then, I've learned how to shoot."
"He taught you?"
"No, one of Lord Naga's officers."
"Why?"
"My father would never allow his daughters to learn sword or spear. He thought, wisely, I believe, we should devote our time to learning gentler things. But sometimes a woman needs to protect her master and his house. The pistol's a good weapon for a woman. Very good. It requires no strength and little practice. So now I can perhaps be a little more use to my master, for I will surely blow any man's head off to protect him, and for the honour of our house.
Buntaro drained his cup. I was proud when I heard you deposed Omi-san as you did. You were correct. Lord Hiromatsu will be proud too.
Thank you, uncle, but I was only doing an ordinary duty.
She bowed formally.
My master asks if you would allow him the honour of talking with you now, if it pleases you.
He continued the ritual. Please thank him, but first, may I bathe? If it pleases him, I'll see him when my wife returns.
Chapter 35. Blackthorn waited in the garden. Now he wore the brown uniform kimono that Toranaga had given him, with swords in his sash and a loaded pistol hidden under the sash. From Hujiko's hurried explanations, and subsequently from the servants, he had gathered that he had to receive Buntaro formally, because the samurai was an important general and hatamoto, and was the first guest in the house. So he had bathed and changed quickly, and had gone to the place that had been prepared. He had seen Buntaro briefly yesterday, when he arrived. Buntaro had been busy with Toranaga and Yabu the rest of the day, together with Mariko, and Blackthorn had been left alone to organize the hurried attack demonstration with Omi and Naga. The attack was satisfactory. Mariko had returned to the house very late. She had told him briefly about Buntaro's escape, the days of being hunted by Ishido's men, eluding them, and at last breaking through the hostile provinces to reach the Kanto. It was very difficult, but perhaps not too difficult, Anjin-san. My husband is very strong and very brave.
What's going to happen now? Are you leaving?
Lord Toranaga orders that everything's to remain as it was. Nothing's to be changed.
You're changed, Mariko. A spark's gone out of you.
No, that's your imagination, Anjin-san. It's just my relief that he's alive when I was certain he was dead.
Yes, but it's made a difference, hasn't it?
Of course. I thank God my master wasn't captured, that he lived to obey Lord Toranaga. Will you excuse me, Anjin-san? I'm tired now. I'm sorry. I'm very, very tired.
Is there anything I can do?
What should you do, Anjin-san, except to be happy for me and for him? Nothing's changed, really. Nothing is finished because nothing began. Everything's as it was. My husband's alive.
Don't you wish he were dead? Blackthorn asked himself in the garden. No. Then why the hidden pistol? Are you filled with guilt? No. Nothing began. Didn't it? No. You thought you were taking her. Isn't that the same as taking her in fact?
He saw Mariko walk into the garden from the house. She looked like a porcelain miniature following half a pace behind Buntaro, his burliness seeming even greater by comparison. Hujiko was with her, and the maids. He bowed.
Yokoso oide kudasareta, Buntaro-san.
Welcome to my house, Buntaro-san. They all bowed. Buntaro and Mariko sat on the cushions opposite him. Hujiko seated herself behind him. Nigatsu and the maid Koi began to serve cha and sake. Buntaro took sake. So did Blackthorn.
Domo, Anjin-san. Ikaga desu ka? Ikaga desu ka? Ko wa jozu ni shabareru yo ni natta na.
Good. You're beginning to speak Japanese very well. Soon Blackthorn became lost in the conversation, for Buntaro was slurring his words, speaking carelessly and rapidly.
Sorry, Mariko-san. I didn't understand that.
My husband wishes to thank you for trying to save him. With the oar, you remember? When we were escaping from Osaka.
Ah, so desu. Domo. Please tell him I still think we should have put back to shore.
There was time enough. The maid drowned unnecessarily.
He says that was karma.
That was a wasted death, Blackthorn replied, and regretted the rudeness. He noticed that she did not translate it.
My husband says that the assault strategy is very good indeed.
Domo, tell him I'm glad he escaped unharmed, and that he's to command the regiment, and of course that he's welcome to stay here.
Domo, Anjin-san. Buntaro-sama says, yes, the assault plan is very good. But for himself, he will always carry his bow and swords. He can kill at a much greater range, with great accuracy, and faster than a musket.
Tomorrow I will shoot against him, and we will see, if he likes.
You will lose, Anjin-san. So sorry. May I caution you not to attempt that? She said.
Blackthorn saw Buntaro's eyes flick from Mariko to him and back again. Thank you, Mariko-san. Say to him that I would like to see him shoot.
He asks, can you use a bow?
Yes, but not as a proper bowman. Bows are pretty much out of date with us, except the crossbow. I was trained for the sea. There we use only cannon, musket, or cutlass. Sometimes we use fire arrows, but only for enemy sails in close quarters.
He asks, how are they used? How do you make them, these fire arrows? Are they different from ours, like the ones used against the galley at Osaka?
Blackthorn began to explain, and there were the usual tiring interruptions and probing re-questionings. By now, he was used to their incredibly inquisitive minds about any aspect of war, but found it exhausting to talk through an interpreter. Even though Mariko was excellent, what she actually said was rarely exact. A long reply would always be shortened, some of what was spoken would of course be changed slightly, and misunderstandings occurred. So explanations had to be repeated unnecessarily. But without Mariko, he knew that he could never have become so valuable. It's only knowledge that keeps me from the pit, he reminded himself. But that's no problem, because there's much to tell yet, and a battle to win. A real battle to win. You're safe till then. You've a navy to plan. And then home. Safe. He saw Buntaro's swords and the guard's swords, and he felt his own and the oiled warmth of his pistol, and he knew, truthfully, he would never be safe in this land. Neither he nor anyone was safe, not even Toranaga.
Anjin-san, Buntaro-sama asks if he sends you men tomorrow. Could you show them how to make these arrows?
Where can we get pitch?
I don't know.
Mariko cross-questioned him on where it was usually found, and what it looked like or smelled like, and on possible alternatives. Then she spoke to Buntaro at length. Fujiko had been silent all the while, her eyes and ears trained, missing nothing. The maids, well commanded by a slight motion of Fujiko's fan to an empty cup, constantly replenished the sake flasks.
My husband says he will discuss this with Lord Toranaga. Perhaps pitch exists somewhere in the Kanto. We've never heard of it before. If not pitch, we have thick oils, whale oils, which might substitute. He asks, do you sometimes use war rockets, like the Chinese?
Yes, but they're not considered of much value, except in siege. The Turks used them when they came against the Knights of St. John in Malta. Rockets are used mostly to cause fire and panic.
He asks, please give him details about this battle.
It was 40 years ago, in the greatest...
Blackthorn stopped, his mind racing. This had been the most vital siege in Europe. 60,000 Islamic Turks, the cream of the Ottoman Empire, had come against 600 Christian knights, supported by a few thousand Maltese auxiliaries, at bay in their vast castle complex at St. Elmo, on the tiny island of Malta in the Mediterranean. The knights had successfully withstood the 6-month siege, and incredibly, had forced the enemy to retreat in shame. This victory had saved the whole Mediterranean seaboard, and thus Christendom, from being ravaged at whim by the infidel hordes. Blackthorn had suddenly realized that this battle gave him one of the keys to Osaka Castle. How to invest it, how to harry it,
how to break through the gates, and how to conquer it.
You were saying, senor?
It was 40 years ago, in the greatest inland sea we have in Europe, Mariko-san, the Mediterranean. It was just a siege, like any siege, not worth talking about. He lied. Such knowledge was priceless, certainly not to be given away lightly, and absolutely not now. Mariko had explained many times that Osaka Castle stood inexorably between Toranaga and victory. Blackthorn was certain that the solution to Osaka might well be his passport out of the Empire, with all the riches he would need in this life. He noticed that Mariko seemed troubled. Senora?
Nothing, senor.
She began to translate what he had said, but he knew that she knew he was hiding something. The smell of the stew distracted him. Ujiko-san.
Hai, Anjin-san?
Shokuji wa madaka? Kyaku wa sazukufuku de oro, ne? When's dinner? The guests may be hungry.
Ah, gomen nasai. Haga koreti kare ni itashimasu.
Blackthorn saw her point at the sun and realized that she had said, after sunset. He nodded and grunted, which passed in Japan for a polite, thank you, I understand. Mariko turned again to Blackthorn.
My husband would like you to tell him about a battle you've been in.
They're all in the war manual, Mariko-san.
He says he's read it with great interest, but it contains only brief details. Over the next days, he wishes to learn everything about all your battles. One now, if it pleases you.
They're all in the war manual. Perhaps tomorrow, Mariko-san. He wanted time to examine his blinding new thought about Osaka Castle and that battle. And he was tired of talking, tired of being cross-questioned, but most of all, he wanted to eat.
Please, Anjin-san, would you tell it again, just once, for my husband?
He heard the careful pleading under her voice, so he relented. Of course. Which do you think he'd like?
The one in the Netherlands? Near Zealand? Is that how you pronounce it?
Yes, he said. So he began to tell the story of this battle, which was like almost every other battle in which men died, most of the time because of the mistakes and stupidity of the officers in command.
My husband says it's not so here, Anjin-san. Here the commanding officers have to be very good, or they die very quickly.
Of course, my criticisms applied to European leaders only.
Buntaro-sama says he will tell you about our wars and our leaders, particularly the Lord Taiko, over the days. A fair exchange for your information, she said non-committally.
Domo. Blackthorn bowed slightly, feeling Buntaro's eyes grind into him. What do you really want from me, you son of a bitch? Dinner was a disaster, for everyone. Even before they had left the garden to go to the veranda to eat, the day had become ill-omened.
Excuse me, Anjin-san, but what's that?
Mariko pointed.
Over there. My husband asks, what's that?
Where? Oh, there. That's a pheasant, Blackthorn said. Lord Toranaga sent it to me, along with a hare. We're having that for dinner, English style. At least I am, though there'd be enough for everyone.
Thank you, but we, my husband and I, we don't eat meat. But why is the pheasant hanging there? In this heat? Shouldn't it be put away and prepared?
That's the way you prepare pheasant. You hang it to mature the meat.
What? Just like that? Excuse me, Anjin-san, she said, flustered. So sorry, but it'll go rotten quickly. It still has its feathers, and it's not been cleaned.
Pheasant meat's dry, Mariko-san, so you hang it for a few days, perhaps a couple of weeks, depending on the weather. Then you pluck it, clean it, and cook it.
You leave it in the air? To rot? Just like...
Nanja? Buntaro asked impatiently. She spoke to him apologetically, and he sucked in his breath, then got up and peered at it and prodded it. A few flies buzzed, then settled back again. Hesitantly, Hujiko spoke to Buntaro, and he flushed.
Your consort said you ordered that no one was to touch it, but you?
Mariko asked. Yes. Don't you hang game here? Not everyone's Buddhist.
No, Anjin-san, I don't think so.
Some people believe you should hang a pheasant by the tail feathers until it drops off, but that's an old wives' tale, Blackthorn said. By the neck's the right way, then the juices stay where they belong. Some people let it hang until it drops off the neck, but personally, I don't like meat that gamey. We used to. He stopped, for she had gone a slight shade of green.
Nandesu ka, Mariko-san?
Fujiko asked quickly. Mariko explained. They all laughed nervously, and Mariko got up, weakly patting the sheen off her forehead.
I'm sorry, Anjin-san. Would you excuse me a moment?
Your food's just as strange, he wanted to say. What about yesterday? The raw squid? White, slimy, almost tasteless, chewy meat, with nothing but soya sauce to wash it down? Or the chopped octopus tentacles, again raw, with cold rice and seaweed? How about fresh jellyfish with yellow-brown souped tofu, fermented bean curds, that looked like a bowl of dog puke? Oh, yes, served beautifully in a fragile, attractive bowl, but still looking like puke. Yes, by God, enough to make any man sick. Eventually they went to the veranda room, and after the usual interminable bowings and small talk and cha and sake, the food began to arrive. Small trays of clear fish soup and rice and raw fish, as always. And then his stew. He lifted the lid of the pot. The steam rose and golden globules of fat danced on the shimmering surface. The rich, mouth-watering gravy soup was heavy with meat juices and tender chunks of flesh. Proudly he offered it, but they all shook their heads and begged him to eat. Domo, he said. It was good manners to drink soup directly from the small lacquered bowls, and to eat anything solid in the soup with chopsticks. A ladle was on the tray. Hard put to stop his hunger, he filled the bowl and began to eat. Then he saw their eyes. They were watching with nauseated fascination, which they unsuccessfully tried to hide. His appetite began to slip away. He tried to dismiss them, but could not, his stomach growling. Hiding his irritation, he put down the bowl and replaced the lid, and told them gruffly it was not to his taste. He ordered Negatsu to take it away.
Should it be thrown away then? Fujiko asks.
Mariko said hopefully. Yes. Fujiko and Buntaro relaxed.
Would you like more rice?
Fujiko asked. No, thank you. Mariko waved her fan, smiled encouragingly, and refilled his sake cup. But Blackthorn was not soothed, and he resolved in the future to cook in the hills in private, to eat in private, and to hunt openly. To hell with them, he thought. If Toranaga can hunt, so can I. When am I going to see him? How long do I have to wait? The pox on waiting and the pox on Toranaga, he said aloud in English, and felt better.
What, Anjin-san?
Mariko asked in Portuguese. Nothing, he replied. I was just wondering when I'd see Lord Toranaga.
He didn't tell me. Very soon, I imagine.
Buntaro was slurping his sake and soup loudly, as was custom. This began to annoy Blackthorn. Mariko talked cheerfully with her husband, who grunted, hardly acknowledging her. She was not eating, and it further irked him that both she and Fujiko were almost fawning on Buntaro, and also that he himself had to put up with this unwanted guest. Tell Buntaro-sama that in my country a host toasts the honoured guest. He lifted his cup with a grim smile. Long life and happiness. He drank. Buntaro listened to Mariko's explanation. He nodded in agreement, lifted his cup in return, smiled through his teeth, and drained it. Health! Blackthorn toasted again. And again. And again. Health! This time Buntaro did not drink. He put down the full cup and looked at Blackthorn out of his small eyes. Then Buntaro called to someone outside. The shoji slid open at once. His guard, ever present, bowed and handed him the immense bow and quiver. Buntaro took it
and spoke vehemently and rapidly to Blackthorn. My husband says you wanted to see him shoot, Anjin-san. He thinks tomorrow is too far away. Now is a good time. The gateway of your house, Anjin-san. He asks, which post do you choose?
I don't understand, Blackthorn said.
The main gate would be 40 paces away, somewhere across the garden, but now completely masked by the closed shoji wall to his right. The left or the right post? Please choose. Her manner was urgent. Warned, he looked at Buntaro. The man seemed detached, oblivious of them, a squat, ugly troll who sat gazing into the distance.
Left,
he said, fascinated. Hidari, she said. At once, Buntaro slid an arrow from the quiver, and still sitting, set up the bow, raised it, drew back the bowstring to eye level, and released the shaft with savage, almost poetic liquidity. The arrow slashed toward Mariko's face, touched a strand of her hair in passing, and disappeared through the shoji paper wall. Another arrow was launched almost before the first had vanished, and then another, each one coming within an inch of impaling Mariko. She remained calm and motionless, kneeling as she had always been. A fourth arrow, and then a last. The silence was filled with the echo of the twanging bowstring. Buntaro sighed and came back slowly. He put the bow across his knees. Mariko and Hujiko sucked in their breaths and smiled and bowed and complimented Buntaro, and he nodded and bowed slightly. They looked at Blackthorn. He knew that what he had witnessed was almost magical. All the arrows had gone through the same hole in the shoji. Buntaro handed the bow back to his guard and picked up his tiny cup. He stared at it a moment, then raised it to Blackthorn, drained it, and spoke harshly, his brutish self again. My husband asks, politely, please go and look. Blackthorn thought a moment, trying to still his heart.
There's no need. Of course he hit the target.
He says he would like you to be sure.
I'm sure.
Please, Anjin-san, you would honor him.
I don't need to honor him.
Yes, but may I please quietly add my request?
Again the plea was in her eyes. How do I say, that was marvellous to watch?
She told him. He said the words and bowed.
Buntaro bowed perfunctorily in return. Ask him, please, to come with me to see the arrows.
He says that he would like you to go by yourself. He does not wish to go, Anjin-san.
Why?
If he has been accurate, senor, you should see that by yourself. If not, you should see that alone too. Then neither you nor he can be embarrassed.
And if he's missed?
He hasn't. But by our custom, accuracy under such impossible circumstances is unimportant compared to the grace that the archer shows, the nobility of movement, his strength to shoot sitting, or the detachment about the winning or losing. The arrows were within an inch of each other in the middle of the left post. Blackthorn looked back at the house, and he could see 40-odd paces away the small, neat hole in the paper wall that was a spark of light in the darkness.
It's almost impossible to be so accurate, he thought. From where Buntaro was sitting, he couldn't see the garden or the gate, and it was black night outside.
Blackthorn turned back to the post and raised the lantern higher. With one hand he tried to pull out an arrow. The steel head was buried too deep. He could have snapped the wooden shaft, but he did not wish to. The guard was watching. Blackthorn hesitated. The guard came forward to help, but he shook his head,
Ie, domo,
and went back inside.
Mariko-san, please tell my consort that I would like the arrows left in the post forever. All of them, to remind me of a master archer. I've never seen such shooting.
He bowed to Buntaro. Thank you, Anjin-san. She translated, and Buntaro bowed and thanked him for the compliment.
Sake!
Blackthorn ordered. They drank more, much more. Buntaro quaffed his carelessly now, the wine taking him. Blackthorn watched him covertly, then let his attention wander away, as he wondered how the man had managed to line up and fire the arrows with such incredible accuracy.
It's impossible, he thought, yet I saw him do it. Wonder what Fink and Bacchus and the rest are doing right now.
Toranaga had told him the crew were now settled in Edo, near Erasmus.
Christ Jesus, I'd like to see them and get back aboard.
He glanced across at Mariko, who was saying something to her husband. Buntaro listened. Then, to Blackthorn's surprise, he saw the samurai's face become contorted with loathing. Before he could avert his eyes, Buntaro had looked at him.
Nandesu?
Buntaro's words sounded almost like an accusation.
Nanimo, Buntaro-san?
Nothing. Blackthorn offered everyone sake, hoping to cover his lapse. Again the women accepted, but just sipped their wine sparingly. Buntaro finished his cup at once, his mood ugly. Then he harangued Mariko lengthily. In spite of himself, Blackthorn spoke out.
What's the matter with him? What's he saying?
Oh, I'm sorry, Anjin-san. My husband was asking about you, about your wife and consorts, and about your children, and about what happened since we left Osaka. She stopped, changing her mind, and added in a different voice. He's most interested in you, and your views.
I'm interested in him and his views, Mariko-san. How did you meet, you and he? When were you married?
Buntaro overrode him with a flurry of impatient Japanese. At once, Mariko translated what had been said. Buntaro reached over and sloshed 2 teacups full of sake, offered one to Blackthorn, and waved at the women to take the others. My husband, says sometimes sake cups are too small. Mariko poured the other teacups full. She sipped one, Fujiko the other. There was another, more bellicose harangue, and Mariko's smile froze on her face. Fujiko's also. Ie, dozo gomen nasai, Buntaro-sama, Mariko began.
Ima,
Buntaro ordered. Nervously, Fujiko started to talk, but Buntaro shut her up with one look. Gomen nasai, Fujiko whispered in apology. Dozo gomen nasai.
What did he say, Mariko-san?
She appeared not to hear Blackthorn. Dozo gomen nasai, Buntaro-sama, watashi. Her husband's face reddened.
Ima!
So sorry, Anjin-san, but my husband orders me to answer your questions, to tell you about myself. I told him that I did not think that family matters should be discussed so late at night, but he orders it. Please be patient. She took a large sip of the sake, then another. The strands of hair that were loose over her ears waved in the slight current made by Fujiko's fan. She drained the cup and put it down. My maiden name is Akechi. I am the daughter of General Lord Akechi Jinsai, the assassin. My father treacherously assassinated his liege lord, the dictator, Lord Goroda.
God in heaven! Why'd he do that?
Whatever the reason, Anjin-san, it is insufficient. My father committed the worst crime in our world. My blood's tainted, as is the blood of my son.
Then why?
He stopped. Yes, Anjin-san?
I was only going to say that I understand what that means, to kill a liege lord. I'm surprised that you were left alive.
My husband honored me.
Again, Buntaro viciously interrupted her, and she apologized and explained what Blackthorn had asked. Contemptuously, Buntaro waved her on.
My husband honored me by sending me away, she continued in the same gentle way. I begged to be allowed to commit seppuku, but he denied me that privilege. I must explain, seppuku is his privilege to give, or Lord Toranaga's. I still humbly ask it once a year, on the anniversary of the day of the treachery. But, in his wisdom, my husband has always refused me.
Her smile was lovely.
My husband honors me every day, every moment, Anjin-san. If I were he, I would not be able to even talk to such a befouled person.
That's why... That's why you're the last of your line? He asked, remembering what she had said about a catastrophe on the march from Osaka Castle. Mariko translated the question for Buntaro and then turned back again.
Hi, Anjin-san. But it wasn't a catastrophe. Not for them. They were caught in the hills, my father and his family, by Nakamura, the general who became the Taiko. It was Nakamura who led the armies of vengeance and slaughtered all my father's forces, 20,000 men, every one. My father and his family were trapped, but my father had time to help them all, my 4 brothers and 3 sisters, my mother and his 2 consorts. Then he committed seppuku. In that he was samurai, and they were samurai, she said. They knelt bravely before him, one by one, and he slew them, one by one. They died honourably, and he died honourably. My father's 2 brothers and 1 uncle had sided with him in his treachery against their liege lord. They were also trapped, and they died with equal honour. Not one Akechi was left alive to face the hate and derision of the enemy, except me. No, please forgive me, Anjin-san. I'm wrong. My father and his brothers and uncle, they were the real enemy. Of the enemy, only I am left alive, a living witness to filthy treachery. I, Akechi Mariko, was left alive because I was married and so belonged to my husband's family. We lived at Kyoto then. I was at Kyoto when my father died. His treachery and rebellion lasted only 13 days, Anjin-san. But as long as men live in these islands, the name Akechi will be foul.
How long had you been married when that happened?
2 months and 3 days, Anjin-san.
And you were 15 then?
Yes. My husband honoured me by not divorcing me or casting me out, as he should have done. I was sent away, to a village in the north. It was colder, Anjin-san, in Shonai province. So cold.
How long were you there?
8 years. The Lord Goroda was 49 when he committed seppuku to prevent capture. That was almost 16 years ago, Anjin-san, and most of his descent...
Buntaro interrupted again, his tongue a whip.
Please excuse me, Anjin-san, Mariko said. My husband correctly points out it should have been enough for me to say that I am the daughter of a traitor, that long explanations are unnecessary. Of course, some explanations are necessary, she added carefully. Please excuse my husband's bad manners, and I beg you to remember what I said about ears to hear with and the 8-fold fence. Forgive me, Anjin-san. I am ordered away. You may not leave until he leaves or passes out with drink. Do not interfere.
She bowed to Fujiko.
Dozo gomen nasai. Do itashimashite.
Mariko bowed her head to Buntaro and left. Her perfume lingered. Sake! Buntaro said, and smiled evilly. Fujiko filled the teacup. Health! Blackthorn said, in turmoil. For more than an hour he toasted Buntaro until he felt his own head swimming. Then Buntaro passed out and lay in the shattered mess of the teacups. The shoji opened instantly. The guard came in with Mariko. They lifted Buntaro, helped by servants who seemed to appear out of nowhere, and carried him to the room opposite. Mariko's room. Assisted by the maid Koi, she began to undress him. The guard slid the shoji closed and sat outside it, his hand on the haft of his loosened sword. Fujiko waited, watching Blackthorn. Maids came and tidied up the disorder. Wearily, Blackthorn ran his hands through his long hair and retied the ribbon of his queue. Then he lurched up and went out onto the veranda, his consort following. The air smelled good and cleansed him, but not enough. He sat ponderously on the stoop and drank in the night. Fujiko knelt behind him and leaned forward.
Gomen nasai, Anjin-san,
she whispered, nodding back at the house.
Wakarimasu ka?
Do you understand? Wakarimasu. Shigata ga nai. Then, seeing her untoward fear, he stroked her hair.
Arigato. Arigato, Anjin-sama.
Anata wa suimin ima, Fujiko-san,
he said, finding the words with difficulty. You sleep now. Dozo gomenasai, Anjin-sama, swimming, ne? She said, motioning him toward his own room, her eyes pleading. Iie, watashi oyogu ima. No, I'm going for a swim. Hi, Anjin-sama. Obediently she turned and called out. 2 of the servants came running. Both were young men from the village, strong and known to be good swimmers. Blackthorn did not object. Tonight he knew his objections would be meaningless. Well, anyway, he said aloud as he lurched down the hill, the men following, his brain dulled with drink. Anyway, I've put him to sleep. He can't hurt her now. Blackthorn swam for an hour and felt better. When he came back, Fujiko was waiting on the veranda with a pot of fresh char. He accepted some, then went to bed and was instantly asleep. The sound of Buntaro's voice, teeming with malice, awoke him. His right hand was already grasping the hilt of the loaded pistol he always kept under the futon, and his heart was thundering in his chest from the suddenness of his waking. Buntaro's voice stopped. Mariko began to talk. Blackthorn could only catch a few words, but he could feel the reasonableness and the pleading, not abject or whining or even near tears, just her usual firm serenity. Again, Buntaro erupted. Blackthorn tried not to listen. Don't interfere, she had told him, and she was wise. He had no rights, but Buntaro had many. I beg you to be careful, Anjin-san. Remember what I told you about ears to hear with and the 8-fold fence. Obediently he lay back, his skin chilled with sweat, and forced himself to think about what she had said. You see, Anjin-san, she had told him that very special evening when they were finishing the last of many last flasks of sake, and he had been joking about the lack of privacy everywhere. People always around and paper walls, ears and eyes always prying. Here you have to learn to create your own privacy. We're taught from childhood to disappear within ourselves, to grow impenetrable walls behind which we live. If we couldn't, we'd all certainly go mad and kill each other and ourselves. What walls? Oh, we've a limitless maze to hide in, Anjin-san. Rituals and customs, taboos of all kinds. Oh, yes. Even our language has nuances you don't have, which allow us to avoid, politely, any question if we don't want to answer it. But how do you close your ears, Mariko-san? That's impossible. Oh, very easy. With training. Of course, training begins as soon as a child can talk, so very soon it's second nature to us. How else could we survive? First you begin by cleansing your mind of people, to put yourself on a different plane. Sunset watching is a great help, or listening to the rain. Anjin-san, have you noticed the different sounds of rain? If you really listen, then the present vanishes, nay? Listening to blossoms falling and to rocks growing are exceptionally good exercises. Of course, you're not supposed to see the things. They're only signs, messages to your hara, your center, to remind you of the transience of life, to help you gain harmony, Anjin-san, perfect harmony, which is the most sought-after quality in all Japanese life, all art, all... She had laughed. There! You see what so much sake does to me? The tip of her tongue touched her lips so enticingly. I will whisper a secret to you. Don't be fooled by our smiles and gentleness, our ceremonial and our bowing and sweetnesses and attentions. Beneath them all, we can be 1,000,000 li away, safe and alone. For that's what we seek, oblivion. One of our first poems ever written, it's in the Kojiki, our first history book that was written down about 1,000 years ago. Perhaps that will explain what I'm saying. 8 cumulus arise, for the lovers to hide within. The 8-fold fence of Izumo province. Enclose those 8-fold clouds. Oh, how marvellous, that 8-fold fence. We would certainly go mad if we didn't have an 8-fold fence. Oh, very yes. Remember the 8-fold fence, he told himself, as the hissing fury of Buntaro continued.
I don't know anything about her. Or him, really. Think about the musket regiment, or home, or Felicity, or how to get the ship, or about Bacchus, or Toranaga, or Omi-san. What about Omi? Do I need revenge? He wants to be my friend, and he's been good and kind since the pistols and... The sound of the blow tore into his head. Then Mariko's voice began again, and there was a second blow, and Blackthorn was on his feet in an instant, the shoji open. The guard stood facing him balefully in the corridor outside Mariko's door, sword ready. Blackthorn was preparing to launch himself at the samurai when the door at the far end of the corridor opened. Fujiko, her hair loose and flowing over the sleeping kimono, approached, the sound of ripping cloth and another clout seemingly not touching her at all. She bowed politely to the guard and stood between them, then bowed meekly to Blackthorn and took his arm, motioning him back into the room. He saw the taut readiness of the samurai. He had only one pistol and one bullet at the moment, so he retreated. Fujiko followed and shut the shoji behind her. Then, very afraid, she shook her head warningly and touched a finger to her lips and shook her head again, her eyes pleading with him.
"Gomenasai, wakarimasu ka?"
she breathed. But he was concentrating on the wall of the adjoining room that he could smash in so easily. She looked at the wall also, then put herself between him and the wall, and sat, motioning him to do the same. But he could not. He stood readying himself for the charge that would destroy them all, goaded by a whimper that followed another blow.
"Iye!"
Fujiko shook in terror. He waved her out of the way.
"Iye! Iye!"
She begged again. "Ima!" At once, Fujiko got up and motioned him to wait as she rushed noiselessly for the swords that lay in front of the tokonama, the little alcove of honor. She picked up the long sword, her hands shaking, drew it out of the scabbard, and prepared to follow him through the wall. At that instant, there was a final blow and a rising torrent of rage. The other shoji slammed open, and unseen, Buntaro stamped away, followed by the guard. There was silence in the house for a moment, then the sound of the garden gate crashing closed. Blackthorn went for his door. Fujiko darted in the way, but he shoved her aside and pulled it open. Mariko was still on her knees in one corner of the next room, a livid welt on her cheek, her hair dishevelled, her kimono in tatters, bad bruises on her thighs and lower back. He rushed over to pick her up, but she cried out, "Go away, please, go away, Anjin-san." He saw the trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. "Jesus, how bad are you?"
"I told you not to interfere. Please go away,"
she said in the same calm voice that belied the violence in her eyes. Then she saw Fujiko, who had stayed at the doorway. She spoke to her. Fujiko obediently took Blackthorn's arm to lead him away, but he tore out of her grasp. "Don't! Ie!"
Mariko said, "Your presence here takes away my face and gives me no peace or comfort and shames me. Go away."
"I want to help. Don't you understand?"
"Don't you understand? You have no rights in this. This is a private quarrel between husband and wife."
"That's no excuse for hitting—"
"Why don't you listen, Anjin-san? He can beat me to death if he wishes. He has the right, and I wish he would, even that. Then I wouldn't have to endure the shame. You think it's easy to live with my shame? Didn't you hear what I told you? I'm Akechi Jinsai's daughter."
"That's not your fault. You did nothing."
"It is my fault, and I am my father's daughter."
Mariko would have stopped there, but looking up and seeing his compassion, his concern and his love, and knowing how he so honoured truth, she allowed some of her veils to fall.
"Tonight was my fault, Anjin-san," she said. "If I would weep as he wants, beg forgiveness as he wants, cringe and be petrified and fawn as he wants, open my legs in pretended terror as he desires, do all these womanly things that my duty demands, then he'd be like a child in my hand. But I will not."
"Why?"
"Because That's my revenge. To repay him for leaving me alive after the treachery. To repay him for sending me away for 8 years and leaving me alive all that time. And to repay him for ordering me back into life and leaving me alive.
She sat back painfully and arranged her tattered kimono closer around her.
I'll never give myself to him again. Once I did, freely, even though I detested him from the first moment I saw him.
Then why did you marry him? You've said women here have rights of refusal, that they don't have to marry against their wishes.
I married him to please Lord Goroda and to please my father. I was so young, I didn't know about Goroda then. But if you want the truth, Goroda was the cruelest, most loathsome man that was ever born. He drove my father to treachery. That's the real truth. Goroda.
She spat the name.
But for him, we'd all be alive and honoured. I pray God that Goroda's committed to hell for all eternity.
She moved carefully, trying to ease the agony in her side.
There's only hatred between my husband and me. That's our karma. It would be so easy for him to allow me to climb into the small place of death.
Why doesn't he let you go, divorce you, even grant you what you want?
Because he's a man.
A ripple of pain went through her, and she grimaced. Blackthorn was on his knees beside her, cradling her. She pushed him away, fought for control. Fujiko at the doorway watched stoically.
I'm all right, Anjin-san. Please leave me alone. You mustn't. You must be careful.
I'm not afraid of him. Wearily, she pushed the hair out of her eyes and stared up searchingly.
Why not let the Anjin-san go to meet his karma?
Mariko asked herself.
He's not of our world. Buntaro will kill him so easily. Only Toranaga's personal protection has shielded him so far. Yabu, Omi, Naga, Buntaro. Any one of them could be provoked so easily into killing him. He's caused nothing but trouble since he arrived, ne? So has his knowledge. Naga's right. The Anjin-san can destroy our world unless he's bottled up. What if Buntaro knew the truth? Or Toranaga? About the pillowing? Are you insane?
Fujiko had said that first night.
No. Then why are you going to take the maid's place? Because of the sake? And for amusement, Fujiko-chan? And for curiosity?
She had lied, hiding the real reason. Because he excited her. She wanted him. She had never had a lover. If it was not tonight, it would never be. And it had to be the Anjin-san, and only the Anjin-san. So she had gone to him, and had been transported, and then yesterday, when the galley arrived, Fujiko had said privately,
Would you have gone if you'd known your husband was alive? No, of course not,
she had lied.
But now you're going to tell Buntaro-sama, ne? About pillowing with the Anjin-san? Why should I do that? I thought that might be your plan. If you tell Buntaro-sama at the right time, his rage will burst over you, and you'll be gratefully dead before he knows what he's done. No, Fujiko-san, he'll never kill me, unfortunately. He'll send me to the Eta if he has excuse enough, if he could get Lord Toranaga's approval. But he'll never kill me. Adultery with the Anjin-san? Would that be enough? Oh, yes. What would happen to your son? He would inherit my disgrace, if I am disgraced, ne? Please tell me if you ever think Buntaro-sama suspects what happened. While I'm consort, it's my duty to protect the Anjin-san. Yes, it is, Fujiko,
Mariko had thought then.
And that would give you the excuse to take open vengeance on your father's accuser that you are desperate for. But your father was a coward. So sorry, poor Fujiko. Hiromatsu was there, otherwise your father would be alive now and Buntaro dead. For Buntaro is hated far more than they ever despised your father. Even the swords you prize so much, they were never given as a battle honor. They were bought from a wounded samurai. So sorry, but I'll never be the one to tell you, even though that also is the truth.
I'm not afraid of him, Blackthorn was saying again.
I know,
she said, the pain taking her.
But please, I beg you, be afraid of him for me.
Blackthorn went for the door. Buntaro was waiting for him 100 paces away in the centre of the path that led down to the village. Squat, immense, and deadly. The guard stood beside him. It was an overcast dawn. Fishing boats were already working the shoals, the sea calm. Blackthorn saw the bow loose in Buntaro's hands, and the swords and the guard's swords. Buntaro was swaying slightly, and this gave him hope that the man's aim would be off, which might give him time to get close enough. There was no cover beside the path. Beyond caring, he cocked both pistols and bore down on the two men. To hell with cover, he thought through the haze of his bloodlust, knowing at the same time that what he was doing was insane, that he had no chance against the two samurai or the long-range bow, that he had no rights whatsoever to interfere. And then, while he was still out of pistol range, Buntaro bowed low, and so did the guard. Blackthorn stopped, sensing a trap. He looked all around, but there was no one near. As though in a dream, he saw Buntaro sink heavily onto his knees, put his bow aside, his hands flat on the ground, and bow to him as a peasant would bow to his lord. The guard did likewise. Blackthorn stared at them, dazed. When he was sure his eyes were not tricking him, he came forward slowly, pistols ready but not levelled, expecting treachery. Within easy range, he stopped. Buntaro had not moved. Custom dictated that he should kneel and return the salutation, because they were equals or near equals. But he could not understand why there should be such unbelievable deferential ceremony in a situation like this, where blood was going to flow. "Get up, you son of a bitch!" Blackthorn readied to pull both triggers. Buntaro said nothing, did nothing, but kept his head bowed, his hands flat. The back of his kimono was soaked with sweat. "Nanja?" Blackthorn deliberately used the most insulting way of asking, "What is it?" wanting to bait Buntaro into getting up, into beginning, knowing that he could not shoot him like this, with his head down and almost in the dust. Then, conscious that it was rude to stand while they were kneeling, and that the Nanja was an almost intolerable and certainly unnecessary insult, Blackthorn knelt, and holding on to the pistols, put both hands on the ground, and bowed in return. He sat back on his heels. "Hi?" he asked, with forced politeness. At once Buntaro began mumbling, abjectly, apologizing. For what and exactly why, Blackthorn did not know. He could only catch a word here and another there, and sake many times, but clearly it was an apology and a humble plea for forgiveness. Buntaro went on and on. Then he ceased and put his head down into the dust again. Blackthorn's blinding rage had vanished by now. "Shigata ga nai," he said huskily, which meant, "It can't be helped," or "There's nothing to be done," or "What could you do?" not knowing yet if the apology was merely ritual prior to attack. "Shigata ga nai. Hakiri wakaranu ga shinpai suruko to wanai." It can't be helped. I don't understand exactly, but don't worry. Buntaro looked up and sat back. "Arigato. Arigato, Anjin-sama. Tomo gomen nasai." "Shigata ga nai," Blackthorn repeated. And now that it was clear the apology was genuine, he thanked God for giving him the miraculous opportunity to call off the duel. He knew that he had no rights, he had acted like a madman, and that the only way to resolve the crisis with Buntaro was according to rules. And that meant Toranaga. But why the apology? He was asking himself frantically. Think. You've got to learn to think like them. Then the solution rushed into his brain. It must be because I'm Hatamoto, and Buntaro, the guest, disturbed the wa, the harmony of my house. By having a violent open quarrel with his wife in my house, he insulted me. Therefore he's totally in the wrong, and he has to apologize whether he means it or not. An apology's obligatory from one samurai to another, from a guest to a host. Wait, and don't forget that by their custom, all men are allowed to get drunk, are expected to get drunk sometimes, and when drunk, they are not, within reason, responsible for their actions. Don't forget, there's no loss of face if you get stinking drunk. Remember how unconcerned Mariko and Toranaga were on the ship when I was stupefied. They were amused and not disgusted, as we'd be. And aren't you really to blame? Didn't you start the drinking bout? Wasn't it your challenge? Yes, he said aloud. Nandesu ka, Anjin-san? Buntaro asked, his eyes bloodshot. Nani mo? Watashi no kashitsu desu. Nothing. It was my fault. Buntaro shook his head and said that no, it was only his fault, and he bowed and apologized again. Sake, Blackthorn said with finality and shrugged. Shigata ga nai. Sake. Buntaro bowed and thanked him again. Blackthorn returned it and got up. Buntaro followed, and the guard. Both bowed once more. Again it was returned. At length Buntaro turned and reeled away. Blackthorn waited until he was out of arrow range, wondering if the man was as drunk as he appeared to be. Then he went back to his own house. Fujiko was on the veranda, once more within her polite, smiling shell. What are you really thinking? He asked himself as he greeted her and was welcomed back. Mariko's door was closed. Her maid stood beside it. Mariko-san?
Yes, Anjin-san?
He waited, but the door stayed closed. Are you all right?
Yes, thank you.
He heard her clear her throat, then the weak voice continued.
Fujiko has sent word to Yabu-san and to Lord Toranaga that I'm indisposed today and won't be able to interpret.
You'd better see a doctor.
Oh, thank you, but Suo will be very good. I've sent for him. I've just twisted my side. Truly, I'm all right. There's no need for you to worry.
Look, I know a little about doctoring. You're not coughing up blood, are you?
Oh, no. When I slipped, I just knocked my cheek. Really, I'm quite all right.
After a pause, he said, Buntaro apologized.
Yes. Fujiko watched from the gate. I thank you humbly for accepting his apology. Thank you. And, Anjin-san, I'm so sorry that you were disturbed. It's unforgivable that your harmony... Please accept my apologies too. I should never have let my mouth run away with me. It was very impolite. Please forgive me also. The quarrel was my fault. Please accept my apology.
For being beaten?
For failing to obey my husband. For failing to help him to sleep contentedly. For failing him, and my host. Also for what I said.
You're sure there's nothing I can do?
No. No, thank you, Anjin-san. It's just for today.
But Blackthorn did not see her for 8 days. Chapter 36. I invited you to hunt, Naga-san, not to repeat views I've already heard, Toranaga said. I beg you, father, for the last time, stop the training, outlaw guns, destroy the barbarian, declare the experiment a failure, and have done with this obscenity. No, for the last time. The hooded falcon on Toranaga's gloved hand shifted uneasily at the unaccustomed menace in her master's voice, and she hissed irritably. They were in the brush, beaters and guards well out of earshot, the day sweltering and dank and overcast. Naga's chin jutted. Very well, but it's still my duty to remind you that you're in danger here, and to demand again, with due politeness, now for the last time, that you leave Anjiro today.
No. Also for the last time. Then take my head. I already have your head. Then take it today, now, or let me end my life, since you won't take good advice. Learn patience, puppy. How can I be patient when I see you destroying yourself? It's my duty to point it out to you. You stay here hunting and wasting time while your enemies are pulling the whole world down on you. The regents meet tomorrow. 4/5 of all daimyos in Japan are either at Osaka already or on the way there. You're the only important one to refuse. Now you'll be impeached. Then nothing can save you. At the very least, you should be home at Edo, surrounded by the legions. Here, you're naked. We can't protect you. We've barely 1,000 men. And hasn't Yabu-san mobilized all Izu? He's got more than 8,000 men within 20 li, another 6 closing his borders. You know spies say he has a fleet waiting northward to sink you if you try to escape by galley. You're his prisoner again. Don't you see that? One carrier pigeon from Ishido, and Yabu can destroy you whenever he wants. How do you know he isn't planning treachery with Ishido? I'm sure he's considering it. I would, if I were he. Wouldn't you? No, I wouldn't. Then you'd soon be dead, which would be absolutely merited. But so would all your family, all your clan, and all your vassals, which would be absolutely unforgivable. You're a stupid, truculent fool. You won't use your mind. You won't listen. You won't learn. You won't curb your tongue or your temper. You let yourself be manipulated in the most childish way and believe that everything can be solved with the edge of your sword. The only reason I don't take your stupid head or let you end your present worthless life is because you're young, because I used to think you had some possibilities. Your mistakes are not malicious. There's no guile in you, and your loyalty's unquestioned. But if you don't quickly learn patience and self-discipline, I'll take away your samurai status and order you and all your generations into the peasant class.
Toranaga's right fist slammed his saddle, and the falcon let out a piercing, nervous scream.
Do you understand?
Naga was in shock. In his whole life, Naga had never seen his father shout with rage or lose his temper, or even heard of him doing so. Many times he had felt the bite of his tongue, but with justification. Naga knew he made many mistakes, but always his father had turned it so that what he had done no longer seemed as stupid as it had at first. For instance, when Toranaga had shown him how he had fallen into Omi's, or Yabu's, trap about Jozen, he had had to be physically stopped from charging off at once to murder them both. But Toranaga had ordered his private guards to pour cold water over Naga until he was rational, and had calmly explained that he, Naga, had helped his father immeasurably by eliminating Jozen's menace. But it would have been better if you'd known you were being manipulated into the action. Be patient, my son. Everything comes with patience, Toranaga had counseled. Soon you'll be able to manipulate them. What you did was very good, but you must learn to reason what's in a man's mind if you're to be of any use to yourself, or to your lord. I need leaders. I've fanatics enough. Always his father had been reasonable and forgiving, but today... Naga leapt off his horse and knelt abjectly. Please forgive me, father. I never meant to make you angry. It's only because I'm frantic with worry over your safety. Please excuse me for disturbing the harmony. Hold your tongue! Toranaga bellowed, causing his horse to shy. Frantically, Toranaga held on with his knees and pulled the reins tighter in his right hand, the horse skittering. Off balance, his falcon began to bait, to jump off his fist, her wings fluttering wildly, screaming her ear-shattering, "Heck! Heck! 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 Heck!" infuriated by the unaccustomed and unwelcome agitation surrounding her. There, my beauty, there! Toranaga desperately tried to settle her and gain control of the horse as Naga jumped for the horse's head. He caught the bridle
and just managed to stop the horse from bolting. The falcon was screaming furiously. At length, reluctantly, she settled back on Toranaga's expert glove, held firmly by her thong jesses. But her wings still pulsated nervously, the bells on her feet jangling shrilly. "Hick-hick-hick-hick!" she shrieked a final time. There, my beauty. There. Everything's all right," Toranaga said soothingly, his face still mottled with rage, then turned on Naga, trying to keep the animosity out of his tone for the falcon's sake. "If you've ruined her condition today, I'll... At that instant, one of the beaters helloed warningly. Immediately, Toranaga slipped off the falcon's hood with his right hand, gave her a moment to adjust to her surroundings, then launched her. She was long-winged, a peregrine, her name Tetsuko, Lady of Steel, and she whooshed up into the sky, circling to her station 600 feet above Toranaga, waiting for her prey to be flushed, her nervousness forgotten. Then, turning on the downwind pass, she saw the dogs sent in and the covey of pheasants scattered in a wild flurry of wing beatings. She marked her prey, heeled over and stooped, closed her wings and dived relentlessly, her talons ready to hack. She came hurtling down, but the old cock pheasant, twice her size, side-slipped, and in panic tore arrows straight for the safety of a copse of trees, 200 paces away. Tetsuko recovered, opened her wings, charging headlong after her quarry. She gained altitude, and then, once more vertically above the cock, again stooped, hacked viciously, and again missed. Toranaga excitedly shouted encouragement, warning of the danger ahead. Naga forgotten. With a frantic clattering of wings, the cock was streaking for the protection of the trees. The peregrine, again whirling high above, stooped and came slashing down. But she was too late. The wily pheasant vanished. Careless of her own safety, the falcon crashed through the leaves and branches, ferociously seeking her victim, then recovered and flashed into the open once more, screeching with rage, to rush high above the copse. At that moment, a covey of partridge was flushed and whirred away, staying close to the ground seeking safety, darting this way and that, cunningly following the contours of the earth. Tetsuko marked one, folded her wings, and fell like a stone. This time she did not miss. One vicious hack of her hind talons as she passed broke the partridge's neck. The bird crashed to the ground in a bursting cloud of feathers. But instead of following her kill to the earth, or binding it to her and landing with it, she soared screaming into the sky, climbing higher and ever higher. Anxiously, Toranaga took out the lure, a small dead bird tied to a thin rope, and whirled it around his head. But Tetsuko was not tempted back. Now she was a tiny speck in the sky, and Toranaga was sure that he had lost her, that she had decided to leave him, to go back to the wilds, to kill at her whim and not at his whim, to eat when she wanted and not when he decided, and to fly where the winds bore her or fancy took her, masterless and forever free. Toranaga watched her, not sad, but just a little lonely. She was a wild creature, and Toranaga, like all falconers, knew he was only a temporary earthbound master. Alone he had climbed to her eyrie in the Hakone Mountains and taken her from the nest as a fledgling, and trained her, cherished her, and given her first kill. Now he could hardly see her circling there, riding the thermals so gloriously, and he wished, achingly, that he too could ride the Empyrean, away from the iniquities of earth. Then the old cock pheasant casually broke from the trees to feed once more, and Tetsuko stooped, plummeting from the heavens, a tiny streamlined weapon of death, her claws ready for the coup de grace. The cock pheasant died instantly, feathers bursting from him on impact, but she held on, falling with him to let go, her wings slashing the air to break violently at the very last second. Then she closed her wings and settled on her kill. She held it in her claws and began to pluck it with her beak prior to eating. But before she could eat, Toranaga rode up. She stopped, distracted. Her merciless brown eyes, ringed with yellow cirrus, watched as he dismounted, her ears listening to his cooing praise of her skill and bravery. And then, because she was hungry and he the giver of food, and also because he was patient and made no sudden movement, but knelt gently, she allowed him to come closer. Toranaga was complimenting her softly. He took out his hunting knife and split the pheasant's head to allow Tetsuko to feed on the brains. As she began to feast on this tidbit, at his whim, he cut off the head and she came effortlessly onto his fist, where she was accustomed to feed. All the time Toranaga praised her, and when she'd finished this morsel, he stroked her gently and complimented her lavishly. She bobbed and hissed her contentment, glad to be safely back on the fist once more where she could eat, for of course, ever since she had been taken from the nest, the fist was the only place she had ever been allowed to feed, her food always given to her by Toranaga personally. She began to preen herself, ready for another death. Because Tetsuko had flown so well, Toranaga decided to let her gorge and fly her no more today. He gave her a small bird that he had already plucked and opened for her. When she was halfway through her meal, he slipped on her hood. She continued to feed contentedly through the hood. When she had finished and began to preen herself again, he picked up the cock pheasant, bagged it, and beckoned his falconer, who had waited with the beaters. Exhilarated, they discussed the glory of the kill and counted the bag. There was a hare, a brace of quail, and the cock pheasant. Toranaga dismissed the falconer and the beaters, sending them back to camp with all the falcons. His guards waited downwind. Now he turned his attention to Naga. So? Naga knelt beside his horse, bowed. You're completely correct, sir. What you said about me. I apologize for offending you. But not for giving me bad advice? I beg you to put me with someone who can teach me so that I'll never do that. I never want to give you bad advice. Never. Good. You'll spend part of every day talking with the Anjin's son, learning what he knows. He can be one of your teachers. Him? Yes, that may teach you some discipline. And if you can get it through that rock you have between your ears to listen, you'll certainly learn things of value to you. You might even learn something of value to me. Naga stared sullenly at the ground. I want you to know everything he knows about guns, cannon, and warfare. You'll become my expert. Yes, and I want you to be very expert. Naga said nothing. And I want you to become his friend. How can I do that, sir? Why don't you think of a way? Why don't you use your head? I'll try. I swear I'll try. I want you to do better than that. You're ordered to succeed. Use some Christian charity. You should have learned enough to do that, eh? Naga scowled. That's impossible to learn, much as I tried. It's the truth. All Tsuku-san talked was dogma and nonsense that would make any man vomit. Christians for peasants, not samurai. Don't kill, don't take more than one woman, and 50 other stupidities. I obeyed you then, and I'll obey you now. I always obey. Why not just let me do the things I can, sire? I'll become Christian if that's what you want, but I can't believe it. It's all manure, and... I apologize for speaking. I'll become the Anjin-san's friend. I will. Good. And remember, he's worth 20,000 times his own weight in raw silk, and he's got more knowledge than you'll have in 20 lifetimes. Naga held himself in check and nodded dutifully in agreement. Good. You'll be leading 2 of the battalions, Omi-san 2, and 1 will be held in reserve under Buntaro. And the other 4, sire? We haven't guns enough for them. That was a feint to put Yabu off the scent, Toranaga said, throwing his son a morsel. Sire? That was just an excuse to bring another 1,000 men here. Don't they arrive tomorrow? With 2,000 men, I can hold Anjiro and escape, if need be. Eh? But Yabu-san can still...
Naga bit back the comment, knowing that once more he was sure to make a mistaken judgment.
Why is it I'm so stupid?
He asked bitterly.
Why can't I see things like you do? Or like Sudara-san? I want to help, to be of use. I don't want to provoke you all the time. Then learn patience, my son, and curb your temper. Your time will come soon enough.
Sire? Toranaga was suddenly weary of being patient. He looked up at the sky.
I think I'll sleep for a while.
At once, Naga took off the saddle and the horse blanket and laid them on the ground as a samurai bed. Toranaga thanked him and watched him place sentries. When he was sure that everything was correct and safe, he lay down and closed his eyes. But he did not want to sleep, only to think. He knew it was an extremely bad sign that he had lost his temper.
You're fortunate it was only in front of Naga, who doesn't know any better, he told himself. If that had happened near Omi or Yabu, they'd have realized at once that you're almost frantic with worry, and such knowledge might easily inspire them to treachery. You were fortunate this time. Tetsuko put everything into proportion. But for her, you might have let others see your rage, and that would have been insanity. What a beautiful flight. Learn from her. Naga's got to be treated like a falcon. Doesn't he scream and bait like the best of them? Naga's only problem is that he's being flown at the wrong game. His game is combat and sudden death, and he'll have that soon enough.
Toranaga's anxiety began to return.
What's going on in Osaka? I miscalculated badly about the daimyos, who would accept and who would reject the summons. Why haven't I heard? Am I betrayed? So many dangers around me. What about the Anjin-san? He's a falcon too, but he isn't broken to the fist yet, as Yabu and Mariko claim. What's his prey? His prey is the Black Ship and the Rodriguez Anjin and the ugly, arrogant little Captain General who's not long for this earth, and all the black-robed priests and all the stinking hairy priests, all Portuguese and all Spaniards and Turkmen, whoever they are, and Islamers, whoever they are, not forgetting Omi and Yabu and Buntaro and Ishido and me.
Toranaga turned over to get more comfortable and smiled to himself.
But the Anjin-san's not a long-winged falcon, a hawk of the lure, that you fly free above you to stoop at a particular quarry. He's more like a short-winged hawk, a hawk of the fist, that you fly direct from the fist to kill anything that moves. Say a goshawk that'll take partridge or a hare 3 times her own weight. Rats, cats, dogs, woodcock, starlings, rooks, overtaking them with fantastic short bursts of speed to kill with a single crush of her talons. The hawk that detests the hood and won't accept it, just sits on your wrist, arrogant, dangerous, self-sufficient, pitiless, yellow-eyed, a fine friend and foul-tempered if the mood's on her. Yes, the Anjin-san's a short wing. Whom do I fly him at? Omi? Not yet. Yabu? Not yet. Buntaro? Why did the Anjin-san really go after Buntaro with pistols? Because of Mariko, of course. But have they pillowed? They've had plenty of opportunity. I think yes. Lavish, she said that first day. Good. Nothing wrong in their pillowing. Buntaro was believed dead, providing it's a perpetual secret. But the Anjin-san was stupid to risk so much over another man's woman. Aren't there always 1,000 other, free and unattached, equally pretty, equally small or big or fine or tight or highborn or whatever, without the hazard of belonging elsewhere? He acted like a stupid, jealous barbarian.
Remember the Rodriguez Anjin? Didn't he duel and kill another barbarian according to their custom, just to take a low-class merchant's daughter that he then married in Nagasaki? Didn't the Taiko let this murder go unavenged, against my advice, because it was only a barbarian death and not one of ours? Stupid to have two laws, one for us, one for them. There should be only one. There must be only one law. No, I won't fly the Anjin-san at Buntaro. I need that fool. But whether those two pillowed or not, I hope the thought never occurs to Buntaro. Then I would have to kill Buntaro quickly, for no force on earth would stop him from killing the Anjin-san and Mariko-san, and I need them more than Buntaro. Should I eliminate Buntaro now? The moment Buntaro had sobered up, Toranaga had sent for him. How dare you put your interest in front of mine? How long will Mariko-san be unable to interpret? The doctor said, a few days, sir. I apologize for all the trouble. I made it very clear I needed her services for another 20 days. Don't you remember? Yes, I'm sorry. If she'd displeased you, a few slaps on the buttocks would have been more than enough. All women need that from time to time. But more is loutish. You've selfishly jeopardized the training and acted like a bovine peasant. Without her, I can't talk to the Anjin-san. Yes, I know, Lord. I'm sorry. It's the first time I've hit her. It's just... sometimes he drives me insane, so much that I can't seem to see. Why don't you divorce her then? Or send her away? Or kill her? Or order her to cut her throat when I've no further use for her? I can't, Lord, Buntaro had said. I've wanted her from the first moment I saw her. When we were married, the first time, she was everything a man could want. I thought I was blessed. You remember how every daimyo in the realm wanted her? Then I sent her away to protect her after the filthy assassination, pretending to be disgusted with her for her safety. And then, when the Taiko told me to bring her back years later, she excited me even more. The truth is, I expected her to be grateful and took her as a man will, and didn't care about the little things a woman wants, like poems and flowers. But she'd changed. She was as faithful as ever, but just ice. Always asking for death, for me to kill her. Buntaro was frantic. I can't kill her, or allow her to kill herself. She's tainted my son, and makes me detest other women, but I can't rid myself of her. I've tried being kind, but always the ice is there, and it drives me mad. When I came back from Korea and heard she'd converted to this nonsense Christian religion, I was amused. For what does any stupid religion matter? I was going to tease her about it, but before I knew what was happening, I had my knife at her throat and swore I'd cut her if she didn't renounce it. Of course she wouldn't renounce it. What samurai would under such a threat, eh? She just looked up at me with those eyes of hers and told me to go on. Please cut me, Lord, she said. Here, let me hold my head back for you. I pray God I'll bleed to death, she said. I didn't cut her, sire. I took her. But I did cut off the hair and ears of some of her ladies who had encouraged her to become Christian and turned them out of the castle. And I did the same to her foster mother and cut off her nose as well. Vile-tempered old hag. And then Mariko said, because I'd punished her ladies, the next time I came to her bed uninvited, she'd commit seppuku in any way she could at once. In spite of her duty to you, in spite of her duty to the family, even in spite of the commandments of her Christian God. Tears of rage were running down his cheeks, unheeded. I can't kill her, much as I want to. I can't kill Akechi Jinsai's daughter, much as she deserves it. Toranaga had let Buntaro rant on until he was spent, then dismissed him, ordering him to stay totally away from Mariko
until he considered what was to be done. He dispatched his own doctor to examine her. The report was favourable. Bruises, but no internal damage. For his own safety, because he expected treachery and the sand of time was running out, Toranaga decided to increase the pressure on all of them. He ordered Mariko into Omi's house with instructions to rest, to stay within the confines of the house and completely out of the Anjin-san's way. Next he had summoned the Anjin-san and pretended irritation when it was clear they could hardly converse at all, dismissing him peremptorily. All training was intensified. Cadres were sent on forced marches. Naga was ordered to take the Anjin-san along and walk him into the ground. But Naga didn't walk the Anjin-san into the ground. So he tried himself. He led a battalion 11 hours over the hills. The Anjin-san kept up, not with the front rank, but still he kept up. Back again at Anjiro, the Anjin-san said in his almost incomprehensible gibberish, hardly able to stand, "Toranaga-sama, I walk can. I guns training can. So sorry, no possibles two at same timings, ne?" Toranaga smiled now, lying under the overcast, waiting for the rain, warmed by the game of breaking blackthorn to the fist. "He's a short wing, all right. Mariko's equally tough, equally intelligent, but more brilliant. And she's got a ruthlessness that he'll never have. She's like a peregrine, like Tetsuko. The best. Why is it the female hawk, the falcon, is always bigger and faster and stronger than the male? Always better than the male. They're all hawks. She, Buntaro, Yabu, Omi, Hujiko, Ochiba, Naga, and all my sons and my daughters and women and vassals, and all my enemies. All hawks, or prey for hawks. I must get Naga into position high over his quarry, and let him stoop. Who should it be? Omi or Yabu?" What Naga had said about Yabu was true. "So, Yabu-san, what have you decided?" he had asked the second day. "I'm not going to Osaka until you go, sire. I've ordered all Izu mobilized." "Ishido will impeach you." "He'll impeach you first, sire, and if the Kanto falls, Izu falls. I made a solemn bargain with you. I'm on your side. The Kashigi honor their bargains. I'm equally honored to have you as an ally." He had lied, pleased that Yabu had once more done what he had planned for him to do. The next day Yabu had assembled a host and asked him to review it, and then, in front of all his men, knelt formally and offered himself as vassal. "You acknowledge me, your feudal lord?" Toranaga had said. "Yes, and all the men of Izu. And, lord, please accept this gift as a token of filial duty." Still on his knees, Yabu had offered his Murasama sword. "This is the sword that murdered your grandfather. That's not possible." Yabu had told him the history of the sword, how it had come down to him over the years, and how only recently he had learned of its true identity. He summoned Suo. The old man told what he had witnessed when he himself was little more than a boy. "It's true, lord," Suo had said proudly. "No man saw Obata's father break the sword or cast it into the sea. And I swear by my hope of samurai rebirth that I served your grandfather, Lord Chikitada. I served him faithfully until that day he died. I was there. I swear it." Toranaga had accepted the sword. It seemed to quiver with malevolence in his hand. He had always scoffed at the legend that certain swords possessed a killing urge of their own, that some swords needed to leap out of the scabbard to drink blood. But now Toranaga believed it. He shuddered, remembering that day. "Why do Murasama blades hate us? One killed my grandfather,
Another almost cut off my arm when I was 6. An unexplained accident. No one near, but still my sword arm was slashed, and I nearly bled to death. A third decapitated my firstborn son. Sir, Yabu had said, such a befouled blade shouldn't be allowed to live, nay? Let me take it out to sea and drown it, so that this sword at least can never threaten you or your descendants. Yes, he had muttered, thankful that Yabu had made the suggestion. Do it now. And only when the sword had sunk out of sight, into the very deep, witnessed by his own men, had his heart begun to pump normally. He had thanked Yabu, ordered taxes to be stabilized at 60 parts for peasants, 40 for their lords, and had given him Izu as his fief. So everything was as before, except that now all power in Izu belonged to Toranaga, if he wished to take it back. Toranaga turned over to ease the ache in his sword arm, and settled again more comfortably, enjoying the nearness of the earth, gaining strength from it, as always. That blade's gone, never to return. Good. But remember what the old Chinese soothsayer foretold, he thought. That you would die by the sword. But whose sword? And is it to be by my own hand, or another's? I'll know when I know, he told himself without fear. Now sleep. Karma is karma. Be thou of Zen. Remember, in tranquility, that the Absolute, the Tao, is within thee, that no priest or cult or dogma or book or saying or teaching or teacher stands between thou and it. Know that good and evil are irrelevant. I and thou irrelevant. Inside and outside irrelevant, as are life and death. Enter into the sphere where there is no fear of death, nor hope of afterlife, where thou art free of the impediments of life or the needs of salvation. Thou art thyself the Tao. Be thou, now, a rock against which the waves of life rush in vain. The faint shout brought Toranaga out of his meditation, and he leaped to his feet. Naga was excitedly pointing westward. All eyes followed his point. The carrier pigeon was flying in a direct line for Anjiro from the west. She fluttered into a distant tree to rest for a moment, then took off once more as rain began to fall. Far to the west, in her wake, was Osaka. Chapter 37. The handler at the pigeon coop held the bird gently but firmly as Toranaga stripped off his sodden clothes. He had galloped back through the downpour. Naga and other samurai anxiously crowded the small doorway, careless of the warm rain which still fell in torrents, drumming on the tiled roof. Carefully Toranaga dried his hands. The man offered the pigeon. 2 tiny beaten silver cylinders were attached to each of her legs. One would have been usual. Toranaga had to work hard to keep the nervous tremble out of his fingers. He untied the cylinders and took them over to the light of the window opening to examine the minute seals. He recognized Kiri's secret cipher. Naga and the others were watching tensely. His face revealed nothing. Toranaga did not break the seals at once, much as he wanted to. Patiently, he waited until a dry kimono was brought. A servant held a large oiled paper umbrella for him, and he walked to his own quarters in the fortress. Soup and cha were waiting. He sipped them and listened to the rain. When he felt calm, he posted guards and went into an inner room. In privacy, he broke the seals. The paper of the 4 scrolls was very thin, the characters tiny, the message long and in code. Decoding was laborious. When it was completed, he read the message and then reread it twice. Then he let his mind range. Night came. The rain stopped. "O Buddha, let the harvest be good," he prayed. This was the season when the paddy fields were being flooded, and throughout the land the pale green rice seedlings were being planted into the weedless, almost liquid fields to be harvested in 4 or 5 months, depending on the weather. And throughout the land, the poor and the rich, Eta and Emperor, servant and samurai, all prayed that just the right amount of rain and sun and humidity came correctly in its season. And every man, woman and child counted the days to harvest. "We'll need a great harvest this year," thought Toranaga. "Naga! Naga-san!" His son came running. "Yes, father." "At the first hour after dawn, fetch Yabu-san and his chief advisors to the plateau. Also Buntaro and our 3 senior captains. And Mariko-san. Bring them all to the plateau at dawn. Mariko-san can serve cha. Yes, and I want the Anjin-san standing by at the camp. Guards to bring us at 200 paces. "Yes, father." Naga turned to obey. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Is it war? Is it?" Because Toranaga needed a harbinger of optimism throughout the fortress, he did not berate his son for the ill-disciplined impertinence. "Yes," he said. "Yes, but on my terms." Naga closed the shoji and rushed off. Toranaga knew that although Naga's face and manner would now be outwardly composed, nothing would disguise the excitement in his walk or the fire behind his eyes. So rumour and counter-rumour would rush through Anjiro to spread quickly throughout Izu and beyond, if the fires were fed properly. "I'm committed now," he said aloud to the flowers that stood serenely in the tokonama, shadows flickering in the pleasant candlelight. Kiri had written, "Sire, I pray Buddha you are well and safe. This is our last carrier pigeon, so I also pray Buddha guides her to you. Traitors killed all the others last night by firing the coop, and this one escaped only because she's been sick, and I was nursing her privately. Yesterday morning, Lord Sugiyama suddenly resigned, exactly as planned. But before he could make good his escape, he was trapped on the outskirts of Osaka by Ishido's ronin. Unhappily, some of Sugiyama's family were also caught with him. I heard he was betrayed by one of his people. Rumor has it that Ishido offered him a compromise, that if Lord Sugiyama delayed his resignation until after the Council of Regents convened, tomorrow, so that you could be legally impeached, in return, Ishido guaranteed that the council would formally give Sugiyama the whole of the Kanto, and, as a measure of good faith, Ishido would release him and his family at once. Sugiyama refused to betray you. Immediately Ishido ordered Eta to convince him. They tortured Sugiyama's children, then his consort, in front of him, but he would still not abandon you. They were all given bad deaths. His, the final one, was very bad. Of course, there were no witnesses to this treachery, and it's all hearsay, but I believe it. Of course, Ishido disclaimed any knowledge of the murders or participation in them, vowing that he'll hunt down the murderers. At first, Ishido claimed that Sugiyama had never actually resigned. Therefore, in his opinion, the council could still meet. I sent copies of Sugiyama's resignation to the other regents, Kiyama, Ito, and Onoshi, and sent another openly to Ishido, and circulated 4 more copies among the daimyos. How clever of you, Tora-chan, to have known that extra copies would be necessary. So, from yesterday, exactly as you planned with Sugiyama, the council is legally no more. In this, you've succeeded completely. Good news. Lord Mogami safely turned back outside the city with all his family and samurai. Now he's openly your ally, so your far northern flank is secure. The Lords Maeda, Kokushima, Asano, Ikeda, and Nokudaira all quietly slipped out of Osaka last night to safety. Also the Christian Lord Oda. Bad news is that the families of Maeda, Ikeda, and Oda, and a dozen other important daimyos, did not escape
and are now hostage here, as are those of 50 or 60 lesser uncommitted lords. Bad news is that yesterday your half-brother, Zataki, Lord of Shinano, publicly declared for the heir, Yaemon, against you, accusing you of plotting with Sugiyama to overthrow the Council of Regents by creating chaos. So now your northeastern border is breached, and Zataki and his 50,000 fanatics will oppose you. Bad news is that almost every daimyo accepted the Emperor's invitation. Bad news is that not a few of your friends and allies here are incensed that you did not give them prior knowledge of your strategy, so they could prepare a line of retreat. Your old friend, the great Lord Shimatsu, is one. I heard this afternoon that he's openly demanded that all lords should be ordered by the Emperor to kneel before the boy Yaemon now. Bad news is that Lady Ochiba is brilliantly spinning her web, promising fiefs and titles and court rank to the uncommitted. Tora-chan, it's a great pity she's not on your side. She's a worthy enemy. The Lady Yodoko alone advocates prayer and calm, but no one listens, and the Lady Ochiba wants to precipitate war now while she feels you're weak and isolated. So sorry, my lord, but you're isolated, and, I think, betrayed. Worst of all is that now the Christian regents, Kiyama and Onoshi, are openly together and violently opposed to you. They issued a joint statement this morning deploring Sugiyama's defection, saying that his action had put the realm into confusion, that we must all be strong for the sake of the empire. The regents have supreme responsibility. We must be ready to stamp out together any lord or group of lords who wish to overthrow the Taiko's will or the legal succession. Does this mean they plan to meet as a council of 4 regents? One of our Christian spies in the Black Robe's headquarters here whispered that the priest Tsuku-san secretly left Osaka 5 days ago, but we don't know if he went to Edo or to Nagasaki, where the Black Ship is expected. Did you know it will be very early this season? Perhaps within 20 or 30 days. Sire, I've always hesitated about giving quick opinions based on hearsay, rumors, spies, or a woman's intuition. There, you see, Tora-chan, I have learned from you. But time is short, and I may not be able to speak to you again. First, too many families are trapped here. Ishido will never let them go, as he will never let us go. These hostages are an immense danger to you. Few lords have Sugiyama's sense of duty or fortitude. Very many, I think, will now go with Ishido, however reluctantly, because of these hostages. Next, I think that Maeda will betray you, also probably Asano. I tally of all 264 daimyos in our land, only 24 who are certain to follow you, another 50 possibly. That's not nearly enough. Kiyama and Onoshi will sway all or most of the Christian daimyos, and I believe they will not join you now. Lord Mori, the richest and greatest of all, is against you personally, as always, and he'll pull Asano, Kobayakawa, and perhaps Oda into his net. With your half-brother, Lord Zataki, against you, your position is terribly precarious. I counsel you to declare Crimson Sky at once and rush for Kyoto. It's your only hope. As to the Lady Sazuko and myself, we're well and content. The child quickens nicely, and if it's the child's karma to be born, thus will it happen. We're safe in our corner of the castle, the door tightly locked, the portcullis down. Our samurai are filled with devotion to you and to your cause, and if it is our karma to depart this life, then we will depart serenely. Your lady misses you greatly, very greatly. For myself, Tora-chan, I long to see you, to laugh with you, and to see your smile. My only regret in death would be that I could no longer do these things,
and watch over you. If there is an afterlife and God or Buddha or Kami exist, I promise I will somehow bend them all to your side. Though first I may beseech them to make me slender and young and fruitful for you. Let leave me my enjoyment of food. Ah, that would indeed be heaven, to be able to eat, and yet be perpetually young and thin. I send you my laughter. May Buddha bless thee and thine.
Toranaga read them the message, except the private part about Kiri and the Lady Sazuko. When he had finished, they looked at him and each other incredulously. Not only because of what the message said, but also because he was so openly taking them all into his confidence. They were seated on mats set in a semicircle around him in the center of the plateau, without guards, safe from eavesdroppers. Buntaro, Yabu, Igarashi, Omi, Naga, the captains, and Mariko. Guards were posted 200 paces away.
I want some advice, Toranaga said. My counselors are in Edo. This matter is urgent, and I want all of you to act in their place. What's going to happen, and what I should do? Yabu-san?
Yabu was in turmoil. Every path seemed to lead to disaster.
First, sire, just exactly what is Crimson Sky? It's the code name for my final battle plan, a single violent rush at Kyoto with all my legions, relying on mobility and surprise to take possession of the capital from the evil forces that now surround it, to wrest the person of the emperor from the filthy grasp of those who've duped him, led by Ishido. Once the Son of Heaven safely released from their clutches, then to petition him to revoke the mandate granted the present council, who are clearly traitorous, or dominated by traitors, and grant me his mandate to form a new council, which would put the interests of the realm and the heir before personal ambition. I would lead 80 to 100,000 men, leaving my lands unprotected, my flanks unguarded, and a retreat unsecured.
Toranaga saw them staring at him, flabbergasted. He did not mention the cadres of elite samurai who had been so furtively planted in many of the important castles and provinces over the years, and who were to explode simultaneously into revolt to create the chaos essential to the plan. Yabu burst out.
But you'd have to fight every pace of the way. Ikawajikyu strangles the Tokaido for 100 li. Then more Ishido strongholds strangle the rest. Yes, but I plan to rush northwest along the Koshu Kaido, then stab down on Kyoto and stay away from the coastlands.
At once, many shook their heads and began to speak, but Yabu overrode them.
But sire, the message said your kinsman Zataki-san's already gone over to the enemy. Now your road north is blocked too. His province is athwart the Koshu Kaido. You'll have to fight through all Shinano. That's mountainous and very hard, and his men are fanatically loyal. You'll be carved to pieces in those mountains. That's the only way I have a chance. I agree, there are too many hostiles on the coastal road.
Yabu glanced at Omi, wishing he could consult with him, loathing the message and the whole Osaka mess, hating being first to speak, and utterly detesting the vassal status he had accepted at Omi's pleading.
It's your only chance, Yabu-sama,
Omi had urged.
The only way you'll avoid Toranaga's trap and leave yourself room to maneuver.
Igarashi had interrupted furiously.
Better to fall on Toranaga today while he's got few men here. Better to kill him and take his head to Ishido while there's time. Better to wait. Better to be patient. What happens if Toranaga orders our master to give up Izu? Igarashi had shouted. As liege lord to vassal, Toranaga has that right. He'll never do it. He needs our master more than ever now. Izu guards his southern door. He can't have Izu hostile. He must have our master on his... What if he orders Lord Yabu out? We rebel. We kill Toranaga if he's here, or fight any army he sends against us.
But he'll never do that, don't you see? As his vassal, Toranaga must protect.
Yabu had let them argue, and then at length he had seen Omi's wisdom.
Very well. I agree. And offering him my Murasama sword to fix the bargain's genius, Omi-san.
He had gloated, taken wholeheartedly by the cunning of the plan.
Yes, genius. His Yoshitomo blade more than takes its place. And, of course, I'm more valuable to Toranaga now than ever before. Omi's right, Higurashi. I've no choice. I'm committed to Toranaga from now on. A vassal, until war comes,
Omi had said deliberately.
Of course, only until war comes. Then I can change sides, or do a dozen things. You're right, Omi-san, again. Omi's the best counselor I've ever had, he told himself, but the most dangerous. Omi's clever enough to take Izu if I die. But what does that matter? We're all dead. You're blocked completely, he told Toranaga. You're isolated. Is there an alternative? Toranaga asked. Excuse me, sir, Omi said, but how long would it take to ready this attack? It's ready now. Izu's ready too, sire, Yabu said. Your 100 and my 16,000 and the musket regiment? Is that enough? No. Crimson Sky's a desperation plan. Everything risked on one attack. You have to risk it, as soon as the rains cease and we can war, Yabu insisted. What choice have you got? Ishido will form a new council at once. They still have the mandate, so you'll be impeached today or tomorrow or the next day. Why wait to be eaten up? Listen, maybe the regiment could blast a way through the mountains. Let it be Crimson Sky. All men thrown into one great attack. It's the way of the warrior. It's worthy of samurai, Toranaga-sama. The guns, our guns, will blow Zataki out of our way. And if you succeed or fail, what does it matter? The try will live forever.
Naga said,
Yes, but we'll win. We will.
A few of the captains nodded their agreement, relieved that war had come. Omi said nothing. Toranaga was looking at Buntaro.
Well, Lord, I beg you to excuse me from giving an opinion. I and my men do whatever you decide. That's my only duty. My opinion is no value to you, because I do what you alone decide. Normally I'd accept that, but not today. War then. What Yabu-san says is right. Let's go to Kyoto. Today, tomorrow, or when the rains stop. Crimson Sky. I'm tired of waiting. Omi-san? Toranaga asked. Yabu-sama is correct, sire. Ishido will bend the Taiko's will to appoint a new council very soon. The new council will have the Emperor's mandate. Your enemies will applaud, and most of your friends will hesitate, and so betray you. The new council will impeach you at once. Then it's Crimson Sky, Yabu interrupted. If Lord Toranaga orders it, then it is. But I don't think the impeachment order has any value at all. You can forget it. Why? Toranaga asked, as all attention went to Omi. I agree with you, sire. Ishido's evil, eh? Any daimyos who agree to serve him are equally evil. True men know Ishido for what he is, and also know that the Emperor's being duped again. Omi was prudently treading through the quicksands that he knew could swallow him. I think he made a lasting mistake murdering Lord Sugiyama. Because of those foul murders, I think now all daimyos will suspect treachery from Ishido, and very few outside of Ishido's immediate grasp will bow to the orders of his council. You're safe. For a time. For how much time? The rains are with us for 2 months, about. When the rains cease, Ishido will plan to send Ikawa Jikyu and Lord Zataki against you simultaneously, to catch you in a pincer. And Ishido's main army will support them over the Tokaido road. Meanwhile, until the rains stop, every daimyo who bears a grudge against any other daimyo will only pay Ishido lip service until he makes the first move. Then I think they'll forget him, and they'll all take revenge or grab territory at their whim. The empire will be torn as it was before the Taiko. But you, sire, between Yabu-sama and yourself, jointly, with luck, you have enough strength to hold the passes to the Kanto and to Izu against the first wave and beat it off. I don't think Ishido could mount another attack. Not a great one. When Ishido and the others have expended their energies, together you and Lord Yabu can cautiously come from behind our mountains and gradually take the empire into your own hands. When will that be? In the time of your children, sire. You say fight a defensive battle? Yabu asked scornfully. I think jointly you're both safe behind the mountains. You wait, Toranaga-sama. You wait until you have more allies. You hold the passes. This can be done. General Ishido's evil, but not stupid enough to commit all his force to one battle. He'll stay skulking inside Osaka. So, for the time being, we mustn't use our regiment. We must tighten security and keep them as a secret weapon, poised and ever ready, until you come from behind your mountains. But now I don't think I will ever see them used. Omi was conscious of the eyes watching him. He bowed to Toranaga. Please excuse me for talking at length, sire. Toranaga studied him, then glanced at his son. He saw the youth's pent-up excitement and knew it was time to cast him at his prey. Naga-san? What Omi-san said is true, Naga told him at once, exultantly. Most of it. But I say use the 2 months to gather allies, to isolate Ishido even more, and when the rains cease, attack without warning. Crimson Sky. Toranaga asked, You disagree with Omi-san's opinion about a lengthy war? No, but isn't this... Naga stopped. Go on, Naga-san. Speak openly. Naga held his tongue, his face white. You're ordered to continue. Well, sir, it occurred to me that... Again he stopped, then said in a gush, Isn't this your great opportunity to become shogun? If you succeed in taking Kyoto and get the mandate, why form a council? Why not petition the emperor to make you shogun? It would be best for you, and best for the realm. Naga tried to keep the fear out of his voice, for he was speaking treason against Yaemon and most samurai here. Yabu, Omi, Higurashi, and Buntaro particularly were open loyalists. I say you should be shogun. He turned defensively on the others. If this opportunity is let go, Omi-san, you're right about a long war, but I say Lord Toranaga must take power, to give power. A long war will ruin the empire, split it into 1,000 fragments again. Who wants that? Lord Toranaga must be shogun. To gift the empire onto Yaemon, to Lord Yaemon, the realm must be secured first. There'll never be another opportunity. His words trailed off. He squared his back, frightened because he had said it, glad that he had said publicly what he had been thinking forever. Toranaga sighed. I have never sought to become shogun. How many times do I have to say it? I support my nephew Yaemon and the Taiko's will. He looked at them all, one by one. Lastly at Naga. The youth winced. But Toranaga said kindly, calling him back to the lure, Your zeal and youth alone excuse you. Unfortunately, many much older and wiser than you think that's my ambition. It isn't. There's only one way to settle that nonsense, and that's put Lord Yaemon into power. And that I intend to do.
Yes, father. Thank you. Thank you, Naga replied in despair.
Toranaga shifted his eyes to Igarashi.
What's your counsel?
The one-eyed samurai scratched.
Me? I'm only a soldier, not a counselor. But I wouldn't advise Crimson Sky. Not if we can war on our terms, like Omi-san says. I fought in Shinano years ago. That's bad country. And then Lord Zataki was with us. I wouldn't want a war in Shinano again, and never if Zataki was hostile. And if Lord Maida's suspect, well, how can you plan a battle if your biggest ally may betray you? Lord Ishido will put 300,000 men against you, and still keep 100 holding Osaka. Even with the guns, we've not enough men to attack. But behind the mountains using the guns, you could hold out forever, if it happens like Omi-san says. We could hold the passes. You've enough rice? Doesn't the Kanto supply half the empire? Well, a third at least. And we could send you all the fish you need. You'd be safe. Let Lord Ishido and Devil GQ come at us if it's to happen like Omi-san said. That soon the enemy will be feeding on each other. If not, keep Crimson Sky ready. A man can die for his lord only once in this life. Has anyone anything to add?
Toranaga asked. No one answered him.
Mariko-san?
It's not my place to speak here, sire, she replied. I'm sure everything has been said that should have been said. But may I be allowed to ask for all your counsellors here, what do you think will happen?
Toranaga chose his words deliberately. I believe that what Omi-san forecast will happen. With one exception. The council won't be impotent. The council will wield enough influence to gather an invisible allied force. When the rains cease, it will be thrown against the Kanto, bypassing Izu. The Kanto will be gobbled up, then Izu. Only after I'm dead will the daimyos fight among themselves. But why, sire? Omi ventured. Because I've too many enemies. I own the Kanto, I've warred for more than 40 years, and never lost a battle. They're all afraid of me. I know that first the vultures will pack together to destroy me. Later, they'll destroy themselves, but first they'll join to destroy me, if they can. Know very clearly, all of you, I'm the only real threat to Yaemon, even though I'm no threat at all. That's the irony of it. They all believe I want to be Shōgun. I don't. This is another war that's not necessary at all.
Naga broke the silence.
Then what are you going to do, sire? Eh? What are you going to do? Obviously, Crimson Sky,
Toranaga said.
But you said they'd eat us up. They would, if I gave them any time. But I'm not going to give them any time. We go to war at once. But the rains, what about the rains? We will arrive in Kyoto wet. Hot and stinking and wet. Surprise, mobility, audacity and timing win wars, ne? Yabu-san was right. The guns will blast away through the mountains.
For an hour they discussed plans and the feasibility of large-scale war in the rainy season, an unheard-of strategy. Then Toranaga sent them away, except Mariko, telling Naga to order the Anjin-san here. He watched them walk off. They had all been outwardly enthusiastic once the decision had been announced, Naga and Buntaro particularly. Only Omi had been reserved and thoughtful and unconvinced. Toranaga discounted Igarashi, for he knew that rightly the soldier would do only what Yabu ordered, and he dismissed Yabu as a pawn, treacherous certainly, but still a pawn. Omi's the only one worthwhile, he thought. I wonder if he's worked out yet
what I'm really going to do. Mariko-san, find out tactfully how much the courtesan's contract would cost.
She blinked. Kiku-san, sire?
Yes.
Now, sire? At once?
Tonight would do excellently.
He looked at her blandly.
Her contract's not necessarily for me. Perhaps for one of my officers.
I would imagine the price would depend on whom, sire?
I imagine it will. But set a price. The girl, of course, has the right of refusal if she wishes, when the samurai's named. But tell her Mama-san owner that I don't expect the girl will have the bad manners to mistrust my choice for her. Tell the owner also that Kiku is a lady of the first class of Mishima, and not Edo or Osaka or Kyoto.
Toranaga added genially.
So I expect to pay Mishima prices, and not Edo or Osaka or Kyoto prices.
Yes, sire, of course. Toranaga moved his shoulder to ease the ache, shifting his swords. May I massage it for you, sire? Or send for Suo?
No, thank you. I'll see Suo later.
Toranaga got up and relieved himself with great pleasure, then sat down again. He wore a short, light silk kimono, blue-patterned, and the simple straw sandals. His fan was blue and decorated with his crest. The sun was low, rain clouds building heavily.
It's vast to be alive, he said happily. I can almost hear the rain waiting to be born.
Yes, she said. Toranaga thought a moment. Then he said as a poem,
The sky, scorched by the sun, weeps fecund tears.
Mariko obediently put her mind to work to play the poem game with him, so popular with most samurai, spontaneously twisting the words of the poem that he had made up, adapting them, making another from his. After a moment she replied, But the forest, wounded by the wind, weeps dead leaves.
Well said. Yes, very well said.
Toranaga looked at her contentedly, enjoying what he saw. She was dressed in a pale green kimono with patterns of bamboo, a dark green obi and orange sunshade. There was a marvellous sheen to the blue-black hair, which was piled high under her wide-brimmed hat. He remembered nostalgically how they had all, even the dictator Goroda himself, wanted her when she was 13, and her father, Akechi Jinsai, had first presented this, his eldest daughter, at Goroda's court, and how Nakamura, the taiko-to-be, had begged the dictator to give her to him, and then how Goroda had laughed and publicly called him his randy little monkey general, and told him to
Stick to fighting battles, peasant. Don't fight to stick patrician holes.
Akechi Jinsai had openly scorned Nakamura, his rival for Goroda's favour, the main reason why Nakamura had delighted in smashing him, and why also Nakamura had delighted in watching Buntaro squirm for years. Buntaro, who had been given the girl to cement an alliance between Goroda and Toda Hiromatsu. I wonder, Toranaga asked himself mischievously, looking at her, I wonder if Buntaro were dead, would she consent to be one of my consorts? Toranaga had always preferred experienced women, widows or divorced wives, but never too pretty or too wise or too young or too well born, so never too much trouble and always grateful. He chuckled to himself.
I'd never ask her, because she's everything I don't want in a consort, except that her age is perfect.
Sire? She asked.
I was thinking about your poem, Mariko-san, he said, even more blandly. Then added, Why so wintry? Summer's yet to come, and the fall of glorious autumn.
She said in answer, If I could use words like falling leaves, what a bonfire my poems would make. He laughed and bowed with mock humility.
I concede victory, Mariko-sama. What will the favour be? A fan? Or a scarf for your hair?
Thank you, sir, she replied. Yes, whatever pleases you.
10,000 koku yearly to your son.
Oh, sire, we don't deserve such favour.
You won a victory. Victory and duty must be rewarded. How old is Saruji now?
15. Almost 15.
Ah, yes. He was betrothed to one of Lord Kiyama's granddaughters recently, wasn't he?
Yes, sire. It was in the 11th month last year, the month of the White Frost. He is presently at Osaka with Lord Kiyama.
Good. 10,000 koku, beginning at once. I will send the authority with tomorrow's mail. Now, enough of poems. Please give me your opinion.
My opinion, sire, is that we are all safe in your hands, as the land is safe in your hands.
I want you to be serious.
Oh, but I am, sire. I thank you for the favour to my son. That makes everything perfect. I believe whatever you do will be right. By the Madonna... Yes, by the Madonna. I swear I believe that.
Good. But I still want your opinion.
Immediately she replied, without a care in the world, as an equal to an equal. First, you should bring Lord Zataki secretly back to your side. I'd surmise you either know how to do this already, or, more probably, you have a secret agreement with your half-brother, and you prompted his mythical defection in the first place to lull Ishido into a false position. Next, you'll never attack first. You never have. You've always counselled patience, and you only attack when you're sure to win. So publicly ordering Crimson Sky at once is only another diversion. Next, timing. My opinion is you should do what you will do, pretend to order Crimson Sky, but never commit it. This will throw Ishido into confusion because, obviously, spies here and in Edo will report your plan, and you'll have to scatter his force like a covey of partridge, in filthy weather, to prepare for a threat that'll never materialize. Meanwhile, you'll spend the next 2 months gathering allies to undermine Ishido's alliances and break up his coalition, which you must do by any means. And, of course, you must tempt Ishido out of Osaka Castle. If you don't, sir, he will win, or at least you will lose the shogunate. You?
I've already made my position clear on that, Toranaga rapped, no longer amused. And you forget yourself.
Mariko said carelessly and happily, I have to talk secrets today, sire, because of the hostages. They're a knife in your heart.
What about them?
Be patient with me, please, sire. I may never be able to talk to you in what the Anjin-san would call an open English private way, ever again. You're never alone like we're alone now. I beg you to excuse my bad manners. Mariko gathered her wits and astoundingly continued to speak as an equal. My absolute opinion is that Naga-san was right. You must become shogun, or you will have failed in your duty to the empire and to the Minowara.
How dare you say such a thing?
Mariko remained quite serene, his open anger touching her not at all. I counsel you to marry the Lady Ochiba. It's 8 years before Yaemon's old enough, legally, to inherit. That's an eternity. Who knows what could happen in 8 months, let alone 8 years?
Your whole family can be obliterated in 8 days.
Yes, sire, but that has nothing to do with you and your duty and the realm. Naga-san's right. You must take the power to give power. With mock gravity, she added breathlessly, And now, may your faithful counselor commit seppuku, or should I do it later? And she pretended to swoon. Toranaga gawked at her incredible effrontery. Then he roared with laughter and pounded his fist on the ground. When he could talk, he choked out,
I'll never understand you, Mariko-san.
Ah, but you do, sire, she said, patting the perspiration off her forehead. You're kind to let this devoted vassal make you laugh, to listen to her requests, to say what must be said, had to be said. Forgive me my impertinence, please.
Why should I, eh? Why?
Toranaga smiled, genial now. Because of the hostages, sire, she said simply.
Ah, them.
He too became serious. Yes, I must go to Osaka.
Yes, he said. I know.
Chapter 38. Accompanied by Naga, Blackthorn trudged disconsolately down the hill toward the two figures who sat on the futons in the centre of the ring of guards. Beyond the guards were the rising foothills of the mountains that soared to a clouded sky. The day was sultry. His head was aching from the grief of the last few days, from worrying about Mariko, and from being unable to talk except in Japanese for so long. Now he recognized her, and some of his misery left him. Many times he had gone to Omi's house to see Mariko or to inquire about her. Samurai had always turned him away, politely but firmly. Omi had told him as a tomodachi, a friend, that she was all right.
Don't worry, Anjin-san. Do you understand?
Yes, he had said, understanding only that he could not see her. Then he had been sent for by Toranaga, and had wanted to tell him so much, but because of his lack of words, had failed to do anything other than irritate him. Fujiko had gone several times to see Mariko. When she came back, she always said that Mariko was well, adding the inevitable, "Shinpai suru na, Anjin-san. Wakarimasu?" Don't worry. Do you understand? With Buntaro, it had been as though nothing had ever happened. They mouthed polite greetings when they met during the day. Apart from occasionally using the bathhouse, Buntaro was like any other samurai in Anjiro, neither friendly nor unfriendly. From dawn to dusk, Blackthorn had been chased by the accelerated training. He had had to suppress his frustration as he tried to teach and strove to learn the language. By nightfall, he was always exhausted, hot and sweating and rain-soaked, and alone. Never had he felt so alone, so aware of not belonging in this alien world. Then there was the horror that began 3 days ago. It had been a very long, humid day. At sunset, he had wearily ridden home and had instantly felt trouble permeating his house. Fujiko had greeted him nervously.
"Nan desu ka?"
She had replied quietly, at length, eyes lowered.
"Wakarimasen."
I don't understand.
"Nan desu ka?"
He asked again, impatiently, his fatigue making him irritable. Then she had beckoned him into the garden. She pointed at the eaves, but the roof seemed sound enough to him. More words and signs, and it finally dawned on him that she was pointing to where he had hung the pheasant.
"Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Watashi."
But he couldn't remember how to say it, so he just shrugged wearily.
"Wakarimasu. Nan desu kiji ka?"
I understand. What about the pheasant? Servants were peering at him from doors and windows, clearly petrified. She spoke again. He concentrated, but her words did not make sense.
"Wakarimasen, Fujiko-san."
I don't understand, Fujiko-san. She took a deep breath, then shakily imitated someone removing the pheasant, carrying it away and burying it.
"Ah, wakarimasu, Fujiko-san. Wakarimasu. Was it getting high?" he asked.
As he did not know the Japanese word, he held his nose and pantomimed stench. "Hai, Anjin-san. Dozo gomen nasai, gomen nasai." She made the sound of flies, and with her hands painted a picture of a buzzing cloud.
"Ah, so desu. Wakarimasu."
Once upon a time he would have apologized, and if he had known the words, he would have said, "I'm so sorry for the inconvenience." Instead, he just shrugged, eased the ache in his back, and mumbled, "Shigata ga nai," wanting only to slide into the ecstasy of the bath and massage, the only joy that made life possible.
"The hell with it," he said in English, turning away. "If I'd been here during the day, I'd have noticed it. The hell with it."
"Dozo, Anjin-san?"
"Shigata ga nai," he repeated louder.
"Ah, so desu. Arigato gozaimashita."
"Daretoru desu ka?" Who took it?
Oekiya.
Ah, that old bugger.
Uekiya, the gardener, the kind, toothless old man who tended the plants with loving hands and made his garden beautiful.
Yoi, what they could do, Uekiya?
Good. Fetch him. Fujiko shook her head. Her face had become chalky white.
Uekiya, shinda desu,
she whispered.
Uekiya ga shindato? Dono yoni? Doshite? Doshite shinda no da?
How? Why? How did he die? Her hand pointed to the place where the pheasant had been, and she spoke many gentle, incomprehensible words. Then she mimed the single cut of a sword.
Jesus Christ, God! You put that old man to death over a stinking God-cursed pheasant?
At once all the servants rushed to the garden and fell on their knees. They put their hands into the dirt and froze, even the children of the cook.
What the piss hell's going on?
Blackthorn was almost berserk. Fujiko waited stoically until they were all there. Then she too went down on her knees and bowed, as a samurai and not as a peasant.
Gomennasai. Doso gomenna.
The pox on your gomennasai! What right have you to do that, eh?
And he began to swear at her foully.
Why in the name of Christ didn't you ask me first, eh?
He fought for control, aware that all of his servants knew he legally could hack Fujiko and all of them to pieces here in the garden for causing him so much displeasure, or for no reason at all, and that not even Toranaga himself could interfere with his handling of his own household. He saw one of the children was trembling with terror and panic.
Jesus Christ in heaven, give me strength!
He held onto one of the posts to steady himself.
It's not your fault,
he choked out, not realizing he wasn't speaking Japanese.
It's hers! It's you murdering bitch!
Fujiko looked up slowly. She saw the accusing finger and the hatred on his face. She whispered a command to her maid, Nigatsu. Nigatsu shook her head and began to beg.
Ima!
The maid fled. She returned with the killing sword, tears streaming her face. Fujiko took the sword and offered it to Blackthorn with both hands. She spoke, and though he did not know all the words, he knew that she was saying,
I'm responsible. Please take my life, because I've displeasured you.
Ie!
He grabbed the sword and threw it away.
You think that'll bring Uekiya back to life?
Then, suddenly, he realized what he had done and what he was doing now.
Oh, Jesus God!
He left them. In despair, he went to the outcrop above the village near the shrine that was beside the ancient gnarled cypress tree, and he wept. He wept because a good man was dead unnecessarily, and because he knew now that he had murdered him.
Lord God, forgive me. I'm responsible, not Fujiko. I killed him. I ordered that no one was to touch the pheasant but me. I asked her if everyone understood. She said yes. I ordered it with mock gravity, but that doesn't matter now. I gave the orders, knowing their law and knowing their customs. The old man broke my stupid order, so what else could Fujiko-san do? I'm to blame.
In time, the tears were spent. It was deep night now. He returned to his house. Fujiko was waiting for him as always, but alone. The sword was across her lap. She offered it to him.
Dozo, Anjin-san.
Ie,
he said, taking the sword as a sword should be taken.
Ie, Fujiko-san. Shigata ga nai, ne? Karma, ne?
His hand touched her in apology. He knew that she had had to bear all the worst of his stupidity. Her tears spilled.
Arigato gozaimashita, Anjin-san,
she said brokenly.
Gomennasai.
His heart went out to her.
Yes,
Blackthorn thought with great sadness. Yes, it did. But that doesn't excuse you, or take away her humiliation, or bring Yueki back to life. You were to blame. You should have known better. Anjin-san? Naga said. Yes? Yes, Naga-san? He pulled himself out of his remorse and looked down at the youth, who walked beside him. Sorry, what you say? I said, I hoped to be your friend. Ah, thank you. Yes, and perhaps you'd... There was a jumble of words Blackthorn did not understand. Please? Teach, ne? Understand? Teach? Teach about world? Ah, yes, so sorry. Teach what, please? About foreign lands, outside lands, the world, ne? Ah, understand now. Yes, try. They were near the guards now. Begin tomorrow, Anjin-san. Friends, ne? Yes, Naga-san. Try. Good. Very satisfied, Naga nodded. When they came up to the samurai, Naga ordered them out of the way, motioning Blackthorn to go on alone. He obeyed, feeling very alone in the circle of men. Ohayo, Toranaga-sama. Ohayo, Mariko-san, he said, joining them. Ohayo, Anjin-san. Dozo suwaru. Good day, Anjin-san. Please sit down. Mariko smiled at him. Ohayo, Anjin-san. Ikaga desu ka? Yoi, domo. Blackthorn looked back at her, so glad to see her. Thy presence fills me with joy, great joy, he said in Latin. And thine. It is so good to see thee. But there is a shadow on thee. Why? Nanja? Toranaga asked. She told him what had been said. Toranaga grunted, then spoke. My master says you're looking careworn, Anjin-san. I must agree, too. He asks what's troubling you. It's nothing. Domo, Toranaga-sama. Nani mo. It's nothing. Nanja? Toranaga asked directly. Nanja? Obediently, Blackthorn replied at once. Yueki-ya, he said helplessly. Hi, Yueki-ya. Ah, so desu. Toranaga spoke at length to Mariko. My master says there is no need to be sad about old Gardner. He asked me to tell you that it was all officially dealt with. Old Gardner understood completely what he was doing. I don't understand. Yes, it would be very difficult for you. But you see, Anjin-san, the pheasant was rotting in the sun. Flies were swarming terribly. Your health, your consort's health, and that of your whole house was being threatened. Also, so sorry, there had been some very private, cautious complaints from Omi-san's head servant, and others. One of our most important rules is that the individual may never disturb the wa, the harmony of the group, remember? So something had to be done. You see, decay, the stench of decay, is revolting to us. It's the worst smell in the world to us, so sorry. I tried to tell you, but, well, it's one of the things that sends us all a little mad. Your head servant... Why didn't someone come to me at once? Why didn't someone just tell me? Blackthorn asked. The pheasant was meaningless to me. What was there to tell? You'd given orders. You are head of the house. They didn't know your customs or what to do, other than to solve the dilemma according to our custom. She spoke to Toranaga for a moment, explaining what Blackthorn had said, then turned back again. Is this distressing you? Do you wish me to continue? Yes, please, Mariko-san. Are you sure? Yes. Well, then your head servant, Small-Tooth Cook, called a meeting of your servants, Anjin-san. Mura, the village headman, was asked to attend officially. It was decided that village Etta could not be asked to take it away. This was only a house problem. One of the servants had to take it and bury it, even though you'd given absolute orders it was not to be moved. Obviously, your consort was duty-bound to see your orders were obeyed.
old Gardner asked to be allowed to carry it away. Lately he'd been living and sleeping in great pain from his abdomen, and he found kneeling and weeding and planting very tiring, and could not do his work to his own satisfaction. Third cook assistant also offered, saying he was very young and stupid, and he was sure his life counted for nothing against such a grave matter. At length old Gardner was allowed the honour. Truly, it was a great honour, Anjin-san. With great solemnity they all bowed to him, and he to them, and happily he took the thing away and buried it to the great relief of all. When he came back, he went directly to Fujiko-san and told her what he had done, that he had disobeyed your law, ne? She had thanked him for removing the hazard, then told him to wait. She came to me for advice and asked me what she should do. The matter had been done formally, so it would have to be dealt with formally. I told her I didn't know, Anjin-san. I asked Buntaro-san, but he didn't know either. It was complicated because of you. So he asked Lord Toranaga. Lord Toranaga saw your consort himself. Mariko turned back to Toranaga and told him where she had reached in the story, as he had requested. Toranaga spoke rapidly. Blackthorn watched them, the woman so petite and lovely and attentive, the man compact, rock-hard, his sash tight over his large belly. Toranaga did not talk with his hands like many, but kept them still, his left hand propped on his thigh, the other always on his sword hilt. "Hi, Toranaga-sama. Hi." Mariko glanced at Blackthorn and continued as formally. "Our master asked me to explain that so sorry, if you'd been Japanese, there would have been no difficulty, Anjin-san. Old Gardner would simply have gone to the burial ground to receive his release. But, please excuse me, you're a foreigner, even though Lord Toranaga made you Hatamoto, one of his personal vassals, and it was a matter of deciding whether you were legally samurai or not. I'm honored to tell you that he ruled you are samurai, and you do have samurai rights. So everything was resolved at once and made easy. A crime had been committed. Your orders had been deliberately disobeyed. The law is clear. There is no option." She was grave now. "But Lord Toranaga knows of your sensitivity to killing, so to save you pain, he personally ordered one of his samurai to send old Gardner into the void."
"But why didn't someone ask me first? That pheasant meant nothing to me."
"The pheasant has nothing to do with it, Anjin-san," she explained. "You're head of a house. The law says no member of your house may disobey you. Old Gardner deliberately broke the law. The whole world would fall to pieces if people were allowed to flout the law. You're—"
Toranaga broke in and spoke to her. She listened, answered some questions, then again he motioned her to continue.
"Hi. Lord Toranaga wants me to assure you that he personally saw that old Gardner got the quick, painless, and honourable death he merited. He even loaned the samurai his own sword, which is very sharp. And I should tell you that old Gardner was very proud that in his failing days he was able to help your house, Anjin-san. Proud that he helped to establish your samurai status before all. Most of all, he was proud of the honour being paid to him. Public executioners were not used, Anjin-san. Lord Toranaga wants me to make that very clear to you."
"Thank you, Mariko-san. Thank you for making it clear."
Blackthorn turned to Toranaga, bowed most correctly.
"Domo, Toranaga-sama. Domo arigato. Wakarimasu. Domo."
Toranaga bowed back agreeably.
"Yoi, Anjin-san. Shinpai sudo mono ja nai, ne? Shigato ga nai, ne?"
"Good. Now don't worry, eh?
What could you do, eh?" "Nani mo."
"Nothing." Blackthorn answered the questions Toranaga put to him about the musket training, but nothing that they were saying reached him. His mind was tottering under the impact of what he had been told. He had abused Fujiko before all his servants, and abused the trust of all his household, when Fujiko had done only what was correct, and so had they.
"Fujiko was blameless. They're all blameless. Except me." I cannot undo what's been done, neither to Yoekiya, nor to her, or to them. How can I live with this shame?
He sat cross-legged in front of Toranaga, the slight sea breeze tugging at his kimono, swords in his sash. Dully he listened and answered, and nothing was important. "War is coming," she was saying.
"When?"
he was asking. "Very soon," she was saying. "So you are to leave at once with me. You are to accompany me part of the way, Anjin-san, because I'm going to Osaka, but you're going on to Edo by land to prepare your ship for war." Suddenly the silence was colossal. Then the earth began to shake. He felt his lungs about to burst, and every fibre of his being screamed panic. He tried to stand, but could not, and saw all the guards were equally helpless. Toranaga and Mariko desperately held onto the ground with their hands and feet. The rumbling, catastrophic roar was coming from earth and sky. It surrounded them, building and building until their eardrums were ready to split. They became part of the frenzy. For an instant, the frenzy stopped, the shock continuing. He felt his vomit rising, his unbelieving mind shrieking that this was land where it was firm and safe, and not sea where the world tilted every moment. He spat to clear the foul taste away, clutching the trembling earth, retching again and again. An avalanche of rocks started from the mountain to the north and howled down into the valley below, adding to the tumult. Part of the samurai camp vanished. He groped to his hands and knees, Toranaga and Mariko doing the same. He heard himself shouting, but no sound seemed to be coming from his lips or from theirs. The tremor stopped. The earth was firm again, firm as it had always been, firm as it always should be. His hands and knees and body were trembling uncontrollably. He tried to still them and catch his breath. Then again the earth cried out. The second quake began. It was more violent. Then the earth ripped open at the far end of the plateau. This gaping fissure rushed toward them at an incredible speed, passed 5 paces away, and tore onward. His disbelieving eyes saw Toranaga and Mariko teetering on the brink of the cleft, where there should have been solid ground. As though in a nightmare, he saw Toranaga, nearest to the moor, begin to topple into it. He came out of his stupor, lunged forward. His right hand grabbed Toranaga's sash, the earth trembling like a leaf in the wind. The cleft was 20 paces deep and 10 across, and stank of death. Mud and rocks poured down, dragging Toranaga and him with it. Blackthorn fought for handhold and foothold, raving at Toranaga to help, almost pulled down into the abyss. Still partially stunned, Toranaga hacked his toes into the face of the wall, and half dragged and half carried by Blackthorn, clawed his way out. They both lay gasping in safety. At that moment, there was another shock. The earth split again. Mariko screamed. She tried to scramble out of the way, but this new fissure swallowed her. Frantically, Blackthorn crawled for the edge, the aftershocks throwing him off balance. On the brink, he stared down. She shivered on a ledge a few feet below as the ground reeled and the sky looked down. The chasm was 30 paces deep, 10 wide. The lip crumbled away under him sickeningly. He let himself slide down, mud and stones almost blinding him, and caught hold of her, pulling her to the safety of another ledge. Together they fought for balance. A new shock. The ledge mostly gave way, and they were lost. Then Toranaga's iron hand caught his sash, stopping their slide into hell. "For Christ's sake!" Blackthorn cried, his arms almost torn from their sockets as he held onto her and fought for holds with his feet and free hand. Toranaga grappled him until they were on a narrow shelf again. Then the sash broke. A moment's respite from the tremors gave Blackthorn time to get her out onto the shelf, debris raining on them. Toranaga leapt to safety, shouting for him to hurry. The chasm howled and began to close, Blackthorn and Mariko still deep in its gullet. Toranaga could no longer help. Blackthorn's terror lent him inhuman strength, and somehow he managed to rip Mariko out of the tomb and shove her upward. Toranaga clutched her wrist and hauled her over the lip.
Blackthorn scrambled after her, but reeled backward as part of his wall fell away. The far wall screeched sickeningly as it approached. Mud and stones tumbled off it. For a moment he thought he was trapped, but he tore himself free and groped half out of his grave. He lay on the shuddering brink, his lungs gulping air, unable to crawl away, legs in the cleft. The gap was closing. Then it stopped, 6 paces across the mouth, 8 deep. All rumbling ceased. The earth firmed. The silence gathered. On their hands and knees, helpless, they waited for the horror to begin again. Blackthorn started to get up, sweat dripping. "Ie!" Toranaga motioned him to stay down, his face a mess, a cruel gash on his temple where his head had smashed against a rock. They were all panting, their chests heaving, bile in their mouths. Guards were picking themselves up. Some began running toward Toranaga. "Ie!" he shouted. "Mate!" "Wait." They obeyed and went down on their hands and knees again. The waiting seemed to go on forever. Then a bird screeched out of a tree and took to the air screaming. Another bird followed. Blackthorn shook his head to clear the sweat from his eyes. He was seeing his broken, bleeding fingernails gripping the tufts of grass. Then in the grass an ant moved. Another and another. They began to forage. Still frightened, he sat back on his heels. "When's it safe?" Mariko did not answer. She was mesmerized by the cleft in the ground. He scrambled over to her. "Are you all right?" "Yes, yes," she said breathlessly. Her face was daubed with mud. Her kimono was ripped and filthy. Both sandals and one tabi were missing. And her parasol. He helped her away from the lip. She was still numbed. Then he looked at Toranaga. "Ikaga desu ka?" Toranaga was unable to speak, his chest grinding, his arms and legs raw with abrasions. He pointed. The fissure which had almost swallowed him now was just a narrow ditch in the soil. Northward, the ditch yawned into a ravine again, but it was not as wide as it once had been, nor as deep. Blackthorn shrugged. "Karma." Toranaga belched loudly, then hawked and spat and belched again. This helped his voice to work, and a torrent of abuse poured over the ditch. His blunt fingers stabbed at it, and though Blackthorn could not understand all the words, Toranaga was clearly saying, as a Japanese would, "The pox on the karma! The pox on the quake! The pox on the ditch! I've lost my swords, and the pox on that!" Blackthorn burst into laughter, his relief at being alive and the stupidity of it all consuming him. A moment, then Toranaga laughed too, and their hilarity swept into Mariko. Toranaga got to his feet, gingerly. Then, warmed by the joy of life, he began clowning on the ditch, burlesquing himself and the quake. He stopped and beckoned Blackthorn to join him, and straddled the ditch, opened his loincloth, and, after taking him again, told Blackthorn to do the same. Blackthorn obeyed, and both men tried to urinate into the ditch. But nothing came, not even a dribble. They tried very hard, which increased their laughter and blocked them even more. At length they succeeded, and Blackthorn sat down to collect his strength, leaning back on his hands. When he had recovered a little, he turned to Mariko. "Is the earthquake over for good, Mariko-san?" "Until the next shock, yes." She continued to brush the mud off her hands and kimono. "Is it always like that?" "No. Sometimes it's very slight. Sometimes there's another series of shocks after a stick of time, or a day, or half a stick, or half a day. Sometimes there's only one shock. You never know, Anjin-san. It's over until it begins again. Karma, ne?" Guards were watching them without moving, waiting for Toranaga's order. To the north, fires were raging in the crude lean-to bivouac. Samurai were fighting the fires and digging at the rock avalanche to find the buried. To the east, Yabu, Omi, and Buntaro stood with other guards beside the far end of the fissure, untouched except for bruises, also waiting to be summoned. Igorashi had vanished. The earth had gorged on him. Blackthorn let himself drift. His self-contempt had vanished, and he felt utterly serene and whole. Now his mind dwelt proudly on being samurai, and going to Edo, and his ship, and war, and the black ship, and back to samurai again. He glanced at Toranaga and would have liked to ask him a dozen questions, but he noticed that the daimyo was lost in his own thoughts, and he knew it would be impolite to disturb him. "There's plenty of time," he thought contentedly, and looked over at Mariko. She was tending her hair and face, so he did not watch. He lay full length and looked up at the sky, the earth feeling warm on his back, waiting patiently. Toranaga spoke, serious now. "Domo, Anjin-san, ne? Domo. Dozo Toranaga-sama. Nani mo? Honbun, ne?" "Please, Toranaga-sama. It was nothing. Duty." Then, not knowing enough words and wanting it accurate, Blackthorn said, "Mariko-san, would you explain for me? I seem to understand now what you meant, and Lord Toranaga meant, about karma, and the stupidity of worrying about what is. A lot seems clearer. I don't know why. Perhaps it's because I've never been so terrified. Maybe that's cleaned my head. But I seem to think clearer. It's, well, like old Gardner. Yes, that was all my fault, and I'm truly sorry. But that was a mistake, not a deliberate choice on my part. It is. So nothing can be done about it. A moment ago, we were all almost dead. So all that worry and heartache was a waste, wasn't it? Karma. Yes, I know karma now. Do you understand?" "Yes." She translated to Toranaga. He says, "Good, Anjin-san. Karma is the beginning of knowledge. Next is patience. Patience is very important. The strong are the patient ones, Anjin-san. Patience means holding back your inclination to the 7 emotions: hate, adoration, joy, anxiety, anger, grief, fear. If you don't give way to the 7, you're patient. Then you'll soon understand all manner of things and be in harmony with eternity." "You believe that, Mariko-san?" "Yes, very much. I try also to be patient, but it's hard." "I agree. That's also wa, your harmony, your tranquility, ne?" "Yes." "Tell him I thank him truly for what he did for old Gardner. I didn't before, not from my heart. Tell him that." "There's no need, Anjin-san. He knew before that you were just being polite." "How did he know?" "I told you, he is the wisest man in the world." He grinned. "There," she said, "your age has fallen off you again," and added in Latin, "Thou art thyself again, and better than before." "But thou art beautiful, as always." Her eyes warmed, and she averted them from Toranaga. Blackthorn saw this and marked her caution. He got to his feet and stared down into the jagged cleft. Carefully he jumped into it and disappeared. Mariko scrambled up, momentarily afraid, but Blackthorn quickly came back to the surface. In his hands was Hujiko's sword. It was still scabbarded, though muddied and scarred. His short stabbing sword had disappeared. He knelt in front of Toranaga and offered his sword as a sword should be offered. "Dozo Toranaga-sama," he said simply. "Kara samurai, ni samurai, ne?" "Please, Lord Toranaga, from a samurai to a samurai, eh?" "Domo, Anjin-san." The Lord of the Kanto accepted the sword and shoved it into his sash. Then he smiled, leaned forward, and clapped Blackthorn once on the shoulder, hard. "Domo, ne?" "Friend, eh?" "Domo." Blackthorn glanced away. His smile faded. A cloud of smoke was drifting over the rise above where the village would be. At once he asked Toranaga if he could leave, to make sure Hujiko was all right. "He says yes, Anjin-san, and we are to see him at the fortress at sunset for the evening meal. There are some things he wishes to discuss with you."
Blackthorn went back to the village. It was devastated. The course of the road bent out of recognition, the surface shattered. But the boats were safe. Many fires still burned. Villagers were carrying buckets of sand and buckets of water. He turned the corner. Omi's house was tilted drunkenly on its side. His own was a burnt-out ruin. Chapter 39. Fujiko had been injured. Nigatsu, her maid, was dead. The first shock had collapsed the central pillars of the house, scattering the coals of the kitchen fire. Fujiko and Nigatsu had been trapped by one of the fallen beams, and the flames had turned Nigatsu into a torch. Fujiko had been pulled free. One of the cook's children had also been killed, but the rest of his servants had suffered only bruises and some twisted limbs. They were all overjoyed to find that Blackthorn was alive and unhurt. Fujiko was lying on a salvaged futon near the undamaged garden fence, half conscious. When she saw also that Blackthorn was unscathed, she almost wept.
"I thank Buddha you're not hurt, Anshin-san,"
she said weakly. Still partially in shock, she tried to get up, but he bade her not to move. Her legs and lower back were badly burned. A doctor was already tending her, wrapping bandages soaked in char and other herbs around her limbs to soothe them. Blackthorn hid his concern and waited until the doctor had finished, then said privately, "Fujiko-san, Yoika?" "Lady Fujiko will be all right?" The doctor shrugged.
"Hi."
His lips came back from his protruding teeth again.
"Come on, eh?"
"Hi." Blackthorn had seen enough burned seamen die to know that any bad burn was dangerous, the open wound almost always rotting within a few days, and nothing to stop the infection spreading. "I don't want her to die."
"Dozo?"
He said it in Japanese, and the doctor shook his head and told him that the lady would surely be all right. She was young and strong.
"Shikataganai,"
the doctor said, and ordered maids to keep her bandages moist, gave Blackthorn herbs for his own abrasions, told him he would return soon, then scuttled up the hill toward Omi's wrecked house above. Blackthorn stood at his main gate, which was unharmed. Buntaro's arrows were still embedded in the left post. Absently, he touched one.
Karma that she was burned,
he thought sadly. He went back to Fujiko and ordered a maid to bring char. He helped her to drink and held her hand until she slept, or appeared to sleep. His servants were salvaging whatever they could, working quickly, helped by a few villagers. They knew the rains would be coming soon. 4 men were trying to erect a temporary shelter.
"Dozo, Anjin-san."
The cook was offering him fresh tea, trying to keep the misery off his face. The little girl had been his favorite daughter.
Domo,
Blackthorn replied.
Sumimasen.
I'm sorry.
"Arigato, Anjin-san."
Come on, eh?
Blackthorn nodded, accepted the tea, and pretended not to notice the cook's grief, lest he shame him. Later, a samurai came up the hill, bringing word from Toranaga that Blackthorn and Fujiko were to sleep in the fortress until the house was rebuilt. 2 palanquins arrived. Blackthorn lifted her gently into one of them and sent her with maids. He dismissed his own palanquin, telling her he'd follow soon. The rain began, but he paid it no heed. He sat on a stone in the garden that had given him so much pleasure. Now it was a shambles. The little bridge was broken, the pond shattered, and the streamlet had vanished.
Never mind,
he said to no one.
The rocks aren't dead.
Yuikiya had told him that a garden must be settled around its rocks, that without them a garden is empty, merely a place of growing. One of the rocks was jagged and ordinary, but Yuikiya had planted it so that if you looked at it long and hard near sunset, the reddish glow glinting off the veins and crystal buried within, you could see a whole range of mountains with lingering valleys and deep lakes, and far off, a greening horizon, night gathering there. Blackthorn touched the rock.
I name you Yuikiya-sama,
he said. This pleased him, and he knew that if Yuikiya were alive, the old man would have been very pleased also.
Even though he's dead, perhaps he'll know.
Blackthorn told himself. Perhaps his kami is here now. Shintoists believed that when they died, they became a kami. What is a kami, Mariko-san?
Kami is inexplicable, Anjin-san. It is like a spirit, but not. Like a soul, but not. Perhaps it is the insubstantial essence of a thing or person. You should know a human becomes a kami after death, but a tree or rock or plant or painting is equally a kami. Kami are venerated, never worshipped. They exist between heaven and earth and visit this land of the gods or leave it, all at the same time.
And Shinto? What's Shinto?
Ah, that is inexplicable too. So sorry. It's like a religion, but isn't. At first, it even had no name. We only called it Shinto, the way of the kami, 1,000 years ago, to distinguish it from Butsudo, the way of Buddha. But though it's indefinable, Shinto is the essence of Japan and the Japanese. And though it possesses neither theology, nor godhead, nor faith, nor system of ethics, it is our justification for existence. Shinto is a nature cult of myths and legends, in which no one believes wholeheartedly, yet everyone venerates totally. A person is Shinto, in the same way he is born Japanese.
Are you Shinto too, as well as Christian?
Oh, yes. Oh, very yes. Of course.
Blackthorn touched the stone again. Please, Kami of Uekiya, please stay in my garden. Then, careless of the rain, he let his eyes take him into the rock, past the lush valleys and serene lake, and to the greening horizon. Darkness gathering there. His ears told him to come back. He looked up. Omi was watching him, squatting patiently on his haunches. It was still raining, and Omi wore a newly pressed kimono under his rice straw raincoat, and a wide conical bamboo hat. His hair was freshly shampooed. "Kama, Anjin-san," he said, motioning at the smouldering ruins. "Hi, ikaga desu ka?" Blackthorn wiped the rain off his face. "Yoi." Omi pointed up at his house. "Watashi no yuya wa hakai sarete imasen o tsukai ni narimasen ka?" "My bath wasn't damaged. Would you care to use it?" "Ah, so desu. Domo, Omi-san. Hi, domo." Gratefully, Blackthorn followed Omi up the winding path into his courtyard. Servants and village artisans under Mura's supervision were already hammering and sawing and repairing. The central posts were already back in place, and the roof almost resettled. With signs and simple words and much patience, Omi explained that his servants had managed to douse the fires in time. "Within a day or two," he told Blackthorn, "the house would be up again, as good as it was, so not to worry. Yours will take longer, a week, Anjin-san. Don't worry, Fujiko-san is a fine manager. She'll have all costs arranged with Mura in no time, and your house will be better than ever. I hear she was burned. Well, this happens sometimes, but not to worry. Our doctors are very expert with burns. They have to be, eh?" "Yes, Anjin-san, it was a bad quake, but not that bad. The rice fields were hardly touched, and the so essential irrigation system was undamaged. And the boats weren't damaged, and that's very important too. Only 154 samurai were killed in the avalanche. That's not too many, ne? As to the village, a week, and you'll hardly know there was a quake. 5 peasants were killed, and a few children. Nothing. Anjiro was very lucky, ne? I hear you pulled Toranaga-sama out of a death trap. We're all grateful to you, Anjin-san. Very. If we'd lost him. Lord Toranaga said he accepted your sword. You're lucky. That's a great honor. Yes. Your karma's strong. Very good. Very rich. Yes. We thank you very much. Listen, we'll talk more after you've bathed. I'm glad to have you as a friend." Omi called out for the bath attendants. "Ishogi! Hurry up." The servants escorted Blackthorn to the bathhouse, which was set within a tiny maple grove and joined to the main house by a neat winding walk,
usually roofed. The bath was much more luxurious than his own. One wall was cracked badly, but villagers were already replastering it. The roof was sound, although a few tiles were missing, and rain leaked in here and there, but that did not matter. Blackthorn stripped and sat on the tiny seat. The servants lathered him and shampooed him in the rain. When he was cleansed, he went inside and immersed himself in the steaming bath. All his troubles melted away.
Ujiko's going to be all right. I'm a lucky man. Lucky I was there to pull Toranaga out. Lucky to save Mariko. And lucky he was there to pull us out.
Suo's magic renewed him as usual. Later, he let Suo dress his bruises and cuts and put on the clean loincloth and kimono and tabi that had been left for him, and went out. The rain had stopped. A temporary lean-to had been erected in one corner of the garden. It had a neat raised floor and was furnished with clean futons and a little vase with a flower arrangement. Omi was waiting for him, and in attendance was a toothless, hard-faced old woman.
Please, sit down, Anjin-san,
Omi said.
Thank you, and thanks for the clothes, he replied in halting Japanese. Please, don't mention it. Would you like cha or sake?
Cha, Blackthorn decided, thinking that he had better keep his head clear for his interview with Toranaga.
Thank you. This is my mother,
Omi said formally, clearly idolizing her. Blackthorn bowed. The old woman simpered and sucked in her breath. It's my honor, Anjin-san, she said.
Thank you, but I'm honored.
Blackthorn repeated automatically the succession of formal politenesses that Mariko had taught him. Anjin-san, we were so sorry to see your house in flames.
What could one do? That's common, eh?
Yes, karma. The old woman looked away and scowled. Hurry up! The Anjin-san wants his cha warm. The girl standing beside the maid who carried the tray took Blackthorn's breath away. Then he remembered her. Wasn't this the girl he'd seen with Omi the first time when he was passing through the village square on his way to the galley?
This is my wife,
Omi said tersely.
I'm honored,
Blackthorn said as she took her place, knelt and bowed. You must forgive her slowness, Omi's mother said. Is the cha warm enough for you?
Thank you. It's very good.
Blackthorn had noted that the old woman had not used the wife's name as she should have. But then he was not surprised because Mariko had told him already about the dominating position of a girl's mother-in-law in Japanese society.
Thank God it's not the same in Europe,
he had told her. A wife's mother-in-law can do no wrong. After all, Anjin-san, the parents choose the wife in the first place, and what father would choose without first consulting his own wife? Of course, the daughter-in-law has to obey, and the son always does what his mother and father want.
Always?
Always.
What if the son refuses?
That's not possible. Everyone has to obey the head of the house. A son's first duty is to his parents. Of course. Sons are given everything by their mothers. Life, food, tenderness, protection. She succors them all their lives. So of course it's right that a son should heed his mother's wishes. The daughter-in-law, she has to obey. That's her duty.
It's not the same with us.
It's hard to be a good daughter-in-law. Very hard. You just have to hope that you live long enough to have sons to become one yourself.
And your mother-in-law?
Ah, she's dead, Anjin-san. She died many years ago. I never knew her. Lord Hiromatsu, in his wisdom, never took another wife.
Buntaro-san's his only son?
Yes. My husband has 5 living sisters, but no brothers. She had joked, In a way, we're related now, Anjin-san. Ujiko's my husband's niece. What's the matter?
I'm surprised you never told me, that's all.
Well, it's complicated, Anjin-san. Then Mariko had explained that Hujiko was actually an adopted daughter of Numata Akinori, who had married Buntaro's youngest sister,
and that Hujiko's real father was a grandson of the dictator Goroda by his 8th consort. That Hujiko had been adopted by Numata when an infant, at the Taiko's orders, because the Taiko wanted closer ties between the descendants of Hiromatsu and Goroda. What? Mariko had laughed, telling him that, yes, Japanese family relations were very complicated because adoption was normal, that families exchanged sons and daughters often, and divorced and remarried and intermarried all the time. With so many legal consorts and the ease of divorce, particularly if at the order of a liege lord, all families soon became incredibly tangled.
To unravel Lord Toranaga's family links accurately would take days, Anjin-san. Just think of the complications. Presently, he has 7 official consorts living, who have given him 5 sons and 3 daughters. Some of the consorts were widows or previously married with other sons and daughters. Some of these Toranaga adopted, some he did not. In Japan, you don't ask if a person is adopted or natural. Truly, what does it matter? Inheritance is always at the whim of the head of the house, so adopted or not, it is the same, ne? Even Toranaga's mother was divorced. Later she remarried and had 3 more sons and 2 daughters by her second husband, all of whom are also now married. Her eldest son from her second marriage is Zateki, Lord of Shinano.
Blackthorn had mulled that. Then he had said, "Divorce isn't possible for us. Not possible."
So the Holy Fathers tell us. So sorry, but that's not very sensible, Anjin-san. Mistakes happen. People change. That's karma, eh? Why should a man have to bear a foul wife, or a wife a foul man? Foolish to be stuck forever, man or woman, eh?
Yes.
In this we are very wise, and the Holy Fathers unwise. This was one of the 2 great reasons the Taiko would not embrace Christianity, this foolishness about divorce, and the 6th commandment, thou shalt not kill. The Father Visitor sent all the way to Rome, begging dispensation for Japanese about divorce. But His Holiness the Pope, in his wisdom, said no. If His Holiness had said yes, I believe the Taiko would have converted. The daimyos would be following the true faith now, and the land would be Christian. The matter of killing would have been unimportant, because no one pays any attention to that really, Christians least of all. Such a little concession, for so much, ne?
Yes, Blackthorn had said. How sensible divorce seemed here. Why was it a mortal sin at home, opposed by every priest in Christendom, Catholic or Protestant, in the name of God? What's Toranaga's wife like? He had asked, wanting to keep her talking. Most of the time she avoided the subject of Toranaga and his family history, and it was important for Blackthorn to know everything. A shadow had crossed Mariko's face.
She's dead. She was his second wife, and she died 10 or 11 years ago. She was the Taiko's stepsister. Lord Toranaga was never successful with his wives, Anjin-san.
Why?
Oh, the second was old and tired and grasping, worshipping gold, though pretending not to, like her brother, the Taiko himself. Barren and bad-tempered. It was a political marriage, of course. I had to be one of her ladies-in-waiting for a time. Nothing would please her, and none of the youths or men could unwind the knot in her golden pavilion.
What?
Her jade gate, Anjin-san, with their turtle heads, their steaming shafts. Don't you understand? Her thing.
Oh, I understand. Yes.
No one could unwind her knot, could satisfy her.
Not even Toranaga?
He never pillowed her, Anjin-san, she had said, quite shocked. Of course, after the marriage he had nothing to do with her, other than give her a castle and retainers and the keys to his treasure house. Why should he? She was quite old. She had been married twice before, but her brother, the Taiko, had dissolved the marriages. A most unpleasant woman. Everyone was most relieved when she went into the great void, even the Taiko, and all her stepdaughters-in-law and all of Toranaga's consorts secretly burnt incense with great joy.
And Toranaga's first wife?
Ah, the Lady Tachibana. That was another political marriage. Lord Toranaga was 18, she 15. She grew up to be a terrible woman. 20 years ago, Toranaga had her put to death because he discovered she was secretly plotting to assassinate their liege lord, the dictator Goroda, whom she hated. My father often told me he thought they were all lucky to retain their heads. He, Toranaga, Nakamura, and all the generals, because Goroda was merciless, relentless, and particularly suspicious of those closest to him. That woman could have ruined them all, however innocent they were. Because of her plot against Lord Goroda, her only son, Nobunaga, was also put to death, Anjin-san. She killed her own son. Think of that. So sad, so terrible. Poor Nobunaga. He was Toranaga's favourite son and his official heir. Brave, a general in his own right, and totally loyal. He was innocent, but she still embroiled him in her plot. He was only 19 when Toranaga ordered him to commit seppuku.
Toranaga killed his own son? And his wife?
Yes, he ordered them onward, but he had no choice, Anjin-san. If he hadn't, Lord Goroda would correctly have presumed Toranaga to be part of the plot himself, and would have ordered him instantly to slit his belly. Oh yes, Toranaga was lucky to escape Goroda's wrath, and wise to send her onward quickly. When she was dead, her daughter-in-law and all Toranaga's consorts were very much ecstatic. Her son had had to send his first wife home in disgrace on her orders for some imagined slight, after bearing him 2 children. The girl committed seppuku. Did I tell you ladies commit seppuku by slitting their throats, Anjin-san, and not their stomachs like men? But she went to death gratefully, glad to be freed from a life of tears. As the next wife prayed for death, her life made equally miserable by her mother-in-law.
Now, looking at Midori's mother-in-law, the tea dribbling down her chin, Blackthorn knew that this old hag had power of life or death, divorce or degradation over Midori, provided her husband, the head of their house, agreed. And whatever they decided, Omi would obey. How terrible, he told himself. Midori was as graceful and youthful as the old woman was not, her face oval, her hair rich. She was more beautiful than Mariko, but without her fire and strength, pliant as a fern and fragile as gossamer.
Where are the small foods? Of course, the Anjin-san must be hungry, ne?
The old woman said.
Oh, so sorry,
Midori replied at once.
Fetch some instantly,
she said to the maid.
Hurry. So sorry, Anjin-san. So sorry, Anjin-san.
Please don't apologize, Blackthorn said to Midori, and instantly knew that it was a mistake. Good manners decreed that he should acknowledge only the mother-in-law, particularly if she had an evil reputation. So sorry, he said. I not hungry. Tonight I eat must with Lord Toranaga.
Ah, so des. We heard you saved his life. You should know how grateful we are, all his vassals,
the old woman said. It was duty. I did nothing.
You did everything, Anjin-san. Omi-san and Lord Yabu appreciate your action as much as all of us.
Blackthorn saw the old woman looking at her son. I wish I could fathom you, you old bitch, he thought. Are you as evil as that other one, Tachibana? Omi said, Mother, I'm fortunate to have the Anjin-san as a friend.
We're all fortunate,
she said. No, I'm fortunate, Blackthorn replied. I'm fortunate to have friends as family of Koshigi Omi-san. We're all lying, Blackthorn thought. But I don't know why you are. I'm lying for self-protection and because it's custom. But I've never forgotten. Wait a moment. In all honesty, wasn't that karma? Wouldn't you have done what Omi did? That was long ago, in a previous life, nay? It's meaningless now.
A group of horsemen clattered up the rise, Naga at their head. He dismounted and strode into the garden. All the villagers stopped working and went onto their knees. He motioned them to continue.
So sorry to disturb you, Omi-san, but Lord Toranaga sent me. Please, you're not disturbing me. Please join us,
Omi said. Midori at once gave up her cushion, bowing very low.
Would you like cha or sake, Naga-sama?
Naga sat.
Neither, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Omi pressed him politely, going through the interminable necessary ritual, even though it was obvious that Naga was in a hurry.
How is the Lord Toranaga? Very good. Anjin-san, you did us a great service. Yes, I thank you personally. It was duty, Naga-san, but I did little. Lord Toranaga pulled me from Earth also. Yes, but that was afterward. I thank you very much. Naga-san, is there something I can do for Lord Toranaga?
Omi asked, etiquette finally allowing him to come to the point.
He would like to see you after the evening meal. There is to be a full conference of all officers. I would be honored. Anjin-san, you are to come with me now, if it pleases you. Of course, it is my honor.
More bows and salutations, and then Blackthorn was on a horse, and they were cantering down the hill. When the phalanx of samurai came to the square, Naga reined in.
Anjin-san, I thank you with all my heart for saving Lord Toranaga. Allow me to be your friend.
And some words Blackthorn did not catch.
So sorry, I don't understand. Karite iru? Ah, so sorry. Karite iru. One man karite iru, another man things. Like debt. You understand debt?
Oh, jumped into Blackthorn's head.
So des. Wakarimasu. Good. I only said that I owed you a debt. It was my duty, ne? Yes. Even so, I owe you a life.
Toranaga-sama says all cannon powder and shot were put back on your ship, Anjin-san, here at Anjiro, before it left for Edo. He asked you how long it would take you to get ready for sea.
That depends on her state, if the men have careened her and cared for her, the mast replaced, and so on. Does Lord Toranaga know how she is?
The ship seems in order, he says, but he's not a seaman, so he couldn't be sure. He has not been on it since it was first towed into Edo Harbour, when he gave instructions for it to be cared for. Presuming the ship is seaworthy, nay? He asks, how long would it take you to ready for war?
Blackthorn's heart missed a beat. On whom do I war, Mariko-san?
He asks, on whom would you wish to war?
This year's black ship,
Blackthorn replied at once, making a sudden decision, desperately hoping that this was the correct moment to place before Toranaga the plan he'd secretly developed over the days. He was gambling that saving Toranaga's life this morning gave him a special privilege that would help him over the rough spots. Mariko was taken by surprise. What?
The black ship. Tell Lord Toranaga that all he has to do is give me his letters of marque. I'll do the rest. With my ship and just a little help. We split the cargo, all silks and bullion.
She laughed. Toranaga did not. My master says that would be an unforgivable act of war against a friendly nation. The Portuguese are essential to Japan.
Yes, they are, at the moment. But I believe they're his enemy as well as mine, and whatever service they provide, we can do better, at less cost.
He says, perhaps, but he does not believe China will trade with you. Neither the English nor the Netherlanders are in strength in Asia yet, and we need the silks now and a continuing supply.
He's right, of course, but in a year or two that will change, and he'll have his proof then. So here's another suggestion. I'm already at war with the Portuguese. Outside the 3-mile limit are international waters. Legally, with my present letters of marque, I can take her as a prize, and I can sail her to any port and sell her and her cargo. With my ship and a crew, it'll be easy. In a few weeks or months, I could deliver the black ship and all she contains to Edo. I could sell her in Edo. Half the value will be his. A port tax.
He says, what happens at sea between you and your enemies is of little concern to him. The sea belongs to all. But this land is ours, and here our laws govern, and our laws may not be broken.
Yes. Blackthorn knew his course was dangerous, but his intuition told him the timing was perfect, and that Toranaga would take the bait. And Mariko. It was only a suggestion. He asked me on whom I'd like to war. Please excuse me, but sometimes it's good to plan against any eventuality. In this, I believe Lord Toranaga's interests are mine.
Mariko translated this. Toranaga grunted and spoke shortly. Lord Toranaga values sensible suggestions, Anjin-san, like your point about a navy. But this is ludicrous. Even if both your interests were the same, which they're not, how could you and 9 men attack such a huge vessel with nearly 1,000 persons aboard?
I wouldn't. I have to get a new crew, Mariko-san. 80 or 90 men, trained seamen and gunners. I'll find them at Nagasaki on Portuguese ships.
Blackthorn pretended not to notice her intake of breath or the way her fan stopped.
They've got to be a few Frenchies, an Englishman or 2 if I'm lucky, some Germans or Hollanders. They'll be renegades mostly, or pressed aboard. I'd need a safe conduct to Nagasaki, some protection, and a little silver or gold. There are always seamen in enemy fleets who'll sign on for ready cash and a share of prize money.
My master says anyone in command who'd trust such carrion in an attack would be mad.
Blackthorn said, I agree, but I have to have a crew to put to sea.
He asks if it would be possible to train samurai and our seamen to be gunners and sailors.
Easily, in time, but that could take months. They'd certainly be ready by next year. There'd be no chance to go against this year's black ship.
Lord Toranaga says, I don't plan to attack the black ship of the Portuguese this year or next. They're not my enemies, and I am not at war with them.
I know, but I am at war with them. Please excuse me. Of course, this is only a discussion, but I'll have to get some men to put to sea, to be of service to Lord Toranaga if he wishes.
They were sitting in Toranaga's private quarters that overlooked the garden. The fortress had hardly been touched by the quake. The night was humid and airless, and the smoke from the coils of incense rose lazily to banish the mosquitoes. My master wants to know, Mariko was saying, if you had your ship now, and the few crew members that arrived with you, would you sail it to Nagasaki to get these further men you require?
No, that would be too dangerous. I'd be so hopelessly undermanned that the Portuguese would capture me. It would be much better to get the men first, bring them back to home waters, to Edo, eh? Once I'm full crewed and armed, the enemy's got nothing in these seas to touch me.
He does not think you and 90 men could take the black ship.
I can outsail her and sink her with Erasmus. Of course, Mariko-san, I know this is all conjecture, but if I was permitted to attack my enemy, the moment I was crewed, I'd sail on the tide for Nagasaki. If the black ship was already in port, I'd show my battle flags and stand out to sea to blockade her. I'd let her finish trading, and then, when the wind was ripe for her homeward voyage, I'd pretend to need supplies and let her slip out of port. I'd catch her a few leagues out, because we've the speed on her, and my cannon would do the rest. Once she struck her colours, I put a prize crew aboard and bring her back to Edo. She'll have upwards of 3, almost 400 tons of gold bullion aboard.
But why won't her captain scuttle his ship once you've beaten him, if you beat him, before you can go aboard?
Usually, Blackthorn was going to say, usually the crew mutiny if the captain's a fanatic, but I've never known one that mad. Most times you make a deal with the captain, spare their lives, give them a small share, and safe berth to the nearest port. But this time I'll have Rodriguez to deal with, and I know him and know what he'll do. But he thought better about that, or about revealing his whole plan. Best to leave barbarian ways to barbarians, he told himself. Usually the defeated ship gives up, Mariko-san, he said instead. It's a custom, one of our customs of war at sea, saving unnecessary loss of life.
Lord Toranaga says, "So sorry, Anjin-san. That's a disgusting custom. If he had ships, there would be no surrender."
Mariko sipped some cha, then continued.
"And if the ship is not yet in port?"
"Then I sweep the sea lanes to catch her a few leagues out in international waters. She'll be easier to take heavy laden and wallowing, but harder to bring into Edo. When she's expected to dock?"
"My lord does not know. Perhaps within 30 days, he says. The ship will be early this year."
Blackthorn knew he was so near the prize, so very near. Then it's blockade her and take her at the end of the season. She translated, and Blackthorn thought he saw disappointment momentarily cross Toranaga's face. He paused, as though he were considering alternatives. Then he said, "If this was Europe, there'd be another way. You could sail in by night and take her by force. A surprise attack." Toranaga's grip tightened on his sword hilt.
"He says you dare to war on our land against your enemies?"
Blackthorn's lips were dry. "No, of course this is still surmise, but if a state of war existed between him and the Portuguese, and Lord Toranaga wanted them hurt, this would be the way to do it. If I had 200 or 300 well-disciplined fighters, a good crew, and Erasmus, it would be easy to go alongside the black ship and board her, drag her out to sea. He could choose the time of the surprise attack. If this was Europe." There was a long silence.
"Lord Toranaga says, this is not Europe, and no state of war exists or will ever exist between him and the Portuguese."
"Of course. One last point, Mariko-san. Nagasaki is not within Lord Toranaga's control, is it?"
"No, Anjin-san. Lord Harima owns the port and the hinterland."
"But don't the Jesuits in practice control the port and all trade?" Blackthorn marked her reluctance to translate, but kept up the pressure. "Isn't that the Honto, Mariko-san? And isn't Lord Harima Catholic? Isn't most of Kyushu Catholic? And therefore don't the Jesuits in some measure control the whole island?"
"Christianity's a religion. The daimyos control their own lands, Anjin-san,"
Mariko said for herself. "But I was told Nagasaki's really Portuguese soil. I'm told they act as though it is. Didn't Lord Harima's father sell the land to the Jesuits?"
Mariko's voice sharpened. "Yes, but the Taiko took the land back. No foreigners allowed to own land here now."
"But didn't the Taiko allow his edicts to lapse, so today nothing happens there without Jesuit approval? Don't Jesuits control all shipping in Nagasaki and all trade? Don't Jesuits negotiate all trade for you and act as intermediaries?"
"You're very well informed about Nagasaki, Anjin-san," she said pointedly.
"Perhaps Lord Toranaga should take control of the port from the enemy. Perhaps—"
"They're your enemy, Anjin-san, not ours," she said, taking the bait at last. "The Jesuits are—"
"Nanja?"
She turned apologetically to Toranaga and explained what had been said between them. When she had finished, he spoke severely, a clear reprimand.
"Hai,"
she said several times, and bowed, chastened.
Mariko said,
"Lord Toranaga reminds me my opinions are valueless, and that an interpreter should interpret only, eh? Please excuse me."
Once Blackthorn would have apologized for trapping her. Now it did not occur to him. But since he had made his point, he laughed and said, "Hai, kawaii Tsukuko-sama." Yes, pretty lady interpreter. Mariko smiled wryly, furious at herself for being trapped, her mind in conflict over her divided loyalties.
Yoi, Anjin-san,
Toranaga said, once more genial.
Mariko-san, kawaii, desu yori Tsuko-san anamsu ka norimasen, ne?
And Mariko's much prettier than old Mr. Tsuko, isn't she? And so much more fragrant. Toranaga laughed.
Hi!
Mariko blushed and poured tea, a little mollified. Then Toranaga spoke, seriously. Our master says, why were you asking so many questions, or making statements, about Lord Harima and Nagasaki?
Only to show that the port of Nagasaki is in fact controlled by foreigners, by the Portuguese. And by my law, I have the legal right to attack the enemy anywhere.
But this is not anywhere, he says. This is the land of the gods, and such an attack is unthinkable.
I agree wholeheartedly. But if ever Lord Harima became hostile, or the Jesuits who led the Portuguese become hostile, this is the way to hurt them.
Lord Toranaga says neither he nor any daimyo would ever permit an attack by one foreign nation on another on Japanese soil, or the killing by them of any of our people. Against enemies of the Emperor, that is a different matter. As to getting fighters and crew, it would be easy for a man to get any number if he spoke Japanese. There are many wako in Kyushu.
Wako, Mariko-san?
Oh, so sorry. We call corsairs wako, Anjin-san. They used to have many lairs around Kyushu, but they were mostly stamped out by the Taiko. Survivors can still be found, unfortunately. Wako terrorized the coasts of China for centuries. It was because of them that China closed her ports to us.
She explained to Toranaga what had been said. He spoke again, more emphatically.
He says he will never allow or plan or permit you to make a land attack, though it would be correct for you to harry your queen's enemy on the high seas. He repeats, this is not anywhere. This is the land of the gods. You should be patient, as he told you before.
Yes, I intend to try to be patient in his fashion. I only want to hit the enemy because they are the enemy. I believe with all my heart they're his enemy too.
Lord Toranaga says the Portuguese tell him you are his enemy, and Tsuku-san and the Visitor General are absolutely sure of it.
If I were able to capture the Black Ship at sea and bring her as a legal prize into Edo under the flag of England, would I be permitted to sell her and all she contains in Edo, according to our custom?
Lord Toranaga says that depends.
If war comes, may I be allowed to attack the enemy, Lord Toranaga's enemy, in the best way that I can?
He says that is the duty of a Hatamoto. A Hatamoto is, of course, under his personal orders at all times. My master wants me to make clear that things in Japan will never be solved by any method other than by Japanese method.
Yes, I understand completely. With due humility, I'd like to point out the more I know about his problems, the more I might be able to help.
He says a Hatamoto's duty is always to help his lord, Anjin-san. He says I am to answer any reasonable questions you have later.
Thank you. May I ask him, would he like to have a navy of his own, as I suggested on the galley?
He has already said he would like a navy, a modern navy, Anjin-san, manned by his own men. What daimyo wouldn't?
Then say this. If I were lucky enough to take the enemy's ship, I'd bring her to Edo to refit and count the prize. Then I'd transship my half of the bullion to Erasmus and sell the black ship back to the Portuguese, or offer her to Toranaga-sama as a gift, or burn her, whatever he wishes. Then I'd sail home. Within a year I'd turn around and bring back 4 warships, as a gift from the Queen of England to Lord Toranaga.
He asks, where would be your profit in this?
The honto is, there would be plenty left over for me, Mariko-san, after the ships were paid for by Her Majesty. Further, I'd like to take one of his most trusted counsellors with me as an ambassador to my queen. A treaty of friendship between our countries might be of interest to him.
Lord Toranaga says that would be much too generous of your queen. He adds, but if such a thing miraculously happened, and you came back with the new ships, who would train his sailors and samurai and captains to man them?
I will, initially, if that pleases him. I'd be honored. Then others could follow.
He says, what is initially?
2 years.
Toranaga smiled fleetingly. Our master says 2 years would not be enough initially. However, he adds, it's all an illusion. He's not at war with the Portuguese or Lord Harima of Nagasaki. He repeats, what you do outside Japanese waters in your own ship with your own crew is your own karma. Mariko seemed disturbed. Outside our waters, you are foreigner, he says, but here you are samurai.
Yes, I know the honor he has done to me. May I ask how a samurai borrows money, Mariko-san?
From a moneylender, Anjin-san? Where else? From a filthy merchant moneylender. She translated for Toranaga. Why should you need money?
Are there moneylenders in Edo?
Oh, yes. Moneylenders are everywhere, nay? Isn't it the same in your country? Ask your consort, Anjin-san. Perhaps she would be able to help you. That is part of her duty.
You said we're leaving for Edo tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Unfortunately, Fujiko-san won't be able to travel then.
Mariko talked with Toranaga. Lord Toranaga says he will send her by galley when it leaves. He says, what do you need to borrow money for?
I'll have to get a new crew, Mariko-san, to sail anywhere, to serve Lord Toranaga, however he'd wish it. Is that permitted?
A crew from Nagasaki?
Yes.
He will give you an answer when you reach Edo.
Domo, Toranaga-sama. Mariko-san, when I get to Edo, where do I go? Will there be someone to guide me?
Oh, you must never worry about things like that, Anjin-san. You are one of Lord Toranaga's Hatamoto.
There was a knock on the inner door. Come in. Naga opened the shoji and bowed. Excuse me, father, but you wanted to be told when all your officers were present. Thank you. I'll be there shortly. Toranaga thought a moment, then motioned to Blackthorn, his manner friendly. Anjin-san, go with Naga-san. He will show you to your place. Thank you for your views. Yes, sire. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your words. Yes. I try hard, be patient and perfect. Thank you, Anjin-san. Toranaga watched him bow and go away. When they were alone, he turned to Mariko. Well, what do you think?
2 things, sire. First, his hatred of Jesuits is measureless, even surpassing his loathing of Portuguese. So he is a scourge for you to use against either or both, if you want a scourge. We know he is brave, so he would boldly press home any attack from the sea. Second, money is still his goal. In his defense, from what I've learned, money is the only real means the barbarians have to lasting power. They buy lands and position. Even their queen's a merchant and sells land to her lords and buys ships and lands, probably. They're not so different from us, Lord, except in that. And also in that they do not understand power, or that war is life and life is death.
Are the Jesuits my enemy?
I do not believe so.
The Portuguese?
I believe they're concerned only with profits, land, and spreading the word of God.
Are Christians my enemy?
No, sire, though some of your enemies may be Christian, Catholic, or Protestant.
Ah, you think the Anjin-san's my enemy?
No, sire. No, I believe he honors you, and in time will become a real vassal.
What about our Christians? Who are enemy?
Lords Harima, Kiyama, Onoshi, and any other samurai who turns against you.
Toranaga laughed. Yes, but do the priests control them, as the Anjin-san implies?
I do not think so.
Will those 3 go against me?
I don't know, sire. In the past, they've all been hostile and friendly to you. But if they side with Ishido, it would be very bad.
I agree. Yes, you're a valued counselor. It's difficult for you being Catholic Christian, being friends with an enemy, listening to enemy ideas.
Yes, sire.
He trapped you, eh?
Yes, but in truth, he had the right. I was not doing what you had ordered. I was putting myself between his pure thoughts and you. Please accept my apologies.
It will continue to be difficult, perhaps even more so.
Yes, sire, but it's better to know both sides of the coin. Much of what he said has been found to be true. For instance, about the world being split by Spaniards and Portuguese, about the priests smuggling guns, however impossible it is to believe. You need never fear about my loyalty, sire. However bad it becomes, I will always do my duty to you.
Thank you. Well, it's been very interesting, what the Anjin-san said, eh? Interesting, but nonsense. Yes, thank you, Mariko-san. You're a valued counselor. Shall I order you divorce from Buntaro?
Sire?
Well?
Oh, to be free, her spirit sang. Oh, Madonna, to be free! Remember who you are, Mariko. Remember what you are. And remember that love is a barbarian word.
Toranaga was watching her in the great silence. Outside, mosquitoes strayed into the spirals of incense smoke to dart away to safety.
Yes, he brooded. She's a falcon. But what prey do I cast her against?
No, sire, Mariko said at last. Thank you, sire, but no.
The Anjin-san's a strange man, eh? His head is filled with dreams. Ridiculous to consider attacking our friends the Portuguese, or their black ship. Nonsense to believe what he says about 4 ships or 20.
Mariko hesitated. If he says a navy is possible, sire, then I believe it's possible.
I don't agree, Toranaga said emphatically. But you're right that he's a balance against the others, him and his fighting ship. How curious, but how illuminating. It's as Omi said. At the moment, we need the barbarians, to learn from them. And there's much yet to learn, particularly from him, eh?
Yes.
It's time to open up the empire, Mariko-san. Ishido will close it as tight as an oyster. If I were president of the regents again, I'd make treaties with any nation, so long as it's friendly. I'd send men to learn from other nations, yes, and I'd send ambassadors. This man's queen would be a good beginning. For a queen, perhaps I should send a woman ambassador, if she were clever enough.
She would have to be very strong and very clever, sire.
Yes, it would be a dangerous journey.
All journeys are dangerous, sire, Mariko said.
Yes.
Again, Toranaga switched without warning.
If the Anjin-san sailed away with his ship weighed with gold, would he come back? He himself?
After a long time, she said, I don't know.
Toranaga decided not to press her now.
Thank you, Mariko-san, he said in friendly dismissal. I want you to be present at the meeting, to translate what I say for the Anjin-san.
Everything, sire?
Yes. And tonight, when you go to the tea house to buy Kiku's contract, take the Anjin-san with you. Tell his consort to make the arrangements. He needs rewarding, eh?
Aye.
When she was at the shoji, Toranaga said,
Once the issue between Ishido and myself is settled, I will order you divorced.
Her hand tightened on the screen. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but she did not look back. The door closed after her. Toranaga watched the smoke for a moment, then got up and walked into the garden to the privy and squatted. When he had finished and had used the paper,
he heard a servant slide the container away from beneath the hole to replace it with a clean one. The mosquitoes were droning, and he slapped them absently. He was thinking of falcons and hawks, knowing that even the greatest falcons make mistakes, as Ishido had made a mistake, and Kiri, and Mariko, and Omi, and even the Anjin-san. The 150 officers were aligned in neat rows, Yabu, Omi, and Buntaro in front. Mariko knelt near Blackthorn to the side. Toranaga marched in with his personal guards and sat on the lonely cushion facing them. He acknowledged their bows, then informed them briefly of the essence of the dispatch and laid before them, for the first time publicly, his ultimate battle plan. Again, he withheld the part that related to the secret and carefully planned insurrections, and also the fact that the attack would take the northern and not the southern coastal road. And, to general acclaim, for all his warriors were glad that at last there was an end to uncertainty. He told them that when the rain ceased, he would issue the code words Crimson Sky, which would launch them on their attack.
Meanwhile, I expect Ishido illegally to convene a new Council of Regents. I expect to be falsely impeached. I expect war to be declared on me, against the law.
He leaned forward, his left fist characteristically bunched on his thigh, the other tight on his sword.
Listen, I uphold the Taiko's testament and acknowledge my nephew Yaemon as Kampaku and heir to the Taiko. I desire no other lands. I want no other honors. But if traitors attack me, I must defend myself. If traitors dupe His Imperial Highness and attempt to assume power in the land, it is my duty to defend the Emperor and banish evil. Ne?
A roar of approval greeted this. Battle cries of Kashigi and Toranaga poured through the room, to be echoed throughout the fortress.
The attack regiment will be prepared to embark on the galleys for Edo. Toda Buntaro-san commanding, Kashigi Omi-san second in command, within 5 days. Lord Kashigi Yabu, you will please mobilize Izu and order 6,000 men to the frontier passes in case the traitor Ikawa Jikyu swoops south to cut our lines of communication. When the rains cease, Ishido will attack the Kanto.
Omi, Yabu, and Buntaro all silently agreed with Toranaga's wisdom of withholding information about this afternoon's decision to launch the attack in the rainy season, at once.
That will create a sensation,
Omi told himself, his bowels churning at the thought of warring in the rains through the mountains of Shinano.
Our guns will force a way through,
Yabu had said so enthusiastically this afternoon.
Yes,
Omi had agreed, having no confidence in the plan, but no alternative to offer.
It's madness,
he told himself, though he was delighted that he had been promoted to second in command.
I don't understand how Toranaga can conceive that there's any chance of success in the northern route. There isn't any,
he told himself again, and half closed his ears to Toranaga's stirring exhortation in order to allow himself to concentrate once more on the problem of his revenge.
Certainly the attack on Shinano will give you a dozen opportunities to manipulate Yabu into the front line at no risk to yourself. War, any war, will be to your advantage, provided the war's not lost.
Then he heard Toranaga say,
Today I was almost killed. Today the Anjin-san pulled me out of the earth. That's the second time, perhaps even the third, that he saved my life. My life is nothing against the future of my clan, and who is to say whether I would have lived or died without his help? But though it is Bushido that vassals should never expect a reward for any service, it is the duty of a liege lord to grant favors from time to time.
Amid general acclaim, Toranaga said,
Anjin-san, sit here. Mariko-san, you as well.
Jealously, Omi watched the towering man rise and kneel at the spot to which Toranaga had motioned, beside him, and there was not a man in the room who did not wish that he himself had had the good fortune to have done what the barbarian had done.
The Anjin-san is given a fief near the fishing village of Yokohama, to the south of Edo, worth 2,000 koku yearly. The right to recruit 200 samurai retainers. Full rights as samurai and hatamoto to the house of Yoshi Toranaga no Chikitada Minowara. Further, he is to receive 10 horses, 20 kimonos, together with full battle equipment for his vassals. The rank of Chief Admiral and pilot of the Kanto.
Toranaga waited until Mariko had translated. Then he called out,
"Naga-san!"
Obediently, Naga brought the silk-covered package to Toranaga. Toranaga threw off the cover. There were 2 matching swords, one short, the other a killing sword.
Noticing that the earth had swallowed my swords and that I was unarmed, the Anjin-san went down into the crevasse again to find his own to give it to me. Anjin-san, I give these in return. They were made by the master craftsman, Yoriya. Remember, the sword is the soul of the samurai. If he forgets it or loses it, he will never be excused.
To even greater acclaim and private envy, Blackthorn took the swords, bowed correctly, and put them in his sash, then bowed again.
Thank you, Toranaga-sama. You do me too much honor. Thank you.
He began to move away, but Toranaga bade him stay.
No, sit down here beside me, Anjin-san.
Toranaga looked back at the militant, fanatic faces of his officers.
Fools,
he wanted to shout.
Don't you understand that war, whether now or after the rains, would only be disastrous? Any war with Ishido, Ochiba, Yaemon, and their present allies must end in slaughter of all my armies, all of you, and the obliteration of me and all my line. Don't you understand? I've no chance except to wait and hope that Ishido strangles himself.
Instead, he incited them even more, for it was essential to throw his enemy off balance.
Listen, samurai. Soon you'll be able to prove your valor, man to man, as our forefathers proved theirs. I will destroy Ishido and all his traitors, and first will be Ikawa Jikyu. I hereby give all his lands, both provinces of Suruga and Totomi, worth 300,000 koku, to my faithful vassal, Lord Kashigi Yabu, and, with Izu, confirm him and his line as their overlords.
A thunderous acclamation. Yabu was flushed with elation. Omi was banging the floor, shouting just as ecstatically. Now his prize was limitless, for by custom, Yabu's heir would inherit all his lands.
How to kill Yabu without waiting for war?
Then his eyes fixed on the Anjin-san, who was cheering lustily.
Why not let the Anjin-san do it for you?
He asked himself, and laughed aloud at the idiotic thought. Buntaro leaned over and clapped him on the shoulder, amiably misinterpreting the laughter as happiness for Yabu.
Soon you'll get the fief you merit, ne?
Buntaro shouted over the tumult.
You deserve recognition, too. Your ideas and counsel are valuable. Thank you, Buntaro-san. Don't worry. We can get through any mountains.
Yes. Buntaro was a ferocious battle general, and Omi knew they were well matched. Omi the bold strategist, Buntaro the fearless attack leader.
If anyone can get us through the mountains, he can.
There was another burst of cheering as Toranaga ordered sake to be brought, ending the formal meeting. Omi drank his sake and watched Blackthorn drain another cup. His kimono neat, swords correct, Mariko still talking.
You've changed very much, Anjin-san, since that first day,
he thought contentedly.
Many of your alien ideas are still set firm, but you're almost becoming civilized. What's the matter, Omi-san? Nothing, Buntaro-san. You looked as though an Eta had shoved his buttocks in your face. Nothing like that. Not at all. Just the opposite. I had the beginnings of an idea. Drink up. Hey, Peach Blossom, bring more sake. My Lord Buntaro's cup is empty.
Chapter 40. I am instructed to inquire if Kiku-san would be free this evening. Mariko said, Oh, so sorry, Lady Toda, but I'm not sure. Gyoko, the Mama-san, said ingratiatingly, May I ask if the honoured client would require Lady Kiku for the evening or part of it, or perhaps until tomorrow, if she's not already engaged? The Mama-san was a tall, elegant woman in her early 50s, with a lovely smile. But she drank too much sake, her heart was an abacus, and she possessed a nose that could smell a single piece of silver from 50 li. The two women were in an 8-mat room adjoining Toranaga's private quarters. It had been set aside for Mariko and overlooked, on the other side, a small garden which was enclosed by the first of the inner wall defences. It was raining again, and the droplets sparkled in the flares. Mariko said genteelly, That would be a matter for the client to decide. Perhaps an arrangement could be made now which would cover every eventuality. So sorry. Please excuse me that I don't know her availability at once. She's so sought after, Lady Toda. I'm sure you understand. Oh yes, of course. We're really very fortunate to have such a lady of quality here in Anjiro. Mariko had accented the Anjiro. She had sent for Gyoko instead of visiting her, as she might possibly have done. And when the woman had arrived, just late enough to make a distinct point, but not enough to be rude, Mariko had been glad of the opportunity to lock horns with so worthy an adversary. Was the tea-house damaged very much? She asked. No, fortunately, apart from some valuable pottery and clothes, though it will cost a small fortune to repair the roof and resettle the garden. It's always so expensive to get things done quickly, don't you find? Yes, it's very trying. In Edo, Mishima, or even in this village. It's so important to have tranquil surroundings, nay? Would the client perhaps honour us at the tea-house, or would he wish Kiku-san to visit him here, if she is available? Mariko pursed her lips, thinking. The tea-house. Ah, so desu. The Mama-san's real name was Heiko Ichi, first daughter of the wall-maker. Her father and his before him had been specialists in making garden walls. For many years she had been a courtesan in Mishima, the capital of Izu, attaining second-class rank. But the gods had smiled upon her, and with gifts from her patron, coupled with an astute business sense, she had made enough money to buy her own contract in good time, and so become a manager of ladies with a tea-house of her own, when she was no longer sought after for the fine body and saucy wit with which the gods had endowed her. Now she called herself Gyoko-san, Lady Luck. When she was a fledgling courtesan of 14, she had been given the name Tsukaiko, Lady Snake Charmer. Her owner had explained to her that that special part of man could be likened to a snake, that a snake was lucky, and if she could become a snake charmer in that sense, then she would be hugely successful. Also the name would make clients laugh, and laughter was essential to this business. Gyoko had never forgotten about laughter. Sake, Gyoko-san? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Lady Toda. The maid poured, then Mariko dismissed her. They drank silently for a moment. Mariko refilled the cups. Such lovely pottery, so elegant, Gyoko said. It's very poor. I'm so sorry we have to use it. If I can make her available, would 5 koban be acceptable? A koban was a gold coin that weighed 18 grams. 1 koban equaled 3 koku of rice. So sorry. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. I didn't wish to buy all the tea-house in Mishima, only the ladies' services for an evening. Gyoko laughed. Ah, Lady Toda, your reputation is well merited. But may I point out that Kiku-san is of the first-class rank? The guild gave her that honour last year. True, and I'm sure that rank is merited. But that was in Mishima, even in Kyoto. But of course, you were making a joke. So sorry.
Gyoko swallowed the vulgarity that was on her tongue and smiled benignly.
Unfortunately, I would have to reimburse clients who, I seem to remember, have already booked her. Poor child. 4 of her kimonos were ruined when water doused the fires. Hard times are coming to the landlady. I'm sure you understand. 5 would not be unreasonable. Of course not. 5 would be fair in Kyoto for a week of carousing with 2 ladies of first rank, but these are not normal times, and one must make allowances. Half a koban. Sake, Kyoko-san? Thank you, thank you. The sake is so good. The quality is so good, so very good. Just one more, if you please. Then I must be off. If Kiku-san is not free this evening, I'd be delighted to arrange one of the other ladies. Akiko, perhaps? Or perhaps another day would be satisfactory. The day after tomorrow, perhaps.
Mariko did not answer for a moment. 5 koban was outrageous, as much as you'd pay for a famous courtesan of first class in Edo. Half a koban would be more than reasonable for Kiku. Mariko knew prices of courtesans because Buntaro used courtesans from time to time, and had even bought the contract of one, and she had to pay the bills, which had, of course, rightly come to her. Her eyes gauged Gyoko. The woman was sipping her sake calmly, her hand steady.
Perhaps, Mariko said, but I don't think so. Neither another lady nor another night. No, if tonight cannot be arranged, I'm afraid that the day after tomorrow would be too late, so sorry. And as to another of the ladies...
Mariko smiled and shrugged. Gyoko set her cup down sadly.
I did hear that our glorious samurai would be leaving us. Such a pity. The nights are so pleasant here. In Mishima we do not get the sea breeze as you do here. I shall be sorry to leave too. Perhaps 1 koban. If this arrangement is satisfactory, I would then like to discuss how much her contract would cost. Her contract? Yes. Sake? Thank you, yes. Contract? Her contract? Well, that's another thing. 5,000 koku. That's impossible. Yes, Gyoko agreed. But Kiku-san's like my own daughter. She is my own daughter. Better than my own daughter. I've trained her since she was 6. She's the most accomplished lady of the Willow World in all Izu. Oh, I know in Edo you have greater ladies, more witty, more worldly, but that's only because Kiku-san hasn't had the good fortune to mix with the same quality of persons. But even now, none can match her singing or her samisen playing. I swear it by all the gods. Give her a year in Edo with the right patron and correct sources of knowledge, and she'll compete satisfactorily with any courtesan in the empire. 5,000 koku is a small sum to pay for such a flower.
Perspiration beaded the woman's forehead.
You must excuse me, but I've never considered selling her contract before. She's barely 18, blemishless, the only lady of first-class rank that I've been privileged to manage. I really don't think I could ever sell her contract, even at the price mentioned. No, I think I will have to reconsider. So sorry. Perhaps we could discuss this tomorrow. Lose Kiku-san, my little Kiku-chan.
Tears gathered in the corners of her eyes, and Mariko thought, if those are real tears, then you, Gyoko, you've never spread yourself open to a princely pestle.
So sorry. Shigata ga nai, ne?
Mariko said courteously, and let the woman moan and weep and refilled her cup every so often, and then again.
How much is the contract really worth? She was asking herself. 500 koku would be fantastically more than fair. It depends on the anxiety of the man, who's not anxious in this case. Certainly Lord Toranaga isn't. Who's he buying for? Omi? Probably. But why did Toranaga order the Anjin-san here? You agree, Anjin-san? She had asked him earlier with a nervous laugh over the boisterousness of the drunken officers.
You're saying that Lord Toranaga's arranged a lady for me? Part of my reward?
Yes. Kiku-san, you can hardly refuse. I am ordered to interpret.
Ordered?
Oh, I'll be happy to interpret for you. But, Anjin-san, you really can't refuse. It would be terribly impolite after so many honors, nay?
She had smiled up at him, daring him, so proud and delighted with Toranaga's incredible generosity.
Please, I've never seen the inside of a tea-house before. I'd adore to look myself and talk with a real lady of the Willow World.
What?
Oh, they're called that because the ladies are supposed to be as graceful as willows. Sometimes it's the floating world, because they're likened to lilies floating in a lake. Go on, Anjin-san. Please agree.
What about Buntaro-sama?
Oh, he knows I'm to arrange it for you. Lord Toranaga told him. It's all very official, of course. I'm ordered. So are you. Please.
Then she had said in Latin, so glad that no one else in Anjiro spoke the language.
There is another reason that I will tell thee later.
Ah, tell it to me now.
Later, but agree, with amusement, because I ask thee.
Thou? How can I refuse thee?
But with amusement. It must be with amusement. They promise.
With laughter. I promise. I will attempt it. I promise thee nothing other than I will attempt the crest. Then she had left him to make the arrangements.
Oh, I'm distraught at the very thought of selling my beauty's contract.
Gyoko was groaning.
Yes, thank you. Just a little more sake, then I really must go.
She drained the cup and held it out wearily for an immediate refill.
Shall we say 2 koban for this evening? A measure of my desire to please a lady of such merit? 1. If this is agreed, perhaps we could talk more about the contract this evening, at the tea-house. So sorry to be precipitous, but time, you understand.
Mariko waved a hand vaguely toward the conference room.
Affairs of state, Lord Toranaga, the future of the realm. You understand, Gyoko-san? Oh, yes, Lady Toda, of course.
Gyoko began to get up.
Shall we agree to 1.5 for the evening? Good. Then that's set. 1. Oh, Ko, lady, the half is a mere token and hardly merits discussion.
Gyoko wailed, thanking the gods for her acumen and keeping feigned anguish on her face. 1.5 koban would be a triple fee. But more than the money, this was, at long last, the first invitation from one of the real nobility of all Japan, for which she had been angling, for which she would gladly have advised Kiku-san to do everything for nothing, twice.
By all the gods, Lady Toda, I throw myself on your mercy. 1.5 koban. Please, think of my other children who have to be clothed and trained and fed for years, who do not become as priceless as Kiku-san, but have to be cherished as much as she. 1 koban, in gold, tomorrow. Nay?
Gyoko lifted the porcelain flask and poured 2 cups. She offered one to Mariko, drained the other, and refilled her own immediately.
1,
she said, almost gagging.
Thank you. You're so kind and thoughtful. Yes, times are hard.
Mariko sipped her wine demurely.
The Anjin-san and I will be at the tea-house shortly. Eh? What was that you said? That the Anjin-san and I will be at the tea-house shortly. I am to interpret for him. The barbarian?
Kiku gasped.
The barbarian! And he'll be here any moment unless we stop him. With her, the cruelest, most grasping harpy I've ever met. May she be reborn a back passage whore of the 15th rank.
In spite of her fear, Kiku laughed outright.
Oh, Mama-san, please don't fret so. She seemed such a lovely lady, and one whole koban. You really made a marvellous arrangement. There, we've lots of time. First, some sake will take away all your heartburn. Akko, quick as a hummingbird.
Akko vanished.
Yes, the client's the Anjin-san.
Gyoko almost choked again. Kiku fanned her, and Hana, the little apprentice, fanned her and held sweet-smelling herbs near her nose.
I thought she was negotiating for Lord Buntaro, or Lord Toranaga himself. Of course, when she said the Anjin-san, I asked her at once, why didn't his own consort, Lady Hujiko, negotiate as correct manners insisted? But all she said was that his lady was badly sick with burns, and she herself had been ordered to talk to me by Lord Toranaga himself. Oh, that I should be so fortunate to serve the great lord. You will, child, you will, if we scheme. But the barbarian, what will all your other customers think? What will they say? Of course, I left it undecided, telling Lady Toda that I didn't know if you were free, so you can still refuse if you wish, without offence. What can other customers say? Lord Toranaga ordered this. There's nothing to be done, ne?
Kiku concealed her apprehension.
Oh, you can easily refuse. But you must be quick, Kiku-chan. Oko, I should have been more clever. I should have. Don't worry, Gyoko-sama. Everything will be all right. But we must think clearly. It's a big risk, ne? Yes, very. We can never turn back if we accept. Yes, I know. Advise me. I cannot, Kiku-chan. I feel I was trapped by Kami. This must be your decision.
Kiku weighed all the horrors, then weighed the good.
Let us gamble. Let us accept him. After all, he is samurai and Hatamoto and Lord Toranaga's favoured vassal. Don't forget what the fortune-teller said, that I would help you to become rich and famous forever. I pray I may be allowed to do that, to repay all your kindnesses.
Gyoko stroked Kiku's lovely hair.
Oh, child, you're so good. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I think you're wise. I agree. Let him visit us.
She pinched her cheek affectionately.
You always were my favourite, but I would have demanded double for the barbarian admiral if I'd known. But we got double, Mama-san. We should have had triple.
Kiku patted Gyoko's hand.
Don't worry. This is the beginning of your good fortune. Yes, and it's true. The Anjin-san is no ordinary barbarian, but a samurai and Hatamoto barbarian. Lady Toda told me he's been given a fief of 2,000 koku and made admiral of all Toranaga's ships, and he bathes like a civilized person and no longer stinks.
Akko arrived breathlessly and poured the wine without spilling a drop. 4 cups disappeared in quick succession. Gyoko began to feel better.
Tonight must be perfect. Yes, if Lord Toranaga ordered it, of course it has to be. He wouldn't order it personally, unless it was important to him personally, ne? And the Anjin-sans really like a daimyo. 2,000 koku yearly. By all Kami, we should have so much good fortune. Kiku-san, listen.
She leaned closer, and Akko leaned closer, all eyes.
I asked the Lady Toda, seeing that she spoke their vile language, if she knew of any strange customs or ways, stories or dances, or positions, or songs, or instruments, or potents that the Anjin-san would prefer. Ah, that would be very helpful, very,
Kiku said, frightened that she had agreed, wishing that she had had the wisdom to refuse.
She told me nothing. She speaks their language, but knows nothing about their pillow habits. I asked her if she'd ever asked him about that, and she said yes, but with disastrous results.
Kyoko related the occurrence in Osaka Castle.
Can you imagine how embarrassing that must have been? At least, we know not to suggest boys to him. That's something. Apart from that, there's only the maid in his household to go by. Do we have time to send for the maid? I went there myself, straight from the fortress. Not even a month's salary opened the girl's mouth. Stupid little weevil. Was she presentable? Oh, yes, for an untrained servant amateur. All she would add was that the master was virile and not heavy, that he pillowed most abundantly in the most ordinary position, and that he was generously endowed. That doesn't help much, Mama-san. I know. Perhaps the best thing to do is to have everything ready, just in case, eh? Everything. Yes, I'll just have to be most cautious. It's very important that everything should be perfect. It will be very difficult, if not impossible, to entertain him correctly, if I can't talk to him. Lady Toda said she'd interpret for you and for him. Ah, how kind of her. That will help greatly, though it's certainly not the same. True, true. More sake, Ako. Gracefully, child. Pour it gracefully. But Kiku-san, you're a courtesan of the first rank. Improvise. The barbarian admiral saved Lord Toranaga's life today and sits in his shadow. Our future depends on you. I know you will succeed beautifully. Ako! Yes, mistress. Make sure that the futons are perfect, that everything's perfect. See that the flowers... No, I'll do the flowers myself. And Cook. Where's Cook?
She patted Kiku on the knee.
Wear the golden kimono with the green one under it. We must impress the Lady Toda tonight very much.
She rushed off to begin to get the house in order, all the ladies and maids and apprentices and servants happily bustling, cleaning and helping, so proud of the good fortune that had come to their house. When all was settled, the schedule of the other girls rearranged, Kyoko went to her own room and lay down for a moment to gather her strength. She had not told Kiku yet about the offer of the contract.
I will wait and see, she thought. If I can make the arrangement I require, then perhaps I will let my lovely Kiku go. But never before I know to whom. I'm glad I had the foresight to make that clear to Lady Toda before I left. Why are you crying, you silly old woman? Are you drunk again? Get your wits about you. What's the value of unhappiness to you? Hana-chan! Yes, Mother-sama?
The child came running to her. Just turned 6, with big brown eyes and long, lovely hair, she wore a new scarlet silk kimono. Kyoko had bought her 2 days ago through the local child broker and Mura.
How do you like your new name, child? Oh, very much, very much. I'm honored, Mother-sama.
The name meant Little Blossom, as Kiku meant chrysanthemum, and Kyoko had given it to her on the first day.
I'm your mother now,
Kyoko had told her kindly but firmly when she paid the price and took possession, marvelling that such a potential beauty could come out of such crude fisherfolk as the rotund Tamasaki woman. After 4 days of intense bargaining, she had paid a koban for the child's services until the age of 20, enough to feed the Tamasaki family for 2 years.
Fetch me some cha, then my comb, and some fragrant tea leaves to take the sake off my breath. Yes, Mother-sama.
She rushed off blindly, breathlessly, anxious to please,
and collided into Kiku's gossamer skirts at the doorway. Oh, so sorry. You must be careful, Anna-chan. So sorry, elder sister. Anna-chan was almost in tears. Why are you sad, little Blossom? There, Kiku said, brushing away the tears tenderly. We put away sadness in this house. Remember, we of the Willow World, we never need sadness, child. For what good would that do? Sadness never pleases. Our duty is to please and to be gay. Run along, child, but gently. Be graceful. Kiku turned and showed herself to the older woman, her smile radiant. Does this please you, Mistress-san? Blackthorn looked at her and muttered, Hallelujah. This is Kiku-san, Mariko said formally, elated by Blackthorn's reaction. The girl came into the room with a swish of silk and knelt and bowed and said something Blackthorn did not catch. She says that you are welcome, that you honor this house. Domo, he said. Do itashimashite. Sake, Anjin-san, Kiku said. Aye, domo. He watched her perfect hands find the flask unerringly, make sure the temperature was correct, then pour into the cup that he lifted toward her, as Mariko had shown him, with more grace than he thought possible. You promise you will behave like a Japanese? Truly? Mariko had asked as they set out from the fortress, she riding the palanquin, he walking beside, down the track that curled to the village and to the square that fronted the sea. Torchbearers strode ahead and behind. 10 samurai accompanied them as an honor guard. I'll try, yes, Blackthorn said. What do I have to do? The first thing you must do is to forget what you have to do, and to merely remember that this night is only for your pleasure. Today has been the best day of my life, he was thinking. And tonight? What about tonight? He was excited by the challenge and determined to try to be Japanese and enjoy everything and not be embarrassed. What does the evening, cost? He had asked. That's very un-Japanese, Anjin-san, she had chided him. What has that to do with anything? Hujiko-san agreed that the arrangement was satisfactory. He had seen Hujiko before he left. The doctor had visited her and had changed the bandages and given her herb medicines. She was proud of the honours and new fief and had rattled on nicely, showing no pain, glad that he was going to the tea-house. Of course, Mariko-san had consulted her, and everything had been arranged. How good Mariko-san was. How sorry she was to have the burns, so that she couldn't make the arrangements for him herself. He had touched Hujiko's hand before he left, liking her. She had thanked him and apologized again, and sent him on his way, hoping that he would have a wonderful evening. Kyoko and maids had been waiting ceremoniously at the gate of the tea-house to greet them. This is Kyoko-san. She's the Mama-san here. So honored, Anjin-san. So honored. Mama-san? You mean Mama? Mother? That's the same in English, Mariko-san. Mama, Mummy, Mother. Oh, it's almost the same, but so sorry. Mama-san just means stepmother or foster parent, Anjin-san. Mother is Haha-san or Oba-san. In a moment, Kyoko excused herself and hurried away. Blackthorn smiled at Mariko. She had been like a child, gazing at everything. Oh, Anjin-san, I've always wanted to see the inside of one of these places. Men are so very lucky. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it marvellous, even in a tiny village? Kyoko-san must have had it refurbished completely by master craftsmen. Look at the quality of the woods and... Oh, you're so kind to allow me to be with you. I'll never have another opportunity. Look at the flowers. What an exquisite arrangement. And, oh, look out into the garden. Blackthorn was very glad and very sorry that a maid was in the room and the shoji door open. for even here in a tea house it would be unthinkable and lethal for Mariko to be alone with him in a room.
"Thou art beautiful," he said in Latin.
"And thou?"
Her face was dancing.
"I am very proud of thee, Admiral of Ships. And Hujiko. Oh, she was so proud she could hardly lie still."
Her burn seemed bad.
"Have no fear. The doctors are well practiced, and she is young and strong and confident. Tonight, put everything from thy mind. No more questions about Ishido or Ikawajikyu, or battles or code words or fiefs or ships. Tonight, no cares. Tonight, only magic things for thee."
"Thou art magic for me."
She fluttered her fan and poured the wine and said nothing. He watched her, then they smiled together. "Because others are here and tongues wag, we must still be cautious. But, oh, I am so happy for thee," she said.
"Thou? What was the other reason? You said there was another reason you wanted me to be here tonight."
"Ah, yes, the other reason." The same heavy perfume drifted around him. "It is an ancient custom we have, Anjin-san. When a lady who belongs to someone else cares for another man and wishes to give him something of consequence that it is forbidden to give, then she will arrange for another to take her place, a gift, the most perfect courtesan that she can afford."
"You said, when a lady cares for someone else. Do you mean love?"
"Yes, but only for tonight."
"Thou."
"Thou, Anjin-san."
"Why tonight, Mariko-san? Why not before?"
"Tonight is a magic night, and Kami walk with us. I desire thee."
Then Kiku was at the doorway.
Hallelujah.
And he was welcomed and served sake.
"How do I say that the lady's especially pretty?"
Mariko told him, and he repeated the words. The girl laughed gaily, accepted the compliment, and returned it.
"Kiku-san asks if you would like her to sing or dance for you."
"What is thy preference?"
"This lady is here for thy pleasure, samurai, not mine."
"And thou? Thou art here also for my pleasure?"
"Yes, in a way. In a very private way."
"Then please ask her to sing."
Kiku clapped her hands gently, and Ako brought the samisen. It was long, shaped something like a guitar, and 3-stringed. Ako set it in position on the floor and gave the ivory plectrum to Kiku. Kiku said, "Lady Toda, please tell our honored guest that first I will sing the Song of the Dragonfly." "Kiku-san, I would be honored if tonight here you would call me Mariko-san." "You are too kind to me, madam. Please excuse me. I could not possibly be so impolite." "Please." "I will, if it pleases you, though." Her smile was lovely.
"Thank you, Mariko-sama."
She strummed a chord. From the moment that the guests had walked through the gateway into her world, all her senses had been tuned. She had secretly watched them while they were with Gyoko-san, and when they were alone, searching for any clue how to pleasure him or to impress the Lady Toda. She had not been prepared for what soon became obvious. Clearly the Anjin-san desired the Lady Toda, though he hid it as well as any civilized person could hide it. This in itself was not surprising, for the Lady Toda was most beautiful and accomplished, and, most important, she alone could talk with him. What astounded her was that she was certain the Lady Toda desired him equally, if not more.
"The barbarian samurai and the lady samurai, patrician daughter of the assassin Akechi Jinsai, wife of Lord Buntaro. Eesh! Poor man, poor woman, so sad. Surely this must end in tragedy."
Kiku felt near to tears as she thought of the sadness of life, the unfairness.
"Oh, how I wish I were born samurai and not a peasant, so that I could become even a consort to Omi-sama, not just a temporary toy. I would gladly give my hope of rebirth in return for that." Put away sadness. Give pleasure. That is your duty.
Her finger strummed a second chord, a chord filled with melancholy. Then she noticed that though Mariko was beguiled by her music, the Anjin-san was not.
Why?
Kiku knew that it was not her playing, for she was sure that it was almost perfect. Such mastery as hers was given to few. A third, more beautiful chord, experimentally.
There's no doubt, she told herself hastily. It doesn't please him.
She allowed the chord to die away and began to sing unaccompanied, her voice soaring with the sudden changes of tempo that took years to perfect. Again Mariko was entranced. He was not, so at once Kiku stopped.
Tonight is not for music or singing, she announced. Tonight is for happiness. Mariko-san, how do I say, please excuse me, in his language? Por favor. Por favor, Anjin-san. Tonight we must laugh only, ne?
Domo, Kiku-san. Hi.
It's difficult to entertain without words, but not impossible, ne? Ah, I know.
She jumped up and began to do comic pantomimes. Daimyo, Kagaman, fisherman, hawker, pompous samurai, even an old farmer collecting a full pail. And she did them all so well and so humorously that soon Mariko and Blackthorn were laughing and clapping. Then she held up her hand. Mischievously, she began to mimic a man peeing, holding himself or missing, grabbing, searching for the insignificant or weighed down by the incredible, through all the stages of his life, beginning first as a child just wetting the bed and howling, to a young man in a hurry, to another having to hold back, another with size, another with smallness to the point of, where has it gone? And at length to a very old man groaning in ecstasy at being able to pee at all. Kiku bowed to their applause and sipped cha, patting the sheen from her forehead. She noticed that he was easing his shoulders and back.
Oh, por favor, senor?
And she knelt behind him and began to massage his neck. Her knowing fingers instantly found the pleasure points. Oh, God, that's... just there. She did as he asked.
Your neck will be better soon. Too much sitting, Anjin-san.
That's very good, Kiku-san. Makes suo almost bad.
Ah, thank you. Mariko-san, the Anjin-san's shoulders are so vast. Would you help me? Just do his left shoulder while I do his right. So sorry, but hands are not strong enough.
Mariko allowed herself to be persuaded and did as she was asked. Kiku hid her smile as she felt him tighten under Mariko's fingers, and she was very pleased with her improvisations. Now the client was being pleasured through her artistry and knowledge, and being manoeuvred as he should be manoeuvred.
Is that better, Anjin-san?
Good. Very good. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. It's my pleasure. But the Lady Toda is so much more deft than I.
Kiku could feel the attraction between them, though they tried to conceal it.
Now a little food, perhaps?
It came at once.
For you, Anjin-san,
she said proudly. The dish contained a small pheasant, cut into tiny pieces, barbecued over charcoal, with a sweet soya sauce. She helped him. It's delicious, delicious, he said. And it was.
Mariko-san? Thank you.
Mariko took a token piece, but did not eat it. Kiku took a fragment in her chopsticks and chewed it with relish.
It's good, ne?
No, Kiku-san. It's very good. Very good.
Please, Anjin-san, have some more.
She took a second morsel.
There's plenty.
Thank you. Please. How this? He pointed to the thick brown sauce. Mariko interpreted for her.
Kiku says it's sugar and soya with a little ginger. She asks, do you have sugar and soya in your country?
Sugar in beet, yes. Soya no, Kiku-san.
Oh, how can one live without soya?
Kiku became solemn.
Please tell the Anjin-san that we've had sugar here since 1,000 years. The Buddhist monk Ganjin brought it to us from China. All our best things have come from China, Anjin-san. Cha came to us about 500 years ago. The Buddhist monk Eisai brought some seeds and planted them in Chikuzen province, where I was born. He also brought us Zen Buddhism.
Mariko translated with equal formality. Then Kiku let out a peal of laughter.
Oh, so sorry, Mariko-sama, but you both looked so grave. I was just pretending to be solemn about Cha, as if it mattered. It was only to amuse you.
They watched Blackthorn finish the pheasant. Good, he said. Very good. Please thank Gyoko-san.
She will be honored.
Kiku poured more sake for both of them. Then, knowing it was time, she said innocently,
May I ask what happened today at the earthquake? I hear the Anjin-san saved the life of Lord Toranaga. I would consider it an honor to know firsthand.
She settled back patiently, letting Blackthorn and Mariko enjoy the telling, adding an "oh" or
"what happened then?"
or pouring sake, never interrupting, being the perfect listener. And when they finished, Kiku marvelled at their bravery and at Lord Toranaga's good fortune. They talked for a while, then Blackthorn got up and the maid was told to show him the way. Mariko broke a silence.
You've never eaten meat before, Kiku-san, have you? It is my duty to do whatever I can to please him, for just a little while, ne? I never knew how perfect a lady could be. I understand now why there must always be a floating world, a willow world, and how lucky men are, how inadequate I am. Oh, that was never my purpose, never, Mariko-sama, and not our purpose. We are here only to please, for a fleeting moment. Yes, I just meant I admire you so much. I would like you for my sister.
Kiku bowed.
I would not be worthy of that honor.
There was warmth between them. Then she said,
This is a very secret place, and everyone is to be trusted. There are no prying eyes. The pleasure room in the garden is very dark, if one wants it dark. And darkness keeps all secrets. The only way to keep a secret is to be alone and whisper it down an empty well at high noon, eh?
Mariko said lightly, needing time to decide.
Between sisters, there's no need for wells. I have dismissed my maid until the dawn. Our pleasure room is a very private place. There you must be alone with him. I can always be alone. Always. You're so kind to me, Kiku-chan. So very thoughtful. It is a magic night, ne? And very special. Magic nights end too soon, little sister. Magic nights are for children, ne? I am not a child. Who knows what happens on a magic night? Darkness contains everything.
Mariko shook her head sadly and touched her tenderly.
Yes, but for him, if it contained you, that would be everything.
Kiku let the matter rest. Then she said,
I am a gift to the Anshin-san. He did not ask for me himself. If he had seen you, how could he not ask for you? Truthfully, it's his honor that you welcome him. I understand that now. But he did see me once, Mariko-san. I was with Omi-san when he passed on his way to the ship to go to Osaka the first time. Oh, but the Anshin-san said that he saw Midori-san with Omi-san. It was you? Beside the palanquin? Yes, in the square. Oh yes, it was me, Mariko-san. Not the lady, the wife of Omi-sama. He said, Konnichiwa to me. But of course, he would not remember. How could he remember? That was during a previous life, ne? Oh, he remembered her, the beautiful girl with the green parasol. He said the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. He told me about her many times.
Mariko studied her even more closely.
Yes, Kiku-san, You could easily be mistaken for her on such a day, under a parasol.
Kiku poured sake, and Mariko was entranced by her unconscious elegance.
My parasol was sea green, she said,
very pleased that he had remembered.
How did the Anjin-san look then? Very different? The night of the screams must have been terrible. Yes, it was. And he was older then, the skin of his face stretched. But we become too serious, elder sister. You don't know how honored I am to be allowed to call you that. Tonight is a night of pleasure only. No more seriousness, eh? Yes, I agree. Please forgive me. Now, to more practical matters. Would you please give me some advice?
Anything, Mariko said, as friendly.
In this matter of the pillow, do people of his nation prefer any instruments or positions that you are aware of? So sorry to ask, but perhaps you might be able to guide me.
It took all of Mariko's training to remain unabashed.
No, not that I know. The Anjin-san is very sensitive about anything to do with pillowing. Could he be asked in an oblique way? I don't think you can ask a foreign person like that. Certainly not the Anjin-san. And, so sorry, I don't know what the, instruments are, except, of course, a harigata.
Ah! Again Kiku's intuition guided her, and she asked artlessly,
Would you care to see them? I could show them all to you, perhaps with him there. Then he need not be asked. We can see from his reaction.
Mariko hesitated, her own curiosity swamping her judgment.
If it could be done with humour.
They heard Blackthorn approaching. Kiku welcomed him back and poured wine. Mariko quaffed hers, glad that she was no longer alone, uneasily sure that Kiku could read her thoughts. They chatted and played silly games, and then, when Kiku judged that the time was correct, she asked them if they would like to see the garden and the pleasure rooms. They walked out into the night. The garden sparkled in the torchlights where the raindrops still lingered. The path meandered beside a tiny pool and gurgling waterfall. At the end of the path was the small isolated house in the centre of the bamboo grove. It was raised off manicured ground and had 4 steps up to the encircling veranda. Everything about the 2-room dwelling was tasteful and expensive. The best woods, best carpentry, best tatami, best silk cushions, most elegant hangings in the tokonoma.
It's so lovely, Kiku-san, Mariko said. The tea-house in Mishima is much nicer, Mariko-san. Please be comfortable, Anshin-san. Por favor. Does this please you, Anshin-san?
Yes, very much. Kiku saw that he was still bemused with the night and the sake, but totally conscious of Mariko. She was very tempted to get up and go into the inner room where the futons were turned back and step out onto the veranda again and leave. But if she did, she knew that she would be in violation of the law. More than that, she felt that such an action would be irresponsible, for she knew in her heart Mariko was ready and almost beyond caring.
No, she thought, I mustn't push her into such a tragic indiscretion, much as it might be valuable to my future. I offered, but Mariko-san willed herself to refuse. Wisely. Are they lovers? I do not know. That is their karma.
She leaned forward and laughed conspiratorially.
Listen, elder sister. Please tell the Anshin-san that there are some pillow instruments here. Does he have them in his country? He says no, Kiku-san. So sorry. He's never heard of any. Oh, would it amuse him to see them? They're in the next room. I can fetch them. They're really very exciting. Would you like to see them, Anjin-san? She says they're really very funny.
Mariko deliberately changed the word. Why not? Blackthorn said, his throat constricted, his whole being charged with an awareness of their perfume and their femininity. You use instruments to pillow with? He asked.
Kiku-san says sometimes, Anjin-san. She says, and this is true, it's our custom always to try to prolong the moment of the clouds and the rain, because we believe for that brief instant we mortals are one with the gods. Mariko watched him. So it's very important to make it last as long as possible, ne? Almost a duty, ne?
Yes.
Yes. She says to be one with the gods is very essential. It's a good belief and very possible, don't you think, to believe that? The cloudburst feeling is so unearthly and godlike, isn't it? So any means to stay one with the gods for as long as possible is our duty, ne?
Very. Oh, yes.
Would you like sake, Anjin-san?
Thank you.
She fanned herself. This about the cloudburst and the clouds and the rain, or the fire and the torrent, as we sometimes call it, is very Japanese, Anjin-san. Very important to be Japanese in pillow things, ne?
To her relief, he grinned and bowed to her like a courtier. Yes, very. I'm Japanese, Mariko-san. Honto.
Kiku returned with the silk-lined case. She opened it and took out a substantial life-size penis made of ivory, and another made of softer material, elastic, that Blackthorn had never seen before. Carelessly, she set them aside. These, of course, are ordinary harigata, Anjin-san, Mariko said unconcernedly, her eyes glued on the other objects.
Is that a fact?
Blackthorn said, not knowing what else to say.
Mother of God!
But it's just an ordinary harigata, Anjin-san. Surely your women have them.
Certainly not. No, they don't, he added, trying to remember about the humour.
Mariko couldn't believe it. She explained to Kiku, who was equally surprised. Kiku spoke at length, Mariko agreeing. Kiku-san says that's very strange. I must agree, Anjin-san. Here, almost every girl uses one for ordinary relief without a second thought. How else can a girl stay healthy when she's restricted where a man is not? Are you sure, Anjin-san? You're not teasing?
No, I'm, sure our women don't have them. That would be... Jesus, they don't have them.
Without them, life must be very difficult. We have a saying that a harigata's like a man but better, because it's exactly like his best part, but without his worst parts, ne? And it's also better because all men don't have a sufficiency, as harigatas do. Also, they're devoted, Anjin-san, and they'll never tire of you, like a man does. And, too, they can be as rough or smooth. Anjin-san, you promised, remember, with humour.
You're right, Blackthorn grinned. By God, you're right. Please excuse me.
He picked up the harigata and studied it closely, whistling tonelessly. Then he held it up.
You were saying, teacher-san, it can be rough.
Yes, she said cheerfully. It can be as rough or as smooth as you desire, and harigatas very particularly have far more endurance than any man, and they never wear out.
Oh, that's a point.
Yes. Don't forget, not every woman is fortunate enough to belong to a virile man. Without one of these to help release ordinary passions and normal needs, an ordinary woman soon becomes poisoned in body, and that will certainly very soon destroy her harmony, thus hurt her and those around her. Women don't have the freedom men have, to a greater or lesser degree, and rightly, nay? The world belongs to men, and rightly, nay?
Yes, he smiled. And no.
I pity your women. So sorry. They must be the same as ours. When you go home, you must instruct them, Anjin-san. Ah, yes. Tell your queen. She will understand. We are very sensible in matters of the pillow.
I'll mention it to Her Majesty.
Blackthorn put the harigata aside with feigned reluctance.
What's next?
Kiku produced a string of 4 large round beads of white jade that were placed along a strong silken thread. Mariko listened intently to Kiku's explanation, her eyes getting wider than ever before, her fan fluttering,
and looked down at the beads in wonder as Kiku came to an end.
Ah, so this. Well, Anjin-san, she began firmly, these are called Konami Shinju, pleasure pearls, and the senor or senora may use them. Sake, Anjin-san?
Thank you.
Yes, either the lady or the man may use them, and the beads are carefully placed in the back passage, and then, at the moment of the clouds and the rain, the beads are pulled out slowly, one by one.
What?
Yes.
Mariko laid the beads on the cushion in front of him.
The Lady Kiku says the timing's very important, and that always I don't know what you would call it. Ah, yes, always an oily salve should be used. For comfort, Anjin-san.
She looked up at him and added,
She says also that pleasure pearls can be found in many sizes, and that if used correctly, they can precipitate a very considerable result indeed.
He laughed uproariously and spluttered in English, I'll bet a barrel of doubloons against a piece of pig shit. You can believe that.
So sorry. I didn't understand, Anjin-san.
When he could talk, he said in Portuguese, I'll bet a mountain of gold to a blade of grass, Mariko-san. The result is very considerable indeed. He picked up the beads and examined them, whistling without noticing it. Pleasure pearls, eh? After a moment he put them down. What else is there? Kiku was pleased that her experiment was succeeding. Next she showed them a Himitsukawa, the secret skin.
It's a pleasure ring, Anjin-san, that the man wears to keep himself erect when he's depleted. With this, Kiku-san says, the man can gratify the woman after he's passed his pinnacle, or his desire has flagged.
Mariko watched him.
Nay?
Absolutely. Blackthorn beamed. The good Lord protect me from either, and from not giving gratification. Please ask Kiku-san to buy me 3, just in case. Next he was shown the hirogumbi, weary armaments, thin dried stalks of a plant that when soaked and wrapped around the peerless part, swell up and make it appear strong. Then there were all kinds of potents to excite or increase excitement, and all kinds of salves to moisten, to swell, to strengthen. Never to weaken? He asked, to more hilarity.
Oh no, Anjin-san, that would be unearthly.
Then Kiku laid out other rings for the man to wear, ivory or elastic or silken rings with nodules or bristles or ribbons or attachments and appendages of every kind, made of ivory or horsehair or seeds or even tiny bells.
Kiku-san says almost any of these will turn the shyest lady wanton.
Oh, God, how I would like thee, wanton, he thought. But these are only for the man to wear, nay? He asked.
The more excited the lady is, the more the man's enjoyment, nay?
Mariko was saying.
Of course, giving pleasure to the woman is equally the man's duty, isn't it? And with one of these, if unhappily he's small or weak or old or tired, he can still pleasure her with honor.
You've used them, Mariko-san?
No, Anjin-san, I've never seen them before. These are... Wives are not for pleasure, but for childbearing, and for looking after the house and the home.
Wives don't expect to be pleasured?
No, it would not be usual. That is for the ladies of the Willow World.
Mariko fanned herself and explained to Kiku what had been said.
She says, surely it's the same in your world, that the man's duty is to pleasure the lady, as it is her duty to pleasure him.
Please tell her, so sorry, but it's not the same. Just about the opposite.
She says that is very bad. Sake?
Please tell her we're taught to be ashamed of our bodies and pillowing and nakedness, and all sorts of stupidities. It's only being here that's made me realize it. Now that I'm a little civilized, I know better. Mariko translated. He drained his cup. It was refilled immediately by Kiku, who leaned over and held her long sleeve with her left hand, so that it would not touch the low lacquered table as she poured with her right. Domo.
to itamashite, Anjin-san. Kiku-san says we should all be honored that you say such things. I agree, Anjin-san. You make me feel very proud. I was very proud of you today. But surely it's not as bad as you say.
It's worse. It's difficult to understand, let alone explain, if you've never been there or weren't brought up there. You see, in truth...
Blackthorn saw them watching him, waiting patiently, multi-hued, so lovely and clean, the room so stark and uncluttered and tranquil. All at once, his mind began to contrast it with the warm, friendly stench of his English home. Rushes on the earth floor, smoke from the open brick fire rising to the roof hole. Only 3 of the new fireplaces with chimneys in his whole village, and those only for the very wealthy. 2 small bedrooms, and then the one large untidy room of the cottage, for eating, living, cooking, and talking. You walked into the cottage in your sea boots, summer or winter, mud unnoticed, dung unnoticed, and sat on a chair or bench, the oak table cluttered like the room, 3 or 4 dogs and the 2 children, his son and his dead brother Arthur's girl, climbing and falling and playing higgledy-piggledy, Felicity cooking, her long dress trailing in the rushes and dirt, the skivvy maid sniffing and getting in the way, and Mary, Arthur's widow, coughing in the next room he'd built for her, near death as always, but never dying.
Felicity. Dear Felicity. A bath once a month, perhaps, and then in summer, very private, in the copper tub, but washing her face and hands and feet every day, always hidden to the neck and wrists, swathed in layers of heavy woolens all year long that were unwashed for months or years, reeking like everyone, lice-infested like everyone, scratching like everyone. And all the other stupid beliefs and superstitions, that cleanliness could kill, open windows could kill, water could kill and encourage flux or bring in the plague, that lice and fleas and flies and dirt and disease were God's punishments for sins on earth. Fleas, flies, and fresh rushes every spring, but every day to church and twice on Sundays to hear the word pounded into you. Nothing matters, only God and salvation. Born in sin, living in shame, devil's brood, condemned to hell, praying for salvation and forgiveness. Felicity so devout and filled with fear of the Lord and terror of the devil, desperate for heaven. Then going home to food, a haunch of meat from the spit, and if a piece fell on the floor, you'd pick it up and brush the dirt off and eat it, if the dogs didn't get it first, but you'd throw them the bones anyway. Castings on the floor, leavings pushed onto the floor, to be swept up perhaps, and thrown into the road perhaps. Sleeping most of the time in your day clothes, and scratching like a contented dog, always scratching. Old so young, and ugly so young, and dying so young. Felicity. Now 29, grey, few teeth left, old, lined, and dried up. Before her time, poor bloody woman! My God, how unnecessary! He cried out in rage. What a stinking bloody waste!
Nan desu ka, Anjin-san? Both women said in the same breath, their contentment vanishing.
So sorry. It was just... You're all so clean, and we're filthy, and it's all such a waste. Countless millions, me too, all my life. And only because we don't know any better. Christ Jesus, what a waste. It's the priests. They're the educated and the educators. Priests own all the schools, do all the teaching, always in the name of God. Filth in the name of God. It's the truth.
Oh, yes, of course, Mariko said soothingly, touched by his pain. Please don't concern yourself now, Anjin-san. That's for tomorrow.
Kiku wore a smile, but she was furious with herself.
You should have been more careful, she told herself. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Mariko-san warned you. Now you've allowed the evening to be ruined, and the magic's gone, gone, gone.
In truth,
The heavy, almost tangible sexuality that had touched all of them had disappeared. Perhaps that's just as well, she thought. At least Mariko and the Anshin-san are protected for one more night. Poor man, poor lady, so sad. She watched them talking, then sensed a change in tone between them. Now I must leave thee, Mariko was saying in Latin. Let us leave together. I beg thee stay, for thy honour and hers, and mine, Anshin-san. I do not want this thy gift, he said. I want thee. I am thine, believe it, Anshin-san. Please stay, I beg thee, and know that tonight I am thine. He did not insist that she stay. After she had gone, he lay back and put his arms under his head and stared out of the window at the night. Rain splattered the tiles, the wind gusted caressingly from the sea. Kiku was kneeling motionless in front of him. Her legs were stiff. She would have liked to lie down herself, but she did not wish to break his mood by the slightest movement. You are not tired. Your legs do not ache, she told herself. Listen to the rain and think of lovely things. Think of Omi-san and the tea house in Mishima, and that you're alive, and that yesterday's earthquake was just another earthquake. Think of Toranaga-sama and the incredibly extravagant price that Gyoko-san had dared to ask initially for your contract. The soothsayer was right. It is your good fortune to make her rich beyond dreams. And if that part is true, why not all the rest? That one day you will marry a samurai you honor and have a son by him. That you will live and die in old age, part of his household, wealthy and honored. And that, miracle of miracles, your son will grow to equal estate, samurai, as will his sons. Kiku began to glow at her incredible, wonderful future. After a time, Blackthorn stretched luxuriously, a pleasing weariness upon him. He saw her and smiled. Nan desu ka, Anshin-san? He shook his head kindly, got up, and opened the shoji to the next room. There was no maid kneeling beside the netted futons. He and Kiku were alone in the exquisite little house. He went into the sleeping room and began to take off his kimono. She hurried to help. He undressed completely, then put on the light silk sleeping kimono she held out for him. She opened the mosquito netting, and he lay down. Then Kiku changed also. He saw her take off the obi and the outer kimono, and the scarlet-edged lesser kimono of palest green, and finally the underskirt. She put on her peach-coloured sleeping kimono, then removed the elaborate formal wig and loosed her hair. It was blue-black and fine and very long. She knelt outside the net. Dozo, Anshin-san? Domo, he said. Domo arigatou gozaimashita, she whispered. She slipped onto the net and lay beside him. The candles and oil lamps burned brightly. He was glad of the light because she was so beautiful. His desperate need had vanished, though the ache remained. I don't desire you, Kiku-chan, he thought. Even if you were Mariko, it would be the same. Even though you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, more beautiful even than Midori-san, who I thought was more beautiful than any goddess. I don't desire you. Later, perhaps, but not now. So sorry. Her hand reached out and touched him. Doso? Iie, he said gently, shaking his head. He held her hand, then slipped an arm under her shoulders. Obediently, she nestled against him, understanding at once. Her perfume mingled with the fragrance of the sheets and futons. So clean, he thought. Everything's so incredibly clean. What was it Rodriguez had said? The Japan's a heaven on earth, Ingles, if you know where to look. Or, this is paradise, Ingles. I don't remember. I only know it's not there, across the sea, where I thought it was. It's not there.
Heaven on earth is here.
Chapter 41. The courier galloped down the road in darkness toward the sleeping village. The sky was tinged with dawn, and the night fishing boats that had been netting near the shoals were just coming in. He had ridden without rest from Mishima over the mountain passes and bad roads, commandeering fresh horses wherever he could. His horse pounded through the village streets, covert eyes watching him now, across the square and up the road to the fortress. His standard carried Toranaga's cipher, and he knew the current password. Nevertheless, he was challenged and identified 4 times before he was allowed entrance and audience with the officer of the watch.
Urgent dispatches from Mishima, Naga-san, from Lord Hiromatsu.
Naga took the scroll and hurried inside. At the heavily guarded shoji, he stopped.
Father?
Yes?
Naga slid back the door and waited. Toranaga's sword slipped back into its scabbard. One of the guards brought an oil lamp. Toranaga sat up in his mosquito net and broke the seal. 2 weeks ago, he had ordered Hiromatsu with an elite regiment secretly to Mishima, the castle city on the Tokaido Road that guarded the entrance to the pass leading across the mountains to the cities of Atami and Odawara on the east coast of Izu. Atami was the gateway to Odawara to the north. Odawara was the key to the defense of the whole Kanto. Hiromatsu wrote,
Sire, your half-brother, Sataki, Lord of Shinano, arrived here today from Osaka, asking for safe conduct to see you at Anjiro. He travels formally with 100 samurai and bearers, under the cipher of the new Council of Regents. I regret to tell you, the Lady Kiritsubo's news is correct. Sataki's turned traitor, and is openly flaunting his allegiance to Ishido. What she did not know is that Sataki is now a regent in place of Lord Sugiyama. He showed me his official appointment, correctly signed by Ishido, Kiyama, Onoshi, and Ito. It was all I could do to restrain my men at his arrogance, and obey your orders to let any messenger from Ishido pass. I wanted to kill this dung-eater myself. Travelling with him is the barbarian priest Tsuko-san, who arrived by sea at the port of Numatsu, coming from Nagasaki. He asked permission to visit you, so I sent him with the same party. I've sent 200 of my men to escort them. They'll arrive within 2 days at Anjiro. When do you return to Edo? Spies say GQ's mobilizing secretly, and news comes from Edo that the northern clans are ready to throw in with Ishido now that Sataki Shinano is against you. I beg you to leave Anjiro at once. Retreat by sea. Let Sataki follow you to Edo, where we can deal with him properly.
Toranaga slammed his fist against the floor.
Naga-san, fetch Buntaro-san, Yabu-san, and Omi-san here at once.
They arrived very quickly. Toranaga read them the message.
We'd better cancel all training. Send the musket regiment, every man, into the mountains. We don't want any security leaks now.
Omi said,
Please excuse me, sire, but you might consider intercepting the party over the mountains. Say at Yokose. Invite Lord Zataki,
he chose the title carefully,
to take the waters at one of the nearby spas, but have the meeting at Yokose. Then, after he's delivered his message, he and all his men can be turned back, escorted to the frontier, or destroyed, just as you wish.
I don't know, Yokose.
Yabu said importantly,
It's beautiful, almost in the center of Izu, sire, over the mountains in a valley cleft. It's beside the river Kano. The Kano flows north, eventually through Mishima and Numazu, to the sea, eh? Yokose is at a crossroads. The roads go north-south and east-west. Yes, Yokose'd be a good place to meet, sire. Shuzenji Spa's nearby. Very hot, very good. One of our best. You should visit it, sire. I think Omi-san's made a good suggestion. Could we defend it easily?
Omi said quickly,
Yes, sire. There's a bridge. The land falls steeply from the mountains. Any attackers would have to fight up a snaking road. Both passes can be held with few men. You could never be ambushed. We have more than enough men to defend you and butcher 10 times their number, if need be. We butcher them whatever happens, ne? Buntaro said with contempt. But better there than here. Sire, please let me make the place safe. 500 archers, no musketeers, all horsemen. Added to the men my father sent, we'll have more than enough.
Toranaga checked the date on the dispatch.
They'll reach the crossroads when?
Yabu looked at Omi for confirmation.
Tonight at the earliest? Yes, perhaps not until dawn tomorrow. Buntaro-san, leave at once, Toranaga said. Contain them at Yokose, but keep them the other side of the river. I'll leave at dawn tomorrow with another 100 men. We should be there by noon. Yabu-san, you take charge of our musket regiment for the moment and guard our retreat. Put it in ambush across the Heikawa Road, on the skyline, so we can fall back through you if necessary.
Buntaro started to leave, but stopped as Yabu said uneasily,
How can there be treachery, sire? They've only 100 men.
I expect treachery. Lord Zataki wouldn't put his head into my hands without a plan, for of course I'll take his head if I can.
Toranaga said.
Without him to lead his fanatics, we'll have a far better chance to get through his mountains. But why is he risking everything? Why?
Omi said tentatively.
Could he be ready to turn ally again?
They all knew the long-standing rivalry that had existed between the half-brothers. A friendly rivalry up till now.
No, not him. I never trusted him before. Would any of you trust him now?
They shook their heads. Yabu said,
Surely there's nothing to disturb you, sire. Lord Zataki's a regent, yes, but he's only a messenger, ne?
Fool,
Toranaga wanted to shout.
Don't you understand anything? We'll soon know. Buntaro-san, go at once.
Yes, sire. I'll choose the meeting place carefully, but don't let him within 10 paces. I was with him in Korea. He's too quick with his sword.
Yes.
Buntaro hurried away. Yabu said,
Perhaps Zataki can be tempted to betray Ishido. Some prize, perhaps. What's his bait? Even without his leadership, the Shinano Mountains are cruel. The bait's obvious,
Toranaga said.
The Kanto. Isn't that what he wants? Has always wanted? Isn't that what all my enemies want? Isn't that what Ishido himself wants?
They did not answer him. There was no need. Toranaga said gravely,
May Buddha help us. The Taiko's peace has ended. War is beginning.
Blackthorn's sea ears had heard the urgency in the approaching hoofs, and they had whispered danger. He had come out of sleep instantly, ready to attack or retreat, all his senses tuned. The hoofs passed, then headed up the hill toward the fortress, to die away again. He waited.
No sound of a following escort. Probably a lone messenger, he thought. From where? Is it war already?
Dawn was imminent. Now Blackthorn could see a small part of the sky. It was overcast and laden with rain, the air warm with a tang of salt in it, billowing the net from time to time. A mosquito whined faintly outside. He was very pleased to be within, safe for the moment.
Enjoy the safety and the tranquility, while it lasts, he told himself.
Kiku was sleeping next to him, curled up like a kitten. Sleep-tousled, she seemed more beautiful to him. He carefully relaxed back into the softness of the quilts on the tatami floor.
This is so much better than a bed. Better than any bunk. My God, how much better. But soon to be back aboard, ne? Soon to fall on the black ship and take her, ne? I think Toranaga's agreed, even though he hasn't said so openly. Hasn't he just agreed in Japanese fashion? Nothing can ever be solved in Japan except by Japanese methods. Yes,
I believe that's the truth. I wanted to be better informed. Didn't he tell Mariko to translate everything and explain about his political problems? I wanted money to buy my new crew. Didn't he give me 2,000 koku? I asked for 200 or 300 corsairs. Hasn't he given me 200 samurai with all the power and rank I need? Will they obey me? Of course. He made me samurai and Hatamoto. So they'll obey to the death, and I'll bring them aboard Erasmus. They'll be my boarding party, and I will lead the attack. How unbelievably lucky I am. I've everything I want. Except Mariko. But I even have her. I have her secret spirit and her love. And I possessed her body last night, the magic night that never existed. We loved without loving. Is that so different? There's no love between Kiku and me, just a desire that blossomed. It was grand for me. I hope it was also grand for her. I tried to be Japanese holy and do my duty, to please her as she pleased me. He remembered how he had used a pleasure ring. He had felt most awkward and shy, and had turned away to put it on, petrified that his strength would vanish. But it had not. And then when it was in place, they had pillowed again. Her body shuddered and twisted, and the tremoring had lifted him to a more urgent plane than any he had ever known. Afterwards, when he could breathe again, he began to laugh, and she had whispered, "Why do you laugh?" And he had answered, "I don't know, except you make me happy." I've never laughed at that moment, ever before. It made everything perfect. I do not love Kiku-san. I cherish her. I love Mariko-san without reservation, and I like Hujiko-san completely. Would you pillow with Hujiko? No. At least, I don't think I could. Isn't that your duty? If you accept the privileges of samurai and require others to treat you totally as samurai, with all that that means, you must accept the responsibilities and duties, eh? That's only fair, eh? And honourable, eh? It's your duty to give Hujiko a son. And Felicity, what would she say to that? And when you sail away, what about Hujiko-san? And what about Mariko-san? Will you truly return here, leaving the knighthood and the even greater honours that you'll surely be granted, provided you come back laden with treasure? Will you sail outward bound once more into the hostile deep, to smash through the freezing horror of Magellan's Pass, to endure storm and sea and scurvy and mutiny for another 698 days, to make a second landfall here? To take up this life again? Decide. Then he remembered what Mariko had told him about compartments of the mind. Be Japanese, Anjin-san. You must, to survive. Do what we do. Surrender yourself to the rhythm of karma, unashamed. Be content with the forces beyond your control. Put all things into their own separate compartments and yield to wa, the harmony of life. Yield, Anjin-san. Karma is karma, ne? Yes, I'll decide when the time comes. First, I have to get the crew. Next, I capture the black ship. Then I sail halfway around the earth to England. Then I'll buy and equip the warships. And then I'll decide. Karma is karma. Kiku stirred, then buried herself deeper into the quilts, nestling closer. He felt the warmth of her through their silk kimonos, and he was kindled. Anjin-san? She murmured, still in sleep. Aye? He did not awaken her. He was content to cradle her and rest, enraptured by the serenity that the yielding had given him. But before he went into sleep, he blessed Mariko for teaching him. Yes, Ome-sama, certainly, Gyoko said. I'll fetch the Anjin-san at once. Please excuse me. Ako, come with me. Gyoko sent Ako for tea,
then bustled out into the garden, wondering what vital news the galloping night messenger had brought, for she too had heard the hoofs.
"And why is Omi so strange today?" she asked herself. "Why so cold, rough, and dangerous? And why did he come himself on so menial a task? Why not send any samurai? Who knows? Omi's a man. How can you understand them, particularly samurai? But something's wrong, terribly wrong. Did the messenger bring a declaration of war? I suppose so. If it's war, then it's war, and war never hurt our business. Daimyos and samurai will still need entertaining, as always, more so in war, and in war, money means less than ever to them. Good, good, good."
She smiled to herself.
"Remember the war days, 40-odd years ago, when you were 17, and the toast of Mishima? Remember all the laughter and pillowing and proud nights that melted into days? Remember serving old Baldy himself, Yabu's father, the nice old gentleman who boiled criminals like his son after him? Remember how hard you had to work to make him soft, unlike the sun?"
Gyoko chuckled.
"We pillowed 3 days and 3 nights. Then he became my patron for a whole year. Good times. A good man. Oh, how we pillowed. War or peace, never mind, shigata ga nai. There's enough invested with the money-lenders and rice merchants, a little here, a little there. Then there's the sake factory in Odawara. The tea-house in Mishima's thriving, and today Lord Toranaga's going to buy Kiku's contract. Yes, interesting times ahead. And how fantastically interesting the previous night had been. Kiku had been brilliant, the Anjin-san's outburst mortifying. Kiku had made as deft a recovery as any courtesan in the land. And then, when the Lady Toda had left them, Kiku's artistry had made everything perfect and the night blissful. Ah, men and women, so predictable, especially men. Babies always, vain, difficult, terrible, petulant, pliant, horrible, marvelous most rarely, but all born with that single incredible redeeming feature that we in the trade refer to as the jade root, turtle head, yang peak, steaming shaft, male thruster, or simply piece of meat. How insulting, yet how apt.
Gyoko chuckled and asked herself for the 10,000th time,
By all gods living and dead and yet to be born, what in the world would we do in this world without the piece of meat?
She hurried on again, her footsteps just loud enough to announce her presence. She mounted the polished cedar steps. Her knock was practiced.
Anjin-san? Anjin-san, so sorry, but Lord Toranaga sent for you. You're ordered to the fortress at once.
What? What did you say? She repeated it in simpler language. Ah, understand. All right, I there quick, she heard him say with his funny accent.
So sorry. Please excuse me. Kiku-san? Yes, Mama-san?
In a moment the shoji slid open. Kiku smiled at her, the kimono clinging and her hair prettily disarrayed.
Good morning, Mama-san. Did you have pleasant dreams? Yes, thank you. So sorry to disturb you. Kiku-chan, do you wish for fresh cha? Oh.
Kiku's smile disappeared. This was the code sentence that Gyoko could freely use in front of any client, which told Kiku that her most special client, Omi-san, was in the tea-house. Then Kiku could always finish her story or song or dance more quickly, and go to Omi-san if she wished. Kiku pillowed with very few, though she entertained many, if they paid the fee. Very, very few could afford all her services.
What is it?
Gyoko asked narrowly.
Nothing, Mama-san. Anjin-san, Kiku called out gaily. So sorry. Would you like cha?
Yes, please.
It will be here at once, Gyoko said. Ako, hurry up, child. Yes, mistress.
Ako brought in the tray of tea and 2 cups and poured, and Gyoko left, again apologizing for disturbing him. Kiku gave Blackthorn the cup herself. He drank it thirstily, then she helped him to dress. Ako laid out a fresh kimono for her. Kiku was most attentive, but she was consumed with the knowledge that soon she would have to accompany the Anjin-san outside the gateway to bow him homeward. It was good manners. More than that, it was her privilege and duty. Only courtesans of the first rank were ever allowed to go beyond the threshold to bestow that rare honor. All others had to stay within the courtyard. It was unthinkable for her not to finish the night, as was expected. That would be a terrible insult to her guest. And yet, for the first time in her life, Kiku did not wish to bow one guest homeward in front of another guest.
I can't. Not the Anjin-san in front of Omi-san. Why? She asked herself. Is it because the Anjin-san barbarian, and you're ashamed that all the world will know you've been possessed by a barbarian? No. All Anjiro knows already, and a man is like any other, most of the time. This man is Samurai Hatamoto, an admiral of Lord Toranaga's ships. No, nothing like that. What is it then? It's because I found in the night that I was shamed by what Omi-san did to him, as we should all be shamed. Omi-san should never have done that. The Anjin-san is branded, and my fingers seem to feel the brand through the silk of his kimono. I burn with shame for him, a good man to whom that should not have been done. Am I defiled? No, of course not. Just shamed before him, and shamed before Omi-san for being ashamed.
Then, in the reaches of her mind, she heard Mama-san saying again,
Child, child, leave man things to men. Laughter is our balm against them, and the world and the gods, and even old age.
Kiku-san.
Yes, Anjin-san?
Now I go.
Yes. Let us go together, she said.
He took her face tenderly in his rough hands and kissed her. Thank you. No words enough to thank.
It is I who should thank you. Please allow me to thank you, Anjin-san. Let us leave now.
She allowed Ako to put the finishing touches to her hair, which she left hanging loosely, tied the sash of the fresh kimono, and went with him. Kiku walked beside him, as was her privilege, not a few steps behind as a wife or consort or daughter or servant was obliged to. He put his hand on her shoulder momentarily, and this was distasteful to her, for they were not in the privacy of a room. Then she had a sudden, horrible premonition that he would kiss her publicly, which Mariko had mentioned was barbarian custom, at the gate.
Oh, Buddha, let that not happen,
she thought, almost faint with fright. His swords were in the reception room. By custom, all weapons were left under guard, outside the pleasure rooms, to avoid lethal quarrels with other clients, and also to prevent any lady from ending her life. Not all ladies of the Willow world were happy or fortunate. Blackthorn put his swords into his sash. Kiku bowed him through to the veranda, where he stepped into his thongs. Gyoko and others assembled to bow him away, an honored guest. Beyond the gateway was the village square and the sea. Many samurai were there milling about, Buntaro among them. Kiku could not see Omi, though she was certain he would be watching somewhere. The Anjin-san seemed immensely tall, she so small beside him. Now they were crossing the courtyard. Both saw Omi at the same time. He was standing near the gateway. Blackthorn stopped. "Morning, Omi-san," he said, as a friend, and bowed as a friend, not knowing that Omi and Kiku were more than friends.
How could he know? She thought. No one has told him. Why should they tell him? And what does that matter anyway?
"Good morning, Anjin-san." Omi's voice was friendly too, but she saw him bow with only sufficient politeness. Then his jet eyes turned to her again, and she bowed,
her smile perfect.
Good morning, Omi-san. This house is honored.
Thank you, Kiku-san. Thank you. She felt his searching gaze, but pretended not to notice, keeping her eyes demurely lowered. Kyoko and the maids and the courtesans who were free watched from the veranda. I go fortress, Omi-san, Blackthorn was saying. All's well? Yes, Lord Toranaga sent for you. Go now. Hope see you soon. Yes. Kiku glanced up. Omi was still staring at her. She smiled her best smile and looked at the Anjin-san. He was watching Omi intently. Then, feeling her eyes, he turned to her and smiled back. It seemed to her a strained smile. So sorry, Kiku-san. Omi-san. Must go now. He bowed to Omi. It was returned. He went through the gate. She followed, hardly breathing. Movement stopped in the square. In the silence, she saw him turn back, and for a hideous moment, she knew he was going to embrace her. But, to her enormous relief, he did not, and just stood there waiting, as a civilized person would wait. She bowed with all the tenderness she could muster, Omi's gaze boring into her.
Thank you, Anjin-san,
she said, and smiled at him alone. A sigh went through the square.
Thank you.
Then added the time-honored,
Please visit us again. I will count the moments until we meet again.
He bowed with just the right amount of carelessness, strode off arrogantly as a samurai of quality would. Then, because he had treated her very correctly, and to repay Omi for the unnecessary coldness in his bow, instead of going back into her house at once, she stayed where she was and looked after the Anjin-san to give him greater honor. She waited until he was at the last corner. She saw him look back. He waved once. She bowed very low, now delighted with the attention in the square, pretending not to notice it. And only when he was truly gone did she walk back, with pride and with great elegance. And until the gate was closed, every man watched her, feeding on such beauty, envious of the Anjin-san, who must be much man for her to wait like that. You're so pretty, Omi said.
I wish that were true, Omi-san,
she said with the second-best smile.
Would you like some cha, Omi-sama? Or food?
With you? Yes. Kyoko joined them unctuously.
Please excuse my bad manners, Omi-sama. Do take food with us now, please. Have you had a first meal?
No, not yet, but I'm not hungry. Omi glanced across at Kiku. Have you eaten yet? Kyoko interrupted expansively.
Allow us to bring you something that won't be too inadequate, Omi-sama. Kiku-san, when you've changed, you will join us, ne? Of course. Please excuse me, Omi-sama, for appearing like this. So sorry.
The girl ran off, pretending a happiness she did not feel, Ako in tow. Omi said shortly, I would like to be with her tonight, for food and entertainment.
Of course, Omi-sama,
Kyoko replied with a low bow, knowing that she would not be free.
You honor my house and do us too much honor. Kiku-san is so fortunate that you favor her.
3,000 koku! Toranaga was scandalized.
Yes, sire,
Mariko said. They were on the private veranda in the fortress. Rain had begun already, but did not reduce the heat of the day. She felt listless and very tired, and longed for autumn coolness.
I'm sorry, but I could not negotiate the woman down any further. I talked until just before dawn. So sorry, sire, but you did order me to conclude an arrangement last night.
But 3,000, Mariko-san! That's usury! Actually, Toranaga was glad to have a new problem to take his mind away from the worry that beset him. The Christian priest Tsuku-san, travelling with Zataki, the upstart regent, augured nothing but trouble. He had examined every avenue of escape, every route of retreat and attack that any man could imagine, and the answer was always the same. If Ishido moves quickly, I'm lost. I've got to find time. But how? If I were Ishido,
I'd start now, before the rains stop. I'd get men into position just as the Taiko and I did to destroy the Beppu. The same plan will always win. It's so simple. Ishido can't be so stupid as not to see that the only real way to defend the Kanto is to own Osaka and all the lands between Edo and Osaka. As long as Osaka's unfriendly, the Kanto's in danger. The Taiko knew it. Why else did he give it to me? Without Kiyama, Onoshi, and the barbarian priests.
With an effort, Toranaga put tomorrow into its own compartment and concentrated totally on this impossible amount of money.
3,000 kokus, out of the question.
I agree, sire. You're correct. It's my fault entirely. I thought even 500 would be excessive, but the Gyoko woman would come no lower. There is one concession, though.
What?
Gyoko begged the honor of reducing the price to 2,500 koku if you would honor her by agreeing to see her privately for one stick of time.
A Mama-san would give up 500 koku just to speak to me?
Yes, sire.
Why?
He asked suspiciously. She told me her reason, sire, but humbly begged that she be allowed to explain to you herself. I believe her proposal would be interesting to you, sire. And 500 koku. It would be a saving. I'm appalled that I couldn't make a better arrangement, even though Kiku-san is of the first rank and completely merits that status. I know I failed you.
I agree, Toranaga said sourly. Even 1,000 would be too much. This is Izu, not Kyoto.
You're quite right, sire. I told the woman that the price was so ridiculous I could not possibly agree to it myself, even though you'd given me direct orders to complete the bargain last night. I hope you will forgive my disobedience, but I said that I would first have to consult with the Lady Kashiki, Omi-san's mother, who's the most senior lady here, before the arrangement was confirmed.
Toranaga brightened, his other worries forgotten. Ah, so it's arranged, but not arranged.
Yes, sire. Nothing is binding until I can consult with the lady. I said I'd give an answer at noon today. Please forgive my disobedience.
You should have concluded the arrangement as I ordered.
Toranaga was secretly delighted that Mariko had cleverly given him the opportunity to agree or disagree without any loss of face. It would have been unthinkable for him personally to quibble over a mere matter of money.
But, oh, Ko, 3,000 koku. You say the girl's contract's worth enough rice to feed 1,000 families for 3 years?
Worth every grain of rice to the right man.
Toranaga eyed her shrewdly. Oh? Tell me about her, and what happened.
She told him everything, except her feeling for the Anjin-san and the depth of his feeling toward her, or about Kiku's offer to her.
Good. Yes, very good. That was clever. Yes, Toranaga said. He must have pleased her very much for her to stand at the gateway like that the first time.
Most of Anjiro had been waiting for that moment, to see how the two of them would act, the barbarian and the willow lady of the first rank. Yes.
The 3 koku invested was well worth it for him. His fame will run before him now.
Yes, Mariko agreed, more than a little proud of Blackthorn's success. She's an exceptional lady, sire. Toranaga was intrigued by Mariko's confidence in her arrangement. But 500 koku for the contract would have been more fair. 500 koku was more than most Mama-sans made in a lifetime, so for one of them even to consider giving away 500.
Worth every grain, you say? I can hardly believe that.
To the right man, sire. I believe that. But I could not judge who would be the right man.
There was a knock on the shoji. Yes? The Anjin-san's at the main gate, sire. Bring him here. Yes, sir.
Toranaga fanned himself. He'd been watching Mariko covertly and had seen the momentary light in her face. He had deliberately not warned her that he had sent for him.
What to do? Everything that is planned still applies. But now I need Buntaro and the Anjin-san and Omi-san more than ever. And Mariko. Very much.
Good morning, Toranaga-sama. He returned Blackthorn's bow and noted the sudden warmth when the man saw Mariko. There were formal greetings and replies. Then he said,
Mariko-san, tell him that he is to leave with me at dawn. You also. You will continue on to Osaka.
A chill went through her.
Yes, sir.
I go Osaka, Toranaga-sama? Blackthorn asked. No, Anjin-san. Mariko-san, tell him I'm going to the Shuzenji Spa for a day or two. You both will accompany me there. You'll go on to Osaka. He will journey with you to the border, then go on to Edo alone.
He watched them narrowly as Blackthorn spoke to her, rapidly and urgently.
So sorry, Toranaga-sama, but the Anjin-san humbly asks if he could borrow me for a few more days. He says, please excuse me, that my presence with him would greatly speed up the matter of his ship. Then, if it pleases you, he would immediately take one of your coastal ships and ferry me to Osaka, going on to Nagasaki himself. He suggests this might save time.
I haven't decided anything about his ship yet, or about a crew. He may not need to go to Nagasaki. Make that very clear. No, nothing is decided, but I'll consider the request about you. You'll get my decision tomorrow. You can go now. Oh, yes, lastly, Mariko-san, tell him that I want his genealogy. He can write it down, and you'll translate it, affirming its correctness.
Yes, sire. Do you want it at once?
No. When he arrives at Edo will be time enough.
Mariko explained to Blackthorn.
Why does he want that?
He asked. Mariko stared at him.
Of course, all samurai have to have their births and deaths recorded, Anjin-san, as well as their fiefs and land grants. How else can a liege lord keep everything balanced? Isn't it the same in your country? Here, by law, all our citizens are in official records, even Etta. Births, deaths, marriages. Every hamlet or village or city street has its official scroll. How else can you be sure where and to whom you belong?
We don't write it down. Not always. And not officially. Everyone's recorded. Everyone.
Oh yes, even Etta, Anjin-san. It's important, ne? Then no one can pretend to be what he is not. Wrongdoers can be caught more easily, and men and women or parents can't cheat in marriage, ne?
Blackthorn put that aside for later consideration and played another card in the game he had joined with Toranaga that he hoped would lead to the death of the black ship. Mariko listened attentively, questioned him a moment, then turned to Toranaga.
Sire, the Anjin-san thanks you for your favour and your many gifts. He asks if you would honour him by choosing his 200 vassals for him. He says your guidance in this would be worth anything.
Is it worth 1,000 koku?
Toranaga asked at once. He saw her surprise and the Anjin-san's.
I'm glad you're still transparent, Anjin-san, for all your veneer of civilization, he thought. If I were a gambling person, I'd wager that that wasn't your idea, to ask for my guidance.
Hi, he heard Blackthorn say firmly.
Good, he replied crisply. Since the Anjin-san's so generous, I'll accept his offer. 1,000 koku. That will help some other needy samurai. Tell him his men will be waiting for him in Edo. I'll see you at dawn tomorrow, Anjin-san.
Yes. Thank you, Toranaga-sama.
Mariko-san, consult with the Lady Kashigi at once. Since you approved the amount, I imagine she'll agree to your arrangement, however hideous it seems. Though I'd suppose she'll need until dawn tomorrow to give such a ridiculous sum her full consideration. Send some menial to order the Gyoko woman here at sunset. She can bring the courtesan with her. Kiku-san can sing while we talk, ne?
He dismissed them, delighted to have saved 1,500 koku.
People are so extravagant, he thought benignly. Will that leave me enough to get a crew? Blackthorn asked.
Oh yes, Anjin-san. But he hasn't agreed to allow you to go to Nagasaki yet, Mariko said. 500 koku would be more than enough to live on for a year, and the other 500 will give you about 180 koban in gold to buy seamen. That's a very great deal of money.
Fujiko lifted herself painfully and spoke to Mariko.
Your consort says that you shouldn't worry, Anjin-san. She can give you letters of credit to certain moneylenders who will advance you all that you'll need. She'll arrange everything.
Yes, but haven't I got to pay all my retainers? How do I pay for a house, Fujiko-san? My household?
Mariko was shocked. Please, so sorry, but this is, of course, not your worry. Your consort has told you that she will take care of everything.
Fujiko interrupted, and the two women spoke together for a moment.
Ah, so desu, Fujiko-san.
Mariko turned back to Blackthorn.
She says you must not waste time thinking about it. She begs you, please, to spend your time worrying only about Lord Toranaga's problems. She has money of her own which she can draw upon, should it be necessary.
Blackthorn blinked. She'll lend me her own money?
Oh, no, Anjin-san. Of course, she'll give it to you, if you need it, Anjin-san. Don't forget, your problem's only this year, Mariko explained. Next year, you're rich, Anjin-san. As to your retainers, for 1 year they'll get 2 koku each. Don't forget Toranaga-sama's giving you all their arms and horses, and 2 koku's enough to feed them and their horses and families. And don't forget, too, you gave Lord Toranaga half your year's income to ensure that they would be chosen by him personally. That's a tremendous honor, Anjin-san.
You think so?
Oh, certainly. Fujiko-san agrees wholeheartedly. You were most shrewd to think of that.
Thank you. Blackthorn allowed a little of his pleasure to show. You're getting your wits back again, and you're beginning to think like them, he told himself happily. Yes, that was clever to co-opt Toranaga. Now you'll get the best men possible, and you could never have done it alone. What's 1,000 koku against the Black Ship? So yet another of the things Mariko had said was true, that one of Toranaga's weaknesses was that he was a miser. Of course, she had not said so directly, only that Toranaga made all his incredible wealth go further than any daimyo in the kingdom. This clue added to his own observations that Toranaga's clothes were as simple as his food, and his style of living little different from that of an ordinary samurai, had given him another key to unlock Toranaga. Thank God for Mariko, and old Friar Domingo. Blackthorn's memory took him back to the jail, and he thought how close he had been to death then, and how close he was to death now, even with all his honours. What Toranaga gives, he can take away. You think he's your friend, but if he'll assassinate a wife and murder a favourite son, how would you value his friendship or your life? I don't, Blackthorn told himself, renewing his pledge. That's karma. I can do nothing about karma, and I've been living near death all my life, so nothing's new. I yield to karma in all its beauty. I accept karma in all its majesty. I trust karma to get me through the next 6 months. Then, by this time next year, I'll be scudding through Magellan's Pass, bound for London town, out of his reach. Fujiko was talking. He watched her. The bandages were still discoloured. She was lying painfully on the futons, a maid fanning her.
She'll arrange everything for you by dawn, Anjin-san, Mariko said. Your consort suggests you take 2 horses and a baggage horse, 1 manservant and 1 maid.
A manservant'll be enough.
So sorry. The maidservant must go to serve you. And, of course, a cook and a cook helper.
Won't there be kitchens that I can use?
Oh, yes. But you still have to have your own cooks, Anjin-san. You're a hatamoto.
He knew there was no point in arguing. I'll leave everything to you.
Oh, that's so wise of you, Anjin-san. Very wise. Now I must go and pack. Please excuse me.
Mariko left happily. They had not talked much, just enough in Latin for each to know that though the magic night had never come to pass, and was, like the other night, never to be discussed, both would live in their imaginations forever.
Thou.
Thou.
I was so proud when I heard she stood at the gate for such a long time. Thy face is immense now, Anjin-san.
For a moment, I almost forgot what thou hadst told me. Involuntarily, I was within a hair's distance of kissing her in public.
Oh, Ko, Anjin-san! That would have been